Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1, Got the Wrong Time Travel Script? Bind the Red Alert System. Am I time traveling? Suyan looked at the unfamiliar environment around him, his eyes full of astonishment. This seems to be a living room? And the decoration is extremely luxurious. Gilt floor, large and comfortable sofa. Suyan stood up from the sofa and looked around. Even the surrounding walls are made of glass, but there are swimming fish of various shapes in these glass walls. There is a faint blue light in the walls, giving people the feeling of being in an underwater world. However, at this moment, Suyan didn't have much intention of appreciating it. Where exactly is this place? Just when he was wondering, a lot of memory fragments suddenly flashed in his mind. After a while, Suyan opened his eyes. There was a little understanding in his eyes. He did traveled to a plane called Blue Star. The original body was originally an orphan, until a lawyer suddenly came to him some time ago and told him that there was an inheritance of several billion waiting for him to inherit. After inheriting billions of assets, the original owner naturally went wild. All kinds of prodigals are chic. However, it hasn't been a few days yet, he had a heart attack and was cold at home. What a sad lord! Suyan said speechlessly. After finally inheriting billions of dollars in family property, he became rich overnight, but he died in the end. Billions of assets, cheap yourself. This gives people the feeling that, after finally marrying a daughter-in-law, it turned out that it was not him, but someone else who entered the bridal chamber. Suyan looked around. I have to say that the original owner's vision is still good. This is a villa with 5 floors. The walls are a giant aquarium made of special glass, and even sharks can be seen inside. This villa alone is worth 200 million yuan. Tisk tisk. It seems that this is his golden finger as a time traveler. Inherit billions of inheritance at the beginning? It sounds like that. A faint smile curled up on the corner of Suyan's mouth. Urban shuangwen is an old routine. However, just when Suyan thought that the golden finger he crossed was an inheritance of billions of dollars, suddenly, a mechanical voice appeared beside his ears. Drop. The Doomsday Red Alert System has found the host. Binding successfully. Drop. Data initialization succeeded. Dear Commander, welcome to Doomsday Red Alert System. Suyan was stunned by a series of voices. What happened? Department, system? Suyan is no stranger to the system, after all, it is a standard configuration for time travelers. But the name of the system made him a little confused. Doomsday, Red Alert System? Etc. And? Hearing these 2 words, Suyan's pupils shrank slightly. System? Suyan asked tentatively. Drop. Dear Commander, what are your needs? After hearing the sound of the system, Suyan narrowed his eyes slightly and continued to ask. System, explain. It is detected that the commander's current world is about to be invaded by a zombie virus. By then, half of the human population in the world will mutate into zombies. And the commander can build a survival base of his own in the last days by building bases, mining vehicles, tank factories, super weapons, and a series of fortifications. Since you are in the novice stage, the system will present you with a base car and 10,000 gold coins. Gold coins can be used to build various defensive facilities, weapons, and hire soldiers. The zombie crisis will break out in 7 days, please take defensive measures in time, Commander. Suyan went through the words of the system carefully in his mind. Zombie virus outbreak, Red Alert System, build a base. Suyan tapped his fingers on the table lightly, muttering to himself. That being said, isn't my golden finger an inheritance of billions of dollars? The end of the world is coming, no matter how much money is there? What a guy! Traveling once by myself, unexpectedly directly to the end of the world? But even though it was said that the end of the world was coming, he didn't have much fear and hesitation. After all, it is bound to the system. The game of Red Alert, he still played it, and he played it for a long time. Like this kind of strategic game, what I enjoy the most is the thrill of violent soldiers. When Suyan is playing this game, what he likes to do the most is crazy violent soldiers, a lot of tanks and planes directly push across. That thrill. It goes without saying. Chapter 2. Suyan thought of the coming end times. There is a little anxiety in my heart, time is running out. According to the system, he now has a base car and 10,000 gold coins. Come outside the villa. Outside is a large courtyard full of flowers and plants. Suyan called out the system panel. Commander, Suyan. Defense facility, base vehicle. Gold coins, 10,000. Suyan looked at the base car in the system interface. Although it was just a picture, it was full of high-tech feeling. Suyan suppressed the excitement in his heart. Clicked extract. Moment. A white light flashed. Boom. A huge sound appeared. Even the ground trembled. After the white light dissipated, Suyan slowly opened his eyes. What caught the eye was an oversized body with a bright luster. Suyan took a few steps back. Looked up. Suyan's first impression of this base car is, it's huge. Although Suyan had been prepared in his heart, he was still shocked when he faced it face to face. Up to 7 or 8 meters, close to the height of a 2-story building. 30 meters long. The whole body is full of high-tech feeling, this is a behemoth made of steel. Suyan knows it, according to the setting of the base car in the Red Alert game. The base vehicle can transform into a base form, just like a transformer, turning into a huge base. At this time, the system also gave a prompt sound. Base car. A 1-star base vehicle can cover a radius of 500 meters, and the host can build other defense facilities within a radius of 500 meters centered on the base vehicle. Note, upgrading the star level can increase the scope of base construction. Reminder, once the host transforms the base vehicle into a base form, the base will not be able to move, and a new building will be unlocked, armory. After hearing the system's introduction to the base vehicle, Suyan nodded slightly. Sure enough, it is similar to the gameplay in the Red Alert game. Stretching out his hand to lightly touch the steel wall, an extremely strong sense of security immediately enveloped Suyan. If zombies are rampant when the end of the world comes, probably only this steel giant can give people a great sense of security. Drop. Fingerprints have been entered. Objects matched. Welcome Commander to drive the base vehicle. The base car made a sound, and at the same time, the door of the base car opened. Suyan walked into the car without hesitation. After entering the base car, Suyan found out. The interior of this base vehicle is not as he imagined, full of various high-tech instruments and the like. On the contrary, except that the console looks a bit sci-fi, the other decorations are very homely. There are sofas, beds, refrigerators, kitchens, everything, and even a small swimming pool. It's like a luxury car. But Suyan only took one look and got out of the car. He is not very interested in this kind of residence. After getting out of the base car, Suyan began to think about it. Where to build a base? This is a problem. According to the system, the zombie virus will break out in 7 days. I have 7 days to prepare. It is definitely impossible to build a base in an urban area. If you want to find a place to hide, it is best to book a piece of land. Almost forgot, the most important thing is money. Suyan chuckled lightly. He is worth billions now. How did you forget about this? Although the end times will be after 7 days, money is of no use in the last days. But it's different now. A few billion is enough to do too many things. And thinking of money, Suyan rubbed his chin. According to the Red Alert system, the gold coins in the Red Alert system can also be directly exchanged for real gold and silver. Suyan is very clear about the importance of gold coins in Red Alert. Gold coins are needed to build various military factories, barracks, radars, power stations, and nuclear bomb launchers. Even building tanks, armed fighter jets, and space teleportation devices all require gold coins. Gold coins can be called a panacea-like item. And the system told him, there are only 2 ways to obtain gold coins. Either build a mining machine and go to mine to get gold coins, or directly exchange real gold and silver for gold coins. Obviously, for Suyan now, the second way to get gold coins is faster. After all, he now has tens of billions in his hands. Converted to gold, that's an astronomical figure too. At this time, Suyan already had a plan in mind. With so much money, rather than being empty after 7 days, it would be better to use it to its final use. Chapter 3. Suyan didn't delay. On the same day, I picked an abandoned unfinished building on the internet. This place is located in the suburbs, surrounded by many trees, and there are many dilapidated buildings, which are extremely concealed, and are most suitable for development as a base. The transaction process went smoothly, and Suyan directly rented it for a week at twice the price. As soon as the person on the other side heard Suyan's offer, he immediately agreed. Suyan came to this unfinished building. It's worthy of being a rotten building, it really is rotten enough. After paying the money, Suyan directly blocked the entire unfinished building. All entry and exit are strictly prohibited. After getting ready, Suyan released the base car from the system. In an instant, the steel fortress reappeared. It hit the ground heavily. The base vehicle is not only large in size, but also extremely heavy in weight, weighing hundreds of tons. This is the central area of the entire unfinished building. The area is very empty, and it was supposed to be built into a square. Suyan gave the order without any hesitation. Deploy the base. The entire base car began to change instantly. I saw that the case of the base car was instantly opened and cracked, countless parts inside were changing, and the machinery was running in. Catch-a-cha. The sound of gears turning sounds crisp and pleasant. After only a few breaths, a tall building appeared in front of Suyan. The building looks full of technology. The original base car has disappeared, replaced by a high-tech building more than 10 meters high. Although Suyan had already made psychological preparations, he who witnessed the whole process of mechanical transformation, was still shocked again. The transformers-like shape transformation, the staggered sound of steel gears, simply amazing. Looking at the base in front of him, Suyan couldn't help feeling excited. Drop. The base vehicle has been deployed. Current level 1 base area, 500 meters x 500 meters. Drop. Unlock new building facilities, armory. Arsenal, can be used to hire engineers, soldiers. Required gold coins, 800. Suyan resisted the excitement in his heart and forced himself to calm down. Base vehicle. Camouflage. Target unfinished building. Suyan said to the base vehicle. In the next second, a burst of bright light shrouded the base. The light quickly dissipated. The base, which originally looked very sci-fi and high profile, has now turned into an unfinished building. That's right. After the base car is transformed into a base, it also has an ability, camouflage. The base can be transformed into the appearance of any building. Of course, this is only the appearance, and the interior has not changed. He has contracted such a large area, what if it attracts the attention of some people? If the base vehicle had no camouflage function, Suyan would never have built the base here, and he might not know which ravine he hid in to grow wretchedly. And not only the base has the camouflage function, all the buildings created from the system have the camouflage ability. This place is really dark. Suyan complained and walked into the base. At this time, night has fallen, and the unfinished building has been in disrepair for a long time, so the atmosphere is naturally extraordinarily eerie. However, after entering the base, the environment immediately became completely new. Dear Commander, welcome to the base. A mechanized female voice sounded. At the same time, a transparent light screen appeared in front of Suyan. Above the light screen is a layout map, which shows the layout range centered on the base. If you want to build some other buildings in the future, you can only build them in this field. There are 4 floors inside the base, just like a villa. Suyan leaned on the sofa. Build an arsenal. Without much ink, Suyan directly consumed 800 gold coins to build an arsenal. After all, the end is coming soon, so we need to gather some soldiers first. Drop. The arsenal is under construction, it is expected to be completed in 1 day, current progress, 0%. Really? Suyan nodded slightly, as expected. After all, it is impossible for the red alert system to be the same as in the game. It only takes more than 10 seconds to build an arsenal. But it is acceptable to build an arsenal in one day. After all, he still has plenty of time now. Next, it's time to think about how to convert these billions into gold. Suyan has always been thinking about the billions in assets in his account. But it is not an easy task to exchange all that much money into cash. Chapter 4. The next day, Suyan found the target of the transaction. It's just that Suyan has not traded with them for the time being. He is waiting. Let's wait until the arsenal is built. After all, for such a large-scale transaction, Suyan would not have gone if he did not have someone around him to protect him. Drop. The arsenal has been built, please instruct. After hearing the system's prompt, Suyan's eyes showed a sense of excitement that could not be concealed. Out of the base, a 3-story barracks has been erected. There are also a series of buttons on Suyan's control panel. Ordinary soldiers, 10 gold coins. Engineer, 30 gold coins. Hound, 20 gold coins. Without any hesitation, Suyan created some soldiers first. The soldiers created by the system are absolutely 100% loyal. It cost 300 gold coins to create 30 soldiers. The speed at which soldiers are produced is quite fast, and it only takes 1 minute to create a soldier. Soon, dozens of people with rifles in their hands walked out of the barracks one after another. These people's eyes were indifferent, looking left and right from time to time, as if they were investigating the enemy's situation. Sir. After seeing Suyan, the team immediately paid respects. Suyan looked at the soldiers created in these barracks, and nodded silently. What is 100% loyalty? This is. Suyan fully believed that as long as he gave an order, these soldiers could die for him. Drop. The arsenal has been built, and a new construction facility is unlocked, the power station. Power station, in the last days, the lack of electricity is very serious, and building a power station can provide a fixed power supply for the host, and a large number of defense facilities need power supply from the power station. Power station, 1,000 gold coins. Suyan didn't hesitate at all when he heard the words, and directly chose to build a power station. He is very clear about the importance of the power station in the Red Police. Although the zombies of the end of the world are about to be faced now, the power station is still very important. Indeed, as the system said, every place in the future will need electricity as a support. Including the future magnetic storm towers, light prism towers, radars, anti-aircraft guns, Patriot missiles, and even some super weapons. All of these require powerful electric energy as support. Drop. The commander consumes 1,000 gold coins to build a power plant. The power plant is under construction, construction time, 1 day, current progress, 0%. It's another day. During the construction period of the power plant, Suyan was not idle. After having someone, the first thing he has to do is to exchange the property in the account into gold or silver. Suyan took these soldiers to the agreed trading place. Before leaving, he left a dozen soldiers guarding the base. And Suyan gave them orders. Once someone approaches the base, kill them directly. The place of the transaction is in a luxurious restaurant. The person opposite was a middle-aged man, accompanied by many bodyguards, and beside him, there was a girl. The girl has twin ponytails, fair skin, and is as delicate as a porcelain doll. It seemed that he was only 15 or 16 years old. A proper little Lolita. After seeing Suyan's figure, the girl raised her head and began to look at Suyan. The middle-aged man frowned slightly when he saw Suyan. Is this the boy who wants to trade with himself? Isn't this too young? If he hadn't paid him a deposit of 10 million in advance, he might have thought he was being tricked. Your Excellency. The middle-aged man asked tentatively. Don't ask if you shouldn't. Suyan raised his eyes and said coldly. After hearing Suyan's words, the middle-aged man suddenly became a little annoyed. With this tone of voice, posing as a superior person? Who will not be angry if you put it on someone? What's more, it's him who has been in a high position for many years. However, the middle-aged man still held back the anger in his heart. Although this young man has a bad attitude, it can be seen from the well-trained bodyguards behind him that this man is definitely not an ordinary person. Years of experience told him that he should not easily turn against people of unknown origin. Humph. UBD, why are you talking to my father? The little loli next to the middle-aged man folded her hands on her chest and stared at Suyan angrily. Suyan squinted at the little loli with cold eyes, and the cold gaze made the little girl shudder. Old Dad. He beat me. The girl pointed at Suyan, her mouth pouted slightly. Smile, stop making trouble. The middle-aged man gave his daughter a doting look. Then he looked at Suyan again. Chapter 5. The deposit is 10 million. Your Excellency is really rich. The middle-aged man said without changing his face. I need a lot of gold. Suyan didn't beat around the bush with him, and made a request straight to the point. A lot of gold. How much do you want? The middle-aged man touched his chin. 10 tons. Suyan said lightly, as if he was stating a very common thing. How much, how much? The middle-aged man was surprised, and looked at the boy in front of him in astonishment. 10 tons. Suyan spoke again with a very serious face. Hat. What are you kidding? Do you know the concept of 10 tons of gold? The gold reserves of the Dragon Kingdom are less than 2,000 tons of gold. I am a gold and silver jewelry business. How can I get so much gold? Gold. Let's not talk about 10 tons, I can't get even 1 ton. The middle-aged man can now be sure that the guy in front of him is definitely here to joke with him. Suyan raised his eyes and glanced lightly at the person in front of him. He said as if talking to himself, according to the current exchange rate of gold, the market value of a ton of gold is about 260 million. Well, I accepted it at a price of 500 million a ton. The more the better, this price, you can't refuse. Suyan didn't take money seriously at all, a few 100 million was like a string of numbers in his mouth. In fact, it is true. No matter how much money there is, once the end comes, all of these will be wiped out. The eyes of the middle-aged man were full of shock and disbelief. In 3 days, gold or silver, I will charge as much as I have, and I will pay twice the market value. I will come here again in 3 days. After speaking, Suyan left here. After a long while, several people in the room came back to their senses. Dad. I'm afraid this person is a fool, right? 500 million a ton of gold, isn't he just kidding us? Although the girl doesn't know much about business, she also understands that gold can never be sold for less than 500 million tons. If anyone really buys it, they will definitely lose money, the kind where there are no pants left. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man opened his mouth and said, this person doesn't seem to be lying. Besides, someone who can casually take out 10 million yuan will certainly not have low assets. We definitely don't have 10 tons of gold. We can't make it up no matter what. Give him the spare ones in the company first. By the way, Xiao Tian, go and find out the origin of that young man. Yes. Boss. After Suyan left with a dozen soldiers. Then returned to the base. After having the residence of the base, he never returned to his villa. At this time, there are armed forces all over the base. Suyan made more than 30 soldiers in the arsenal. These soldiers are basically distributed in the unfinished buildings next to the base. The soldiers created in the system are like robots, they don't need to eat or sleep, they will keep fighting. Adding up the 2 groups of soldiers, Suyan now has nearly 70 soldiers. After having some soldiers, his sense of security also greatly increased. But Suyan is not satisfied with this. He wants to cover all the territory with defensive facilities. The walls are piled tens of meters high, equipped with machine gun fortresses, light prism towers, cannons, anti-aircraft missiles, magnetic storm coils. At that time, hundreds of apocalypse tanks and thousands of planes will be stationed, directly pushing the tide of corpses. Just thinking about it makes his blood boil. But the premise of all this is gold coins. But well, gold coins will soon be out of the question. Suyan believed that as a businessman, that man would never reject him. Maybe out of prudence, only give yourself a part, but a part is enough. He just reported a number casually, and he didn't really expect to give himself 10 tons. And Suyan knew that the other party would definitely check his identity. But what could he find out? A lucky man who inherited billions of dollars? A prodigal who only knows about prodigals all day long? Suyan sneered. It is convenient to see everything from the perspective of God. The end times are coming, money will become worthless. What Suyan has to do now is to develop slowly. Soon, the power station will be built too. Drop. Dear Commander, the construction of the power station has been completed. Please advise. Drop. The Overlord unlocks new defensive facilities, machine gun fortresses, walls. Chapter 6. After Suyan heard the sound of the system, there was light in his eyes. Machine gun fortress. Fence. He finally got these two things. Machine gun fortress, a small fortress that is fixed and cannot be moved once it is installed. It automatically attacks enemies within 200 meters. It is equipped with a 7mm caliber machine gun. Unlimited backup clips. Note, electricity is needed for support. A clip has 800 rounds of bullets, and there is a 1-minute CD cooling period after each clip is fired. Required gold coins, 200. Wall, it is a block of soil with a volume of 1 cubic meter, which is highly defensive. A piece of wall costs 0.1 gold coins. Suyan nodded. The machine gun fortress was indeed a bit more expensive, but it was still within his expectation. After all, it is a bastion of full automation, and the most important thing is, unlimited backup ammunition. This is very hanging, it is simply a model of violent output. When you encounter a corpse, just chug and it's over. As for the wall, a wall with a volume of 1 cubic meter is only 0.1 gold coins, which is not very expensive. Suyan should have made a decision. Build the wall first. Enclose the entire area of the base. However, damn it! What a black heart of Nima! Suyan complained cursingly. The size of his current base is 500 times 500, and it would cost close to 2,000 gold coins to enclose the whole area with walls. In the end, Suyan only spent 1,000 gold coins to enclose the base area, but it was only 5 meters high. Suyan originally planned to build a 10-meter high wall. Drop. The commander consumes 1,000 gold coins and buys a wall of 10,000 yuan, which is under construction. Estimated completion time, 2 days. Suyan looked at the remaining 7,000 points and weighed them in his heart. After installing the base vehicle, the arsenal was unlocked, and after the arsenal was built, the power station was automatically unlocked. Originally, in Suyan's opinion, after the power station is built, new building facilities should be unlocked. For example, mining machines, tank factories, Air Force Command and the like. But no. This can only mean that other buildings may require certain conditions to be unlocked. And these conditions may not appear until after the end. Suyan is very clear about this kind of routine. Haven't left Novice Village yet. Leave 3,000 gold coins as a guarantee fund first, and build 10 machine gun forts after the wall is built. Suyan began to plan for the next few days. The wall is built in a circle, because with the same perimeter, the circle occupies the largest area. At that time, 10 machine gun fortresses will be scattered and built on the wall, and there will be an all-round attack without dead ends. Suyan felt safe even thinking about it. After 2 days, a notification sound from the system woke Suyan up from his sleep. Drop. Dear Commander, the construction of the fence has been completed, please check and accept it. When Suyan walked out, he saw the high and large fence that rose from the ground, and suddenly a very strong sense of security surrounded him. Walking to the wall, he stretched out his hand and lightly stroked the pitch-black wall. This wall is very strong. Even if Suyan hit the wall with a rifle, it only wiped out a little spark, and didn't even leave many traces. Build 10 machine gun forts, 8 evenly distributed on the wall, and the remaining 2 guarding the base. Suyan consumed 2,000 gold coins at once to build a machine gun bunker. Drop. The machine gun fortress is under construction and is expected to be completed in 10 hours. During the construction of the machine gun fortress, Suyan was not idle. 3 days are up. Suyan took a dozen soldiers to the agreed place. The group of people had been there waiting for him early. The transaction process is fast. Pay to the goods. Sure enough, as Suyan expected, this group of people did not really bring 10 tons of gold as he said, but only less than 1 ton. But also brought a lot of diamonds and the like. Although he doesn't know if diamonds can be recycled into gold coins by the system, he should give it a try. Anyway, for him now, money in the market is meaningless. After Suyan left, Dad, he's not really a fool, is he? 500 million, you can give it if you want. Yang Xiao felt that his head was not enough. The middle-aged man shook his head and chuckled twice. It's just a lucky one. Nouveau riche always like to buy all kinds of novelty things. It's the best way to make money from people like this. The middle-aged man's tone was contemptuous, and he, who has been in a high position all year round, naturally looked down on a nouveau riche like Suyan. Humph, so it's a country bumpkin. How dare he attack me? How disgusting. It's best not to let me meet him again. Yang Xiaoxio's small face was puffed up, very angry. Chapter 7. After Suyan returned to the base. At this time, the machine gun bunker on the wall in the base was almost completed. I inspected the base, and it feels pretty good. This unfinished building is to be built into a community, surrounded by buildings, and a square in the middle. Suyan's base is built on the square. At this time, within a radius of 500 meters from the base, all armed forces have been deployed. A wall that is 1 meter thick and 5 meters high. There are even 8 machine gun bunkers on the wall. These 8 machine gun fortresses almost covered the inside and outside of the entire base, achieving all-round strikes without dead ends. After entering the base, Suyan ordered the soldiers behind him to put down the received gold and silver. Dozens of safes. Once opened, it was full of golden bars and silver, and there was even a small chest full of diamonds. Suyan raised his eyebrows lightly. Seeing so much real gold and silver at once, it would be impossible not to be shocked. But Suyan is obviously not interested in these things. Compared with real money, Suyan is obviously more interested in the gold coins in the red alert system. How many gold coins can these recover? Drop. The system is being evaluated. 1 ton of gold, worth 100,000 gold coins. 3 tons of silver, worth 20,000 gold coins, 200 grams of exquisite diamonds, worth 30,000 gold coins. Total gold coins, 150,000. So valuable. Suyan's eyes flashed with surprise. 150,000 gold coins, the feeling of getting rich overnight. Exchange for gold coins immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, Suyan directly exchanged these gold and silver jewels for gold coins. Drop. Congratulations, Commander, for successfully recharging. Current gold coins, 156,000. Looking at the crazily increasing amount of gold coins on the system panel, a slight smile appeared on the corner of Suyan's mouth. He frantically clicked directly on the system panel. Drop. The commander consumes 1,000 gold coins and hires 100 soldiers. Drop. The commander consumes 2,000 gold coins to build 10 machine gun fortresses. Drop. The commander spent 1,000 gold coins to strengthen the wall. Drop. The commander spent 1,000 gold coins to build a power station. Looking at the large area of construction in the system panel is showing construction. A smile appeared in Suyan's long and narrow phoenix eyes. Hee. Zombies exploded? What is that? The reinforced wall is 10 meters high. 2 meters thick. What's more, he also placed 18 machine gun bunkers on the wall. And there are hundreds of soldiers with guns patrolling. But Suyan knew very well that this level of defense might be able to keep him through the early days of the apocalypse, but if it's just that, then it definitely won't work. At this time. Drop. Dear Commander, there are still 72 hours left before the zombie outbreak, please pay attention. The system beep appears again. Is there the last 3 days? Suyan nodded silently. After setting everything up, Suyan started to buy various supplies. Stock up on plenty of water, food, and various recreational facilities. Of course, these water sources are all in case of emergency. The soldiers in the base don't need to eat or drink at all. Suyan was really shocked when he knew this. It's really a tool, man. Those soldiers only need to rest in the barracks for an hour every day, and all problems are solved. Very convenient. Very humane. Urgent notice. Now a new type of virus has spread all over the world. The source of the virus is not yet known. The state of the disease is high fever and no death cases have been found. Please stay at home and do not move around in the near future. Shocked. Some virology experts have discovered that this virus is extremely contagious. The route of infection is temporarily unknown, but it can be known that it has the ability to mutate. I'm a medical expert. Citizens, please don't panic. This virus is just a very common flu virus. It won't kill you. Now I'm really scared. The city hospital is full of people with high fevers, and I always have an ominous premonition recently. There won't be any disaster, right? I had a dream last night. I dreamed that a zombie crisis would break out in 2 days. Hehe. I remember that I was still chasing after him in the dream. Funny. Suyan put down the phone, smiled and shook his head. Now the symptoms of the outside world can be confirmed. It is a precursor to the outbreak of the zombie virus. It is estimated that these patients with persistent high fever will most likely become zombies by then. This disease is now appearing in various countries around the world, and it doesn't sound very serious. Because there are no dead people, it will not attract a lot of attention from the society. At most, it is to appeal to the broad masses of the people to take preventive measures. But, this is a deadly virus. Although Suyan knew that this was a precursor to the outbreak of the zombie virus, he obviously didn't intend to do anything. In the face of that kind of global catastrophe, one person's words are so powerless. Even if you say that the zombie crisis is coming soon, no one will believe it. Not to mention, the life and death of those people. What is it with him? He only wants to sweep the snow in front of the door. Chapter 8. The end is getting closer and closer. And Suyan has already prepared everything. He built a total of 32 machine gun bunkers. And the wall was raised by 2 meters. On the 12-meter-high wall are 30 machine gun bastions. Almost impeccable. Suyan once calculated. A machine gun bunker has 800 rounds of magazines, and the rate of fire is 4,000 rounds per minute, which means that a magazine can be output continuously for at most 10 seconds, and then it will be in a CD period of 1 minute for reloading. So Suyan divided these 30 machine gun bunkers into 6 groups, so as to ensure that there is no CD period for 1 minute, and the output can be continued uninterrupted. And it can still cover the whole range. Drop. The system reminds the commander again. There is still 1 hour before the zombie outbreak, Commander, please get ready. Drop. In view of your first response to the zombie crisis, the system will issue novice benefits. Newbie benefits, Tanya, Level 3, Navy SEALs *5, Level 3. Oh. Suyan was slightly surprised when he heard the system's voice. Novice benefits? Before Suyan could react, a helicopter appeared in the sky. The helicopter flew into the wall, and then 6 people fell from the helicopter. One of them was a blonde woman holding 2 pistols in her hands. She had a pretty face and a little sharpness in her eyes. Followed by 5 soldiers wearing Special Forces uniforms. These soldiers are almost armed to the teeth. Sir, I'm Tanya. Tanya and her team walked up to Suyan. The information of Tanya and others also appeared in front of Suyan. Tanya, Level 3 with unparalleled attack speed and high lethality, her proficiency in the use of firearms has reached an inexplicable level. Comes with infinite explosive packs. Immune to viruses, injuries can heal automatically. Sea SEALs, Level 3 the king of soldiers, with extremely high attack speed. Comes with infinite explosive packs. Immune to viruses, injuries can heal automatically. Looking at the people in front of him, Suyan nodded. Tanya was rewarded at the start? Is this okay? Suyan is well aware of the strength of the 3-star Tanya and the 3-star SEAL force. They are absolutely heaven-defying existences. In the game, Killing soldiers is like chopping vegetables. It is no exaggeration to say that it is no problem to fight 100 against 1. Even in the coming apocalypse, the combat effectiveness of soldiers of this level should be extremely terrifying. Okay, the SEALs are in charge of reconnaissance near the base to ensure the safety of the base. Tanya, you are by my side to keep me safe. Yes, sir. After hearing Suyan's order, several people left the base directly. Suyan asked Tanya to stay on the first floor, while he went to the top floor of the base. Drop. There are still 3 minutes before the outbreak of the Doomsday virus, the system reminds the commander again for the last time. Drop. The mission has been issued, the birth of the Magnetic Storm Infantry. Mission, birth of Magnetic Storm Infantry, the commander needs to kill 500 zombies, and then he can obtain the employment right of Magnetic Storm Infantry, and can build Magnetic Storm Infantry in the barracks. Magnetic Storm Infantry. After hearing the sound of the system, Suyan was overjoyed. The Magnetic Storm Infantry holds a magnetic storm rifle, which can emit electromagnetic cannons. It is very lethal, much stronger than ordinary soldiers. Even a few zebra infantry can blow up a tank. Very powerful. Need to complete the mission, kill 500 zombies. Suyan stood on the top floor of the base and whispered. All the buildings in the base have already removed their camouflage. The end of the world is coming, what are you pretending for? A well-arranged base appeared. Soon. The time has come to the end of the hour. Drop. The end has come. The virus has spread. At that time, more than half of the human population in the world will mutate into zombies. Please be prepared for emergencies. It fell with the sound of the system. Chaos broke out outside in an instant. On the street, many pedestrians lost their strength in an instant, collapsed on the ground, and twitching crazily. Many vehicles on the road lost their direction and rushed around. Even the planes in the sky began to deviate from their original routes and fell down. Those human beings who fell into a coma stopped convulsing quickly and stood up one after another, their eyes were grey and their faces were hideous and terrifying. The mutation turned into a zombie and began to attack people around. At this moment, the whole world is in chaos. Not only this place is like this, but the entire Dragon Kingdom and even the whole world is like this. All rules and order will be rewritten at this moment. Chapter 9. Suyan was lying on the wicker chair on the top floor of the base, looking at his phone. The picture on the mobile phone is taken from a high altitude. This is a picture taken by Suyan's drone. The current construction of his base is still very low level, and equipment such as radar has not yet been produced, so he can only use drones to observe. Sure enough, the zombie outbreak was exactly as he had imagined. Those zombies were like wild beasts, attacking other people frantically. People who are bitten will also be quickly infected and become zombies within 10 seconds. Although there are only half of the infected people at the beginning, if the infection continues like this, it is estimated that within a day, the number of zombies will reach more than 90%. Suyan observed the attack form of these zombies. Although the speed of movement was not very fast, the speed of infection was very fast. Night. The whole city was filled with all kinds of mournful wailing and the howling of zombies. This is bound to be a sleepless night. Although Suyan's base is built in the suburbs, he can still feel the oppressive feeling in the city. The infection should be almost done, it should be time. Suyan stood on the fence, followed by Tanya, and several seals surrounded him. Looking at the dozens of unfinished buildings outside the wall, he said softly, "It exploded." The moment he spoke, several seals around him pressed the button in their hands. Boom! A sound that resounded through the sky spread out. Several unfinished buildings located outside the base were instantly blown down by a powerful force. Countless smoke and dust filled the air. Several 9-story buildings were instantly reduced to countless stones. Roar! Ugh! The building exploded loudly. In an instant, it attracted the attention of the zombies in the nearby suburbs. Zombies are very sensitive to sound and the smell of living things. A large number of zombies rushed towards the place where Suyan's base was located in an instant. All of them were like sharks smelling blood. Ah! Hearing the roar of the zombies, a trace of frenzy flashed in Suyan's eyes. He waited for 7 days. It took 7 days to set up this base, just to compete with the zombies in the doomsday. How can you not be excited at this time? After playing Red Police for so long, this is the first time he directs a battle as a commander. Soon, zombies rushed into Suyan's field of vision. A few zombies appeared and rushed towards the wall. 400 meters. 300 meters. 200 meters. Da-da-da. Just as the zombies ran to a distance of more than 200 meters from the wall, there was a burst of machine gun fire. In an instant, these zombies were smashed into sieves. Drop. The commander killed 3 zombies, the current mission progress, 3/500. Haha. Suyan laughed out loud. Sure enough, as long as the zombies killed by the system fortifications will be counted. So from this point of view, this task, killing 500 zombies, seems quite easy. At the same time, in a gas station not far from Suyan's base, several people hid in the second floor of the gas station. A man and a woman. Brother How, what should I do? There are zombies outside. I'm afraid. The woman tremblingly said. Shut up the FK. You're so annoying. The man directly raised his hand and gave the woman a slap. Woo. After the woman was beaten, she didn't dare to say anything. Wait. Is it gunfire? The man called Brother How realized something instantly. Immediately, he poked his head out of the window and looked towards Suyan's place. Then, was shocked instantly. Wall. The man was beyond shocked. When did a wall more than 10 meters high appear there? After Suyan blew up the unfinished building on the outside, he exposed the wall that had already been built inside. I've lived here for over 10 years, why haven't I heard of such a wall built in that unfinished building? The man's voice also caught the woman's attention. Fence? Brother How, is there a safety zone set up by the military in advance? Why don't we take a look? The man looked at the tall city wall and nodded slightly. For a facility of this level, the walls alone are about 10 meters high. And gunshots could still be heard in that area. This is definitely built by the country. Definitely a safe zone. At this time, not only the zombies in this area were attracted, but many survivors also heard the sound erupting from Suyan's base. Although the roar of zombies is everywhere in the city at this time, they can still distinguish it. There are gunshots. And there was a steady stream of gunfire. In Long Country, guns are banned among the people, so it is clear what these gunshots mean. Army. For a time, everyone seemed to see the hope of survival. Chapter 10. Suyan stood on the wall, looking at the zombies gathered from all directions. The frenzy in his eyes continued undiminished. Because it is in the suburbs, the population is not very dense, so the number of zombies is not very large. But it is also an extremely terrifying amount. One by one, they rushed towards Suyan desperately. But Suyan's fortress of dozens of machine guns is no joke. Even if there are hordes of zombies, they can only be beaten into a hornet's nest if they face the frontal fire of the machine gun fortress. None of the zombies can get close to breaking through the wall here. Seeing the scene of the zombie being hit by bullets, Suyan gently licked the corner of his lips. This is simply a kind of violent aesthetics. Suyan took a rifle from the soldier beside him. He opened fire on a nest of zombies rushing over not far away. But, obviously, Suyan's marksmanship is not very good. Master of body stroke. Commander, your marksmanship is really bad. Tanya put her arms around her chest and taunted without hesitation. Ahem. Suyan slowly put down the firearm in his hand. Although he was a little embarrassed, he could still keep his expression unchanged. He was excited and wanted to try it out, but it was obvious that reality gave him a hard blow. His marksmanship is really bad as hell. I still won't touch the gun in the future. Drop. Congratulations to the commander for completing the stage tasks and obtaining the unit, Magnetic Storm Infantry. Magnetic Storm Infantry, a soldier with a magnetic storm rifle that can emit electromagnetic light, which is extremely lethal, has range damage, can interfere with electromagnetic communication devices, and has miraculous effects against tanks and armored vehicles. Required gold coins, 50. Create 50 magnetic storm infantry first. Suyan is rich and powerful now, so he doesn't care about these 2,000 gold coins at all. Drop. The commander consumes 2,500 gold coins and hires 50 magnetic storm infantry. The zombie group was quickly cleared up. There are only a few wandering zombies around. Around the base, there are corpses of zombies all over the ground. Although the machine gun bunker can automatically shoot the target, its accuracy is not very good. It is impossible to kill every zombie through its head. The machine gun bunker will only cover the past with powerful firepower, and the result of this is, the zombies don't look very good when they die. Hey, the cleanup of these zombies is a problem. Suyan touched his chin and sighed softly. With so many zombies, it would definitely not work to just put them here. Commander, don't worry about the corpse at all, you can burn the corpse with fire. Tanya said after hearing Suyan's question. Then do it. Use fire. The next day. After a night, the city has become lifeless. Many places have been reduced to ruins. Countless zombies wandered aimlessly in the streets, and from time to time one or two shrill screams could be heard in a certain corner of the city. In a villa in the city center, a young girl was curled up on the sofa in the house, her palm-sized face was full of fear. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he held a kitchen knife tightly in his hand. And on the ground in front of her, there was already a corpse lying down. It's a woman who looks like a servant at home or something from her attire. The girl couldn't stop sobbing. If Suyan was here, he might recognize the girl's name. Yang Xiao Xiao. It was Suyan who was in the process of trading gold before, the daughter of the gold shop owner. I'll go, this magnetic storm rifle is really cool. It can really discharge. Suyan looked at the magnetic storm infantry in front of him, slightly surprised. After a night, all 50 magnetic storm infantry have been hired. At this time, in front of him, a magnetic storm infantry was showing him his attack process. The huge electromagnetic rifle discharges instantly, and the powerful electromagnetic energy turns into an electromagnetic cannon and bombards it in the distance. After hitting the ground, countless energy clusters spread out. A huge pothole more than 3 meters wide was shaken out on the ground, and countless currents can still be vaguely seen moving. This should need to be charged, right? Just as Suyan opened his mouth, when he turned around, he saw dozens of Zeebstorm infantrymen fiercely aiming at the power station with their Zeebstorm rifles in their hands. A large amount of current poured into the magnetic storm rifles of these soldiers along the power station. Okay, just pretend I didn't say it. System, build 2 more power stations. Drop. The host consumes 2,000 gold coins to build 2 power stations, and the power stations are under construction. Drop. Congratulations Commander for successfully surviving the first day and leaving Novice Village. Drop. Release mission, Birth of the Rocket Pilot. Task requirement, Commander successfully trains an ordinary soldier into a 3rd-level soldier. Task reward, the host unlocks a new type of soldier, Rocket Flying Soldier. Chapter 11. Oh! Rocket Pilots! Suyan touched his chin with an excited look in his eyes. Compared with the magnetic storm infantry, he actually prefers the rocket flight soldier. Of course, not so much as liking this unit. It's better to say that I like the flying device of this pilot. That's right. Suyan can use the weapons of many arms in the red alert system. Just now he also played with the magnetic storm rifle of the magnetic storm infantry. Although it is very strong, its mobility is too poor. If it is possible, to create the rocket flying soldier. When the time comes, I will put on the rocket flying device and fly in the sky. Wouldn't it be cool to look down at the corpses on the ground? In the apocalypse where zombies are rampant, if one can fly, it is definitely a human rights card, directly becoming the existence of a master. Really? Master? It's just that the task requires him to train an ordinary soldier into a 3rd-level soldier? Suyan stroked his chin and thought about it. In the game, if you want to increase the level of a soldier, you can only increase the number of superimposed enemies by killing enemies. If what he thought was right, it seemed that there was only one way to raise a 3rd-level soldier. Hey, what a headache! I'm going to leave the base after saying that. Suyan caressed his forehead and sighed. In Suyan's original idea, he wanted to stay in the base until he built tanks and planes. But now it seems. No way, the rocket pilots are so delicious. Who wouldn't want to be a superior? In the end, Suyan selected an ordinary soldier from the corps as a training object. Tanya, take 5 members of the SEALs and go out to hunt zombies. Because there are machine gun bunkers near the base, once the zombies approach, they will be sieved. Naturally, it is impossible to be near the base, and the zombies near the base have almost been hunted down. Yes, sir. Soon, Suyan and his group set off. For Tanya's fighting ability, Suyan still trusts her. If you can be like the 3rd level Tanya in the game, then there is absolutely no problem facing the corpses. What's more, there are 5 3rd level SEALs. Your own safety should be guaranteed. After leaving the base, Commander, please believe in my ability. With a confident expression on her face, Tanya took out the 2 desert eagles pinned to her waist, and her eyes showed excitement. Suyan. After leaving the base area, sporadic zombies began to appear around. And Tanya also started her performance. Bang bang bang. In less than a second, Tanya fired 4 shots. It directly hit 2 zombies not far away. 4 bullets accurately hit the legs of the 2 zombies, and the armor-piercing bullets instantly shattered the zombies' leg bones. The 2 zombies immediately lost their ability to move. And the ordinary soldier who followed Suyan stepped forward to take the head. The guns of Tanya and the others are all silenced, so naturally they won't attract the attention of distant zombies. Brother How, I saw it. Someone came out of the fence. There is a safe zone, and there are a few soldiers there. In the gas station, a woman with disheveled hair almost screamed in excitement. What's the noise? The man lowered his voice and scolded. Loud noise in the doomsday, do you want to die? While yelling, the man poked his head out of the window and looked outside. Sure enough, 6 or 7 soldiers walked out of it, holding guns in their hands. Sure enough, it's where the army is stationed. These people must have come out to search for survivors. The man's eyes flashed with ecstasy. A sternness flashed in the woman's eyes. She simply hated this man. If it wasn't for the doomsday, how could she succumb to such a man? Now that the soldiers of the army have appeared, why do you still succumb to this man's side? The woman directly opened the window and called for help to Suyan and his group. Help! Come and save me! I am a survivor. The sound was so loud that Suyan could hear the cry for help even if he was far away from them. Suyan heard this and looked away. Sure enough, on the 2nd floor of the gas station across the road, a woman was waving her hands at her. But Suyan just glanced at her lightly and ignored her. What a fool! In the last days, calling out loudly like this, isn't this proficient courting death? The zombies, like sharks smelling blood, began to attack the gas station frantically. A gas station is obviously not enough to resist the attack of the corpses. Not long after, the gas station was breached, and there were several heart-piercing screams from inside. Tisk tisk! What a brave man, he gathered all the zombies for us, saving us from finding them one by one, Suyan laughed. Go and see. Chapter 12. Sneak attack from the rear, move forward little by little, don't kill zombies when you meet them, just disable their mobility. Suyan spoke. TCH. Commander. If you want me to say that you are too cautious, you are so cautious? Your cautiousness makes me feel that you seem to be questioning my strength. Facing Suyan's cautious attitude, Tanya was a little dissatisfied. Hearing Tanya's dissatisfaction, Suyan was speechless for a while. That's fine, you go and test those zombies, as long as you break their legs and make them incapacitated. Suyan felt a little helpless. Okay, my dear commander. After Tanya got Suyan's order, she was obviously very excited. After exercising his muscles and bones, he took out 2 desert eagles from his waist. After turning the pistol twice in his hand, he began to accelerate towards the corpses. Hi! How are you? Tanya's voice was very loud, attracting all the zombies that had gathered around the gas station. The zombies who smelled the breath of living people ran away in an instant. He rushed towards Tanya like crazy. How many corpses can break through a gas station in a short time? Definitely not less than 300. Roar! Woo-ah! Ababa! The zombie roared and rushed in front of Tanya. Seeing Tanya rushing into the corpses, Suyan stroked his forehead. What a crazy woman! As for Tanya's strength, even though I haven't seen her full strength in reality, I still believe her. Even if he loses, there is definitely no problem in self-protection. And yet, the next second, Suyan was dumbfounded. After Tanya rushed into the corpse group with a sliding step, gunshots rang out instantly. Bang bang bang! The gunshots continued. It was clear that Tanya was using 2 pistols, but at this moment the gunshots sounded like rifles continuously. The most important thing is, this pistol doesn't need to be reloaded? Ha ha ha! Tanya's wild laughter came from among the corpses. Bang bang! Tanya's body moved flexibly among the corpses, and the 2 guns in her hands were constantly being pulled. After each bullet was fired, it accurately hit the zombie's knee, and then instantly made it lose its ability to move. And the most frightening thing is that with such precision, Tanya can still guarantee a super high rate of fire. The dual guns fired at least a dozen bullets per second. Every second, 7 or 8 zombies lose their ability to move. Very quickly, less than a minute, the whole group of corpses fell down. Only Tanya was still standing. The zombies who had lost the ability to move frantically roared at Tanya, trying to tear the woman in front of them to pieces. Tanya, on the other hand, glanced at Suyan who was not far away, and shrugged. Suddenly, a zombie suddenly jumped up from the ground and rushed towards Tanya's back. Both of the zombies' knees had been shattered by bullets, and it was unknown what force drove him to jump up. Boom! A gunshot. Tanya didn't even turn around, and shot him in the head with a single shot. Then he put the 2 pistols back in his waist and walked up to Suyan. Patted Suyan on the shoulder. My dear commander, I am the strongest sharpshooter. Please don't question my strength. Tanya's words pulled Suyan back from the shock. Looking at the writhing zombies all over the ground, he looked at Tanya again. Level 3 Tanya, so scary. This is the result of Suyan's order to let her not hurt the zombie's life. Suyan could completely imagine if Tanya was allowed to let go and kill the zombies. What kind of result should that be? Monster. Suyan could only use these 2 words to describe Tanya at this moment. At this time, Suyan suddenly understood why the system gave Tanya's introduction. Tanya's proficiency in firearms is puzzling. Who wouldn't be confused about who put this shit on? 2 pistols destroyed 200 or 300 zombies in half a minute, which is outrageous. Next, Suyan asked the ordinary soldier to kill these incapacitated zombies. After a long time, after killing dozens of zombies, the ordinary soldier suddenly trembled, and then a ray of light emerged. He's upgraded. That's right, after killing dozens of zombies and accumulating experience, this ordinary soldier successfully rose to the 1st level. It's just that the 1st level soldiers don't look much different from before. Then Suyan feed all the remaining zombies to the soldier. The soldier was also successfully promoted to the 2nd level. But unfortunately, he still failed to be promoted to a 3rd level soldier. Chapter 13. Can you be a little bit more angry? Hurry up and upgrade. Suyan looked at the 2nd level soldier in front of him and complained. Along the way, he has fed this soldier a lot of experience. No matter how you say it, he has fed him 500 or 600 zombies, but he is still a 2nd level soldier. Suyan can't live and die as a 3rd level soldier, which makes Suyan very sad. He also wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible so that he could unlock the rocket pilots, and then experience the feeling of being superior. And the 2nd level soldier also felt aggrieved at this time. IFG want to upgrade too. Can this be my fault? Tanya. I remember that there seems to be a hospital nearby. Go to the hospital. There are many zombies in the hospital. Suyan chose a place with many zombies. Ever since seeing Tanya's incredible strength, Suyan's heart has relaxed a lot. In his opinion, Tanya's strength is much stronger than in the game. With Tanya by his side, Suyan felt as if he was guarded by 30 machine gun bunkers. What's more, besides Suyan, there are still 5 seals. Suyan just tested the combat effectiveness of the seals. That is also quite sturdy. Although her marksmanship is not as fast as Tanya's, it is definitely far beyond the scope of normal humans. Hit the vital point with the gun, hit where you point. Suyan and others came to the hospital. Tanya fired a shot into the sky. The sound of gunshots was extremely harsh in this hospital. Hiss. The zombies heard the roar of gunshots and rushed out from all directions. There were even quite a few zombies who jumped directly from upstairs and fell heavily to the ground, their brains flattened, but they were still crawling towards Suyan. Next is clearing time. No matter how many zombies there are in the hospital, under the protection of Tanya and the 5 seals, those zombies still cannot break through the line of defense. Soon, the ground was full of disabled zombies. Not long after, a voice that made Suyan miss him finally appeared. Drop. Congratulations to the commander for successfully training a 3rd-level soldier of his own. Drop. The task is completed, and the host unlocks a new unit, Rocket Pilots. Rocket Pilot, a soldier with a nuclear rocket launcher on his back, can fly in the air for a long time, and can complete the attack in the air. The general flight altitude is from 5 meters to 2,000 meters, the maximum flight speed, 200,000 m/h. Required gold coins, 80. Suyan's eyes flashed with excitement after hearing the system's prompt. Fast forward to where he is about to fly. System. Make rocket pilots. 50. Suyan directly spent 4,000 gold coins to hire 50 rocket pilots. Drop. Estimated time to complete, 500 minutes. No hurry, no hurry. Suyan was not in a hurry, anyway, he didn't care about this moment now. Mission complete. Go back. Suyan was in a good mood, and even let go of the hundreds of disabled zombies behind him. Turned around and left. However, not long after Suyan left, above the residential building near the hospital, a girl slowly closed the curtains, her eyes filled with shock. She couldn't believe her eyes. A woman can have such a strong fighting power? Hundreds of zombies were brought down easily. Only 7 or 8 people can resist the attack of so many zombies. Looking at the fallen zombies and those powerful people just now, many questions appeared in her heart, but she couldn't get an answer. At the same time, the figure of that man appeared in her mind. Facing the attack of the corpse tide, this man was protected in the middle. What is his identity? Those sharpshooters would be willing to protect him? His status must be very distinguished, right? Otherwise, how could there be so many strong people to protect him? The girl had a lot of thoughts in her heart, and finally she lowered her little head, looking very depressed. Patted his thigh. It was only at this time that it was possible to see that the girl was actually sitting in a wheelchair. The girl bit her lower lip lightly. Just now. I was really, so close to those people. Perhaps as long as I waved my hand, I might be able to beg them to help me. But I am a waste. So what if the trash is alive in the last days? It's just a drag. If I can also be like those sharpshooters just now, have strong strength, that's great. Chapter 14. After Suyan and his group returned to the base, Suyan was slightly surprised by what happened in front of the base. On the ground near the base, there were 4 or 5 corpses. Near the corpse, a dozen or so people were shouting something to their base. We are really survivors, we are not zombies, please, let us go in. I guarantee that I am not infected by zombies, I am definitely a normal person. Although a few people were shouting, the nearby zombies had almost been cleaned up, otherwise, these guys would never have dared to yell like that. Military men in the base, can you call me back? Seeing that no one responded to him, the leader began to try to walk towards the wall. But the next second, the machine gun bunker opened fire instantly. Ah! With a scream, the man's thigh was directly pierced by the bullet, and he fell to the ground. This was followed by another round of shooting, which completely ended the man's life. Seeing this scene, several other people were extremely terrified in their hearts. Keep retreating towards the rear. Just when they were about to leave, they saw Suyan and his group not far away. The eyes of several people were filled with hope again in an instant. Those heavily armed seals were armed to the teeth with rifles in their hands. In Dragon Kingdom, perhaps only people in the army have this kind of equipment. Then the identities of Suyan and others are self-evident. Help me! Take us inside! After this group of people saw Suyan, it was as if they had seen a savior. They all called for help. Suyan glanced at these people indifferently. He took another look at the corpses lying on the ground. I suddenly understood everything in my heart. These people are probably a gang. In the process of fleeing for his life, he saw his own base, and he probably wanted to go in and hide. However, several of them were directly shot and killed by machine gun bunkers because they were too close. But now that he saw his people in full armor, he probably regarded him as a member of the army. Ah! Under the watchful eyes of these people, Suyan walked slowly towards the wall. Step. 2 steps. The man was still not attacked by the terrifying guns on the wall. Seeing Suyan walking in this area like a stroll in the garden, these survivors couldn't help swallowing. For them, this area is a restricted area. As long as you step into one of them, you will die. But this man is fine. He must be someone in this base. That's why the soldiers in the base won't attack him. You want to come in? Suyan turned around with a smile on his lips. After seeing Suyan's response, these people suddenly became excited. Yes. Please, take us in. I can work, a man said excitedly. And several other people also joined in one after another. Yes. Yes. I am very good at work. One of the women even unbuttoned her collar. I can accompany you. Suyan chuckled twice. That's quite a pity. My base does not accept foreigners. Suyan's words immediately froze the smiles on these people's faces. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured on them. I really beg you, one of the men begged. If they can't get inside, they can only survive outside. There are zombies all over the outside, and there are dangers everywhere. They don't want to stay outside. Now that they finally found a place where they can settle down, how could they let go of such an opportunity? Let me think about it. Suyan said pretentiously. Suyan's attitude gave these people hope again. Naturally, it was impossible for him to let these people come to his base. His own base can be said to be his biggest secret. How could he let these insignificant people in? He is not the savior. What does the life and death of these people have to do with him? It's just, he really enjoys this feeling of superiority. Enough. Don't beg him. He won't let us in. Suddenly there was an angry shout from the crowd. A man came out with a little anger on his face. Squad leader. Someone was surprised. The man looked at Suyan and said coldly, you don't want us to go in at all, do you? Then he pointed to the tall wall, you said this is your base. My dad is the director of the Bureau of Land Management. Why haven't I heard that such a large base is going to be built here? You must have built it privately. Hire an army without permission. Build without permission. Possess a large number of guns and ammunition without authorization. These crimes are enough for you to die with a few shots? You'd better let us in, or wait until this disaster is over, you will have a good time. Shut up. Several seals pointed their guns at the man in an instant. In an instant, the air was full of danger. Chapter 15. Oh! Suyan looked at the man who spoke. After hearing the man's words, Suyan's long and narrow phoenix eyes revealed a hint of danger. Are you threatening me? Suyan said with a smile. Several other people around saw that the situation was not good. Squad leader, you talk less. It's just that this man called the squad leader is obviously a tough boy. Humph. So what if you threaten you? Do you really think that you will be able to occupy the mountain and become king when the end of the world comes? Suyan sneered when he heard it. You know, when a person is at a disadvantage, it's best not to speak harshly. Suyan's words immediately changed the man's expression. What do you want to do? The man said in horror. Suyan glanced at Tanya. Tanya immediately understood, and shot twice, smashing the guy's knees. Ah! With a miserable howl, the man collapsed to the ground. The powerful lethality of the Desert Eagle caused his legs to explode directly. Suyan glanced at this guy and didn't say anything more. Turned around and walked into the base. There are 2 gates in the entire base, and each gate is defended by a large number of soldiers. After seeing Suyan and others entering the wall, the few remaining people wanted to follow, but Suyan's cold-bloodedness was far beyond their imagination. This man doesn't seem to have any feelings in general. From the beginning to the end, he looked down on them with a lofty attitude. And also shot and wounded the squad leader. Seeing the man lying on the ground crying in pain, each of them felt a creepy feeling in their hearts. Instead of killing him with a single shot, his legs were abolished. Lost motivation and lost a lot of blood. Zombies will soon smell the smell and come over. By the time thinking of this, these people couldn't help trembling. That man, is he a devil? So ruthless. Help me quickly, take me to the hospital, the zombies are coming soon, I don't want to die. The man who fell on the ground cried and begged. However, in the face of his pleading, those who stood in front of her were indifferent. Squad leader, we are leaving soon, take care. There is nothing we can do, the zombies have already surrounded us, and we may not be able to leave if we don't leave. After a group of people left a few words, they were ready to leave. Seeing this, the man immediately understood everything. This group of people must be planning to abandon themselves. Thinking of this, a ruthless look flashed in the man's eyes. Are you afraid of death? Then don't live. Haha. You idiots. I'm dead, and you don't want to live. The man laughed with all his strength, his face twisted ferociously. The sound quickly attracted a few scattered zombies nearby. The zombies who heard the sound rushed towards here quickly. You crazy! Help! Soon, there were screams and the sound of zombies eating outside the wall. After entering the base. At this time, the base was peaceful. A tall wall seems to divide the outside and the inside into 2 worlds. The 4 power stations emit a faint fluorescent light in the night, and from time to time they make the sound of electric light breaking through the air. Several magnetic storm infantry surrounded the power station, carrying the magnetic storm rifle and charging the power station repeatedly. 5 SEALs were scattered around the fence, checking for potential threats. There are actually 3 unfinished buildings in the enclosure, but the unfinished buildings at this time have been transformed into another look. Suyan dispatched engineers to renovate all these unfinished buildings. The engineers in the red alert system are still amazing. A 9-story unfinished building, after 10 engineers entered, within a day, the dilapidated house became completely new. It's almost like hanging up. The base is neither big nor small. Even if 4 power stations, a barracks, and a base are established, there is still a lot of open space. Hey! When will we be able to build tanks? At least let me build the tank factory building. Suyan felt more and more that it was a very wise decision for him to exchange his inheritance for gold in advance. I don't know when the chariot factory will be built, and the mining base has not been unlocked. If it is really the 10,000 gold coins given at the beginning of the red alert system, I am afraid it will be quite difficult. Just when Suyan was lamenting his ingenuity, suddenly, the voice of the system appeared in Suyan's ear. Dear Commander, all the rocket pilots you hired have been hired, please instruct. Chapter 16. Suyan came near the barracks. Looking up, the sky of the barracks was already full of people. After seeing Suyan, these flying soldiers slowly descended from the sky. In the end, these pilots closed their flying devices and landed on the ground. One of the leading soldiers walked up to Suyan and saluted. Commander, please instruct. What surprised Suyan was, the leading rocket pilot turned out to be a first-class soldier. System, this rocket pilot has just been created, right? Why is it a first-class soldier? Dear Commander, every time you hire 50 soldiers, a high-level command soldier will be automatically attached. Suyan nodded, then asked again. What if I hire 500 soldiers at once? At that time, 10 first-level soldiers and 1 second-level soldier will be presented. Not bad. Suyan set his sights on these rocket pilots again. Huh? Why is it different? He discovered that the flying equipment of this leading first-level pilot was completely different from those of ordinary soldiers. Ordinary rocket pilots carry two jet devices like gas tanks on their backs. It looks very bulky. This is not the case for this first-class soldier. The rocket aircraft on his body is much simpler. The rocket aircraft behind it is like a skull bag. Dear Commander, let me answer this question for you. The leading first-level rocket pilot said. Ordinary rocket pilots can only fly at a low altitude of 100 meters, and the maximum flying speed is only 30 km per hour, which is not very flexible. But the first-level rocket pilots can fly below 300 meters, and the speed can reach 70 km per hour hourly, and a little more flexible. When Suyan heard this, there was a gleam in his eyes. If it is a second-level soldier, a third-level soldier, then their flying devices will definitely be further upgraded. Thinking of this, Suyan was eager to try. Soon, Suyan was replaced by a first-class soldier's rocket flying device. The rocket flight device is easy to control and can fly easily. I'm going, so tall. At this time, Suyan was already at an altitude of 100 meters. All the bases below came into view. Looking at the base below, Suyan suddenly felt a sense of pride. This is his territory. Although the area is still small and the technology is not very developed. But Suyan believes that, one day, he will expand his base area and build a kingdom of steel on this doomed wasteland. At a height of more than 200 meters in the air, the entire city can be seen from here. Suyan's first impression was dilapidated. Although the zombie crisis has only erupted for a day, the number of people living in this city is probably less than 10%. Suyan also saw the mobility of the zombies, and they were not those dangling zombies. These zombies run like mad dogs. What's more, Suyan doesn't think that this doomsday is just a simple zombie outbreak. In this kind of zombie outbreak, there is a high probability that the zombies will also evolve. It is an old routine to produce any mutant zombies. Accelerate. Accompanied by Suyan's operation, the rocket aircraft behind him suddenly emitted a blue light. A strong pushback came. Suyan's figure immediately accelerated in the air. Isn't this better than a luxury car? Excitement flashed in Suyan's eyes. I do not know how long it has been. Suyan slowly landed from the air and returned to the base. Tisk tisk, although it's exciting, it's not exciting enough. The speed is too slow. Suyan complained. The speed of the first-class soldier's rocket vehicle is only 70 yards, which is not enough for fun. He wants to experience the feeling of Iron Man. Correct. Suyan slapped his thigh violently. If you raise the pilots to the third level, can you get the third-level rocket aircraft? Suyan looked at the first-level rocket pilot who had been waiting for him in the base for a long time. Since he took his flying device, the first-class soldier has been waiting eagerly below, hoping that Suyan can return the flying device to him after he comes down. Suyan took off the aircraft on his body, and then said to the first-level rocket pilot beside him. You take 10 pilots out to hunt zombies and improve experience. It's best to raise the level to level 3 before coming back. The first-level pilots ordered by Suyan suddenly became excited. The order Suyan gave them is their bounden duty. From the moment they were born, they are 100% loyal to Suyan. It is an honor for them to perform tasks for Suyan. This first-level pilot went to shout for help. Although he always felt that something was wrong, he was still very excited. Chapter 17. In the next few days, Suyan stayed in the base all the time. Reinforce the walls from time to time. But Suyan didn't continue the violence. Because he found a problem in the past few days. That is, the soldiers hired in the system, once attacked by zombies, can turn into zombies. Ordinary soldiers are directly transformed into zombies, and first-level soldiers will die suddenly after being infected with the virus. Only soldiers who have reached the second or third level can be immune to the zombie virus. Therefore, Suyan stopped producing soldiers. And add 30 machine gun bunkers on the base wall. That's right. A full 60 machine gun bunkers have been built on the wall now. You know, Suyan's base is nothing more than a circle with a diameter of 500 meters. This is equivalent to having a machine gun bunker every 25 meters above the fence. This amount, coupled with the terrifying rate of fire of 4,000 rounds per minute of the machine gun bunker, is simply incomprehensible. That night, the city at night became scary again. Zombies are dozens of times more aggressive at night than during the day. The roar of zombies is everywhere in the city. During the day, the zombies are in a state of passive aggressiveness, and they will attack humans only if they accidentally find them. But at night, the zombies began to actively look for prey. All the survivors hid at home and did not dare to make a sound. Many zombies began to mutate slightly. Some zombies' nails have become longer, some zombies have become stronger, and some zombies have become faster. Of course, these subtle changes have not yet attracted the attention of the survivors. This moment. In the city police station. The gate of the police station has been locked from the inside. All kinds of abandoned large objects are blocked in front of the door. In the police station, more than a dozen people with guns were staring outside, their eyes bloodshot. What's going on? Why did the zombies outside suddenly increase so much? There weren't that many before. A man in a police uniform spoke with a trembling voice. I don't know. The zombies seem to be more aggressive at night. I guess it's very likely that these zombies have a sense of smell. They can sense the existence of living people. These people in the police station are the officers who survived. After the apocalypse broke out, infections naturally occurred in the police station. However, the police station's defensive measures are still very strong after all, and they suppressed the zombie riot in the first place. Roar! Outside the police station, zombies kept hitting the gate and walls. Come in! Zombies crawled in from the wall. Kill him! On the second floor of the police station, some police officers quickly discovered the abnormality. These zombies don't know why, but they can stack our huts. The 2-meter-high fence around the police station could have blocked these zombies. But at this moment, these zombies are stepping on one by one, slowly piled up. All the police officers retreated to the house immediately. The personnel on the second floor are responsible for suppressing it. Just when all the police officers had just retreated into the house, the door was knocked open. A large number of zombies swarmed in. Like the tide. There are too many zombies. Several hundred? Or several thousand? Ugh! Roar! The rush of zombies made all the police officers present feel their scalps tingling. Even if they were soldiers, their faces turned pale when they saw such a scene. Let's fight with them. There are too many zombies, and we won't be able to survive here. What should I do? Even the walls can't stop the army of zombies, and this small police station certainly won't last long. Everyone fell into despair at this time. Can the above be contacted? Is this disaster a regional or a large-scale outbreak? Report, can't get in touch with superiors. After hearing that he could not get in touch with his superiors, a kind of gloom and depression permeated the police station. If the above can't be contacted, it means, the outbreak of the zombie virus is all-encompassing. Maybe the zombie virus broke out in the whole country or the whole world. Is this disaster really God's punishment for mankind? At this moment, a sense of despair filled the hearts of everyone in the police station. There are too many zombies, and it is only a matter of time before the police station is breached. Is there a difference between dying early and dying late? At this time, suddenly, a large number of gunshots suddenly sounded outside the wall. The gunshots brought the original people in the police station back to their senses in an instant. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Gunshots. Chapter 18. Gunshots. After hearing the gunshots, everyone in the police station who had fallen into despair suddenly rekindled hope. Could it be a support force sent by the army? Yes. The gunfire outside was so fierce that only the army had this kind of firepower. Go and see. The middle-aged man walked slowly to the window. They were surprised by what they saw when they opened the curtains. The group of corpses that had been madly attacking the police station had already been attracted away by the gunfire. Where are people? Where did the gunshots come from? Just when the group of people were wondering, suddenly, a small policeman shouted. Heaven! Look at the sky! Hearing the little police officer's exclamation, the middle-aged man just wanted to scold him and tell him to keep his voice down. But the next second, FK. The middle-aged man was also shocked. Not only them, but the whole group of people in the police station were completely shocked by the scene in the sky. Follow the prestige of the gun. I saw a group of people floating above the sky. That's right. Dozens of people were floating in the air, holding weapons and guns in their hands and shooting at the corpses below. The bullets were like dense raindrops, shooting at the corpses below. The zombies attracted by the gunfire could only stay on the ground, screaming frantically at the humans flying above. The crowd of corpses trampled on each other, trying to pull down those birdmen in the sky by stacking arhuts. But these pilots are tens of meters above the ground, even if they try their best, they can't touch these pilots. He could only stare blankly below, and was crazily harvested by bullets. These pilots are naturally the team of pilots that Suyan sent out to gain experience and upgrade levels. At this time, these pilots have changed a lot, and they are completely different from the ordinary pilots before. The flying device of the leading pilot has been completely updated, and the rocket launcher that was originally carried on his back has disappeared. Instead, a suit of armor. That's right. It is the armor. The appearance is similar to Iron Man's suit, with rocket propellers on both hands, feet, and back. Of course, weapons and equipment look more stretched, but they are also products of high technology. In his hand is a rifle that can release lasers. At this time, the leading rocket pilot did not attack the zombies anymore, because his mission had been completed. The mission that Suyan gave him was to be promoted to become a third-level pilot. And at this moment, he is a third-level soldier. Not long after I was promoted. The other pilots are all first-class pilots. Because in the past, all the zombies he encountered were heads taken by him, so naturally the leveling up was faster. What are those flying in the sky? They can fly. Is this our country's secret weapon? Those should be soldiers. Their equipment is all high-tech products, and they should be our country's secret power. TCH, what a fuss, there are so many capable people in the Dragon Kingdom, what's wrong with researching a rocket-flying vehicle? In the police station, these people were discussing. After seeing the flying soldiers, they didn't think much about it, and naturally regarded these flying soldiers as super weapons secretly developed by the state. In their cognition, those who have the ability to develop this kind of high technology, besides the country, who else can have this ability? Soon, the zombies around the police station were almost cleaned up. There were only a few wandering zombies around. And those first-level pilots were all promoted to second-level pilots. The equipment on his body has also completed the transformation. The original bulky rocket jetpack has become extremely simple and lightweight. The most important thing is that after the pilot was promoted to the second level, the armor was increased. Anti-aircraft mode is on. It's just that the armor of the second-level soldiers is obviously not as cool as the armor of the third-level soldiers. Look, they've transformed! A police officer exclaimed. Sure enough, the flying soldiers suspended in the air instantly completed the armor covering. This change almost caught their eyeballs by surprise. Our Dragon Kingdom, does it really have such high technology? Some people began to fall into deep thought. Go! The leading third-level pilot gave an order, and the remaining 10 pilots who had just been promoted to the second level followed him and left here. They're gone. In the police station, the surviving police officers looked at each other in blank dismay. They speak the Dragon Kingdom dialect, and they are quite organized and disciplined. I feel that it may be some kind of secret weapon of our Dragon Kingdom. Who knows? There are so many capable people in the country, maybe this is a brand new unit newly developed by our Dragon Kingdom. I'm so envious. I want to fly too. At this time, the middle-aged man said again, don't say that you don't have any more, get out of here now. Go to the army and meet with the army. The weapons and equipment in the police station are too simple and not enough at all. Support us in the face of a large-scale zombie siege. Yes. Director. Chapter 19. Among the bases. Suyan was lying on the rattan chair, leisurely flipping through the documents in his hand. Shown above is an approximate map of several surrounding cities. There are still a few places above that have been circled by Suyan. This map was obtained by Suyan from the owner of the gold shop before the end of the world. The places circled above are all banks with gold storage. Before the end of the world, Suyan had already made two-handed preparations. He knew very well that he couldn't buy so many gold jewelry just by buying privately. So he also came to the location of these vaults. After all, the end of the world has come, and these treasuries will also be abolished. There are still many places where gold coins will be used in the future. Mining machines have been delayed unlocking. We still need to plan ahead. Suyan said as if talking to himself. At this time, suddenly, the sound of the system appeared in his ears. Drop. Congratulations to the commander for successfully training a third-level rocket pilot. Drop. Unlock the next phase of the mission, Super Radar. Super Radar, it can monitor everything within a radius of 100 kilometers from the base, and is equipped with anti-sky eyes and anti-radar devices. Task requirements: send engineers to successfully occupy 5 signal transmission towers in this city, and use a third-level engineer to successfully invade a radar satellite and take it as your own. At that time, the commander will unlock the radar building. After hearing the system's words, Suyan's eyes brightened. The appearance of the third-level airman was within his expectation. After all, these rocket soldiers have been sent out by him for several days, and they have almost gained experience, so it is time to upgrade. But what the system says behind it? Super Radar. Suyan muttered to himself. Surveillance within a range of 100 kilometers, almost covers these nearby cities. If you can get the radar, it is equivalent to opening a god's perspective. It's not like it is now, it's in the dark. Of course, what Suyan values most is not the super radar's reconnaissance capability. It's his anti-reconnaissance ability. Can anti-sky eye, anti-radar. In this information age, Dragon Kingdom has established a sky eye system with dozens of satellites, which can monitor almost every place in the entire Dragon Kingdom. This also means, one's own base may also be exposed within the scope of the eye of the sky. Although the scope of his own base is small now, it may not attract much attention. But, this unknown feeling that may be discovered at any time. Suyan doesn't like it very much. The reason why it hasn't been discovered yet is because it hasn't been long before the end of the world, and the Sky Eye system is probably still in a paralyzed state. The establishment of a super radar is imminent. It's just that, the requirements of this mission are a bit strange, occupying 5 signal transmission towers in this city. Do you need to use a third-level engineer to hack through the network and master a radar satellite? Level 3 engineer. Where can I find a level 3 engineer? Is it possible to let engineers take weapons to slaughter zombies? This kind of thinking is definitely not acceptable. And the 5 signal transmission towers in this city, he doesn't know where they are. System. Do you have a map? Help me mark out several signal transmission towers in this city. Drop. Commander, please find out by yourself. Hearing the sound of the system, Suyan felt a little helpless. This is really a wonderful task. However, although the task is wonderful, but this super radar, he is bound to win it. Puchi. Suddenly, there was a jet sound from above the base. It caught Suyan's attention. I looked up. Good guy. A steel armor is floating in the air. Light blue gas is sprayed from the palm, and there are rocket propellers on the back, and the body has a metallic luster. Looks pretty cool. The man in the steel battlesuit slowly fell from the air and stood firmly on the ground. Immediately afterwards, the steel suit made a mechanical sound of gears turning. The mecha opened, and a soldier walked out slowly from it. This is the flying device of the third-level rocket pilot? Is it too hanging? Suyan stood up straight away and walked in front of the steel suit. Eyes filled with excitement. As the commander, he can see the information of all soldiers. When this Iron Man appeared over the base, he immediately saw the information of this pilot. Rocket pilots, level 3. Suyan touched the steel armor with both hands, and there was excitement in his eyes. I'm afraid there aren't many men who can refuse a steel mech. The pilot who came out of the third-level aircraft looked at Suyan eagerly. He has a feeling that his flying machine will probably never come back. Chapter 20. Suyan directly requisitioned this third-level aircraft. Rocket aircraft, level 3, able to fly at a height of up to 2,000 meters, with a top speed of 200 km per hour, and equipped with anti-aircraft armor and advanced laser rifles. After Suyan put on this rocket vehicle, he immediately felt a strong sense of security. The ordinary version of the rocket aircraft before is covered with iron, and has no defense at all. What if the old 6 throws a gun? But it's different now. This set of flying armor can even defend against high destructive weapons such as sniper rifles and rocket launchers. Suyan drove the aircraft and accelerated to fly in the air. In an instant, a powerful pushback hit. This is simply more exciting than any luxury car. FK. So fast. In less than 2 seconds, Suyan's speed had already accelerated to 200 yards. It was so fast that he almost lost control. But soon, Suyan became familiar with this super aircraft. A few points were also summarized. This is actually just an aircraft after all, and it doesn't have as many armed forces as Iron Man, nor does it have the assistance of artificial intelligence. It just increased a lot of flexibility, speed, and defense capabilities. Want to rival Iron Man? Still a long way off. But this craft looks really cool. It's a low-profile version of the Iron Man armor. With this 3-stage rocket vehicle, Suyan's self-confidence instantly exploded. There is quite a feeling of going to heaven and earth, omnipotent. The propellers on the palm and the back exploded with energy instantly. Suyan's figure left the base and began to fly towards the city. He has always maintained a distance of hundreds of meters from the ground overlooking everything below. This is the first time Suyan has entered the city center area. On the streets, in buildings, on campus. It was densely packed, all zombies. Suyan felt that his previous guess might have been wrong. There may be less than 1% of the survivors in this city. A city with a population of several million was reduced to ruins within a few days. Let's go find that, the signal transmitter station. Suyan came out this time, naturally to find traces of the signal transmitting station. It's just that this city is so big, trying to find these signal transmitting stations is like finding a needle in a haystack. Wandering aimlessly in the air. Suddenly, there was a commotion not far away. Roar. The uninterrupted roar of the zombie came out. Oh? Which unlucky guy is being targeted by zombies again? Suyan glanced over, the source of the voice seemed to be a school? School? The zombies in this area roared and rushed towards a school. The gate of the school was closed tightly, and many heavy objects were piled up at the gate. Barbed wire was also erected on the fence. Obviously, it has been reinforced here. If it is not found by zombies, it may be a good refuge. But obviously, once discovered by the zombies, these defensive measures are not enough to resist the attack of the zombies. Hi! Suyan frowned suddenly as he looked at the zombies who were about to climb into the school. Those zombies are stacking our huts? When the group of corpses rushed to the edge of the wall, the zombies behind squeezed the zombies in front, and then a large number of zombies were trampled underneath. And Suyan also saw how many of the zombies can climb the barbed wire fence. These zombies are obviously different from those ordinary zombies. They are no longer just gnashing their teeth, but learning how to climb. Suyan flew over immediately without hesitation. It seems zombies are indeed evolving. Inside the school. At this time, hundreds of survivors had already hid in the teaching building. It's over, it's over. Zombies are coming in. What's going on? Could it be that someone made a noise to attract the zombies? No one made a sound. Then how did these zombies find us? We've been hiding here for 4 or 5 days, so why were we suddenly discovered? In the teaching building, the faces of the survivors were extremely ugly. Among these people, there are men and women, they don't look very old, and they are all high school students. Zombies have come in. Zombies have crawled in from the wall. Someone exclaimed. How is it possible? Hasn't the wall been reinforced? It's nearly 3 meters high. How did they get in? Although they didn't want to believe it, the zombies had indeed rushed in. Go upstairs. Block the corridor with tables and chairs. In the crowd, a pretty girl began to direct. The girl's words did the trick. The survivors who survived obviously had some skills. Soon, the stairway was completely blocked. Chapter 21. Dozens of survivors hid in the teaching building. It was also at this time that the group of corpses broke through the gate and poured into the campus like a tide. So many zombies! So many! Some of the girls turned pale with fright. Roar! Zombies surrounded the teaching building like a crowd, screaming at the top continuously. What to do? We are surrounded by. The zombies won't rush up, will they? If I knew it, I wouldn't have come to school. Why would I come to school during the holidays? I'd rather starve to death at home than be eaten by zombies. Stop making noise and be quiet. A scolding sound sounded, and all the people in the corridor fell silent immediately. The one who spoke was the girl who ordered everyone to evacuate just now. The girl's palm-sized face was dirty, but her eyes were very clear. With composure and coolness. By you, what should we do? Zombie, zombie. Hey, what should we do? Some girls still whimpered. The girl called By you frowned slightly. He glanced indifferently at the girls who kept crying. She was very disgusted with this kind of person who would cry whenever he was in danger. Wait to die. By you opened her mouth without changing her expression. Her words immediately changed the expressions of the surrounding survivors. As much as I hate to admit it, but it is. After being forced to the teaching building by the hordes of zombies, it is indeed in a state of waiting to die. Either the hordes of zombies attack or starve to death on it. Woo! An atmosphere of sadness and despair filled everyone's hearts. By you are so powerful, you must have a way to take us out, right? No. The girl's voice was still cold. She really has no way to escape now. Although after the apocalypse, her strength has been greatly enhanced for some reason, and her speed has also become much faster, but she is still helpless in the face of so many zombies. Not to mention bringing so many people with her, once the zombies rushed up, even she would be hard to protect herself. Suddenly, among the corpses downstairs, a large-headed zombie let out a sharp roar. Afterwards, the group of corpses, which were already restless, became even more violent. He rushed towards the top of the corridor like crazy. The crowd of corpses around downstairs began to repeat the previous action of stacking arhuts again. He desperately climbed up the teaching building. Soon, hundreds of zombies piled up under the teaching building. According to this trend, it may not be long before the zombies will climb up by stacking arhuts. The zombies are coming. What should I do? Seeing the dense crowd of zombies below, everyone couldn't help feeling their scalps tingling. It's really time for life and death. Throw down the tables and chairs. Don't let them come up. Someone in the crowd roared. He lifted a chair beside him and threw it towards the zombies downstairs. But the effect is minimal. These zombies are not afraid of pain, but instead climb on the chairs. Hundreds of zombies piled up into a mountain of meat, and they were not afraid of the harm of these tables and chairs. It's useless. Bai Yu said indifferently. Maybe you can live longer by climbing to a higher floor now. Every word Bai Yu said was very heart-wrenching, but it was also true. I can't take it anymore. I want to leave here, I want to go. Several boys turned around and ran towards higher floors. There are also some girls who can't bear this huge pressure and choose to jump directly downstairs. After being disabled, he was eaten up by the swarming zombies. Just hit everyone when they are desperate. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed across the sky. After the light hit the group of zombies that had already piled up instantly collapsed. This ray of light was so powerful that the zombies that were hit turned into coke. All the survivors in the teaching building looked up at the sky in astonishment. A steel armor was floating in the air, holding an ultra-long machine gun in his hand. The armor is dressed like Iron Man, with blue light on the shoulder blades on the back, and every piece of armor on the body is very streamlined, which looks very stylish. I don't care, is this gun so powerful? Su Yan sighed. He just fired a random shot, and even blasted away the group of corpses. Where is this laser gun? This is clearly a laser cannon. And Su Yan's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. For a moment, Everyone stared wide-eyed, looking in disbelief. Is this mecha? This super-era technology has brought great shock to these students. After a brief shock, these people burst into ecstasy. Although this mecha soldier didn't know where he came from, there was no doubt that he was on the side of humans. Killing zombies is the best proof. Chapter 22. After seeing such a high-tech mecha, the students in the teaching building immediately rekindled hope in their hearts. They all waved to Suyan in the air. Save us! My dad is the secretary of the municipal party committee, take me away. I can give you a lot of benefits. Hurry up and help us kill these zombies, use the laser gun in your hand. They are coming up again. Each of these survivors desperately asked Suyan for help as if they had seen a life-saving straw. Suyan. He was a little speechless. Since the outbreak of the doomsday zombie virus, the survivors he saw, after seeing himself, almost all the first words they shouted were, "Help me! Nemes, my ears are calloused." Looking at the survivors below, Suyan said, "Does anyone know where the signal tower in this city is?" Suyan asked casually. He didn't have much impression of this city, and it must not be easy to find the 5 signal transmission towers. It might as well ask some survivors to ask, maybe they can gain something. Suyan's words stunned the survivors below. Signal tower? What's that? I don't know. I haven't heard of it. I've lived here for so many years and I haven't heard of a signal tower. Many survivors were whispering to each other, with embarrassment on their faces. Obviously, none of these people knew much about cell towers, and probably hadn't even heard of them. Naturally, Suyan could see the expressions of these people. Judging by the expressions of these guys, they are even more confused than him, so they must not know. I won't save waste. Since you can't provide me with effective information, it's a pity, then you can only wait to die. Suyan's words made the faces of the people below change suddenly. Don't. We are all human. Judging by your attire, it should be equipment made in the army, right? My dad is the secretary of the municipal party committee. As long as you save me, I guarantee that you will be able to rise to the top in the army. Save my life. I'm useful, I can give you some news. Hearing this, Suyan glanced lightly at the man who said he could provide him with information. Oh? Tell me. If I find out that your news is false, I promise you will die a miserable death. Suyan's voice was extremely cold. Suddenly, the person who wanted to speak out shivered. I know, a signal transmission tower is, a tower that can transmit signals. The man hesitated for a long time, and said some nonsense. Suyan. It's really listening to what you say, like listening to a word. Obviously, this man was just lying to survive. What a cell tower was, he had no idea. Congratulations, you successfully delayed my time by a minute. Suyan raised the laser gun, and without hesitation, he shot this guy to the west. When everyone saw that Suyan killed people at the slightest disagreement, a feeling of coldness filled their hearts. This person is simply cold-blooded and ruthless. Scarier than zombies. Okay. If you can't provide me with effective information, then you can only wait here to die. Suyan raised his gun and pointed at the crowd of corpses swarming up below. These corpses are still struggling to climb up, almost approaching the second floor. Goo! Everyone swallowed. A sense of despair lingered in their hearts again. Originally, when they saw that pair of steel battle armor appearing, they still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts, but, now, they are even more desperate. Hey, Suyan sighed softly, it seems that no one can provide him with some effective information. Just about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, a girl's voice sounded. I know. Oh. Suyan looked at the source of the voice. The girl had shoulder-length short hair, and her palm-sized face looked dirty, but her eyes were unusually clear. Holding a kitchen knife tightly in his hand. The girl who spoke was Bai Yu. Say. Suyan said indifferently. Bai Yu raised her eyes to look at Suyan. Facing this terrifying steel armor, she didn't seem to show any timidity at all. I know the location of the signal transmission tower. There are 5 signal transmission towers in the entire E-City, because my father was engaged in radar research before, but it is too old. I can only roughly find the direction for you, and I can't guarantee it. Find all 5 signal towers. The girl's tone was very flat from the beginning to the end, as if she was not worried that the person in front of her would kill her at all. Chapter 23. Suyan nodded slightly after hearing what the girl said. You can tell from her first sentence that she is not lying. Suyan already believed it when he said that there were 5 signal transmission towers in City E. Yes, I believe you. I can take you out of here. Suyan responded. After hearing what Suyan said, Bai Yu's small face showed a hint of emotion. As for Suyan's words, the other survivors in the teaching building immediately started arguing. Bai Yu, how can she leave here? I want to leave here too. I don't want to be eaten by zombies. I don't want to die. I want to get out of here, big brother. Please, take me out of here. You should be able to take 2 people with you when you fly. The attitude of these survivors has become more humble, and I hope Suyan can also bring them. But obviously, Suyan doesn't care about them. Suyan controlled the rocket flight armor to slowly land on the ground, and walked straight in front of Bai Yu. Pick it up directly by the waist. After the girl was picked up, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and she bit her thin lips slightly, trying to make herself look calmer. Hurry up, I haven't got the news I want yet, you better not fall to your death. Suyan's voice was still cold. Facing Suyan's indifferent tone, Bai Yu chose to remain silent. The rocket propeller slowly ejected light blue gas, and the 2 slowly rose into the air. Seeing this, the remaining survivors in the corridor all had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Started to yell. BCH. 2 sluts. Why don't you take us out of here? You don't want to save yourself. You're going to die. I'm a ghost and I won't let you go. It's just that the scolding of these people didn't last long. Because zombies have started to climb up one after another. Soon, the group of corpses broke through the teaching building. The screams continued one after another. After Suyan left the school, he brought Bai Yu to the roof of a building. Put it down. Okay, my mission is complete, tell me what you know next. After Bai Yu was put down, her legs couldn't help but feel a little weak. Just now she experienced a trapeze experience, and it was the kind without any safety measures. Just rely on a pair of arms. If she is not careful, she may fall from a height of 100 meters and die. After Bai Yu quickly adjusted her state, she said to Suyan. I only know the specific location of 1 signal tower, and I don't know the others. After Suyan heard the words, a trace of displeasure flashed across her long and narrow phoenix eyes. You play me. After Bai Yu felt the murderous intent, he said without changing his expression, that signal tower is where my father worked before, so I'm familiar with it, but I can only know the general direction of the other 4 signal towers. With that said, Bai Yu pointed in another direction. Did you see that mountain? Did you see that iron tower? That's where my father used to work. Suyan followed the trend and saw that there was indeed an iron tower. No more? Your life is worth this news. Bai Yu looked up at Suyan. It seems to be making a decision. After a long while, he spoke. I need to seek a shelter. Suyan raised his eyebrows and said, so. Bai Yu said without changing her expression, I want to be with you. Ha ha ha. Suyan immediately laughed after hearing the words. Afterwards, the steel helmet on his face was slowly opened, revealing the delicate face inside. Negotiate terms with me? Are you not afraid that I will keep you from here? Suyan caressed his forehead and sneered. Want to follow me? Where's your capital? If you only know a little about the signal tower, that's not enough. Or are you confident in your own appearance? When Suyan speaks, he always has a superior attitude. Facing Suyan's question, Bai Yu only replied with a short sentence. I am an evolutionary. After speaking, Bai Yu walked to the edge of the wall. Make a fist. With a sudden wave. Bring up a strong fist wind. Bang. There was a loud noise. A fist mark was smashed directly on the wall. The walls around the pothole were cracked like spider webs. Bai Yu turned her head to look at Suyan, with a calm expression on her face. This is the power I got after the end of the world, the evolutionary, that's what it should be called in the novels. Su-yan. He looked at Bai Yu's harmless appearance, and then at the wall smashed by her punch. In the next second, he quietly closed his steel helmet. Maid, I thought it was a little white rabbit, but I didn't expect it to be a little wild cat. Chapter 24. After Su-yan thought for a moment, he opened his mouth and said, "Yes. I'll take you in." After all, this is Su-yan's first encounter with a so-called evolutionary. Not only zombies can evolve, but humans can also become evolutionaries. There are many uses for keeping an evolutionary by your side. Know yourself and know each other. After Bai Yu heard that Su-yan agreed to take her in, there was finally a wave of fluctuation in her plain eyes. The girl responded softly. Su-yan walked up to Bai Yu's side and hugged him up again. After a girl has had her first experience, she naturally knows what is going to happen next. His face turned slightly pale. She is afraid of heights. Think about it, after you follow me, you don't want to go out again, unless you die. Su-yan's voice was extremely indifferent. The base is by far his biggest secret. Su-yan doesn't intend to expose himself prematurely until he builds a super weapon. Those who entered his base should never think of getting out. Yes. The girl nodded slightly. After seeing the girl's response, Su-yan didn't say anything. Picked her up and left here. Not long. Su-yan came to the sky above the base. The outline of the base appears. At this point the base looks organized and everything is running. Slowly, Su-yan landed on the ground. He put down the girl in his arms. Bai Yu kept her eyes tightly closed the whole time. She was afraid of heights and didn't dare to open her eyes at high altitudes. It wasn't until she touched the touch of the earth that the girl slowly opened her eyes. However, after she opened her eyes, she was immediately shocked by the scene in front of her. The little mouth couldn't help opening slightly. The first is the surrounding buildings. These buildings are full of high-tech feeling, and the second is that there are many soldiers around. This is really a sentinel every 10 meters. There are tall walls in the distance, these walls are more than 10 meters high. And some of the other buildings inside were something she had never seen before. For example, the large building that can discharge electricity, and many soldiers with strange guns, all wearing heavy armor. There are even many flying soldiers patrolling in the sky. Although Bai Yu is only a high school student, she also understands that this place is definitely a very top secret place. Thinking of this, the girl raised her eyes and looked at Su-yan. "You're smart, you should know what to do." Su-yan spoke indifferently. "Yes." Bai Yu nodded. Just then, a voice appeared. "Commander, you actually brought a woman back." Tanya folded her arms around her chest, walked to Su-yan's side, and looked at Bai Yu in front of her. "The little dirty cat you picked up from which trash can?" "Tch, it's really flat," Tanya said disdainfully. The appearance of Tanya immediately made Bai Yu feel a deadly threat. The girl stared at the blonde woman. Somewhere, she had a premonition that as long as she dared to do something presumptuous, this woman would definitely kill herself instantly. Su-yan glanced at Bai Yu and chuckled. Since he dared to bring this woman into the base, he was naturally not afraid of her making some small moves. In the entire base, he is the well-deserved king. Have absolute control. Su-yan walked up to the girl slowly, and slowly raised a hand. He lifted Bai Yu's chin. "What is your name?" "Bai Yu," the girl said. "Oh, it's so dirty. Tanya, take her to learn about the rules of the base." Su-yan's words made Tanya slightly taken aback. Commander? When did our base establish rules?" Tanya's words froze Su-yan's face. The air is a little awkward. "That's true. In the previous base, they were all their own people, and their loyalty was 100%. Naturally, there were no rules at all." I said yes. Tanya. Tanya rolled her eyes speechlessly, and then led Bai Yu out of here. After Bai Yu and the others left, Su-yan got rid of the steel armor on his body. Suddenly, Su-yan seemed to remember something. "That's right. The wall. The zombies have obviously evolved, and these zombies will climb the wall by stacking arhuts. This has to be guarded against." However, the current firepower defense should be able to withstand the attack of the large wave of corpses, and the reinforcement of the wall is not urgent. The most urgent task now is to complete the construction of the radar first. Send engineers to occupy that signal tower first. Suyan immediately gave the order. Let a second-level rocket pilot carry an engineer and fly in the direction of the signal tower. That's right. Let the pilots carry the engineers. After all, Suyan doesn't have a plane yet, and traveling by land is not safe. The engineer is just a little squishy, and the zombies will disappear after just a few scratches. Chapter 25. After a few days. Drop. Congratulations to the commander for successfully surviving for 7 days in the apocalypse. Now there is a treasure chest for rewards in this city. Please go and pick it up. Treasure chest reward, unknown. Treasure chest. After hearing the sound of the system, Suyan was a little surprised. After surviving for 7 days in the apocalypse, can you still drop a treasure chest? And this good thing? Although the reward is unknown, Suyan is still very excited. The things in the treasure chest are definitely not bad. In Suyan's memory, treasure chests and the like will also be refreshed on the map in the Red Alert game. These treasure chests either give gold coins or give some weapons and equipment. Anyway, it must be helpful to him. Just go out and find the last 2 signal transmitting stations. Suyan got up and stood up from the sofa. What Bai Yu said was indeed correct. There was indeed a signal transmission tower in the place she pointed out first, and that signal transmission tower was also occupied by him now. In the next few days, Bai Yu told him the vague locations of some other transmission towers. 2 more places were found. There are still 2 signal transmission towers left that he has not found yet. Let's go out to find the treasure chest this time. Let's find it together by the way. Thinking of the treasure chest, Suyan couldn't help feeling a little hopeful. Drop. The treasure chest is 27 kilometers away from you, please pay attention to collect it, it is expected to disappear automatically after 24 hours. Not bad. I've given the position this time. Suyan looked at the light screen that suddenly appeared in front of him, and couldn't help feeling a little excited. The location of the treasure chest can be clearly shown on it, and a big golden icon is marked on the map. Suyan got up. I went to find Bai Yu. At this time, Bai Yu was practicing marksmanship in the base, holding a pistol and aiming at a target not far away. And Tanya was standing by her side. Your marksmanship is simply weak. Unreasonable, your marksmanship is the second worst I've ever seen. Second worst? Bai Yu tilted her head, and asked a rare question. Is it the worst one? It must be the commander. Bai Yu. Suyan. When Suyan first arrived, she heard Tanya arranging herself, and a few black lines appeared on her forehead. Is his marksmanship that bad? Although it's really bad. Typical human body stroke master, but do I want to lose face? Bai Yu. Draw me the general directions of the last 2 signal transmitting stations. After hearing Suyan's words, Bai Yu nodded. Yes. Seeing Bai Yu's leaving back, a faint smile curled up on the corner of Suyan's mouth. The girl came to the base and cleaned it up. I have to say that after taking a bath, Bai Yu looked really beautiful, with fair skin and a delicate face. Especially those big almond-like eyes, very clear. It's just that the girl's facial expressions are very few, and she looks a little dumbfounded. But she is very sensible and never asks too many things that shouldn't be asked. This. Suyan loves it. Soon, Bai Yu handed over the drawn map to Suyan. Tanya, put on the rocket vehicle and come with me. Suyan brought Tanya along. Since it was to pick up the treasure chest, Suyan didn't think it was an easy task. According to the normal routine, the place where the treasure chest is located is definitely fraught with danger. I'm afraid there will be mutant zombies appearing at that time. Although Suyan doesn't think he will be in danger, it is good to be careful. Bringing Tanya with you is equivalent to bringing thousands of troops with you. My God! Commander! I'm a little flustered, I may not be suitable for air combat. It's so exciting, so high. I won't fall, will I? This rocket vehicle is so fast that I can't even hold my pistol steady. After Tanya put on the rocket flight device, she immediately started complaining. Although she is a top gunner, but fighting in the air? It doesn't seem like she's good at it. Suyan glanced at Tanya. Could it be that Tanya is the same as Baiyu, afraid of heights? Just when he was thinking about whether to switch to the seals to accompany him. Drop. Tanya's excitement has reached the critical point, her attack speed has increased by 100%, and her attack damage has increased by 100%. Suyan. Dude, that's outrageous. Okay, stop pretending, and follow me. Tanya smiled awkwardly after hearing Suyan's words, and then took out 2 pistols from her waist. He lightly licked the corner of his lips, his eyes revealed a look of madness. Baiyu looked up at Suyan's leaving back, and there seemed to be a strange light in his eyes. But soon, the girl tightly held the gun in her hand again, as if she had strengthened her belief. Chapter 26. Suyan took Tanya into the urban area. The location of the box is in the urban area. Suyan and Suyan were suspended above the high sky in the urban area, looking down at everything below. Huh? Why aren't there many zombies here? Suyan rubbed his chin, feeling suspicious. This is an urban area, and it should be the place with the most zombies. But there are no zombies below. And there are many corpses in other areas, and this is just one place. Not a single zombie in sight. I said there is a 100% problem here, Tanya, do you believe it? Suyan said very firmly. According to the conventional routine, there must be a 6th child squatting here, a little boss who doesn't know where to hide. Tanya. Tanya opened her mouth, but nodded silently. Through the map displayed by the system, Suyan can see that the reward chest is located in the building below. Suyan took out the laser gun from behind. Charge up. A shot at the ground below. Boom. The energy of the laser cannon instantly caused a huge crack to appear on the ground. But this shot went on, and it didn't have any substantive effect. So calm. Suyan fired several shots at other places from the roof. He demolished almost all the surrounding concrete roads, but, still no zombies appeared. Shouldn't it? Could it be that these zombies have evolved such wisdom? Tanya, take a look at throwing some explosives down here. Tanya. Commander, is there a possibility? There are no zombies here at all. Tanya's words made Suyan fall into thinking. There really are no zombies, right? Didn't he lose all his old face? Fighting wits with the air here? Not right either. They are all their own people here, and there is no embarrassment. A few minutes later, Suyan looked at the huge treasure chest in front of him and fell into deep thought. Since they entered the building, they have not encountered any danger. Not a single zombie was seen. Is it really as Tanya said? There are no zombies here? Forget it, don't want to. Open the treasure chest. Suyan spoke directly. Drop. Congratulations, Commander, for finding and opening the reward chest. Get the following rewards: primary physical potion, unlock defense facilities, anti-aircraft guns. Oh? Physical potion? Anti-aircraft gun. Elementary physical fitness potion, it can greatly increase a person's physical fitness and reaction ability, and various aspects such as physical fitness will be strengthened. Anti-aircraft gun, it can effectively prevent enemies flying in the sky, but it can only attack enemies below 500 meters. Required gold coins, 300. The anti-aircraft guns should not be used for the time being, after all, no enemies have appeared in the sky. What really caught Suyan's eyes was this primary physical potion. Although he is bound to the Red Police system, he can build a lot of defensive measures to protect himself, and he also has a powerful soldier like Tanya for personal protection. But, who doesn't wish they could become stronger? Especially in this last days. It's a good harvest. A faint smile appeared on Suyan's face. At this time, suddenly there was a commotion in the sky. Then the sky darkened. Commander, be careful. There is a situation. Tanya warned Suyan. Standing in front of Suyan, he took out the pair of desert eagles from his waist. His eyes were fixed on the outside. Put your eyes outside and take a closer look, the black patch of sky is actually full of birds? Black bird? No. It should be a zombie bird. Or, a mutant bird. These birds hovered in the sky, their eyeballs were grey and white, and they screamed piercingly from time to time. The target of the flock is obviously Suyan and the other two. Suyan's complexion changed slightly. Good guy, is there really a sixth child? At the same time, Suyan also had a rough guess in his mind. Could it be that in the doomsday, animals are also infected with mutations? The situation did not give Suyan a chance to think too much. Tanya immediately stood in front of Suyan. Commander, please give me some time. With that said, Tanya activated the rocket vehicle on her body and flew into the air. When the birds approached, Suyan really saw the appearance and number of these zombie birds clearly. These zombie birds are pitch black and huge in size. The quantity is even more terrifying. It is estimated that there are at least 2,000 or 3,000. And Tanya accelerated and rushed directly into the flock of birds. It was also like rushing into the corpses last time. Chapter 27. Tanya accelerated and rushed into the zombie bird. Gunshots rang out instantly. It was also at this moment that a large number of corpses of zombie birds began to fall from the flock of birds. Tanya's attack speed is unbelievably fast, she can fire 10 shots in 1 second, and can kill 10 enemies with precision. And now, Tanya is fighting in the air with a flying machine. You know. Tanya is in a state of excitement at this moment. Double the attack speed. Double the damage. Super high attack speed coupled with precise marksmanship means, Tanya can kill at least 20 zombie birds in 1 second. Ha ha ha. Tanya's wild laughter came from the air. Attracted by the laughter, a large number of zombie birds swarmed towards Tanya. But Tanya in a state of excitement is almost like a killing god. No matter how many of these zombie birds there are, it won't help. Tanya is worthy of being the ace of super soldiers. Although she has just touched the rocket aircraft, she has already started drifting in the air. These zombie birds are dizzy. Not long after, the number of zombie birds plummeted and the losses were heavy. On the ground, the corpses of zombie birds have been spread all over the ground. Quack! Among the birds, a large black giant bird wailed. Immediately afterwards, the flocks of birds began to scatter and flee. After a long time, there was only Tanya in the sky. Hey, Commander, are you looking stupid? Tanya walked up to Suyan with a smile, and put away the gun. Although Suyan has seen Tanya's strength before, seeing Tanya sweeping the corpses again, still brings a great shock. Zombies killed by one person with 2 guns have no resistance at all. All spear masters have to stand back. While Tanya maintains a firing rate of 20 per second, she can also guarantee a 100% hit rate and kill rate. It's almost like using a mouse macro. No. This is more ruthless than a mouse macro. This is a very scary concept. The true interpretation of what is called an invincible gun god. Let's go. Suyan sighed. Coming out today with Tanya is really a clear decision. If Tanya wasn't there, after being surrounded by these zombie birds, it might take some tricks to break out. The remaining 2 cell towers are not hard to find. Are located on the outskirts of the city. After Suyan found the launch tower, he just remotely called the pilots in the base to bring the engineers over. Suyan has absolute control over the soldiers hired by his base. In a short time, Suyan had already fully mastered the 5 signal transmission towers with engineers. Now there is one last condition left before the establishment of a super radar. Use a 3rd-level engineer to occupy a radar satellite. Cultivating a 3rd-level engineer. This is not an easy task. Even Suyan himself didn't know how to make a 3rd-level engineer. Hey! Tell me about how your engineers are upgraded. What's the difference between an ordinary engineer and a 3rd-level engineer? Suyan pulled up an ordinary engineer next to the barracks and complained. The engineer pulled up by Suyan responded immediately. The way for our engineers to be promoted is very simple. It is to move bricks and build buildings. The more bricks and buildings are moved, the faster the level will be improved. Suyan. Absolutely. Fortunately, he still had such a headache, and even thought about pulling an engineer to kill zombies to see if he could upgrade. As a result, these engineers actually knew how to upgrade themselves. And, the most outrageous thing is this weird way of upgrading. As long as you keep moving bricks, to build buildings, can you upgrade? Then, does moving bricks improve your engineer's ability? Suyan was very puzzled. Could moving bricks do these engineers any good? Hearing Suyan's question, the engineer said very seriously. Our engineer's promotion method is very rigorous, and we adopt the method of converting kinetic energy into intelligence. We firmly believe that practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Suyan. People are numb. What a kinetic energy into intelligence, I am speechless. Strange knowledge added again. Forget it, you guys go move bricks. Demolish the unfinished building on the south side of the wall, you guys can play on your own, just upgrade to the 3rd level as soon as possible. Suyan's words made the engineer's eyes shine. He has been coveting those unfinished buildings for a long time. Okay. Dear Commander. After watching the engineer leave in a hurry, Suyan sighed softly. This is some kind of mess. But from this point of view, the super radar should be almost completed. Once the radar is built, many things will be much easier to do. Chapter 28. Oh. That's right. I almost forgot there are rewards. After Suyan came back to his senses, he took out the rewards he got from the reward chest just now. Physical medicine. This is a good thing. Physical potion, oral. Effect, increase the user's physical fitness. Suyan didn't hesitate, and dried it in one gulp. After drinking the physical potion, the potion instantly turned into the purest energy. It flowed into Suyan's limbs. A faint heat burst out from within. Drop. The commander used the primary physical potion, and his physical strength was initially evolved. Suyan stood up and clenched his fists. He could feel the power surging in his body now. It's completely different from before. He now feels like he could kill a cow with one punch. In the last days, external power is only external after all, you still have to become stronger yourself. Suyan sighed. After his strength improved, Suyan couldn't wait to start looking for an opponent. Obviously, the newly subdued evolutionary Baiyu is Suyan's target. As for Tanya, he's still a little self-aware. At this time, Baiyu was still practicing marksmanship by himself near the barracks. After a few days of practice, her marksmanship was obviously much better. My dear commander, you are out. Tanya walked towards Suyan after seeing Suyan. The little wildcat brought by the commander is working hard. Tanya glanced at Baiyu in the corner, and said jokingly. Suyan glanced at Baiyu. Since the girl entered the base, she seldom spoke or moved around, and basically followed Tanya to learn marksmanship. It's true, the little wildcat is quite obedient. Suyan walked up to Baiyu. After Baiyu noticed Suyan's arrival, she slowly put down the gun in her hand. Come on. Compete with me. Suyan said. When Baiyu heard Suyan's words, she frowned slightly and tilted her head. Gun. Is this man going to test his marksmanship with himself? Suyan. If you don't learn well at a young age, you will know how to play with pistols. How about playing something else? It's not a gun. You said you are an evolutionary, and I am also an evolutionary. Let me see what type of evolutionary you are. Suyan's words surprised Baiyu. This man is also an evolutionary? Suyan is naturally talking nonsense, how could he be an evolutionary? What kind of evolutionary type is he talking nonsense? He just wanted to test his current strength. Oh. Baiyu nodded and put down the gun in his hand. It turned out that this man wanted to test himself. After Baiyu signaled to Suyan, she rushed up. He punched Suyan. Obviously, Baiyu used his strength in this punch, and it was just a simple, tentative punch. But even if Baiyu withdrew his strength, there were strong winds. The strength of being an evolutionary is fully reflected at this moment. But in Suyan's view, this kind of formidable strength is not very lethal. Suyan's physique had been strengthened. Baiyu's punch seemed fierce, but in Suyan's eyes, it seemed much weaker. Boom! Suyan caught her punch firmly. Haven't you eaten yet? Use some force. Suyan said coldly. After receiving Bai Yu's punch, Suyan already had a rough idea of his current strength. He didn't know about the other evolutionaries, anyway, it was more than enough to suppress Bai Yu. When Bai Yu saw that Suyan had caught his punch firmly, he couldn't help being a little shocked. She knows her own strength best. Since becoming an evolutionary, her strength has been greatly improved. Although I only used half of my strength for this punch, it was firmly caught by the man in front of me. The gap in strength was immediately revealed. However, Bai Yu was not discouraged, and directly punched him again. This time she used all her strength. Both speed and strength represent her peak. However, it was caught firmly by Suyan. Suyan held Bai Yu's slender wrist with one hand. I'm defeated. Bai Yu said, her face still calm. Suyan could naturally perceive that this was the peak of Bai Yu's strength. Hehe, the so-called evolutionary. But that's all. Suyan let go of Bai Yu's hand, and several red marks appeared on the girl's slender wrist. I don't raise useless people here, and neither do evolutionaries. If you want to continue to stay here, you must reflect your value. Suyan's voice was indifferent. A bottle of primary physical potion can make him easily suppress the evolutionary. Suyan has a feeling that there may be more ways to improve his own strength in the future. And if you want to stay in his base, if your strength is just that, then forget it. He doesn't raise waste. My value. Bai Yu muttered to himself. He looked at his hands, then at Suyan in front of him. Then, slowly walked in front of Suyan, and hugged Suyan gently. There was sincerity in his eyes. Then he tiptoed lightly and left a light kiss on Suyan's face. Suyan. Girl, are you misinterpreting what I mean? Chapter 29. Suyan felt the slight warmth on his cheek. The girl probably misunderstood what he meant. Misinterpreted the so-called value in his own mouth as another value. However, he didn't bother to explain anything. Suyan looked at the girl in front of him. I have to say that Bai Yu looks really good looking. She has apricot eyes and cherry lips, and short shoulder-length hair. She is not coquettish, but she is extremely delicate. The eyes are clear, but there is no facial expression. Humph, what the commander brought is indeed a little goblin. Tanya on the side said jealously. Ha! It's really a little wild cat. Suyan let go of Bai Yu's cheek. Bai Yu lowered her head, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her breathing was a little short. Since she was a child, this is the first time she has had such close contact with a member of the opposite S**X. But, this man needs to show his worth. Originally, in her opinion, her identity as an evolutionary should be able to reflect some value for herself. But, after coming to this base, she realized, the evolutionary is not worth mentioning at all. So many high-tech buildings, high-tech weapons. And there are so many soldiers, even a super sharpshooter like Tanya is loyal to this man. The superhuman identity that he was proud of looked so ridiculous in front of Suyan, and that man easily defeated her. Apart from herself, she really couldn't think of any effective value for herself. Warming the bed depends on whether you are qualified or not. I'm not very interested in stir-frying bean sprouts. After Suyan said a word, he turned and left. Bai Yu stared blankly at Suyan's leaving back. What did he say just now? He seems to say that he is dry stir-fried bean sprouts? What does that mean? Not interested in yourself? Haha, little sister, you are really interesting. Tanya walked to Bai Yu's side with a smile, folded her arms around her chest, and deliberately puffed her chest out. Bai Yu. The girl looked down subconsciously, she felt as if she understood something. After Suyan left, he turned on the system. Unlock the anti-aircraft gun. Drop. Congratulations to the commander for successfully unlocking a new defense facility, anti-aircraft gun. Anti-aircraft gun, using a fully automated intelligent device, it can effectively strike low-altitude enemies below 500 meters, required gold coins, 300. It seems that anti-aircraft guns are still necessary. Originally, in Suyan's opinion, his own walls and machine gun bunkers were more than enough to block the zombies. But now it seems, there may still be dangers in the sky. The appearance of the zombie bird sounded a wake-up call for Su Yan. In the last days, not only humans can be infected into zombies, animals can too. Then you have to guard against it in the air. System, build 20 anti-aircraft guns, and build them scattered inside the wall. Drop. The commander spent 6,000 gold coins to build 20 anti-aircraft guns, which are currently under construction, estimated completion time, 20 hours. If the base is to be built, it must be indestructible. Any possible loopholes must be killed in the cradle in advance. Now there are only rocket pilots in the base, and Tanya and the SEALs have anti-air defense capabilities. Other ordinary soldiers, magnetic storm infantry and even machine gun bunkers are unable to accurately attack enemies in the sky. Now there are variables again, and anti-air fortifications have to be put on the agenda. Suddenly, a mechanical sound appeared. Drop. Commander, please pay attention. The tide of corpses is coming. Commander, please prepare in advance. Corpse wave. Su Yan frowned slightly. Is the wave of corpses going to attack the base? The commander has successfully survived for 7 days, and now releases a temporary mission, defend to the death. Mission introduction. Dear Commander, your presence has already made the corpses feel trembling and uneasy. Now the corpses are preparing to launch a phased attack on you. Please take the 10,000 gold coins presented to you by the system to prepare defense facilities in advance. Bar. Hope you live. Su Yan, ah. As soon as this mission introduction is heard, it is known that it was recorded in advance. Please bring the 10,000 gold coins that the system gave you before. He now spends more than this amount of gold coins. Su Yan spent close to 30,000 to 40,000 gold coins just to build various defensive measures. Obviously, the system did not count the 150,000 gold coins that Su Yan got from selling gold. Stay safe. This introduction to the system should be based on the premise that I only have 10,000 gold coins. In other words, if I only have 10,000 gold coins, it may be very difficult to defend this base. Su Yan keenly grasped the key information from the introduction of the system. But now my situation is different. Get 150,000 gold coins directly at the start. Just like opening a cracked version of the game, come up and directly swipe gold coins. It is estimated that the system did not expect he can play like this. Chapter 30. Stick to it. Su Yan made a rough estimate. What would the base look like if he only had 10,000 gold coins? After removing the power station and barracks, there are only 8,000 left. There are also building walls, hiring soldiers, magnetic storm infantry and so on. At that time, I will focus on the machine gun bunkers, but due to financial constraints, I may only build up to 20 machine gun bunkers. Su Yan roughly simulated the possible situation in his mind. 20 machine gun bunkers are difficult to guard against the tide of corpses. The introduction given by the system is to defend. But now Su Yan's base is totally different from what he imagined in his mind. 4 power stations. 2 barracks. 50 pilots, and these pilots are at least the first level of pilots. 70 machine gun bunkers. 100 magnetic storm infantry. 200 soldiers. And a wall up to 12 meters high. This order of magnitude of defense should be able to defend, right? If it is a flaw, then the only flaw can only be the sky. But the anti-aircraft gun is under construction, it should be too late. But after all, there are so many pilots and the ace gunslinger Tanya. The sky shouldn't be much of a problem. System, when will the tide of corpses come? Dear Commander, the tide of corpses will arrive at midnight 4 hours later. 4 hours, 2:40 minutes. System. Hire another 24 rocket pilots and build 4 machine gun bunkers. Although Su Yan is very confident about the security of his base, he still has to be careful. Time passed by every minute and every second. Soon, the zombies in the city began to behave abnormally. Many wandering zombies in the city center began to wander towards one place. Originally, these zombies stayed still in one place until they found their prey. But, these zombies started to move slowly. They all seemed to be moving in the same direction. That's the direction where Suyan's base is located. At this time, many survivors in the city also discovered abnormalities. 7 days have passed since the end. The survivors also began to set up various survivor bases one after another. At the same time, some powerful evolutionaries gradually appeared among this group of survivors. In the downtown library, many people gather here. The original library has been built into a survivor base at this time. It's just that the people here look ragged, yellow, and thin, obviously not living well. The leading man was naked from the upper body, with a long scar on his face, which looked hideous. And beside him, there are 2 young women serving him. Brother Deo, the food in our base is not enough. What should we do? There are zombies outside. A man wearing glasses asked the man with the scarred face. There's not enough food, so let's continue eating people. The man called Brother Deo said lightly. As if he wasn't talking about cannibalism, but pork, mutton, etc. Obviously, this knife brother has done such a thing more than once. And following the man's opening, some survivors in the entire library hall suddenly began to tremble. In an instant, it can be seen. In this survivor base, there are distinct levels. The group headed by Scarface are the administrators, and the ragged survivors are managed slaves. No. Perhaps worse than slaves. They can't even make decisions about their own lives. It's like a group of food in captivity. Scarface played with the dagger in his hand, turned it around twice, and then threw it at the group of survivors in the corner. The dagger was inserted straight into the ground not far from the survivors. He licked the corner of his mouth lightly, a sick smile appeared on his face. It's still the same as before, you decide who will die. The moment the knife fell to the ground, all the survivors rushed up and started snatching the dagger. That's right. When Scarface and the others wanted to kill someone, they never did it themselves. Instead, let them, ordinary survivors without strength, do it themselves, pick out an unlucky one, and kill them. After several times, the humanity of these remaining survivors has almost been obliterated. Whoever grabs the dagger first means that whoever can survive will have the power to decide the life and death of others. Scarface smiled and watched the group wrestle together. The feeling of being in control of other people's lives, he was simply intoxicated. He felt that this end of the world was born for him. After the end of the world, he gained a very powerful power, and it was this power that allowed him to kill him out of the corpses. It is also this kind of power that has made him who he is today. Manage a survivor base of hundreds of people. Be king in this base. Brother Deo, there is a situation. At this time, a younger brother walked up to the man with the scar and whispered something in his ear. The man with the scar frowned slightly. Chapter 31. Are you sure? Brother Deo asked in a low voice. Follow me up and have a look. After leaving the library on the first floor, the 2 came to the balcony on the top floor. Scarface gasped when he saw the dense crowd of corpses below. See? These zombies are all moving in one direction. I feel like something big is about to happen. Brother Deo nodded heavily after hearing this. Be careful. I found that those zombies are also evolving recently. I found that not only our strength has become stronger, but there are also some aliens among the zombies. Certainly you can't stay in the city for a long time, and you can't face zombies without powerful thermal weapons. Other survivors in the urban area are puzzled by the strange migration behavior of the zombies. Of course, not all zombies followed. It's just a small part of the city. City E is so big, there are countless zombies after the end of the world. Anyway, it will definitely start at the million level. If all these zombies rushed over, it would definitely not be something that Suyan's current base could resist. However, no matter how confused these survivors were, they would definitely be able to guess such a large-scale migration of corpses. Something big is definitely going to happen. On the other side, in Suyan's base. At this time, Suyan was flying high in the sky wearing a rocket flying device. Overlook everything below. It's coming. Suyan sighed softly. He could clearly see that a large number of zombies were staggering towards him. There are even a lot of animal zombies. zombie dogs, zombie mice, etc. These zombies come from all directions. Some of the closer zombies stopped less than a kilometer away from the base. His grey eyes fixed on Suyan's direction. It's really quite a lot. Suyan looked at the group of zombies walking towards him one after another, couldn't help being moved by it. Facing zombies of this magnitude, I am afraid that even if there are 10 more Tanyas, once they are surrounded, they will only be torn to pieces. Sometimes, quantity really can mean everything. Suyan looked at the zombies gathering more and more near the base, with a hint of cunning in his eyes. These zombies are all zombies wandering in the surrounding suburbs. They gathered together immediately, obviously they were waiting for the arrival of the large army of zombies, and launched an attack when the time came. It's just, how could Suyan be the kind of person who would be caught without a fight? Tanya, take all the pilots in the base and go out to collect points. With so many zombies, wouldn't it be a waste if they didn't collect a wave of experience? Commander, you really are. Don't talk about Wuyud. After Tanya heard Suyan's words, she was very speechless. It is estimated that the system did not expect that the bound host turned out to be such a wonderful thing. Survival in the apocalypse, which was originally difficult, was directly played into a cracked version by him. Sneak attack. Soon, Suyan led a group of rocket pilots and flew over the heads of those wandering zombies. More than 60 rocket pilots did not hesitate at all, and they were all output to the corpses below. But, the attack speed of the rocket pilots is not very fast, and they all use single-shot high destructive firearms. But even so, the number of these zombies is decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! Abba Abba! The zombie group began to feel uneasy. The non-stop falling of their companions made them instinctively start to agitate. But I can't find where the target is. It can only sway around like a headless chicken. It didn't take long for Suyan's rocket pilots to upgrade one after another. Those first-level rocket pilots have basically been promoted to second-level soldiers. But wanting to be promoted to level 3, is not that simple. Time is getting closer to 0. The army of zombies also gathered at Suyan's base one after another. Suyan is a small base with a diameter of 500 meters, surrounded by dense crowds of zombies. How many zombies are there? Hundreds of thousands? Or hundreds of thousands? Anyway, the number is terrifying. These zombies surrounded the base like a siege. And Suyan has returned to the base at this time, including those pilots. Aren't you afraid? Suyan asked Bai Yu, who was beside him. At this time, Suyan and Bai Yu were both on the top floor of the base villa. It is very high here, and you can clearly see the sea-like zombie groups around the base. It was the first time that Bai Yu was brought to the base villa. The first scene I saw was this mountain of corpses and sea of corpses. The low roars from hundreds of thousands of zombies shook the sky and the earth. Those who are less timid will probably pee their pants in fright. Bai Yu glanced at Suyan, then nodded slightly. Afraid? Chapter 32. Hearing Suyan's question, Bai Yu answered truthfully. Afraid? How can you not be afraid? Although Bai Yu usually has a blank expression, it doesn't mean she won't be afraid. Especially in the face of such a terrifying wave of corpses, if you are not afraid, then there is something wrong with the appointment. Not everyone is like Suyan. Suyan didn't speak, he was very confident about the defense of his base. Joke. If there are nearly 80 machine gun bunkers, if they can't be defended, what's the use? In fact, he has been waiting for this day for a long time. The small-scale corpse tide caused by Suyan's own bombing of the building before was all small-scale trouble. It's just a few thousand zombies. But this time, it was a wave of hundreds of thousands of zombies. Only a wave of corpses of this magnitude can test the security of Suyan's base. Report, Commander, all explosives have been installed. At this time, several SEALs stepped forward and reported to Suyan. Well, go down. Yes, Suyan also placed a lot of explosives around. Not only to blow up the zombies, but also to blow up all the remaining unfinished buildings around. Bai Yu just looked at Suyan quietly without saying a word. After the SEALs left, Suyan set his sights on Bai Yu again. Fear? Hi. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Suyan smiled lightly. Bai Yu also looked at Suyan, she was also a little curious. Facing so many zombies, can the hundreds of soldiers and a wall in this area really be defended? You know, these zombies go crazy and the walls don't hinder them at all. This man, why is he so confident? Suyan had already strengthened the fence a few days ago and made it 3 meters wide. Because the range of the 3-meter wide wall is sufficient, soldiers can stand on it. When there are soldiers on the wall, the defense ability will definitely be greatly improved. For example, at this moment, Suyan dispatched nearly 50 magnetic storm infantry and asked them to climb on the wall. The attack effect of ZEB troopers is area of effect. If the zombies rushed to the bottom of the wall and wanted to climb the wall, the magnetic storm rifles in the hands of the magnetic storm infantry could definitely blast them to pieces. Just watch it. Suyan slowly sat on the wicker chair, and picked up a cup of tea from the table beside him. He took 2 sips. The group of zombies near the base has become more and more restless. There were bursts of low growls. Like evil spirits crawling out of hell, they stared at the direction of Suyan's base. And among these zombie armies, many heterogeneous zombies can also be seen. Some zombies have big heads, extremely protruding eyes, dense veins on their heads, and a large number of zombies around them. And some zombies seem to have well-developed limbs, which are quite a bit taller than other zombies. There are even zombies with very big stomachs, which move slowly, like a big water tank. Obviously, these are all mutated zombies in the Doomsday. Like the evolutionaries among humans, these zombies also have some strange abilities. Time soon reached 0. At the same time, the giant clock in the center of the city rang, symbolizing the arrival of 0. Roar! The corpses rioted in an instant, rushing towards Suyan's base one by one like wild horses that had escaped from the frontier. How terrifying are hundreds of thousands of zombies! Just the sound of footsteps while running was like an earthquake. The roar of the corpse shook the sky and the earth. Even the survivors far away in the city can hear this sound clearly. What's going on? What are the zombies doing? In a survivor base, dozens of people were trembling. It was an instinctive tremor, like a mouse hearing a cat meowing. Originally, the migration of those zombies made them feel uneasy, but at this moment, the turmoil of these zombies made them even more afraid in their souls. Among the buildings near the suburbs. Are those zombies planning to besiege that base? Fortunately, we didn't go there. There are so many zombies, I'm afraid that even if it is a military base, it shouldn't be able to hold it. Several people in the building were talking about it. How is it possible to prevent it? There are so many zombies, there are hundreds of thousands at least, and the wall is only about 10 meters high. It is impossible to prevent it. Hey! Let's hide honestly. I thought I was very excited to see a base when I fled to the suburbs, but I haven't gone to seek refuge yet. The base is going to disappear. Chapter 33. Roar! The sound of the zombies running shook the ground. There seemed to be an oppressive atmosphere in the air. There is quite a feeling of black clouds overwhelming the city. Faced with such a terrifying zombie attack, even the usually calm Bai Yu's face lost all color. The girl bit her thin lips tightly, looking at the group of corpses rushing forward. The group of corpses is getting closer and closer to the base. 1,000 meters. 500 meters. 300 meters. Until these zombies are about to reach the bottom of the wall. After entering 200 meters, this is within the range of the machine gun bunker. OM. Dozens of machine gun bunkers fired at the same time. For a moment, sparks from the burning ammunition suddenly appeared above the wall. After the ammunition fired by the machine gun bunker hit the group of zombies, it instantly tore their bodies into countless pieces. The machine gun bunker is loaded with the largest caliber ammunition, a full 7 mm caliber. This can no longer be called a machine gun, it should be called a machine gun. Although the range of the machine gun bunker is only 200 meters. But this does not mean that the damage of his bullets is only 200 meters. 200 meters is only the detection range of automated attacks. Faced with such a dense group of zombies, one bullet can often shoot through 4 or 5 zombies. Once a zombie is hit by a bullet from a machine gun bunker, it either lacks an arm or a leg. Roar! These zombies moved very fast, and each of them rushed up desperately. But in the face of the powerful firepower of the machine gun bunker, it is not much use. Soon, a large number of zombies fell on the ground. The gunshots from dozens of machine gun bunkers even suppressed the roar of the corpses at this moment. Gunshots were also heard. And those survivors hiding in the outskirts of the city began to notice the direction of Suyan's base. Everyone's heart is full of hope. Gunshots on such a scale. Could it be that the military sent them to rescue them? Yes. Only the army will have this kind of armed force. And some survivors who were closer to the Suyan base saw the kind of artillery fire on the fence. Everyone was shocked beyond measure. These survivors have been hiding here for so long, so they will naturally notice the tall fence erected. Many of them wanted to go in and take shelter, but they basically didn't dare to go out. The zombies outside made them feel terrified. Isn't it too strong? I thought it was just a wall. Who knew it was equipped with so many armed forces? Are those machine guns? Why are they so powerful? No. If this base can survive this time, I will go in even if I risk my life. Only such a base can protect my safety. For a while, these survivors who witnessed the powerful firepower began to think about it. The attack of the zombies is still swift and fierce. These zombies were not afraid of death, and rushed towards the wall one after another. Just like a gourd baby saving grandpa, give them away in piles. However, the effect is still there. The corpses are approaching the wall step by step. The punctured zombie corpses on the ground were trampled under the feet of the follow-up zombies, and the corpses piled up in piles. But even so, these zombies have to break into Suyan's wall. The power of 70 machine gun bunkers is indeed impressive, and it can be easily defended in the face of the siege of so many zombies. But if there are only 10,000 gold coins to decorate, it will definitely not be so easy to keep. These zombies probably rushed under the wall long ago. Bai Yu in front of Suyan was already dumbfounded. She couldn't imagine that these iron bumps on the wall turned out to be machine guns one after another. The power of these machine guns is simply terrifying. In the face of those massive zombies, there is no need to aim at all, just shoot them directly. The powerful firepower can just crush it directly. The brainless zombie was beaten to pieces. That is the most direct aesthetics of violence. Are zombies scary? Really scary? But, it's not worth mentioning in front of such a powerful thermal weapon. In particular, these machine gun bunkers of Suyan have unlimited ammunition, and there is no need to consider the problem of melting the muzzle and exploding the chamber. The only downside is that each clip has a 1-minute CD. However, the number of Suyan's machine gun bunkers is really too much, which perfectly conceals the problem of the CD period of reloading. Some zombies in the group of corpses moved very fast, standing out from the crowd, almost rushing to the bottom of the wall. But he was still ruthlessly shot to death by the machine gun bunker. On the roof of the base villa, you can easily see the scenes around the entire base. It is this special perspective that can give people a greater sense of shock. The whole base is like a ruthless meat grinder. Keep strangling those zombies. Chapter 34. Hehe. Zombies, are they scary? Suyan chuckled, picked up a grape from the fruit plate on the table, and put it in his mouth. The so-called fear is just caused by one's own lack of strength. When Suyan spoke, he glanced at Bai Yu who had been staring blankly for a long time. At this time, Bai Yu didn't know what kind of mood he was in. Those horrible zombies who were chasing them before, are so vulnerable in the face of this kind of hot weapon fire suppression? Not to mention these zombies broke into the wall. So far, none of the zombies have been able to approach the corner. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder smoke and blood. Ha, it really is a brainless zombie, spreading the attack. Suyan looked at the zombies outside the base. Hundreds of thousands of zombies attacked the base in an encircling manner. This method of attack can just maximize the power of the machine gun bunker above the wall. If those zombies had gathered in one place and rushed up, they would have already rushed under the wall. Boom! Boom! With the violent noise, the whole ground began to tremble. Suyan detonated the unfinished buildings around the base. The collapse of the building instantly crushed the zombies below, turning them into a pulp. The violent noise was heard by many survivors in the city. In the center of the city, many survivors naturally noticed the anomaly that happened tonight. First, the zombies rioted and migrated, and then the sound of gunshots could be heard, and now there is such a strong explosion. No matter how stupid this group of people is, they probably guessed something. Army. The army must have come to rescue them. In the library, the man with the scar had already returned to the bottom floor. On the ground, a middle-aged woman had already been disemboweled, and her death was horrific. Blood flowed all over the place. All the survivors here were startled by the sudden vibration. Soon, some caring people among the survivors thought of something and couldn't help exclaiming. "It's the army! I hear gunshots! The army is here to save us!" Great! This person's words immediately resonated with the people around him. The faces of these survivors were covered with blood, and they were neither human nor ghost. Yet, it's gunshots! The army is coming! Great! However, as the group cheered, they didn't notice. The man with the scar on the main seat had a gloomy expression. As an evolutionary, he perceives nature much more sensitively than ordinary people. Naturally, the gunshots resounding outside the city were heard very early on. The sound of gunfire also means that the army has entered the city. He doesn't want the army coming in. The army means restraint. After becoming an evolutionary, what he wants is to occupy the mountain and become king under this wasteland of the last days. As long as no one interferes, he believes that with his own strength, he can definitely thrive in the apocalypse. Army? Hee. Scarface glanced at those excited people indifferently. The bespectacled man next to him understood immediately, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He took out the dagger, and in an instant, the person who led the booing in the crowd was decapitated. The group of people screamed in fright. After the smoke and dust of the explosion, the tide of corpses is still fierce, and a large number of zombies are about to rush to the corner. These zombies were completely overwhelmed by human heads, and they were sent to death one by one. Obviously, the crowd tactics still have some uses. The zombies at the back moved forward against the broken corpses of the zombies in front. Suyan sat on the rattan chair, holding a cup of tea that had been brewed in his hand, and leisurely watched what happened under the wall. Oh! There are quite a few novel discoveries. In the group of zombies below, it can be clearly seen that there are many powerful mutant zombies. The abilities of these mutated zombies are very strange. Some zombies have thick and long limbs, walk on the ground, stick out their long tongues, and move extremely fast. There are also zombies with swollen stomachs, which can spray a large amount of green corrosive mucus from their mouths. Of course, what interested Suyan the most was the big-headed zombies hiding behind the group of corpses. Can you control other zombies? This kind of zombie needs attention. Suyan looked down at the dense crowd of corpses below, without the slightest fear in his eyes. Bai Yu looked at Suyan again from the densely packed zombies outside. Facing an army of hundreds of thousands of zombies, the man in front of him was actually so calm. What the hell is he? For the first time, Bai Yu became curious about a man. Chapter 35. Crowd tactics are still useful after all. The group of zombies had rushed under the wall and began to try to attack the wall. At this time, the magnetic storm infantry on the fence also began to attack. The means of exporting magnetic storm infantry is very simple. Just directly blast the magnetic storm rifle in your hand at the group of corpses gathered below. The powerful electric current it sends out can roast a large area of zombies into charcoal in an instant. The power of the magnetic storm rifle is undoubtedly revealed at this moment. The magnetic storm rifle is different from the machine gun bunker. The killing effect of the machine gun bunker is only physical damage. The magnetic storm rifle also comes with a magic effect, and the powerful electric current attached to it is simply not something that zombies can bear. The ultra-high temperature generated by current friction also provides cremation function while killing these zombies. It is simply one-stop service. Very considerate. It seems, you can't just pile up machine gun bunkers. Suyan learned his lesson. After all, this is actual combat. Zombies cannot disappear after being killed like in the game. When hundreds of thousands of zombies attacked the city, they rushed up one after another desperately. Because I spent hundreds of thousands of gold coins at the beginning and built a lot of machine gun bunkers, the disadvantage is not very obvious. If it is really only 10,000 gold coins, the machine gun bunker is definitely not defendable. It must be like in the game, balanced development and cooperation. It is possible to hold on. No wonder the system's introduction to the task is, stick to it. If you really only have 10,000 gold coins on you, the fortifications built with 10,000 gold coins, it must be difficult to defend, so what else can it be? Gold coins. It's still gold coins. Keep looking for gold. Suyan tapped his fingers lightly on the table. It all comes down to gold coins. Now the mining base has not been unlocked, and gold coins can only be obtained through external exchange. It seems that I need to take some time to clean all the nearby gold shops. Suyan didn't care about the zombies outside the base at all. The machine gun bunker cleared more than 90% of the zombies. Even if the remaining 10% rushed under the wall, they would be ruthlessly killed by the magnetic storm infantry. In the face of this iron barrel-like defense, zombies can't chew at all. The army of hundreds of thousands of zombies was quickly reduced by half. The rest are basically small groups of corpses that cannot be put on the table. Boring. Suyan looked away and sighed indifferently. Originally thought that these zombies would bring him a little pressure. The result, that's it. Hundreds of thousands of zombies can't even break through the walls. Why are you doing scraping? Some survivors around the suburbs were shocked beyond measure. They basically witnessed the horrific zombie attack. Originally, in their view, this survivor base would definitely not be able to defend against such a huge wave of corpses. After all, that is a group of hundreds of thousands of zombies, almost a quarter of the city's population. But they never expected that this base was not only defended, but also very easy. Those zombies didn't even have a chance to climb the ladder onto the wall. It was almost completely wiped out. This battle really made them feel a kind of, the horror brought by technology. In front of that steel cannon, what kind of zombie? Evolutionary? It's all scum. In particular, the various weapons in that base simply opened their eyes. Brother! Is that an electromagnetic gun? The soldiers on the fence are holding an electromagnetic gun, right? You ask me, how do I know? When these zombies are almost wiped out, we must rush over to join them. It must be a secret army somewhere in the military. They should accept us. After all, we are all evolutionaries. Slowly, the tide of corpses is drawing to a close. At this moment, outside the walls of the entire base has completely turned into a sea of corpses. The mutilated corpses of countless zombies piled up on the ground. The filthy corpse blood dyed the ground red, and the bloody air soared to the sky. It's like a purgatory. Occasionally there are a few zombies with missing arms and legs crawling around, but they are quickly detected by the machine gun bunker and shot dead. Looking at the scene like a sea of blood below, Bai couldn't help but feel apprehensive. The pungent smell of blood made her sick to her stomach. Hee, the so-called corpse wave? That's all. Suyan immediately stood up from his seat. He walked up to Bai. Scared? Suyan laughed softly. Don't be afraid. Bai tried hard to keep calm. However, the next second, Suyan actually picked him up by the waist. Woo! Bai almost exclaimed. Suyan stepped off the rooftop of the base. Bai's cheeks flushed slightly as she was held in Suyan's arms. Didn't you say that I'm dry stir-fried bean sprouts? Don't you look down on me? Bai suddenly asked a question. Suyan evoked a wicked smile when he heard the words, but didn't explain anything. Tanya stood on the rooftop looking at the backs of Suyan and the two of them, stroking her forehead. Hey my dear little commander, I won't disturb your good business anymore. With that said, Tanya leaped over and jumped off the base's rooftop. It landed firmly on the ground. You know. After the base car is deployed as a villa base, it will be 5 or 6 stories high. Jump down from this height, unexpectedly still unscathed. It's so scary. Chapter 36. The night is long. Some people sleep well, but some people can't sleep well. The fierce battle between Suyan and the corpses was heard by almost half of the city. At the same time, it also alarmed the remaining zombies in the city. These zombies have also become more irritable and more aggressive. Many survivor bases in the city were affected, and it was bad luck. But many survivors also realized one thing. That's City, there are troops coming in. In the eyes of many survivors, the army is like a savior. But for those ambitious evolutionaries, it's different, they obviously enjoy the feeling of being a local emperor more. The appearance of the army will only make them put away their minions. The next day, Suyan sat up from the bed and stretched. The person next to the bed had already left. Suyan knew what Baiyu was doing without even thinking about it. Probably followed Tanya to practice marksmanship again. Didn't have enough guns last night? Drop. Congratulations to the commander for successfully completing the mission, defend. Task reward, building a biological reactor, low level, 30,000 gold coins. Mission rewards. Suyan didn't expect that the task reward would come just after he woke up. This happiness came a bit too suddenly. Bioreactor, low level. The bioreactor is a terrifying biochemical building weapon, but because it is low level at this stage, it only has one function: waste recycling. It can automatically recover all the zombie corpses located near the base, once every hour. And the recycled biomass can be converted into bioenergy. Note, only one building can be built. And after unlocking Yuri, you can increase its biological energy. Oh? Recycling waste. Suyan became interested. This is really what you want? Yesterday he was still worrying about the huge amount of corpses left in the city by the zombies, but he heard such good news when he woke up. The corpses of hundreds of thousands of zombies are definitely a terrifying amount. Almost piled up into a mountain. Suyan didn't want to live near those rotting corpses all day long. Even in Suyan's original idea, he prepared a fire to burn the corpses of those zombies. But now it seems that it is no longer necessary. Unlock Yuri? I didn't expect to unlock Yuri. Suyan is very aware of the so-called Yuri ability, possessing the power of mind manipulation and mastering superpowers. Mind control? Is it possible to control zombies? Haha. Suyan complained, and didn't think about it anymore. As for the 30,000 gold coins rewarded later? Now he really doesn't like those gold coins. As soon as he left the base villa, Suyan saw Baiyu hiding alone in a corner with a gun practicing shooting. Baiyu didn't seem to notice Suyan's arrival. Still very focused. And it can be clearly seen that this girl's proficiency in firearms has greatly improved. Some time ago, he was a master of human body drawing like Suyan, but it turned out that in just 2 or 3 days, Baiyu's marksmanship was already quite good. Didn't you play enough with guns last night? Suyan's slightly teasing voice came out. After Baiyu heard Suyan's voice, her shoulders trembled. He lowered his head, still holding the pistol tightly in his hand, and shot at the puppet soldiers in the shooting range. It seems that I didn't hear Suyan's words. But the girl's slender neck has already been stained with a few patches of crimson. Even the gun in his hand was almost unsteady. Hee. Suyan didn't play with the little girl anymore, turned around and walked to other places. After a long time, seeing Suyan finally leave, Baiyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Slowly raised his face, his delicate little face was already flushed. Drib. Dear Commander, all 20 anti-aircraft guns have been built. Drib. Dear Commander, your engineer was successfully promoted to a 3rd-level engineer by moving bricks and building buildings. Suyan's mood was greatly refreshed by the series of system prompts. Not only the anti-aircraft guns have been built, but even the 3rd-level engineers have been built. Suyan's mood right now is simply incomparable. Woke up this morning with so much good news. Such good news, please be sure to come several times a day in the future. Is this an anti-aircraft gun? It's a little different from what I imagined. The anti-aircraft gun standing in front of Suyan is not very huge, only 2 meters high. There is only one cannon barrel, and the cannon barrel faces the sky diagonally. Anti-aircraft gun, automatic attack on the enemy, rate of fire, every 3 seconds, unlimited backup ammunition. Can deal high damage to enemies below 500 meters. Note, it is a range of damage. One shot every 3 seconds? So slow. But Suyan soon understood. Anti-aircraft guns, the rate of fire cannot be too fast. If you are facing a large group of hundreds or thousands of zombie birds, I don't know how effective it will be. System, build another 10 anti-aircraft guns. Suyan is skeptical about the rate of fire of anti-aircraft guns. It's better to pile up, anyway, I don't lack gold coins now. Chapter 37. Suyan summoned the third-level engineer. The engineer who came was the same engineer who chatted with Suyan before. The appearance looks almost exactly the same as before, the only difference is that the engineer now wears a pair of glasses. It has to be said that the engineer who puts on the glasses seems to have improved a lot immediately. I have occupied all 5 signal transmission towers, and then I need you to invade and occupy a radar satellite. Suyan gave orders to the engineer. All right. Commander, I need a supercomputer. Excitement appeared on the engineer's face, and confidence shone in his eyes. Supercomputer. Suyan felt a little bad. No. This supercomputer has to be found for him, right? What are you kidding? Where can I find a supercomputer for him? Commander, please rest assured that the central base itself is actually a supercomputer, and I need to go to the central base to control it. The central base is the villa base that Suyan has already deployed. Suyan nodded. Fortunately, not very tricky, there is no need to find supercomputers. Soon. The third-level engineer was brought into the central base. The engineer was operating, and various images began to be projected on the big screen, which looked very sci-fi. Anyway, Suyan couldn't understand it. It gives people a feeling of ignorance. This moment. On the other side of the ocean. Inside the Sakura Country High Command. There are also a lot of various staff members who are carrying out their work in an orderly manner. After the apocalypse, the armed forces still have the ability to suppress these zombies. The Sakura Country government has also established such a headquarters, similar to most other countries, wanting to develop an antidote to the virus. Idiot! Suddenly, an old man stood up from his seat and cursed angrily. Others came after hearing the sound. Mr. Fujino, what's going on? Someone asked. The old man didn't speak, but just stared at the big screen in front of him. Everyone also turned their eyes to the screen. At this time, the big screen was already covered with red dots. Someone hacked into our radar system. These people reacted immediately. Impossible. Our radar system has an internal network structure. Who can invade our network? Could it be an inner ghost coming out of our headquarters? The old man named Mr. Fujino immediately said, Baga. What are you still doing in a daze? Hurry up and practice and drive this intruder out. Okay. However, with the addition of this group of people, it is still useless. Soon, the satellite network of Sakura Country was completely invaded, and it was impossible to stop it. It's all over the place. The siren also sounded. Beep beep. The satellite network has been invaded and cannot be resisted. Take emergency defensive measures and cut off all radar lines. Beep. Can't execute. Can't execute. Can't execute. Soon, the group of people in the Sakura Country Command were dumbfounded. The opponent's strength was simply unheard of by them. The technology they are proud of has no resistance at all in front of this opponent. I am afraid that even the top hackers in the world cannot do such an operation. They have completely given up resistance. It can be said, the radar system of Sakura Country is almost completely paralyzed now. They have no way to intervene. On the other side, the operation of the third-level engineer has entered a white-hot stage. Apparently, it was the third-level engineer in Suyan's base who hacked into the Sakura Country's satellite system. Dear Commander, please give me another 3 minutes. It is easy to hack into the network system, but it still takes a lot of work to crack the encryption of the radar. The third-level engineer is worthy of the third level, and his hand speed is ridiculously fast. Not long after, the third-level engineer stood up and gestured slightly to Su-yan. "Commander. Live up to expectations, now our base has successfully possessed a radar satellite." At the same time, Su-yan's mind also remembered the sound of the system's promotion. Drop. Congratulations to the commander for successfully completing the mission Super Radar. Successfully unlocked a new building Super Radar. Value, 1,500 gold coins. After Su-yan heard the system's voice, a slight joy appeared on his face. What are you waiting for? Just create him and that's it. Build a Super Radar. Drop. The commander consumes 1,500 gold coins to build a Super Radar, which is under construction, estimated completion time, 48 hours. Chapter 38. In the Sakura Country Command. Okay. Our radar system is ready. The intruder is gone. Someone exclaimed. Great. That damned intruder is gone. Fortunately, the bottom layer of our Sakura Country's radar is encrypted. Otherwise, once these radar satellites are manipulated, our Sakura Country will suffer a lot. I guess this intruder might just be showing off his skills. Wait. Where did Satellite A18 go? Baga. Satellite A18 is gone. Look for it, the old man Fujino shouted angrily. The other researchers on the side showed bitterness. Satellite A18 is gone. We have completely lost control of that satellite. After the old man Fujino heard about it, his eyes were filled with anger. Find it quickly. Track down that intruder. See if you can find his IP address. Satellite A18 can't be lost. There are space-based weapons on it. If it is lost, His Majesty the Emperor will not let us go. The old man was about to cry. And the other researchers also made a mess. However, naturally, Su-yan didn't know that his engineers had hacked into the important satellite of the neighboring Sakura Kingdom without knowing it. He only needs to know that his super radar is about to be built. How could he care where this radar comes from? The establishment of the radar will take 2 days. Don't go out within these 2 days. Wait until the radar is built and act. Su-yan said to himself. He walked to the wall and climbed up the ladder. Looking down from above the fence. There are corpses of zombies all around, missing arms and broken legs, and intestines are everywhere. Bloody people want to turn their stomachs. Especially at the foot of the wall, those zombies were blasted into coke by the magnetic storm guns of the magnetic storm infantry, and their bones were connected to each other, almost sticking to the wall. It's time to build the bioreactor. Su-yan suppressed the discomfort in his heart. The reward obtained from the mission, the bioreactor can smelt all the zombie corpses around the base, which is indeed a very practical building. And the most important thing is, this bioreactor is only the most elementary, and its plasticity is still very high. Hey, the base is getting crowded. Su-yan looked at everything in the base, and couldn't help but sighed softly. According to the system, the footprint of this bioreactor is 40 times 40. This is not a small amount. You know, the scope of your own base construction is only 500 times 500. Su-yan looked all over his base, and found that there was not much remaining buildable area in the base. The area of 500 times 500 is actually not that big after all. How many buildings does he have in the base now? In the center of the base, there are 2 barracks, 4 power stations, a super radar under construction, and 20 anti-aircraft guns. And then it's gone. Just these few buildings accounted for nearly 2/3 of the land. Hey, when will the base be upgraded? This land will soon be unable to develop any longer. Life is not easy, Su-yan sighed. However, he still found a place close to the wall and placed the bioreactor. The bioreactor is directly rewarded by the system and does not require construction time. Directly, a super large building like a giant steel beast appeared out of thin air. It's like the base car that Su-yan got at the beginning. It's just, the volume of this bioreactor is larger than that of the base vehicle. It is a huge cube with a side length of 40 meters. There was a fiery red light flickering inside from time to time. Like the base vehicle, this bioreactor also needs to be deployed. Deploy the bioreactor immediately. Su-yan gave an order. A terrifying sound came from a huge machine. Boom! Like thunder, the original square bioreactor changed its shape. 4 huge steel tentacles stretched out, and then rooted these tentacles under the ground. Boom! In an instant, a large number of cracks opened on the ground, and half of the body of the steel furnace was seen submerged below the surface. After a while, only the upper body of the bioreactor can be seen above the entire ground. The furnace body of the lower body is submerged under the ground. Drop. The bioreactor has been set up. Drop. Starting to detect recoverable energy bodies around the base. Drop. A large number of recoverable energy bodies detected, recovery in progress. At the same time, the huge reactor began to hum. The interior of the upper part of the furnace body exposed on the surface also gradually ignited a crimson light. At this time, Suyan also noticed the abnormality outside the base. With the operation of the reactor, a faint red light was emitted from the ground outside the walls of the entire base. These red lights can be seen clearly even in daytime. And immediately after, there was a shocking scene. Chapter 39. There was a slight red light on the ground. These red lights seem to be alive, and they can even move. The light covered the corpses of the zombies on the ground. Then, the original zombie corpses gradually decayed and disappeared. Just like the corpse powder sprinkled by ancient assassins after killing their enemies. Not even a bone left. Even the blood on the ground was cleaned up. The cleaning speed of the bioreactor was very fast, and the corpses of hundreds of thousands of zombies were all smelted by it within a few minutes. Suyan looked at everything under the wall in a daze. So fast! In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield was cleaned up. After absorbing so many zombie corpses, the bioreactor also began to roar again. The internal operation of the bioreactor is almost at its peak. Suyan could clearly perceive the terrifying energy running in this furnace. Drop. The bioreactor has pumped excess energy below the surface, transforming the base's floor. The system's notification sounded. Can you transform the ground? Suyan was a little surprised. It was also at this time that the ground of the base began to undergo drastic changes. The entire ground becomes more solid with Suyan visible to the naked eye. Originally, it was just a relatively sparse concrete floor, but now almost all of them have become harder than steel plates. Drop. The surface of the base has been remodeled. Suyan sensed the extraordinariness of the ground and picked up the laser gun. It's a shot at the ground that has been remodeled. However, the laser cannon that can blast zombies into scum can only leave a little scratch on the transformed ground? Good guy. Are you really planning to build the base into an iron barrel? In the future, if a mutated zombie that can dig tunnels appears, and digs under his base, they will probably be suspicious of the zombie. Suyan felt a little floating at the moment. The base has really become an iron barrel. Those who fly in the sky, those who run on the ground, and those who crawl underground. All can be prevented. On the other side, Bai Yu, who was practicing marksmanship in the barracks, was also staring blankly at the ground under her feet. In an instant, the ground under his feet was transformed into this appearance. Bai Yu stomped her feet twice and found that the ground was very hard. The girl thought of Suyan. This base is full of mysteries. And that man is even more mysterious and powerful. In the past few days, in the base, she has also seen the power of this base. Many technologies are far beyond her imagination. Especially last night's battle with the tide of corpses refreshed her worldview even more. At the same time, the girl couldn't help but whisper in her heart. To provoke such a man. Is it the right choice? Now. The survivors near Suyan's base were once again staring blankly. They couldn't believe everything in front of them. Brother, you slap me? Am I dazzled? So many piles of corpses, all of them disappeared at once. Could it be, aliens invaded the Earth? Is our dragon kingdom so advanced in technology? The number of zombies around here has decreased a lot. I must enter this base in a while. After I enter, I won't have to run around every day to survive. Of course, there are also some survivors with greedy eyes shining in their eyes. If this base can be owned by me, that would be great. I must go in and be a part-time official. Soon, those survivors near Suyan's base left their strongholds. They started rushing towards Suyan at the same time. In their view, this is a refuge set up by the military. Safe place. Definitely will take them. Everyone was afraid that because they were late, the place would be full. In the base, Suyan was lying on the sofa, looking at the light screen in front of him in thought. The light screen is projected by the base, on which are all the deployments in the base area. Even the movement trajectory of each soldier can be clearly seen. At this moment, Suyan has some headaches, and there is not much area that can be deployed. It is estimated that after the super radar is deployed, the remaining area does not allow him to deploy other large-scale buildings. System, how should the base be upgraded? His current base is only a first-level base, and the area is only 500 times 500. This enables defensive deployments at this range. If the base can be upgraded, the area of the field that can be deployed will naturally increase. Drop. Dear Commander, the base upgrade is waiting to be unlocked. TCH Suyan shook his head. He didn't even unlock the chariot factory, only unlocked several fortifications. So you want to upgrade the base? Obviously unrealistic. Just then, suddenly Tanya came in. Walked up to Suyan. Commander. There are a large number of human survivors on the outskirts of the base asking for help. Chapter 40. Hearing Tanya's words, Suyan raised her eyebrows slightly. Oh? Survivor. Although a little surprised, he soon understood. It is estimated that when the corpse tide was wiped out last night, his base was discovered by those survivors. Right. After all, it is hard not to attract people's attention to the hundreds of thousands of corpse tide wars. Are you treating my place as a safe zone? Hehe. Suyan chuckled lightly. Obviously, he doesn't care about whether his base will be exposed. After all, if a large-scale base is established, it is difficult not to attract the attention of others. Of course, Suyan didn't intend to hide himself at all. At this stage, the only thing that can pose a threat to your own base is the military at the national level. But, the current army is estimated to be a mud bodhisattva who can't protect himself when crossing the river, so who will take care of him? Suyan fully believes that with the development speed of his own base, it will soon be able to expand to an extremely terrifying level. And soon, his super radar will be built, and the safety level will be guaranteed by then. So he is not cowardly at all. Commander, don't you take a look? Tanya asked Suyan. Just bored, let's go and have a look. Suyan stretched, smiled lightly, and then walked out of the base. Beyond the walls, many people are shouting. There are a lot of people, almost 200 or 300 people. It's just that these survivors all look sallow and thin, and they can tell that they have been hungry for many days. Let us in. We are all survivors. I promise I am not infected by zombies. I'm an evolutionary. I'm useful, I'm very powerful in combat, and I have a lot of experience in killing zombies. Woo, I've been hungry for a long time, I want to eat. The crowd basically shouted for help, and some people cried, which sounded very miserable. There are also people who are cursing the injustice of the last days. These survivors all kept a distance of about 200 meters from the wall. No one dares to step over the thunder pool. Because long before them, someone paid with their lives for it. Dozens of bodies lay in pools of blood, their bodies riddled with bullet holes. The death looks terrible. Obviously, they were all killed as enemies because they entered the shooting range of the machine gun bunker. The machine gun bunker does not matter if you are a human or a zombie, as long as it judges that you are an enemy, it will open fire directly. And the corpses of those people also gave these survivors a blow. It's just. Although some people died, they were not willing to leave. After seeing the terrifying defense capabilities of this base last night, they will never forget it. An army of hundreds of thousands of zombies is nothing in the face of powerful fire suppression. Mutated zombies? Running fast? No matter how fast it is, can the bullets of machine guns be faster? The unilateral massacre of zombies was branded deep in the memory of each of them. Yes. Only such a base can better protect itself. If you can go in, you don't have to face the zombies' attack every day, and you don't have to worry about avoiding the zombies' pursuit every day. I can go back to the peaceful life before the doomsday. Tisk tisk, so many survivors? Are you really going to use my place as your second home? Suyan stood on the wall, overlooking the large crowd below. These survivors brought their families with them, and there were all kinds of people. Bai Yu stood beside Suyan. The girl was a head shorter than Suyan. While looking at the survivors below, Bai Yu sneaked a few glances at Suyan. It seems to want to see Suyan's attitude. How would he deal with so many survivors? The appearance of Suyan and his party quickly attracted the attention of the survivors. Look! Someone has come out of the base. Someone exclaimed. Although separated by hundreds of meters, these people still cheered for the appearance of Suyan and others. Someone coming out means having an opportunity to negotiate. If it's the kind of person who doesn't come out all the time, it will make them fall into despair. Take us in. We are absolutely obedient. I am an evolutionary, and I am helpful to the base. The men begged again. It's just, their begging didn't produce effective results. Suyan looked at these people and shook his head indifferently. Even a general survivor base might not accept so many survivors at once. Not to mention, his red alert base. There are too many secrets in the base, let alone him. I am afraid that anyone who came here would not let these survivors in. No matter how pitiful they are. Chapter 41. After Bai Yu saw Suyan's indifferent eyes. I already understood everything in my heart. I also feel a sense of sadness for the group of survivors below. But, she didn't say much. For her now, Suyan's decision is her decision. From Suyan's point of view, those people really deserve to die. That's right. After seeing Suyan's indifferent expression, Bai Yu subconsciously thought that Suyan would kill the survivors. After all, these survivors should have seen the mystery of the Suyan base. So for self-protection, silence seems to be a matter of course. And Suyan next to the girl naturally didn't know what she was thinking. Hearing so many people calling for help, Suyan's heart was still calm. Let me tell you. We all came out of the stronghold and went all the way to join you. Let us go in. That's right, it's going to be dark soon, and the zombies are coming out again. Let's go in and avoid it for a few days. We'll just stay for a few days and then leave. I'm different. I'll just stay overnight. The group of survivors was obviously smart enough to change the subject. It is proposed that they are only temporary sojourners for a short time. Leave in 2 days. But, once they're in, are they going to get out? This is obviously impossible. When the time comes, Sipililian will also stay inside. Hehe. Suyan chuckled lightly. Why do you think I'll let you in? The sound is very soft, but it can be clearly transmitted to the ears of every survivor. Suyan's words immediately poured cold water on them. Those who can say such words, the tone is already obvious, and they just don't intend to let them in. After hearing Suyan's words, the survivors became anxious one by one. Started shouting loudly. Why? I am a disaster victim, a survivor. I should save lives and heal the wounded, right? Please, let us go in. Just stay for a few days. Give me an explanation. We are weak now, if you don't let us in, we will die outside. That's right. Isn't the base so big that people live in it? What's wrong with taking me in? It's not like we can't work. Little brother, let me in, I can be your girlfriend. The survivors started to shout loudly one by one. Some people are begging attitude. Some people tried to kidnap Suyan morally from the commanding heights of morality. Some people also began to actively promote themselves. But Suyan remained unmoved. Slowly, these people became impatient. Suyan's attitude made them very anxious. Many people thought that they had rushed here from the base all the way, but they were still not treated. This caused a lot of resentment in their hearts. Are you going to let us in or not? If you don't let us in, you're killing people in disguise. It's not easy for anyone to survive in the last days. Do you know who I am? My father is the mayor of this city. If you let me in, my father will not let you go. Suyan glanced at the man who claimed to be the son of the chief. Looks like it started at least 50 years old. And if he remembered correctly, this was already the third son of the chief minister he had met. It seems that Shi Chang's family is quite prosperous. Facing an increasingly excited crowd, Su Yan finally spoke. Calm down, listen to my explanation, there are too many of you. And, the base does not accept outsiders, but I can provide you with some food. Before Su Yan finished speaking, someone in the crowd started shouting loudly. Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy is probably just a watchdog. With such a big base, I don't believe that there is no person in charge. That kid. Call the person in charge of your base. I want to talk to him. That's right. This guy looks so young, he's probably just a young man in this base, so get out and invite your senior management here. Humph. Who cares about your food? Open the door. We're going in. After one person spoke, the rest of the people immediately echoed. Yes. That man looks so young, he must be just a handyman in this large base. And the attitude of the man just now seemed to be a little low, and they immediately believed their guess even more. Instantly became stronger. You can't listen to me. Before Su Yan could speak, the survivors became aggressive. Hurry up and get out, it's not your turn to make decisions about this base. What are you putting on? What weight do your words have? Call your boss out. This group of survivors obviously did not have the humble attitude of seeking survival just now. Everyone started to get aggressive. And yet, none of these people saw it. The expression on Su Yan's face on the fence has slowly disappeared. It seems to contain killing intent. Chapter 42. At this time, Su Yan did not continue to speak. His face was expressionless, and there was a dangerous aura in his eyes. It's just that the group of survivors obviously didn't notice at the moment. Still speaking aggressively. Bai Yu, who was standing beside Su Yan, couldn't help but shiver. Then I saw Su Yan picking up a high-tech spear from his side. The moment Bai Yu saw the gun, he understood what Su Yan wanted to do. This gun. She is very familiar with it. She saw him use it once when he was rescued by Su Yan. Yes, a laser gun. A gleam of red light flashed in Su Yan's eyes, and he turned the power of the laser gun in his hand to the maximum with a cold expression. A faint light blue light surrounded the laser gun. The powerful energy clusters almost distorted the space. Afterwards, Su Yan tilted his head and looked at the survivors who were still beeping. Pull the trigger. Boom. A strong beam rushed out. After the power is increased to the maximum, the killing range of the laser gun is much smaller, and it emits a slender dark red light. Like Superman's Cyclops. Su Yan turned the muzzle of the gun. A dark red light swept across. Like the sharpest blade, it cut the row of survivors at the head in half. It's like cutting tofu. These survivors are the dozen or so people who clamored the most. The ultra-high temperature instantly cut these people in half, separated their bodies, and their blood evaporated into pink steam. And the powerful force of the laser blasted the ground into a deep ravine. Things happened so quickly that those other people didn't realize it at first. The survivors at the rear all froze after reacting. For a moment, it seemed that he couldn't believe everything in front of him. At the same time, Su Yan's cold voice reached their ears again. What do you think? Why can you talk loudly to me here so presumptuously? Su Yan's eyes were full of disdain. If it wasn't for his base to wipe out the nearby zombies, would this group of people dare to come out? I originally planned to talk to you calmly, why do you have to force me? The first time I saw so many survivors, I originally planned to give them a little food or something like a good person. But now it seems, no longer needed. Ah! Killed! After reacting, someone started to scream. Panic, despair, resentment filled the hearts of these people. But at this moment, they all understood a truth. This base will not accept them. Even kill people. This is definitely not the safe zone they yearn for. Run! Soon, the group dispersed. Su Yan didn't continue to massacre those people with laser guns either. He just killed the row of boers at the head. Kill chickens and monkeys. Heh, humanity, Su Yan said indifferently, with neither joy nor sadness on his expression. Turned around and left. Su Su-yan. Bai Yu followed Su-yan's footsteps. Why didn't they all be silenced? Bai Yu asked suspiciously. Hi. Su-yan looked at the girl who was a head shorter than him in front of him with a surprised expression. All silenced? Good guy. More ruthless than me. From the little girl's family, once she opened her mouth, she would silence everything. Facing Bai Yu's doubts, Su-yan smiled lightly. I still have a bottom line. Bai Yu felt speechless when she heard Su-yan's words. Is there a bottom line? Su-yan reached out and touched the girl's head, and said, although the bottom line is not high. Bai Yu looked at the dozens of corpses outside the wall. The bottom line is indeed not high. Commander, do you need me to kill all those people? At this moment, Tanya walked up to Su-yan and asked. After hearing Tanya's words, Su-yan shook his head. No need. Tanya continued, if they spread the secrets of our base, will it have any impact? Su-yan laughed when he heard this. They're not leaving, or most of them aren't leaving here. People are always used to approaching safer places, especially in the last days, even more so. What's more, I didn't intend to hide myself. Tanya nodded after listening to Su-yan's words, but didn't say anything more. In fact, it is exactly as Su-yan said. Although the survivors who were scared away said they should stay away from the base where the demons gathered. However, they were very honest in their actions and returned to their original strongholds. In the midst of the doomsday. Although that base does not accept them, but getting closer, can always give them a sense of security. Chapter 43. After 2 days. Drop. The super radar has been deployed. Please advise. The radar is built. Su-yan is still very concerned about this radar. After all, with this super radar, it is much more convenient. Not only can the whereabouts of zombies be monitored at any time, but also anti-radar and anti-sky monitoring. Su-yan sat in the operating room of the central base, with a large area projected in front of him. All are panoramas viewed from above. After Su-yan zoomed in on an area, he could even accurately track the movements of each zombie. The main thing is the air. Radar can detect all objects moving in the air, and cooperate with anti-aircraft guns to carry out effective strikes. Come on, senior engineer, you will be in charge of this place from now on. Su-yan directly acted as the hands-off shopkeeper. For the radar monitoring, there must be someone watching closely in real time. Naturally, it was impossible for Su-yan to stare at him every day, so such a heavy responsibility fell on the engineers. And the engineer seems to be quite happy? Proud to have been awarded such an important job. It is worth mentioning that Su-yan's base was attacked by a flock of zombie birds in the past few days. Originally, in Su-yan's opinion, the number of zombie birds is too much, and it may be difficult to parry with only 30 anti-aircraft guns. Unexpectedly, Su-yan greatly underestimated the power of anti-aircraft guns. Although the rate of fire of anti-aircraft guns is slow, the hit rate is very high, and it can kill in a large area. After hitting the flock of birds, it was like an exploding firework, directly killing a large group of birds. The flock of birds had no chance of getting close to the base, so they all died in battle. There are less than 100,000 gold coins left. Why haven't you unlocked the mining base yet? This red alert system doesn't have a mining base, right? Su-yan was a little depressed. Red alert system. No mining base, what about playing wool? Are you really going to let him find gold all the time? Okay. Then it seems that we can only take the initiative to find gold. Su-yan felt a little helpless. Although he still has close to 100,000 gold coins in his hand, Su-yan knows, if there is an urgent need for these 100,000 gold coins, it won't last long at all. Some other powerful buildings, weapons, and soldiers will definitely be unlocked later. That all needs money. But fortunately, I have already obtained the locations of large and small vaults nearby. Su-yan looked at the map in his hand and smiled. These vault locations include various gold and silver jewelry stores, bank vaults and the like. If all the gold in it can be wiped out, it is estimated to be a huge sum of money. After this siege of corpses, Su-yan deeply understood a truth. You can't just rely on the gold coins given by the system, you have to find the gold coins yourself. The person Suyan brought out was still Tanya. Tanya has become his personal bodyguard. The two were flying in the low sky at a very high speed. Because Suyan already had a radar satellite at this time, the flying device was also equipped with a radar detection device. "Dear Commander, there is a gold shop 500 meters ahead." A mechanical voice appeared in Suyan's ear. "This is the sound of the aircraft." "That's right." In the past few days, Suyan asked the third-level engineer to upgrade his aircraft, and worked out an automatic navigation system in conjunction with the radar satellite. Also added artificial intelligence services. "Tanya, go down and have a look." "Yes." Tanya drew out her two guns in the air and made a beautiful air landing. Tanya's flying device is different from Suyan's, and her flying device has also been upgraded by engineers. It's just. Tanya's flying device looks very light, and even the armor has been removed. In Tanya's words, she doesn't need it. The bulky armor will only hinder her performance. But Suyan is obviously different. His aircraft is covered with titanium alloy armor, which is really armed to the teeth. After Tanya landed, the surrounding zombies immediately gathered around. The zombies on the street poured out like a tide in an instant. Some rushed out of the houses next to them, and some crawled out of the trash can. Some zombies even fell from the sky directly from the buildings on both sides. Originally, there were not many zombies on the street, but once prey appeared. These zombies will appear from unexpected places. It's scary. Tanya smiled disdainfully, and then smiled at Suyan above the sky. "Hey Commander, I recently invented a set of combos, let me show you." Saying that, Tanya actually put the two guns in her hands back into her waist. Then slowly pulled out two slender double knives from behind. Chapter 44. The two long knives are extremely slender, and the blades look very sharp. The double knives played two beautiful knives in Tanya's hands. Facing so many zombies afterwards, a look of madness flashed in his eyes. The rocket vehicle behind it spewed out light blue gas instantly, accelerating it suddenly. Tanya flew out towards the corpses in an instant, flying almost in a way close to the ground. The acceleration generated by the rocket vehicle is absolutely terrifying. The kind of acceleration from 0 seconds to 100 yards is probably something that Tanya can bear. If it is other ordinary people, it is estimated that the spine will be broken into several pieces. Tanya, who was flying close to the ground, held two knives in her hands, and faced the corpses in front of her without any hesitation. The knife light flickered. Shua, shua, shua. The moment he rushed into the crowd of corpses, he cut off the legs of countless zombies. Roar! The corpses were roaring, but Tanya was moving so fast and flying close to the ground, they couldn't react for a while. It just shortened a bit and lost the ability to move. After rushing into the crowd of corpses, Tanya instantly turned off the rocket launcher behind her. Relying on inertia, rotate the body. Like a wind of death, chopping up zombies was like chopping vegetables. Every time you swing the blade, several zombie heads will fall off. Tanya's figure dodged back and forth among the corpses like a ghost. Whenever the zombies are about to surround her, she will use the rocket vehicle to accelerate instantly and distance herself. Also took away a few zombies by the way. Tanya is worthy of being the strongest soldier. Even Suyan saw her kick a zombie that was rushing towards him and sent it flying tens of meters away. There are also some aliens among the corpses. A tall and burly zombie rushed towards Tanya brandishing his fists, and the huge force knocked all the surrounding zombies away. This zombie's muscles are exposed, without skin, but those blood-red muscles look as hard as stones. Mutated zombies. It has been nearly half a month since the end of the world, and the zombies have basically completed their initial evolution, evolving towards an incredible place. Tanya looked at the giant zombie rushing towards her, with disgust in her eyes. It's ugly. After finishing speaking, the power of the rocket vehicle was pulled to the maximum. The whole person exploded in an instant. Kicked at the giant zombie. How powerful is a rocket launcher? It increased Tanya's speed to nearly 200 yards almost instantly. Like an arrow that leaves the string. Bang! There was a loud noise. Tanya actually kicked the gigantic zombie away with one kick. And she was also blown away by the huge recoil, but she instantly activated the rocket launcher in the air to adjust her state. Then it accelerated again. He rushed towards the zombie that flew upside down. This time, she used a pair of swords. After the giant zombie was kicked into the air, it dared to hit the ground just as Tanya's double knives followed. Decapitate him with one blow. The whole process is smooth and flowing. From speeding up to kick the zombies away to speeding up again to beheading the zombies, the whole process didn't even take 2 seconds. Suyan in the sky was dumbfounded by Tanya's actions. This woman shocks him every time. It's such a long life. Tanya doesn't play with guns, she plays with knives instead. And still playing so slippery? When Suyan was playing Red Police before, she felt that the third level Tanya was already outrageous, but unexpectedly, the third level Tanya in reality is even more ruthless. Truly worthy of being the top fighter. Almost omnipotent. The rocket vehicle made her understand. It is estimated that the third level rocket pilots can't imagine that their own equipment can play like this. After Tanya killed the giant zombie, the 2 knives in her hand still did not stop. He rushed towards the group of corpses again, directly turning into a meat grinder. Every time the knife was swung, several zombies died. Soon, all the zombies on this street were slaughtered, except for a few sporadic zombies with short arms and short legs roaring on the ground. Tanya's wrist shook, and the blood on the 2 knives in her hands was directly shaken off, and then she put the 2 knives back into the scabbard. He looked up at Suyan, with a slightly wild smile on his lips. Suyan fell from the sky and walked to Tanya's side. You are really a lunatic. Suyan sighed sincerely. Thank you for the compliment. I have to say that Suyan, who Tanya did so well just now, is also quite enthusiastic. The visual impact brought by cold weapons unilaterally slaughtering zombies is incomparable to hot weapons. In particular, the scene where Tanya repeatedly accelerates and kills giant zombies in the air reminds Suyan of a man in a certain anime. Yeah, want to be shorter. In fact, Suyan also wants to try this feeling of slashing zombies, but he can only think about it. He is not a third level Tanya, not only has a body that is so powerful that it is abnormal, but also can resist zombie viruses. He is just a little crispy now, not much different from an engineer. Let the zombies scratch and stop eating. Otherwise, how could he build such a pair of titanium alloy armor? Fighting, killing zombies and the like are left to others, and he just needs to sit back and enjoy his achievements. Chapter 45. Suyan and the 2 walked into the gold shop. This is the largest gold store in E-City. There were a few wandering zombies inside, and when they saw Suyan and the 2 coming in, they rushed over. But he was instantly killed by Tanya. Tisk tisk tisk, so many gold jewelry. The gold shop is indeed extremely luxurious, and there are many showcases inside. There are a lot of gold jewelry placed inside. It's just. In the last days, these golds are also destined to become things that no one cares about. A gold brick may be worth less than a loaf of bread. But precious metals such as gold and silver have shown great uses here by Suyan. Suyan directly smashed the glass showcase, and then took out all the jewelry. Hiss, why do you feel like a thief? Suyan couldn't help complaining. That's too much. Let me call someone over. Suyan directly communicated remotely and transferred the 5 seals. It didn't take long for the 5 seals to fly over in rocket vehicles. Then there is a general cleaning of the gold store. Soon, all the valuable things in the entire gold shop were moved together. Tanya, take down that golden Buddha statue too, it must have high gold content. To Suyan's disappointment, there is not much gold in the gold shop. Even a gold necklace is only a dozen grams. But fortunately, the weight of the golden Buddha statue is quite sufficient, after all, it is the treasure of the store. After Suyan piled up the gold, he directly used the system to recover it. Drop. The commander recovered 50 kilograms of gold and got 5,000 gold coins. Suyan. 5,000 gold coins, isn't that enough to get between your teeth? The most FG thing is that the golden Buddha statue is still lying on the ground motionless. Then, there is only one possibility, this Buddha statue is a fake. The golden Buddha statue is actually a fake? It's the treasure of the store? It's really picky. I don't even want to have a gold-plated surface. The gold-plated is all brass-plated. Suyan was a little depressed, feeling that his trip was in vain. After that, Suyan went to other vault storage locations one after another. At the same time, Suyan also found a pattern. The gold reserves in the vaults in the banks are very high. Almost all gold bars. Suyan naturally focused on those banks. Of course, some banks have low gold reserves, only a few tens of kilograms, and of course there are also high gold reserves, and one of the banks in the city center has gold reserves as high as 500 kilograms. Really a big surprise for Suyan. It's like opening a blind box. In less than a day, Suyan directly exchanged hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Become a small upstart again. Now there are more than 200,000 gold coins in Suyan's system, so there is no need to worry about gold coins in a short time. Suyan and his group searched for gold in the city with great fanfare, which naturally attracted the attention of many survivors. At the moment in the urban library, Scarface and several other evolutionary subordinates are discussing. You should have seen those mecha soldiers flying in the sky just now, right? Brother Deo, this must be someone from the military. The wave of corpses a few days ago was probably directed at the army. Now it seems, the army should have wiped out those zombies. The army capable of annihilating so many zombies must have strong firepower. Could it be that they plan to capture City E as a permanent safe zone? How about we withdraw? If the army comes in, our good days will come to an end. Hearing the discussions of the younger brothers, the leader, Scarface, spoke. We are evolutionaries. What is most lacking in the last days is evolutionists. Even if the army comes in, so what? Do you think the current army can be compared with that before the end of the world? Pay attention to the direction of these flying mecha soldiers, beware. In a villa, a girl with a toothpick in her mouth leaned against the French window of the balcony. Hey, I didn't finish my last meal after I was full burp. The girl touched her belly and burped. There was a little satisfaction on the small face. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the sky not far away. What the hell? The girl looked up to the sky, and was shocked beyond measure by the mirror image in front of her. What the hell is that? How can it fly in the sky? Is that the military's special forces? Great! The military finally took action. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. After entering the military base, there should be meat to eat, right? The girl murmured to herself. Chapter 46. After Suyan returned to the base. I'm in a good mood. I have to say that the radar is still easy to use. It directly marks the locations of all gold stores and banks in the city, and even comes with a smart navigation function. If there is no radar, it is estimated that it will take a lot of time to find it. This saves him a lot of time. But now Suyan is more worried about having enough money. But it won't go out. There is a lot of money in your hands, but you have nowhere to use it. After the radar satellite station was established, the remaining area in the Suyan base was only enough to build another large building. And this space must be reserved for the next building to be unlocked. If the base has not been upgraded, maybe he has to sell other buildings to make room for it. System. Be an individual, the base needs to be upgraded. If the system is not upgraded, if other high-level buildings are unlocked, it will be uncomfortable if the building is really sold. But Suyan was not impatient. The boat is naturally straight when it reaches the bridge. Gold coins will not depreciate in value. Naturally, there will be no problem if you keep them. The big deal is that after the level is raised, you can go crazy and upgrade the building directly. And Suyan has a feeling that the system will release a mission to upgrade the base level soon. The capital. In the military area. At this time, tall walls have been erected outside the military area, and there are even a large number of barbed wire fences. There are a large number of soldiers patrolling on the wall. It's just that neither the solidity of the city wall nor the spirit of the soldiers can compare with Suyan's base. Moreover, there are a large number of zombies wandering around the walls of the base. The zombie hit the wall twice from time to time, and scratched the wall with its claws a few times, making a toothache sound. Dull low growls echoed one after another in the empty area. Even if these scattered zombies have reached the bottom of the fence, the patrolling soldiers on the fence will not kill them. Unless the zombies below have gathered into a group, they will concentrate their firepower to destroy them. This military area is huge. The area covered is far from what Suyan's base can match. If Suyan's base area is so large, it is estimated that he can wake up laughing when he sleeps. In the base, a group of people are having a meeting. Now the outside is full of zombies. So much manpower and material resources have been invested in the research and development of virus vaccines, but no effective treatment can be developed. Even those in the biochemical department have told us to be prepared for a long battle. The leader, an old man in military uniform, spoke slowly, his face was silent, and his voice was somewhat suppressed. The doomsday came too suddenly. Even if our military region has suppressed firepower, it has lost more than 70% of the people. Don't even think about it outside. If you look inside the capital, they are all zombies. The estimated number is at least tens of millions. Once these zombies form a corpse wave, the consequences will be disastrous. Almost all the news is bad news. There were nearly 100 people in the conference room, but the atmosphere was terribly oppressive. Everyone's heart is extremely heavy. The situation in other countries is similar to ours. The new president of the free country just talked to me, hoping that we can support them, hehe. Huh? Why did free country change its president? It is said that the previous president of the free country was infected with zombies when the zombie crisis broke out. While everyone was discussing, a correspondent came in. Commander, just now the Prime Minister of the Sakura Kingdom asked us if we had stolen their radar satellites. They lost one of their radar satellites a few days ago. It is suspected that we invaded their network and stole the ownership of the satellites. Steal their satellites? What about the bullshit? Let them go. Immediately some grumpy people started to lose their temper. Obviously, their attitude towards Sakura country is not very good. Soon, everyone returned to the original topic again. I have a proposal. In the crowd, a young man in his 20s and 30s raised his hand. Colonel Yetian, please speak. I suggest using missiles to clean up a large number of zombies in the capital, and not let them form a wave of corpses. I believe you have seen the power of the wave of corpses in the past few days, right? It's just a small wave of zombies gathered together. If the whole army of tens of millions of zombies in the capital is approaching the city together, do you think we still have hope? So, we must use missiles to bomb places with a high density of zombies around us, and we must not let them form a wave of corpses. The more Yetian spoke, the more excited he became, his eyes were almost bloodshot. Then do you know, how many survivors are there in the capital? The old man in charge said lightly. Isn't it just a few survivors? Those who make big things don't care about small things. As long as there is no tide of corpses, our base is indestructible. If the corpses are blown up with missiles, we can destroy them one by one, slowly regain lost ground, and even recover the territory of the entire capital. At that time, an absolutely large base can be established. There was a tremor in Yetian's tone. However, in the next second, a basin of cold water was poured on her again. Ideals are good, but you have to remember, we can't make any mistakes. Any mistakes may lead to our destruction. However, your suggestion, we will consider it. Chapter 47. In the next few days, Suyan's life was very ordinary. The system did not release tasks, nor did it unlock any new types of fortifications. Suyan's daily life is somewhat boring. It's just that the waist is a little sore. Even his strengthened body couldn't bear the long-term manual labor. Originally, Suyan needed to control the rocket flying device to inspect the abnormal situation in the city center, but now that he has the super radar, he can grasp what happened in the whole city without even going out of the base. Even with the assistance of artificial intelligence, Suyan knew exactly where there were large survivor bases in the city. He is very clear about the types of mutated zombies in the city. It has to be said that the super radar is against the sky. This is the convenience brought by technology. There have been so many mutant zombies recently. Suyan watched the videos projected on the big screen. All of them are videos of various mutated zombies captured by the radar. Some zombies have thick and very long limbs with coiled veins and explosive power. The body is covered by black scales, the brain is exposed, and a long tongue sticks out. It is good at crawling and moves extremely fast. Suyan named it the liquor. In addition, there are giant zombies and big-headed zombies that I encountered before, as well as the corrupt tyrant who can spray a large amount of corrosive liquid from its mouth. These are just a few of the many mutated zombies. Obviously, the evolution of these zombies seems to be purposeful. Some zombies evolve towards speed, some towards strength, and some towards wisdom. The first two are not bad. After all, no matter how fast and powerful they are only a target in front of hot weapons. But intelligent zombies are more troublesome. Especially the big-headed zombies. According to Suyan's observations these days, this type of zombies has begun to develop intelligence. Suyan once witnessed a large-headed zombie manipulating hundreds of zombies to break through a small survivor base through radar. Big-headed zombies generally hide behind the corpses, and they already know the survival rule of seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. If this kind of zombies really become popular, it is estimated, there will be a lot more zombies in the future. Suyan muttered to himself. In the past few days, he ordered the 5 SEALs to patrol within 2 kilometers of the base. When you see that kind of big-headed zombie, kill it on the spot. The comprehensive combat capabilities of the 5 SEALs are extremely strong, and if they cooperate with each other, they will hardly be weaker than the combat effectiveness of a 3rd-level Tanya. As long as you don't encounter thousands of small corpses, you can easily deal with them. Hey, we still need to build a higher level of defense facilities. Shouldn't the base be upgraded? Suyan complained feebly. However, the next second, the sound of the system appeared in Suyan's ear. Drop. Commanders get a staged main task, expand the base. Task introduction, after untold hardships. Narrow escape. The commander finally survived the first wave of zombies, and initially established defensive facilities, but in the face of such a fast-evolving zombie army, how can he only have this kind of defense? Let's go, Commander! Complete missions and upgrade your base to level 2. Expand the base area and go. Mission material requirements: 50 tons of titanium alloy is required. 200 tons of steel. 50,000 gold coins. After the base has been upgraded to level 2, the commander will unlock a new building, the chariot factory. And other arms, defensive weapons, and the like. Area of the secondary base, 1000 times 1000. The task is finally here. Hearing the long-lost system sound, Suyan's eyes flashed with excitement. Then I started to take a closer look at the task content. All the hard work? 9 deaths? Is there? Isn't this very simple? I still need materials. 50 tons of titanium alloy. 200 tons of steel. Are you kidding me? Where can I find so many materials? Suyan was shocked when he saw the required steel material. But after the base upgrade is complete, can you unlock the chariot factory? Originally, Suyan was still a little depressed. But after seeing the chariot factory, the depression dissipated instantly. Unlocked the tank factory, which means you can build tanks. And can unlock a large number of new buildings and fortifications. Looking at it this way, isn't it just some materials? Is it over if you can't find it? Earn blood, okay? Compared with tanks, hundreds of tons of steel are not worth mentioning at all. And the upgraded base footprint has also been expanded from 500 times 500 to 1000 times 1000. Although it sounds like it just doubled the diameter of the base. But in fact, the base area has increased by 4 times. In other words, he will use 3 times the extra space to build various defensive facilities. How could this not excite him? Chapter 48. Came to the central base command room on the first floor. Are there any large steel mills around? Suyan asked directly. Soon, after the artificial intelligence was connected to the radar, it began to search. Dear Commander, located at the junction of City E and City H, there is a steelmaking plant, established in 1980, with a long history. It has the world's top converters, and one furnace can produce 100-200 t of steel. It seems to be good, and it should be able to meet the steel demand of 200 tons. Suyan tapped the table lightly with his fingers, his eyes thoughtful. According to the order of magnitude of one furnace, at most 2 furnaces can make all the steel materials you need. Drop. The system prompts the commander. Baotai steel plant is 80 kilometers away from the base. 80 kilometers, a bit far. By the way, are titanium alloy materials produced there? Suyan asked. Drop. According to the data before the doomsday, Baotai steel plant has a titanium alloy aerospace material melting furnace. That's okay, when the time comes, it will be done in one wave, and there is no need to spend so much trouble. Being able to make titanium alloy materials and steel raw materials in one go will naturally save a lot of effort. 200 tons of steel, 50 tons of titanium alloy materials, this adds up to 250 tons. Transportation is a problem. Only large trucks can be used, maybe more than 2 or 3. But, it's not a big deal, anyway, I have plenty of people. Isn't it just shipping? The big deal is that hundreds of thousands of soldiers will be built to accompany and guard the whole process, wouldn't it be enough? Get some pilots to cooperate in the air, and a few battalions of magnetic storm infantry to guard. He really didn't believe what could go wrong. Afterwards, Suyan searched for various delivery trucks across the city through the monitoring capabilities of the super radar satellite. After all, if steel is to be pulled, Suyan can only use large trucks to transport it at this stage. It is obviously unrealistic to transport more than 200 tons of heavy objects by air, and he does not have a transport plane now. But it has been many days since the end of the world, and many large trucks have been abandoned, or they were used by the survivors as a tool to block the wall. Suyan called the SEALs, equipped them with rocket vehicles, and prepared them to take engineers to recycle the old trucks in the city. These engineers are all third-level engineers who have undergone thousands of tempering. It is not an exaggeration to say that everything can be repaired in their hands. Soon, the 5 SEALs gathered in front of Suyan, waiting for instructions. Suyan still has great confidence in the capabilities of the SEALs. This is the third-level Navy SEALs. Although it is not as scary as Tanya, it is definitely a super soldier. One person is enough to fight against a group of corpses, etc. Looking at the bird's-eye view of the city projected on the big screen, Suyan narrowed his eyes slightly, and stopped a few soldiers who were about to take action. You don't have to bother looking everywhere. A smile appeared on Suyan's face. With a wave of his hand, the city projection in the void instantly magnified. Above is a coal mine with a whole row of heavy trucks. That's right. Heavy-duty truck. The car is more than 10 meters long, and the cargo capacity is between 15 tons and 50 tons. In other words, if all these heavy-duty trucks can be obtained, only 7 or 8 of them are needed to deliver the required steel by themselves. And in that mine, there are more than 20 such heavy trucks. Tisk tisk. The mine is not very far from the base, only a dozen kilometers away. It doesn't take any effort at all. Suyan immediately stood up and spoke to the SEALs. Call some more people, take all the rocket pilots and a few engineers, go to this mine, and drive all the heavy trucks inside. Suyan's face showed excitement. Yes, Commander. Soon, Suyan's base began to take action, and almost all the rocket pilots were dispatched. The rocket pilots took a few engineers and headed directly towards the mine. The distance of more than 10 kilometers is actually nothing to this group of pilots. Moreover, these soldiers are flying in the air, there is no problem of traffic jams, and they also have full navigation with radar satellites. Soon, hundreds of pilots had flown to the mine. Suyan also brought Tanya, the SEALs, and others followed. It feels good. Not only is the distance from the base to the mining area very short, but the roads to and from the city are all on the outskirts of the city. The number of zombies is not too many, and the process went smoothly. Suyan looked down, and the entire mine was silent. There are many corpses lying here and there in the open ground, it is obvious that there has been a battle here. Commander, there are a lot of people hiding here. Tanya moved close to Suyan's ear and whispered a hint. Suyan narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard Tanya's words. Chapter 49. As a super soldier, Tanya has almost all skills in reconnaissance and anti-reconnaissance. If someone was observing in secret, they would naturally be unable to escape her eyes. And, the atmosphere of this mine is so weird, it is easy to detect the abnormality. It's quiet here, except for the few corpses on the open ground, it doesn't fit in with the doomsday, it's simply incompatible. Even if you look closely, you can still see gasoline dripping from the fuel tanks of those heavy trucks. Obviously, there are people living here. And there are still a lot of people. However, Suyan just looked around indifferently. Go down with 20 rocket pilots and a few engineers, and drive away all the heavy trucks below. The SEALs are following along, and the rest of us are guarding in the air. After receiving Suyan's order, a group of soldiers suddenly descended from the sky. After landing, run directly towards those heavy trucks. Suyan is still very cautious. Survivors who can refuel these heavy trucks in the last days, are definitely not ordinary survivors. Guns and ammunition in hand for sure. Even Suyan had a guess that maybe these survivors themselves were, from the military. Among the tall buildings near the mine. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, many people gather here. The debate is endless. Who are they? Can fly in the sky? Are you kidding? A young man was very surprised. This kind of high technology is definitely not available to ordinary people. I guess it may be someone in the military. A middle-aged man with a big belly spoke. That's right. Are they, come to save us? Hehe, what are you thinking? How could it be that you came to save us? I think they should come to search for supplies. No. They're taking our car away. Suddenly someone exclaimed. Grass. What do these bastards want to do? He drove our car away. The group of people immediately looked at each other and cursed at the same time. I saw in the mine below. A group of men ran towards their heavy truck parked on the mine site. They didn't take it seriously at first, after all, they had the keys to these cars, and they didn't think these flying guys would steal their cars. But what happened next left them completely dumbfounded. Those guys in yellow hats opened their locked car doors in seconds. Then drove the car away. Not long after, all the 20 or so heavy trucks they had parked on the mine were driven away. Nemas. This group of popular people almost wanted to scold their mothers. Guys who almost all own high-tech aircraft, such a luxurious camp, actually engaged in stealing cars? And, not one for them? That's too much. Bandits. A bunch of robbers. Mine manager, that group of people drove away our heavy truck. What should we do? A thin man said anxiously. Damn it! A group of bastards. There are aircrafts that don't need it, must they come to grab our heavy trucks? The eyes of the head mine manager were full of resentment. Bloodshot eyes. Maid. We spent so much money to fill up these trucks, but these bastards just drove away without saying hello. Mine manager, why don't we go out and talk to them? They look like people from the military region. If we come forward, they shouldn't embarrass us. At least leave us a few cars. After hearing what this group of people said, the middle-aged man was silent for a long time. Then he shook his head and said coldly. It doesn't have to be people from the military region. Even if they are people from the military region, do you think, the end of the world is now, and the army is still the same as before? The middle-aged man's face was gloomy and cold, because just now, he saw it with his own eyes. Among those equipped with aircraft below, a woman with blonde hair looked towards them with a sly smile on her face. At the same time, he made a pistol gesture towards them. Obviously, these survivors have been discovered long ago, but that group of people ignored their existence from the beginning to the end. Mine manager, how about we go out and fight with them? Without heavy trucks, we will starve to death in this mining area sooner or later. Shut up. We only have a few broken guns, can we fight against well-armed people like them? You want to die? The middle-aged man yelled. At the same time, he stared resentfully at the group of people who were gradually leaving the mining area. Suddenly, boom! After seeing the closed gate, those driving heavy trucks accelerated suddenly and smashed open the protective fence around the mine. Grass! Seeing such a scene, the survivors staying upstairs cursed again. Bandits! What a bunch of bandits! They already hated this group of car thieves so much, but now, that group of hateful guys knocked down the wall that guarded their existence. You simply don't behave like a human being. Chapter 50. After leaving, more than 20 heavy trucks lined up in a long line and drove on the road. I have to say that the driving skills of this group of rocket pilots are quite good. This heavy-duty truck is easy to handle. A heavy truck is more than 10 meters long, and more than 20 vehicles are lined up in a row, which is more than 200 meters long. And Suyan is not flying in the sky at the moment. At this time, he was sitting on the front of the leading heavy truck. Feeling the bumps of the road, there is also a different kind of comfort. And from time to time, a few zombies rushed out of the woods on both sides of the road. But the number of these zombies was so small that the soldiers didn't need to take action at all. The heavy trucks directly ran over them to death. Repeatedly whipped the corpse more than 20 times. After the convoy left, the zombies that were crushed under the wheels had completely entered the world of the secondary dimension. Sure enough, the roads in the suburbs are better. The number of zombies is pitifully small, and there are not many roadblocks. From the beginning to the end, the soldiers came over without much action, and those sporadic zombies are nothing to worry about. Hey, it would be great if the road to the steel factory can be similar to the road in this suburb. Suyan sighed softly. Through the super radar satellite, Suyan can clearly see the route from the base to the steel-making plant. It is almost equivalent to spanning the entire E-city. Pass through areas where countless zombies are densely populated. The most important thing is, the roads in the city are almost blocked. After all, when the apocalypse broke out, people almost wanted to drive away almost immediately. Naturally, there will be a lot of traffic jams. The only consolation is that engineers have analyzed the optimal route through super radar. On this road, try to avoid areas with dense zombies, and basically avoid all areas with serious roadblocks. But the price of the detour is, the distance has increased from the original 80 kilometers to 150 kilometers. The distance traveled has almost doubled. But there is no way, no matter how difficult it is. Suyan must also go there. It's a big deal to build more soldiers. At that time, it should not be a big problem to get him hundreds of rocket pilots to suppress firepower in the sky. Soon, Suyan's convoy drove to the gate of the base. A row of heavy trucks slowly stopped under the base wall like a long dragon. There is no need to worry about the safety of trucks parked under the fence. After all, there are so many machine gun bunkers, and no one can approach these trucks at all. After Suyan returned to the base. Make soldiers, make soldiers. System. Build 200 rocket pilots first, and then build 200 magnetic storm infantry. Suyan could fully imagine how dangerous the road to the steel factory was. Zombies will definitely not be missing. So he chose to build more soldiers to follow. Drop. The commander spent 26,000 gold coins to hire many soldiers, and the estimated time to complete the employment, 24 hours. After a day's rest, let's go. Suyan is determined to win this upgrade of the base. The next day, the vicinity of the barracks was already full of soldiers, neatly arranged in several square formations. These soldiers wore bulky explosion-proof suits and carried magnetic storm guns in their hands. There are more than 200 people. And above the sky is also suspended a large number of rocket pilots. It looks very imposing. A heavily armed SEAL team walked up to Suyan. Report to the commander, all soldiers have assembled. Suyan nodded. Now there are at least 700 or 800 soldiers of various arms in the entire base. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for such a small base to support so many people. Just the food needed every day is an astronomical figure. But, the soldiers in the Suyan base are different, they don't need to eat at all. It saves food very much. 20 heavy trucks, 10 for hauling and the remaining 10 for armed deployment. Soon, the convoy was lined up outside the fence. Still in the same way as before returning from the mine to the base, 20 trucks lined up in a long queue. And there are more than a dozen well-equipped magnetic storm infantry and high-level soldiers in each truck. The rocket pilots carry out reconnaissance and fire suppression above the sky. It's really like a large-scale training in the army. Fully armed. Bai Yu followed Su Yan, staring at the heavy trucks below in a daze. Although she didn't understand where Su Yan found these heavy trucks, but she didn't think much about it. After all, how many strange things have been seen in the Su Yan base in the past few days? No wonder. Su Yan glanced at the girl behind him lightly. Want to follow? Bai Yu nodded slightly. Then don't you die. I'll be very sad if I don't have a bed warmer. Su Yan smiled lightly. Facing Su Yan's words, Bai Yu lowered her head, bit her thin lips lightly, and did not speak. Although, this man is very poisonous, and he often does not behave like a human being. But hearing this kind of words, her heart is also warm. Chapter 51. Soon, the convoy started. Slowly drove away from the base. The sound of heavy trucks also attracted a few scattered zombies near the base. Roar! Hearing the voice, the zombies immediately started chasing after him like seeing their own father. However, he was directly killed by the soldiers on the truck. The army was mighty, and the sound it made had already alarmed the survivors around. And these survivors looked straight after seeing Su Yan and others leave. They left? Why did they leave the base? There are so many people in that base. I counted the trucks, including those special units that can fly in the sky. There are probably 300 or 400 people in total. That base can accommodate so many people. In a residential building, hundreds of survivors are discussing. They were the same group of survivors who were scared away by Su Yan before. After being chased away by Su Yan, this group of survivors began to form a small group of survivors one after another. A morbid smile appeared on the face of a man wearing glasses. Great! Those guys finally left. Although I don't know why they left, but our chance has come. As soon as this remark came out, it immediately aroused the resonance of other people. That's right. That base can support so many soldiers? There must be a lot of resources in it. This time, the base is probably mobilized in full force, and we may be able to take advantage of the vacancy inside the base. A middle-aged man had a cold expression on his face. Are you crazy? There are all kinds of heavy weapon defenses in there. How do you think us ordinary people can do it? And even if they really occupy the base, so what? When their large troops come back, we're going to end the game as well. Hehe, they are coming out in full force now. We didn't occupy this base. Let's take away all their food and weapons. What do we need most now? Isn't it weapons? And food? Is it really okay to do this? Some people began to waver. They haven't eaten enough for a long time, and the hunger is almost driving them crazy. Almost everything that could be eaten was eaten by them. Don't you know if you just do it? And there are quite a few evolutionaries among us. If we go in and really meet some soldiers stationed, we are not without the ability to resist. I still have a few gun. How many soldiers can stay behind? The large army must have been mobilized, and I guess the number of soldiers in the city can't exceed 50. Do you want to make a big one? Humph. Starve the cowardly to death. I did it. I'd better forget it. Many of these survivors have been shaken. Of course, there are also some survivors who are less courageous. They have been frightened by Su Yan's cruelty and ruthlessness before. Don't dare to be an enemy at all. Naturally, Su Yan didn't know that his base had been targeted. But, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't take it to heart. Just a bunch of rabble. The mighty convoy was full of heavily armed soldiers, like a torrent of steel. And the driving route is clearly moving towards the city center. Su Yan sat in the passenger cab of the first truck, and Tanya was driving. Bai Yu was held in his arms. The girl is very docile, as well behaved as a kitten. As time goes by, the density of zombies is getting higher and higher. The number of zombies in the city center is far from that in the suburbs. Roar! After entering the city, the roar of heavy trucks directly attracted a large number of zombies. It's like poking a hornet's nest. Da-da-da, the sound of guns rang out. All the zombies that rushed up were shot to death. It is impossible for ordinary zombies like this to get half a step closer to the convoy. Among the soldiers brought out by Suyan in this operation are many third-level soldiers. Especially the rocket pilots in the sky, there are 7 or 8 third-level soldiers inside, all holding super laser guns in their hands. That kind of deterrence is simply terrifying. And there are many third-level soldiers and third-level magnetic storm infantry in the truck. Both their fire rate and damage have been greatly improved. Ordinary zombies have no deterrent effect in front of them. The moving speed of the convoy was quite fast, and the zombies were quickly left behind. Although there are small cars blocking the road, but those small cars are nothing in front of such a giant. It was hit directly on both sides of the road. Soon, mutated zombies appeared in the crowd of corpses rushing up. A huge zombie nearly 3 meters high fell directly from the sky and landed in the middle of the road, waving its giant fists with a hideous and terrifying expression. It seems that he wants to head on with the steel carriage in front of him. Roar! Obviously, this giant zombie has undergone at least 2 mutations to become such a burly body. Hee, overestimating one's abilities. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of Tanya's mouth. Then he slammed on the accelerator. Bang! There was a loud noise. The giant zombie, which was nearly 3 meters high, was knocked into the air, and then crushed by a heavy truck moving at high speed. There were bursts of creepy bone-cracking sounds. Even a 3-meter-high giant zombie is vulnerable to a steel giant like a heavy truck. Chapter 52. Suyan was a little shocked, witnessing the scene of the burly giant zombie being smashed into flesh and crushed under the wheel. The strong visual impact caused a sense of excitement in his eyes. Even heavy trucks are like this, they can easily crush corpses. What if it's a tank? What about heavy armored vehicles? At that time, the tide of corpses came, and a group of tanks passed directly. Isn't that quack killing? Thinking of this, Suyan's desire to unlock the chariot factory became even stronger. At this stage, he is still in the initial stage. Many weapons and equipment are not unlocked. After upgrading the base, you can unlock the chariot factory, which can build a variety of powerful continental chariots, tanks, and aircraft. It can be said that when the chariot factory is unlocked, your own red police base has just begun to develop. The noise of the convoy passing through the city was loud, and sometimes they even shot and killed the rushing corpses. The violent sound not only attracted zombies, but also attracted many survivors in the city. All of them poked their heads out of their respective strongholds to look outside. When they saw such a long convoy, their eyes were full of surprise. Everyone's thoughts are almost the same: the army is coming. The army is coming to rescue them. Look! It's the army. They're still carrying weapons and guns. They're here to save us. Great! Finally someone is here. Hi! I'm here, I'm here. Come get us out. After being excited, many survivors immediately opened the windows and shouted in the direction of Suyan's convoy. The intense excitement made them almost forget, this is still the end of the world. The end of the world full of zombies. After they shouted, they were targeted by the zombies. And the so-called army they were thinking about didn't heed their call at all. Still farther and farther away. Because Suyan's convoy moved extremely fast, many zombies couldn't catch up after chasing them. But this group of survivors is different. They can't escape. Once you reveal your location, you will soon be targeted by the corpses. Even if it has not been found by the corpses for the time being. Then it must be much more difficult to go out to find food resources in the future. They ignored us at all. Damn it, our position is exposed, and the zombies are about to charge up. Why didn't they save us in that convoy? Aren't they the army? The group of people looked in the direction Suyan was leaving with resentment in their eyes. Suyan naturally heard the cry for help from a distance. But he didn't take it to heart at all. It is also impossible to save these insignificant people. What is needed now is to rush to the steel works. And the convoy will soon enter an urban area. Suyan could see the dense crowd of zombies on the street just by watching from the radar satellite. Zombies are as dense as an ant's nest on Yoda's road. The number of zombies can be called terrifying. All soldiers are ready, the front is about to pass through a zombie-intensive area, all soldiers are ready. Asil began giving orders. In Suyan's entire base, Suyan has the highest decision-making power. Tanya comes next. Then came the Navy SEALs. The SEALs are almost all-round fighters, able to find the optimal solution in various critical situations. The convoy split into two teams, accelerated to Mach 80, and the rocket pilots suppressed in the air. The soldiers reacted quickly, and within a few seconds the long line of 20 heavy trucks split into two even lines. Obviously contacted in advance before, but at this moment it seems very tacit understanding. The speed of the vehicle instantly increased to 80 yards. Sure enough, when the convoy had just turned across road, the road became much wider in an instant, but the road was full of zombies. It's densely packed, and the scalp of people who look at it feels numb. Zombies crowded together. Even Suyan doesn't know why these zombies are so dense. But I can't control that much at the moment. The roar of the convoy accelerating came from the intersection. Roar. Hiss. The moment the group of corpses heard the sound, they rushed towards Suyan's convoy. One by one, they rushed up desperately. But the number of zombies is too much. Various stampedes occurred. But these zombies obviously don't feel pain, even if their heads are crushed, they still want to get up and eat people. My dear little commander, sit still. Tanya's mouth curled into a smirk. Hiss, I'll go. Suyan looked at the large group of zombies rushing straight towards the convoy, and the back of his teeth felt a little sour. He was sitting in the passenger seat of the first heavy truck. If this FR bumps into each other, wouldn't that be a very sour scene? Next second, the convoy accelerated directly into the crowd of zombies. Chapter 53. Facing the army of zombies rushing forward. Tanya didn't hesitate at all, and just accelerated again. He rushed straight into the wave of zombies. Puff! The sound of steel hitting flesh came out, because the truck Suyan was in was the first one, so, this is simply a VIP exclusive perspective. You can clearly see the bloody scene where groups of zombies were hit. A large number of zombies were directly hit and flew up, and their limbs and arms were glued to the windshield in front of the car. For a moment, the entire windshield was covered in black and red blood. After the vehicle drove into the crowd of zombies, its speed showed no sign of slowing down at all. Woohoo! Commander, don't you feel good? Tanya looked at the zombies that were knocked out by the truck, waved her arms, and lightly licked the corner of her lips. The face is full of madness. You are really a lunatic. Suyan said. Bai Yu, who was held in Suyan's arms, was trying to look straight ahead. He stared intently at the group of zombies that were constantly being packed into meat by trucks ahead. Dirty blood and brains flew all over the place, which looked very disgusting, but Bai Yu suppressed the discomfort in his heart. Suyan naturally noticed Bai Yu's appearance at this time. Reaching out and gently touching Bai Yu's head, he said with a smile, the little cat is also working hard to become stronger. Suyan naturally knew about Bai Yu's actions. In order to be able to adapt to the blood in the last days faster. Can understand. Bai Yu, who had her head touched, slowly raised her eyes to look at Suyan, then lowered her head again. I don't know what to think. After the heavy truck team rushed into the crowd of zombies, their speed did not stop at all. Even if there are thousands of zombies in front of them, the speed has not slowed down in the slightest. It's nothing like those zombie movies. What corpses stopped the truck? Totally impossible. A heavy truck moving at full speed weighs more than 10 tons. Its inertia is simply unimaginable. The speed is even closer to 100 yards. Zombies are all like paper. The following convoy closely followed Suyan's lead car. All kinds of gunshots, the electric sound of the electromagnetic gun, and the laser sound of the third-level rocket pilots in the sky. Those zombies who wanted to get close to the truck were directly blasted to pieces. The laser guns of the third-level rocket pilots swept away, directly killing a row of zombies. Even those mutated zombies could only be crushed under the wheels. Bloody and brutal. I don't know how long it took, but the roar of the surrounding zombies gradually became smaller. There were no more dense crowds of corpses around. At the same time, the voice of the SEAL's subpoena reached several people's ears. Commander, we are out of the danger zone now. 7 ordinary soldiers were infected by zombies and have been cleared. Suyan nodded upon hearing this. Red police soldiers are not invincible, especially ordinary soldiers, who will mutate into zombies even if they are scratched by zombies. Only those who have reached the 2nd level can be immune to the zombie virus, and soldiers who have reached the 3rd level have a powerful self-healing ability. Aren't you afraid? Suyan pinched Bai Yu's flamboyant face and said with a smile. Don't be afraid next time. Bai Yu said calmly. The answer is really good. After the convoy rushed out of the center of the corpse group, it became much easier. Soon, they arrived at the target location. Baotai Steel Works. This place is also located in the suburbs, and there are a few scattered zombies wandering around. After clearing the zombies near the steel factory, the convoy stopped in the factory. And Suyan also got out of the car. However, the moment Suyan got out of the car, a zombie suddenly jumped out from under the chassis. That's right. Jumped out from under the truck sight. The face was ground to a bloody mess, and the flesh on the body had been ground to the point where the white bones could be seen. The lower body was gone, only the bloody upper body. But even so, the zombie was still alive, and jumped out from the bottom of the car, biting Suyan's thigh. Suyan instinctively felt a strong sense of crisis. As a genetic enhancer, he instinctively wanted to respond. But this zombie is obviously a mutated zombie that has undergone at least one evolution, and its speed is ridiculously fast. Even though the lower body has been worn away, the speed still makes it almost impossible for Suyan to dodge. And just when Suyan was about to be bitten by a zombie, boom! A gunshot suddenly appeared. The bullet instantly hit the zombie's chest and passed out from the zombie's chest. But, the zombie still opened its bloody mouth, biting Suyan. The next moment, another silver light flashed. A long silver knife flew out and pierced the zombie's head. Nailed firmly to the ground. And this zombie is only a few inches away from Suyan. The gunshot came from Suyan's arms. I saw. Bai Yu, who was held in Suyan's arms, was raising his gun tremblingly at the corpse of the dead zombie below. Smoke still billowed from the muzzle. Chapter 54. Suyan looked at the dead zombies under his feet, and the sense of danger in his heart slowly dissipated. At that moment just now, it was very uncomfortable. Can feel the sense of danger, but can't dodge it. This half of the zombie is definitely a zombie after a 2nd evolution. Otherwise, the speed could not be so fast. Maid, there is a zombie as the 6th child? Yin yourself? And almost let him succeed? If it really capsizes in the gutter, it will probably be uncomfortable to death. But Suyan lowered his head and glanced at Bai Yu in his arms. The gun in this girl's hand was still smoking. The girl's expression was extremely tense, and her chest heaved for a while. Obviously, Bai Yu fired that shot just now. Tisk tisk tisk, marksmanship has improved. Tanya folded her arms around her chest, looking at Bai Yu with unconcealed admiration. But, if it's just like this, it's not enough. That's true. Although Bai Yu shot the zombie just now, it didn't kill him. If it wasn't for the throwing knife that Tanya threw out behind him, Suyan might still be bitten. After hearing this, Bai Yu nodded seriously. Haha, it seems that my little cat has learned to protect its master. Suyan smiled and left a light kiss on Bai Yu's forehead. Then he dropped it from his arms. Glancing at the dead zombie on the ground, he was speechless for a while. What a persevering zombie! Lurking all the way, just for Yin himself? Suyan has decided that going out in the future, absolutely must wear steel armor. Otherwise, it's hard to guard against. Bai Yu looked at Suyan's leaving back, and then at the pistol in his hand. Biting her thin lips lightly, she struggled. She never thought that she had practiced marksmanship for so long. The first shot turned out to be to save someone? And the moment she saw the zombie crawling out from under the chassis, she didn't hesitate at all, and chose to shoot. Even What I thought in my heart at the time was, will I bite Suyan? Bai Yu didn't dare to think about it anymore, her heart was in a mess. Shaking his head slightly, he followed. After the sudden incident just now, the soldiers protected Suyan more closely. 5 seals and Tanya scattered around Suyan. Hundreds of soldiers slowly entered the steel-making plant. What is strange is that there is not a single zombie in a large steel-making plant. This moment aroused Suyan's vigilance. Last time, he was also like this when he went to pick up the airdrop reward. When there are no zombies in an area, it means that there are greater risks and crises. After the last zombie bird crisis, Suyan believed in this rule very much. There is definitely a crisis lurking in this steelworks. Tanya, is there something wrong? The atmosphere feels a bit wrong. Suyan asked in a low voice. Commander, you are really smart. There is indeed a situation. Although Tanya said that she was in danger, she seemed extremely relaxed. What's the situation? Suyan asked. It's nothing, just a big guy, just look at me later. Big guy? Anyone who could be called a big guy by Tanya must not be small in size. At this time, the surrounding soldiers obviously also noticed that the atmosphere was a bit weird, and they didn't start to act. Tanya stepped forward wearing her modified rocket vehicle. He drew out 2 knives from his back, and the sound of the sharp blades unsheathing rang in the air. There is a breath of chill. There are large steel buildings in the steel factory, and various pipes are crisscrossed on the wall. Everyone was very quiet, barely making any sound. But suddenly, bang! A dull voice suddenly sounded. But, these soldiers were not prepared to deal with it. Because, Tanya is about to start acting. Bang! A wall was smashed open. A gigantic body squeezed out directly from inside. The whole body is pitch black, the body is covered with scales, and there is a long and slender tail behind it. The limbs are thick and long, the brain is exposed, and a long tongue protrudes from the mouth. The length of the tongue is nearly 1 meter long. Each of the 2 powerful front claws is nearly half a meter long, capable of tearing apart steel and concrete with ease. The monster stuck out its tongue and made a sizzling sound. It was obviously very excited to face so many humans. This looks very much like a licker, but it is much bigger than a licker. In Suyan's knowledge, the biggest licker is only about 2.5 meters. And this one is nearly 4 meters long. The most important thing is that its tongue and tail are much longer than the lickers. This is at least a zombie that has undergone 3 evolutions. Also a variant of the licker. Hunter. Chapter 55. Hunter. When Suyan saw this monster, he couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive. The 4-meter-long body easily crashed into the wall. It has not been a month since the end of the world. Has this level of horror monster evolved? Is the evolution of the zombie virus so fast? The hunter crawled on his stomach and started pacing on the spot. Except for a big mouth, a face has no organs. Although there is no form, it can give people a feeling of insight into everything. The double swords in Tanya's hands made a beautiful show, and then began to walk in the direction of the hunter. He licked the corner of his lips slightly, a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Roar! The hunter instinctively felt a sense of fear when he saw the humans walking towards him. But it is a brainless creature after all, and soon its timidity was overcome by its desire for food. Hiss! The hunter rushed towards Tanya. Seeing this scene, Suyan's eyes were calm. After all, he is still very confident in Tanya's strength. Ever since Tanya used the flying device to instantly kill a giant zombie over 3 meters tall, Suyan has understood, this crazy woman's melee ability also nearly invincible. To worry about? Just worry about that hunter. After all, this is a new species of zombie that has just been discovered. But Bai Yu, who was by Suyan's side, didn't think so. In her cognition, it is absolutely impossible for human beings to defeat this mutant zombie with only their physical body. If it's with guns, Tanya should have a pretty good chance of winning. But, hand-to-hand combat? Human beings should not be the opponents of this terrifying monster, right? However, what happened in the next second completely shocked Bai Yu. Tanya looked at the hunter who rushed towards him, a trace of madness flashed in her eyes. She was born to fight. Facing such a terrifying and huge mutated zombie at this time, how could he not be excited? A typical fighting madman. The speed of the hunter is very fast, like a black lightning. This speed almost surpassed Suyan's cognition of all the zombies before. The distance of tens of meters flashed by. As if teleporting, the hunter stretched out his sharp claws and swung at Tanya. Tanya moved. Instead of dodging with the rocket flying device, she charged at the hunter. The speed is also ridiculously fast. One turned sideways to avoid the hunter's attack, and even stabbed it in the leg. Tanya's double knives are processed systematically, and the material is definitely the best. Tough and sharp. With just one blow, the steel scales on the hunter's ankles were cut apart, and the tendons in his lower legs were severed. Roar! The zombie roared as if feeling pain. He rushed towards Tanya again, but this time Tanya used the rocket flying device on his body. The light blue gas is ejected instantly. Accelerate in 0 seconds. The speed is extremely fast, like a flash of lightning. After the hunter suffered a loss, he was obviously a lot more careful. Stretched out huge sharp claws, and attacked Tanya. With a casual wave of the claw, a sonic boom was set off. The speed surpassed the speed of sound in an instant. It's just that Tanya's reaction was faster, and she directly reached her body with two swords. Kang! There was a crisp sound. The hunter's huge claws actually touched Tanya's sharp blade. And Tanya also took advantage of the momentum and flew out. Also completed the acceleration instantly in the air, and rushed up again. Looking at Tanya, who was fighting with the hunter, Baiyu showed a shocked expression. She is almost unimaginable, a thin and ordinary woman? To be able to fight that terrifying mutant monster to such an extent? And it still firmly suppressed the monster. Really incredible. At the same time, Baiyu sneaked another glance at Suyan beside her. Such a terrifyingly powerful woman, would be so loyal to Suyan. At this time, Suyan had become synonymous with mysterious and powerful in Baiyu's eyes. Slowly, the battle between Tanya and the hunter came to an end. Although the hunter is huge in size, it has strong attack power and is also very flexible. But compared with Tanya, it is much inferior. Tanya is like a cat playing with a mouse, constantly adding new wounds to the hunter. All limbs were amputated. Obviously, this hunter has become a piece of fish on a chopping board. The scales on his body were almost gone, and there was a lot of dirty blood on the ground. The hunter's body was already too horrible to look at. Roar! The hunter howled. Tch boring. Tanya snorted softly, then walked towards the hunter. Raised the sharp blade in his hand, ready to kill him. But all of a sudden, the hunter, who had no ability to resist, suddenly exploded. The nearly 1 meter long tongue sticks out instantly. The 1 meter long tongue instantly soared to 3 or 4 meters. The tongue is covered with spikes and looks very scary. Instantly shot towards Tanya. By dodging slightly, he dodged the hunter's dying counterattack. But Tanya is actually too close. The sharp thorn on the tongue still cut Tanya's arm. A 2-inch long wound was left on it, oozing traces of blood. Chapter 56. After Baiyu saw the wound on Tanya's arm, there was a sense of panic in his eyes. Injured by? Tanya was scratched by a zombie? In Baiyu's perception, when a person is scratched by a zombie, he will also mutate into a member of the zombie. In her opinion, Tanya must also be doomed. Tch disgusting. Tanya glanced down at her scratched arm, with a look of disdain in her eyes. A few seconds later, the zombie scratch on Tanya's arm healed slowly. That's right, it healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then Tanya directly gave the hunter a knife. Completely sent it to the west. Baiyu was dumbfounded. She could hardly believe her eyes. This kind of healing speed, is it too fast? And 10 seconds have passed, and Tanya is still acting like a normal person. Could it be, is she immune to the zombie virus? Although Baiyu had a lot of doubts in his heart, he kept them all in his heart. Suyan glanced at Tanya lightly. Tisk tisk. To be honest, he was a little envious of the self-healing ability of a super soldier like Tanya and the physique immune to zombie viruses. After killing the hunter, the soldiers directly stationed in the steel factory. Suyan dispatched more than a dozen engineers to control it. Report to the commander, there is enough iron ore in the mine, it is estimated that at least 4 furnaces can be smelted. An engineer wearing a yellow hat came to Suyan and began to report the situation. What about the titanium alloy? Suyan asked. The titanium alloy raw materials are also sufficient, but the converter of the titanium alloy smelting furnace was damaged by the hunter who appeared just now. Our engineers are repairing it. The estimated repair completion time, 2 hours. After hearing this, Suyan nodded. How long is it estimated to take to produce all the materials? The engineer thought for a moment, and then said, it takes only 20 minutes for a steel converter, but it needs to be desulfurized from the blast furnace. To be precise, the time for a furnace will not exceed half an hour. Titanium alloys may take it slow, anyway, all the materials combined will only take 6 hours at most. And these 6 hours also include the maintenance and startup of the smelting device, and the time for loading and unloading cargo. 6 hours, that's pretty fast. Suyan nodded. Originally, in his cognition, it should take a long time to smelt hundreds of tons of steel materials. Even he is ready to stay here for a few days. But it only takes 6 hours? This greatly exceeded Suyan's expectations. Tisk tisk, science and technology are indeed the primary productive forces. Suyan sighed. If the zombies don't have the ability to evolve, they will always be brainless zombies, and the zombies will definitely not explode for a long time. It is estimated that in a few years at most, they will all be suppressed. Don't underestimate the powerful technology of human beings. Once human beings are impatient, all kinds of missiles, nuclear bombs, and tanks will rush up directly, and all zombies will stop. But zombies evolve to make it tricky. Drop. Dear Commander, your base has been invaded and the invaders have been cleared. The sound of the system suddenly appeared in Suyan's ears. Huh? The base has been invaded. Suyan became interested. Is it a zombie? Or the other, survivors? Suyan directly turned on the satellite monitoring device. A huge projection appeared directly in front of Suyan. In the picture, a large group of people are gathering near their base. This group of people looked extremely nervous and didn't know what they were talking about. Gathered at a place more than 300 meters away from the wall. And not far from them, within the range of the machine gun bunker. 4 or 5 people fell in a pool of blood. These people were mercilessly shot by machine gun bunkers. Suyan narrowed his eyes slightly, with a little coldness in his eyes. Tch, I saw that everyone in the base has gone out. Do you want to take the opportunity to steal the house? Suyan smiled dismissively. Idiot. What gave them confidence? But I happen to be bored, so just take a look at these stupid guys. Outside the base on the other side. The death of 5 people just now has made these people very restless. Why? Didn't you say, the army in the base has almost left? Why are they still shooting? One man was on the verge of crying. Their guards, haven't gone? Are they still guarding the walls? I just want to have a full meal and a safe place to live. Why is it so difficult? The leader, a middle-aged man, looked in the direction of the wall calmly, with gloomy eyes. Sudden. There was a man who made a suggestion. How about? Let's build a big car, just step on the accelerator, step on it to the bottom, and see if we can break that wall. As he spoke, a cold smile appeared on the man's face. Chapter 57. Hit the wall with your car? After hearing such a proposal, everyone was taken aback. Then he began to fall into thinking. Yes. Why not hit the wall with the car? Although this wall is tall and looks very strong, it must be very fragile. After all, so much material is used to build a tall wall, and its thickness is absolutely impossible to be very solid. It might collapse if hit by a car. That's right. Since this base doesn't protect us, then we have nothing to say. Let's knock down their walls, let's see how they can resist the horde of zombies. After that time, let's see if there are any explosives behind the walls. Let's blow up all the walls of this base for him already. Maid, I let him be so arrogant. After the proposal, the survivors all began to vent their dissatisfaction with Su Yan. When I thought about why those people could live in the base, eat well and drink well, and myself these people could only run around to avoid zombies. The boundless jealousy in my heart rose up. It exploded. Blow up the damn wall. Soon, the group reached a consensus. Crash down the wall. Steal supplies. Then blow up here. However, the idea is beautiful, the first step faces difficulties. Where can I find the car that hit the wall? If you want to knock down a fence that is tens of meters high, you probably need at least a big vehicle like a truck or a bus. However, there are still capable people in this group. A middle-aged man with a beard raised his hand directly. Let me try it. I used to steal a car, I dare not say anything else, as long as there is electricity and gas in the car, I can drive. The man's words made the faces of those around him slightly happy. There is such a capable person? May I ask your excellency, the middle-aged man in the lead asked. Oh, my surname is Joe. Wait for me. After the man surnamed Joe introduced himself, he turned and left. Walked towards an abandoned bus on the side of the road. After climbing in through the car window, he sat in the cab and began to tinker. Not long after, the car actually started to drive. He actually drove this dilapidated bus that had been abandoned for more than 10 days. After seeing such a scene, everyone on the side became excited. If such a large bus accelerates at full speed, it should be able to smash that wall away, right? Soon, the bus was driven beside the crowd. I'll use a brick to hold down the gas pedal of the bus, and after starting it, let him hit the wall directly. Okay. Everyone agreed in unison. Not long after, the bus carrying everyone's hopes began to accelerate. Hit towards the wall. Oh? There are quite a lot of ways. Are you going to break the wall? Su Yan looked at the scene in the picture and smiled coldly. Although the bus has been abandoned for a long time, the speed is still terrifying after acceleration. Go straight to the wall. The survivors also looked at the upcoming scene with hope, hoping to knock a big hole out of the wall. However, what happened next was very different from what they had imagined. Boom! There was a loud noise. The bus, which was accelerating at full speed, slammed into the wall, and the powerful impact caused the entire bus to fall apart in an instant. The oil in the fuel tank leaked out, causing an explosion directly. Flames filled the sky, smoke and dust filled the sky. But after the smoke and dust dissipated slowly, the wall that was hit by the bus was still standing there motionless. Not even a single scratch appeared on the smooth wall. The eyes of these people immediately looked straight. Impossible. How could that wall be so hard? The speed of the bus is so fast, there is no reason why it cannot be broken. These survivors are nearly insane. Wait. When we hit the wall with the car just now, those machine guns didn't fire. Soon, some of these people realized that something was wrong. Just now, when they rammed their cars into the wall, the soldiers on the wall didn't fire? Could it be that there is no one in the car? I understand. There must be very few defensive soldiers inside the wall. Otherwise, there would be such a big commotion, and no one would have come out to check. After one person spoke, the people behind all followed his thoughts. It is very likely that there are only a few scattered soldiers inside the wall. Just now we just hit the muzzle, we will spread out and break out from various places in the base. I don't believe we can't attack. Soon, the group of people started looking for other vehicles again, preparing to rush to the wall in a wave. Excited for them. Did they really not get attacked while driving their car? Soon, they approached the bottom of the wall. Haha. Let me just say, the people inside this wall are probably gone, and the few soldiers left behind are probably weak soldiers. Let's go straight up. The crowd began to ignite hope. One by one, they got out of the car and began to use the tools they had prepared to climb the wall. Rope or something. After exhausting their efforts, these talents climbed onto the wall one after another. Haha, you've come up. It's really not easy. Who designed this wall? It's so slippery and hard that you can't even insert a climbing hook. But soon, when they looked inside the base, instantly froze. Chapter 58. When the survivors who climbed up the wall one after another looked into the base, almost all of them were dumbfounded in shock. It's like a world almost science fiction. All kinds of high-tech buildings that have never been seen before are in operation. There is also a 4 or 5-story luxury building in the center of the base. However, immediately afterwards, they all felt a boundless coldness. Because, the walls are full of soldiers. All kinds of soldiers holding guns and wearing heavy armor, and even many soldiers on the ground slowly flew up from the ground. These originally very quiet soldiers all stared at them at this moment. Even the anti-aircraft guns inside the base turned their barrels and pointed their holes at them. Survivors. Haha. I laughed so hard. On the other side, Suyan looked at the projected image in front of him and laughed out loud. All of this was done on purpose. How could a machine gun bunker fail? How could the 300 or 400 soldiers in the wall not investigate when they heard the sound of hitting the wall? It's just him playing tricks on these people. Want to take over your own base? Then be prepared to pay your life for it. Suyan is not a living bodhisattva. Run! Get down! After reacting, someone exclaimed. It turned out to be a fully armed army inside? What are you kidding? Didn't a group of people just pass by? Why are there so many soldiers inside? How many people are there in this base? How much food is there to feed so many people? But at this time they have no time to think about these. The bone-chilling chill made them instinctively want to leave here. Army! Run! Don't squeeze me! Just a rope! The soldiers inside the wall started to move. The rocket pilots also took off and began to attack the survivors. Drop! Dear Commander, all intruders are now cleared. The system's prompt sound appeared in Suyan's mind. Bai Yu, who was sitting next to Suyan, was already numb. She watched how the group of survivors climbed up the wall, and then they were wiped out. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to human existence, arrogance are. Suyan sighed softly. Bai Yu looked up at Suyan and blinked twice. He kept repeating what Suyan said just now, as if he had realized something. If they stay in their original stronghold honestly, they won't die. But, they insist on coveting things that don't belong to them. Suyan's voice was extremely indifferent. In the last days, he only wants to sweep the snow in front of his own door. Savior? Whoever loves to do this big grievance will do it. Anyway, he won't. Nearly 100 people were all shot dead mercilessly by the guards in the base within tens of seconds. The remaining survivors far away from the base were almost frightened into a cold sweat. Are all dead? Seems like it. It's a good thing we didn't go. If we went, we would die. I found, as long as we don't take the initiative to provoke them, they don't bother to care about us. That's right. Although that base doesn't accept us, but, we live near the base, and there are a lot fewer zombies, so our safety can still be guaranteed. Although the food is a bit poor, there are few zombies around, and we won't starve to death. It's much better than the time when the end just came. The remaining group of survivors became much more honest, and they no longer thought about being able to enter the base. As the saying goes, I could have endured the darkness forever, if I hadn't seen the light. Since it is impossible to touch the light, it is good to endure the darkness all the time. Don't want to miss it. In the steel factory, after several hours of smelting, all the steel and titanium alloys have been smelted. These smelted steel products are being loaded. Assigned to the truck. The cargo capacity of heavy-duty trucks is still one of the best, and a vehicle is limited to 50 tons. But for safety reasons, Suyan only carried 30 tons of goods in one car. There are 10 cars full of goods. Carrying these goods, drive in the direction of the base again. Suyan was sitting in the passenger seat, Bai Yu in his arms was already a little sleepy, her little head leaned on Suyan's shoulder, and fell asleep. And Suyan started to figure it out. According to the nature of the system, after these steel materials are transported back to the base, it will definitely take a few days for the base construction and upgrade. And in these few days, it will definitely not be peaceful. Hehe. Suyan felt as if he had seen through everything. At night, the way back is even more dangerous. The ferocity of the zombies was more than 1 grade stronger than that of the daytime. During the daytime, those zombies stopped chasing for a few hundred meters after being thrown off by Suyan's convoy. And at night, some zombies were still chasing after being thrown away. After chasing for several miles, the soles of their feet were almost worn out, and they were still chasing. Some soldiers in the car were also bitten by the flying zombies. But overall it's not a big problem. The convoy returned to the base safely and successfully brought back all the steel. After returning to the base, the lights on the perimeter of the fence were turned on. The soldiers got out of the car one after another. 20 trucks. Almost all of them are about to be scrapped. All of them were the limbs and arms of the zombies, and countless blood stains dripped down the frame of the car. "Report, sir, confirm safety." A SEAL came up to Suyan and began to report. Suyan slowly got out of the car, and after waking up, Bai Yu followed Suyan out of the car. Suyan looked at the goods pulled by the whole convoy and nodded. "Made. After spending so much energy, it can be regarded as getting these things." Chapter 59. After entering the base, Suyan couldn't wait any longer. "System, can the base be upgraded now?" "Drop. The commander has met all the upgrade conditions, and the base can be upgraded first." "Do you want to upgrade?" "Upgrade. Why are you hesitating?" "Drop. The commander consumed 200 tons of steel, 50 tons of titanium alloy materials, and 30,000 gold coins to successfully upgrade the base. The base is about to start construction. During the construction period, no buildings or soldiers can be built. Construction time, 72 hours. Please note, when upgrading the base, it is necessary to ensure that no enemies of any kind can approach within 1 kilometer of the base. After the base is upgraded, the domain area will increase by 1000 times 1000, and the chariot factory will be unlocked. Sure enough. It will take time to upgrade the base. 72 hours? Can't there be enemies within 1 kilometer of the base? Suyan muttered to himself. Then a large number of soldiers will be sent out to guard. Enemies of any kind, not just zombies. And, the survivors. After accepting the task, a radar map appeared on Suyan's system interface. A big circle outside and a small circle inside. There are a lot of red dots inside. Obviously, these are enemies. The big circle outside is the base territory to be acquired, and the base to defend. And the small circle inside is the base area it currently owns. Originally, Suyan was still worried. After all, it was obviously difficult to defend the territory within 1 kilometer with the current strength. If the system doesn't behave like a human being, and directly creates a wave of corpses at this time, wouldn't it be the end of the calf? Anyway, the base has now started construction, and all buildings have been blocked. It is no longer possible to build troops. I can only bite the bullet and rush forward. Tanya, get all the soldiers out of the center of the base, out of range of the machine gun bunker, and camp outside the base. Magnetic Storm Infantry is responsible for station output. Soldiers are responsible for marginal fire suppression, and SEALs are responsible for battlefield command. All the rocket pilots are responsible for destroying the long-range zombies. Try not to let the zombies gather in groups. Immediately. Take action. Accompanied by Suyan's order. Soldiers throughout the base are under Suyan's command. Suyan has the highest control right. With one order, he can control all the soldiers in the Red Police base. Soon, nearly 1,000 soldiers in the base lined up and left the base in a mighty manner. Divide into 5 teams. Each team is led by a third-rank SEAL. The ultra-high attack speed of the SEALs can still solve many temporary crises, and can absolutely suppress small-scale corpses. After such a deployment, Suyan found that there is not much to defend. In addition to his existing base, he also has the range of a machine gun bunker. If you deploy soldiers for defense, you only need to deploy them outside the range of the machine gun bunker. As soon as the army attacked, it quickly cleared away the surrounding zombie groups and blasted nearby buildings. All the buildings were blown down. Come up and clean the place directly. Then the barracks began. This operation can scare the survivors around. What are they going to do? Is it because they got angry after discovering that the base was attacked? Do they want to take their anger out on us? Damn it! What else do they want? To kill us all? Blowing up buildings? How cruel! It's over. We are going to stop cooking, and finally found a way to survive, and now it's gone. After the survivors saw Suyan blasting the building, they were all frightened and cried. Almost desperate. However, those soldiers did not continue to blast the building. It's just demolishing a few buildings that got in the way. The sound of the explosion naturally attracted many zombies. It's just that these zombies were dealt with in advance by the rocket pilots in the sky. Huh? They don't seem to plan to blow up our building. Fortunately, really lucky. But, what are they planning to do? Why are the soldiers coming out? Is there something wrong in the base? I don't know. Let's just watch quietly. Report, sir, there are no more enemies in the area. A soldier reported to Suyan. Suyan nodded. At this moment, on his system panel, the countdown has already started. Base upgrade construction remaining time, 71 hours and 55 minutes. At this moment, Suyan also understood that the countdown will continue only when there are no more zombies within 1 kilometer. Once zombies or other enemies appear in the field, the countdown will stop. It's the first time to upgrade the base. I have no experience. I didn't expect to lock the building. It seems that when the base is upgraded in the future, we must take measures in advance. Hey, haste makes waste. I forgot such a truth. Chapter 60. There are armed forces within 1 kilometer outside Suyan's base. Almost 90% of the soldiers in the base were transferred out to guard the base. But what he didn't expect was, the zombie didn't move. Through radar monitoring, it can be seen that the zombies in the city did not have any riots. There was no wave of corpses attacking the base. A whole day has passed. The zombies are still motionless. This is completely different from what Suyan imagined. In his view, the base is arguably at its most vulnerable right now. There should be a lot of zombies coming to do things. But, in fact, those zombies didn't like him at all. An army of nearly 1,000 people stationed outside the base for more than a day, killing dozens of zombies. The zombies near the base have almost been killed. No new group of zombies appeared. This gave Suyan a sense of crisis subconsciously. Suyan has formed a habit since the apocalypse broke out. The safer and calmer it looks, the greater the danger. In this way, 2 days passed. There are still 24 hours left in the progress of the base upgrade construction. All the soldiers are ready to fight. There must be no slack. Although Suyan's face was calm, but, he was very nervous in his heart. The closer to the last moment, the stronger the sense of crisis in his heart. Fortunately, these soldiers of Suyan are hired from the system, and they can maintain their fighting ability for a long time even without eating, drinking, or resting. But, just like that, another 6 hours passed. The zombies in the city still did not take any action. There is no sign of gathering in groups at all. What's going on here? Am I guessing wrong? The corpses shouldn't be having a blitzkrieg or something. Suyan muttered in his heart. There are still more than 10 hours left, and the zombies still haven't taken any action. Commander, I feel that you are too careful and suspicious. Tanya walked to Suyan's side and said. Is that true? With the movement speed of the zombies, it is obviously impossible to plan any large-scale attack now. Another 6 hours passed. Zombies still don't have any large-scale collective actions. At this moment, Suyan was a little numb. For 10 or so hours, no matter how fast the corpses moved, they couldn't make any big moves. But even so, Suyan still didn't dare to relax. On the building near the base. What do you think, what are these guys doing? Thousands of soldiers have stayed there for several days. Are they guarding something? Forget it, don't think about it, it's not something we can think about. Drop. Congratulations, Commander, the base has been successfully upgraded. Current base level, level 2. Base area, 1000 times 1000. Drop. Unlock a new building facility, the Chariot Factory. Drop. Unlock a new fortification, the Fire-Breathing Bunker. Light Prism Tower. Drop. Unlock new soldier unit, Terrorist. molecule. It's amazing. Is this a successful upgrade? Suyan couldn't believe it, the base was upgraded successfully? Is it a bit sloppy? It feels like playing cards out of routine. Now is the most vulnerable moment for the base, shouldn't there be a large number of zombies swarming up? How could it be so smooth? It went so smoothly that Suyan even doubted life. TCH Commander, look, am I right? You must be thinking too much, isn't it going well? Tanya patted Suyan's shoulder lightly, and said. It seems that I am really worrying too much. After the base was upgraded, Suyan's eyes flashed with excitement. On his system panel, the buildable area displayed on it has increased several circles. That's 3 times more free space. And the central base has also undergone drastic changes at this moment. Boom! Kaka-kaka! The sound of mechanical gears turning sounded, and the hundreds of tons of steel and titanium alloys parked near the base had long since disappeared. The entire central base is like a compressed biscuit that has been soaked, and its volume has expanded several times in an instant. The base, which was originally only 4 or 5 stories high, became even taller at this moment. It is close to more than 20 meters high, and the occupied area has increased a lot. Fortunately, Suyan had already made preparations and sold several machine gun bunkers and anti-aircraft guns near the base in advance. Otherwise, I am afraid that these fortifications will be crushed. The base has also become more luxurious, with a stronger sense of technology. Especially after entering the base, the sense of technology inside is extremely strong, giving people a feeling as if they have entered the future world. The base has 7 floors and is equipped with a suspended elevator. It's not bad. Suyan looked at the changes in the base, almost unable to contain the excitement in his heart. The feeling of watching the base get stronger can't be described in words. Oh! That's right. There are also the chariot factory and the prism tower. Suyan came back to his senses and remembered these buildings that had just been unlocked. Chapter 61. The chariot factory, the fire-breathing bunker, the light prism tower. Also unlocked new arms, terrorists. As soon as the base was upgraded, a lot of new things were immediately unlocked. Chariot factory, used to build various tanks, aircraft, airships, personnel carriers, and other buildings. Land area, 60 × 80, construction time, 24 hours. Required gold coins, 5,000. Introduction, how can there be no chariots in the doomsday? How can there be no tanks? Go! Ride your steel beast to quell the tide of corpses. Is there even a question? Of course it is, immediately build. Drop. The commander spent 5,000 gold coins to build a chariot factory, and the estimated construction completion time, 24 hours. Tanks, aircraft, only after the chariot factory is built can we really have a foothold in the last days. Suyan whispered to himself. Without large mobile weapons such as tanks and planes, he could only stay in the base and not go out. But, after being able to build aircraft and tanks, it's different. You can leave the base and go outside. Whenever he thought of the scene of driving a tank to crush zombies, he couldn't hold back the enthusiasm in his heart. After experiencing, the last time Tanya drove over a crowd of corpses, he had an inexplicable admiration for this violent feeling of crushing. I almost forgot, now that the base area is much larger, it's time to build a bigger wall. System. Build a wall to enclose the new territory, 15 meters high, 3 meters wide. How can there be no walls? In Suyan's view, no matter how powerful his technological weapons are, if you don't build walls, the sense of security will always be missing. Drop. The commander spent 15,000 gold coins to build a wall. Estimated construction completion time, 24 hours. His 15,000 gold coins? It's really expensive. Suyan felt a pain in the flesh, and this wave directly cost him 20,000 gold coins. Moreover, the previous base upgrade also consumed 30,000 gold coins. Sure enough, the gold coins are still not enough. Before the mining base is unlocked, you have to keep collecting gold coins. But, it's all still within budget. After the construction of the tank factory is completed, tanks should be built in batches. Suyan is standing on the top floor of the central base. Overlook everything below. After the outermost wall is built, the inner wall doesn't need to be so high, just make it 5 meters high. You can also sell some of the machine gun bunkers appropriately and replace them with other defensive buildings. Other defensive structures? Hehe. Light Prism Tower. It can be regarded as unlocking the Prism Tower. Among the Red Police, there is no defensive building that gives people the most sense of security. Like the magnetic storm coil, it has super lethality. Even the former Suyan used light prism towers to form a wall in the Red Alert game to enclose the base. From this we can see the strength of the light prism tower. Light prism tower, a defensive building that can emit ultra-high energy clusters, which can automatically strike targets on the ground with powerful and precise strikes. For zombies, this is a devastating weapon. Effective range, 500 meters. Note, this weapon has a very high demand for power, and each light prism tower has a fixed demand of 50 power. Once the electricity is overloaded, all the light prism towers will be paralyzed. Consumption of gold coins, 1000. 1,000 gold coins? Forget it. Seeing the high cost of the prism tower, Suyan decisively gave up the idea of replacing the machine gun bunker with the prism tower. Too expensive. Moreover, the light prism tower still has a large demand for electric energy. A prism tower consumes 50 electricity. And a power station can provide 500 electricity on a fixed basis. In other words, the electricity generated by one power station can only provide the operation of 10 light prism towers. Once the number exceeds the limit and the power is overloaded, all the prism towers will be paralyzed. Fortunately, I had expected it, and built 4 power stations ahead of schedule. The 4 power stations can generate 2000 electricity, which should be enough for a short period of time. Let's talk about the light prism tower after the wall is built. In the game, the light prism tower is for attacking a single body, and it has a strong lethality for tank mech soldiers. For a huge group of zombies, it is actually not very lethal. Suyan comforted himself in this way. Wait until the wall is built before making the next step. With the surprises of the chariot factory and the prism tower, the remaining fire-breathing bunkers and terrorists that were unlocked did not cause much trouble for Suyan. As the name suggests, the fire-breathing bunker is a kind of bunker that can emit flames, similar to a machine gun bunker, but the range is only 100 meters. At that time, a row of fire-breathing bunkers can be set up at the bottom of the outer wall, which should have a considerable suppression effect on the massive zombie group. It was getting dark gradually. Night falls. A blood moon is in the sky. How did the color of the moon change? Suyan looked up at the sky. The moon was not like this in the previous doomsday nights, but tonight, there was a blood moon. The blood moon was in the sky, like a blood-stained pupil. Very creepy. The moon looks really pretty. Suyan chuckled. Commander, there is a situation. Tanya walked up to Suyan's side, pressed against his ear and said. What's the situation? The group of zombies in the city behaves a little abnormally. Chapter 62. Zombies behaving abnormally. Suyan's eyes narrowed instantly. Immediately afterwards, the radar system was directly called out. Projected onto the city. Zoom in and zoom in. The zombies in the city really started to get restless. In the night, the zombies emerged from their hiding places one after another. From the corridor, from the sewer, from the trash can. The zombies came out of the dark place one after another, accepting the baptism of the blood moon. These zombies have changed from their violent past and become extremely quiet. Standing there blankly, it was like accepting photosynthesis. The body also exudes a faint scarlet radiance. And at this moment, it can be clearly seen, the horrific scars on those zombies are slowly healing. In the last days, zombies attack humans like lunatics. Once they notice the traces of their prey, they will swarm up no matter what the cost. Even jumping down from a tall building with more than a dozen floors, that is really a death squad. There will naturally be a large number of disabled people among the corpses. But now, after absorbing the blood moon's brilliance, the wounds on these zombies are actually healing. And, the uninjured zombies got stronger too. In a square. A first-order giant zombie with a height of more than 2 meters, after the baptism of the blood moon, the bones on its body began to mutate abnormally. A row of sharp bony spurs protruded from the spine, and green pus dripped from the bony spurs. The bone protruded, and a huge bone blade extended out. The mutated zombie roared a few times, became more irritable and bloodthirsty, and even started attacking other zombies around it. Start to expel the surrounding low-level zombies. Territorial awareness. Such a word suddenly popped up in Suyan's mind. Could it be that the zombies have begun to evolve territorial awareness? Having territorial awareness means that zombies have begun to evolve intelligence. The evolution ability of zombies is so fast. Drop. Dear Commander, please pay attention. 21 days after the end of the world, the blood moon is in the sky. Zombies have been strengthened for the first time on a large scale, becoming more irritable and bloodthirsty, and the first batch of mutant monsters will be born. Please strengthen the defense facilities as soon as possible. It is estimated that after 9 days, there will be a large number of mutated zombies forming a wave of corpses. Please be careful. Corpse wave. Surprise flashed in Suyan's eyes. But soon, he was relieved. In the last days, it is normal for zombies to form a wave of corpses. However, this time the wave of corpses is going to be even more violent. There will definitely be a large number of mutated zombies, and even those deformed zombies. No. What is that? Suyan suddenly noticed a place. A huge monster rampages on the road in the city. The zombies on the road were all knocked out. 4 giant legs as huge as stone pillars, with black scales all over the thick skin. This turned out to be an elephant. Zombie elephant? The body is extremely huge, it is estimated to be at least 5 or 6 meters high. The 4 elephant hooves can shatter the ground with a single swing, and the 2 super long tusks are covered with black blood. Such a huge body is very conspicuous on the road. At this moment, Suyan remembered the prompt from the system just now. Mutated Behemoth. Suyan was a little surprised, but didn't have any fear. More is curiosity. Can the machine gun bunker kill this thing? Probably not, but the power of the light prism tower is definitely enough. Or the super laser gun of the 3rd level rocket pilot is also possible. Now that there is this mutant giant beast, there will definitely be a second one, a third one, and even more. Sure enough, Suyan soon noticed a zoo. A big hole was knocked out of the wall of the zoo. The zombie elephant just now probably ran out of this zoo. In the zoo, it has now become a paradise of hell. Almost all animals have already begun to mutate. Zombie tiger, zombie monkey, zombie boar. After mutating into a zombie, the body shape of the animal has changed drastically, and the skeleton has grown wildly in an inexplicable way. The bones stretched the flesh and blood, and the hair tore. These newly mutated zombie beasts, like evil spirits in hell, broke their original skins and turned into monsters. In this last world. It's really disgusting. At the same time, survivors all over the country have discovered the anomaly of zombies. After the baptism of the blood moon, the zombie group is obviously more ferocious and bloodthirsty. At the same time, the strength has also increased a lot. This makes people who are already struggling on the edge of survival even worse. Many survivors hiding in the stronghold have been found out. All kinds of mutated zombies emerge endlessly. Under the blood moon, it is a paradise for zombies. Even those military districts have noticed the change that happened tonight. A feeling of depression spread in everyone's heart. Chapter 63. A provincial military region. Before the doomsday came, this was the largest military region in the Dragon Kingdom. There are countless soldiers inside, and there are countless weapons and ammunition. There are also many heavy weapons such as tanks, armored vehicle anti-aircraft missiles. Like the capital military region, the province a military region also suppressed the zombie riot not long after the end of the world. And quickly built a wall. In terms of military strength and weapon strength, the capital military region is completely incomparable with a large military region like the provincial A military region. It's just. There is an obvious difference between the military region of Province A and other military regions. That is, the military region of Province A is now more than just a military region. It's a large, refugee base. That's right. This base housed a large number of asylum seekers in the surrounding cities. And many temporary asylum bases have been established inside the wall. Tens of thousands of people are accommodated in a base in Yoda. It's just, those people who were placed in the refugee camps were all yellow and emaciated, and their clothes were ragged. In the barracks, a middle-aged man in military uniform sat on the seat, flipping through the documents in his hand. Bang bang! There was a knock on the door. Enter. The middle-aged man put down the documents in his hands and rubbed his head. In came a young correspondent. Reporting to Commander Luzhu, the zombies in the nearby cities have rioted, and it seems that a new round of evolution has begun. And a large number of animals and livestock have also begun to mutate into bloodthirsty behemoths, but these behemoths are not contagious. X. Have the animals started to mutate? It's really worse. Lu Zhou's face was a little ugly. Strengthen the troops. Eliminate all the nearby zombies and prevent them from forming a wave of corpses. The task of recovering the land will continue. There are already more and more refugees, and the land area may not be enough for survival. When talking about the survivors, the middle-aged man showed a sense of powerlessness on his face. Commander, some survivors started rioting and protesting again today. The communications soldier said expressionlessly. What's the reason? There's not enough food. Haha, I let them live? Give them a way out? Are they still protesting? The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. There was disappointment in his eyes, and a little lonely. Then he muttered to himself again. If I don't stand in this position, maybe I won't care about them at all. Isn't it good to occupy the mountain as king? But, I have to be worthy of my clothes. There was also some sadness in the soldier's eyes. He lowered his head, and did not continue to speak. After a long time. Is there any news from the capital? Lu Zhou asked. There has been no news from the capital for a long time. Oh. The next day. After the base was upgraded, the bed became much more comfortable. Suyan woke up from the bed and stretched himself. Glancing at her side, Bai Yu was still fast asleep. Obviously, the girl was tortured a lot last night. In the past, Bai Yu worked very hard, but today he slept late. Those buildings in the base are still under construction. The fence, the chariot factory, none of these buildings were completed. Suyan walked up to the base, overlooking the base below. 9 days later there will be a wave of corpses. It is estimated that there will be mutated monsters. At that time, it may not be able to suppress it with only machine gun bunkers. The demand for gold coins will definitely be massive. Suyan can fully expect that in a few days, he will be in a difficult situation of gold coins. A light prism tower costs 1,000 gold coins. Fire-breathing bunker 400 gold coins. Tanks will definitely not be cheap, and tens of thousands of gold coins will be gone by then. So the gold rush is imminent. The problem of gold coins is not too difficult to solve. Wouldn't it be enough to create a few gold panning teams? Suyan now has a radar, and has obtained a map view within a radius of 100 kilometers, and can roughly get some places where there may be vaults. Wouldn't it be enough to just send a few rocket pilot squads out to find the treasury? If the gold in City E is emptied, then go to the next city. Anyway, my field of vision is very broad. That's right. That's it. Made the system is such a big idiot. I haven't unlocked the mining factory until now, should I take the lead and build a base? Suyan couldn't help complaining about the system's unscrupulous behavior. Soon, Suyan came up with a temporary gold rush team. A total of 5 teams, all rocket pilots. There are 20 rocket pilots in each team, led by 3rd-level pilots, 5 of them are 2nd-level pilots, and the rest are 1st-level pilots or ordinary soldiers. The 100 rocket pilots who were arranged looked very happy. Whenever the commander issues tasks to them, they feel that they have been greatly favored. Especially the noble important task of gold panning. One by one, they flew out to mine. This is absolute loyalty. Suyan's words are an oracle to them. Even if Suyan told them to die, they would not hesitate at all. After sending out so many pilots, Suyan didn't intend to hide anything at all. Just go out to pan for gold with great fanfare. Anyway, no one dared to say anything. Chapter 64. Night. Suyan stood on the top floor of the central base. Holding a glass of red wine in his hand, he took a sip. Bai Yu was sitting beside him, her face flushed red, and her big eyes blinking non-stop. He shook his head from time to time. There was a little blur in the eyes, obviously drunk. It's really like a kitten. Suyan looked down at Bai Yu, who was holding her, and chuckled lightly. I didn't expect that Bai Yu usually had a cold personality and didn't like to talk, but he would get drunk after drinking? God can prove. Suyan just fed her a sip of red wine, and this girl was drunk. Like a kitten, Bai Yu held Suyan's arm with both hands, and pressed tightly against Suyan's shoulder. Gulu guru guru guru. The cherry lips kept muttering something. In the last days, it feels good to have some kittens by your side. Suyan reached out and touched Bai Yu's head. Suddenly, the sound of the system rang. Drop. Construction of the tank factory is complete. Now ready to deploy. Drop. The fence has been constructed, please check. 2 prompts from the system appeared in Suyan's ears. After waiting for so long, it's finally here. A smile flashed across Suyan's eyes. At this time, the entire perimeter of the base. A loud bang came. Boom. An earth-shattering sound came out. Immediately afterwards, a huge wall suddenly rose above the ground. The walls look really tall. It is the outermost layer that wraps Suyan's base in a circular shape. 15 meters high. 3 meters thick. This wall is far more magnificent than the first wall built by Suyan. Although the walls of Suyan's inner base are also very high and thick, the length of the walls is far less than this time. This towering wall guards Suyan's base like a long dragon. Just looking at such a wall, Suyan felt a strong sense of security in his heart. And the most important thing is, a large number of circular territories left between the outer wall and the inner wall. Red police buildings can be arranged in these places. It's like a vegetable farmer seeing 3 times more territory in his vegetable field out of thin air. The feeling is self-evident. The loud noise of the rising wall alarmed the survivors nearby. It was already night, and the survivors woke up one after another, following the prestige. But when they saw the huge city wall rising from the ground, their eyes were straightened. FK. Is there something wrong with my eyes? Is that the wall? A man exclaimed. What are you shouting for? Let the zombies come over later, I'll go. Is it really a wall? For a time, the survivors were all boiling. No sleepiness. How did this wall appear? Could it be conjured up? I haven't seen it this afternoon. Pinch me quickly to see if I'm dreaming. Isn't this too magical? The wall of thousands of feet rises from the ground. Did you forget? Our Dragon Kingdom was called an infrastructure maniac before. The appearance of such a wall in a short period of time seems acceptable. Accept the fart. I just went to the bathroom in the middle of the night, and when I was taking a pee, I didn't have a wall when I lowered my head. He just raised this wall all of a sudden. All survivors are doomed to sleepless nights. Huh? Something exploded. Bai Yu, who was nestled in Suyan's arms, heard the vibration, suddenly raised her little head, and muttered. Looking around, the corners of Bai Yu's eyes were pink when he was drunk. After seeing the wall rising from the ground in the distance, his small mouth opened slightly. Deploy the tank factory. Suyan chose an open area of the outer wall to build a chariot factory. In an instant, a super-large building instantly rose from the ground, as if it appeared out of thin air. A super building with a length of 80 meters and a height of 3 or 4 floors. And it looks very futuristic. A large amount of area around the chariot factory needs to be vacated. Otherwise, it would be a problem if there is no place to put the tank after it is built. Drop. Congratulations, Commander, for successfully deploying the tank factory. Unlock the tank module. The entire red alarm system is divided into 4 modules. Building blocks. Defense module. Soldier module. And the tank module. Large buildings like power plants, barracks, and tank factories are building blocks. The defense module refers to machine gun bunkers, light prism towers, and fire-breathing bunkers, which are immovable defensive weapons. The field of tank modules is very wide. Tanks, airplanes, submarines, aircraft carriers, and even UFOs are all tank modules. Drop. The current tank module has unlocked tanks, Rhino tank, Terror robot. Nice. Sure enough, the tank is unlocked. Suyan's eyes were full of excitement. Just ask, how many men don't like heavy weapons like tanks? Especially in this end of the world, tanks can definitely bring people a great sense of security in the face of a sea of zombies. There are also terrorist robots? Aren't terrorist robots anti-tank? Suyan was a little puzzled. Chapter 65. Rhino tank. It is a slightly larger tank with average speed, but relatively high attack and defense power. It is equipped with 125 mm caliber rockets, which have high lethality and high weight. It has unlimited ammo on the back. Attack interval time, 5 seconds. Price, $800. Time required for production, 2 hours. Terrorist robot. It is a land robot that moves extremely fast, and has the ability to instantly kill all tanks and armored vehicles. It can also effectively attack zombies. Price, $200. Time required for production, 10 minutes. The price of a tank is only 800 gold coins. Although it is a bit expensive, it is not unacceptable. Build 20 Rhino tanks first. With a wave of his hand, Suyan directly consumed 16,000 gold coins. Now he is quite rich in gold coins. Drop. The commander spent 16,000 gold coins to build 20 Rhino tanks. Estimated completion time, 40 hours. Build 20 tanks first for fun. Tanks, I have only seen them on TV all the time, and I have never touched them. In the apocalypse. Take a row of heavy tanks for a ride. Absolutely nothing. By the way, the light prism tower. How many more light prism towers are still under construction? Build a light prism tower inside the outermost wall. Build 20 light prism towers, evenly scattered around the outer base wall. Watching the number of gold coins plummet, Suyan couldn't help feeling a pain in his heart. This base has just been upgraded to the second level, and the base is upgraded again, and the fence is built, and the gold coins are about to drop by 100,000 immediately. This gold coin is really impatient. At this time, the system issued a prompt. Drop. Human beings are detected within the range of the light prism tower. Once the construction of the light prism tower is completed, the target will be automatically locked and the enemy will be eliminated immediately. Oh? Are there any survivors within the range of the prism tower? Through the holographic image, Suyan can clearly see that there are many dilapidated residential buildings 300 or 400 meters away from the outer wall. There lived a nest of survivors, probably the group of survivors who were expelled by him before. They have already started to build a small gathering place, where nearly 100 people live together. Of course, what surprised Suyan the most was, although these survivors looked sallow and emaciated, they probably didn't have enough to eat or wear warm clothes. But the problem is, these people get along, well? In the last days, nearly 100 survivors live together, and all kinds of evolutionaries emerge endlessly, but there is no violent oppression of ordinary people? Suyan has observed a lot of survivor bases in the city these days. Basically, the strong oppress the weak inside, and some even directly cannibalize them. This is simply the first time in history. However, these special survivors are now within the attack range of the prism tower. Once the construction of the light prism tower is completed, they will be directly locked and killed. Suyan believed that with the power of the prism tower, even if these people hid in a residential building hundreds of meters away, they would only be killed. This kind of situation is a bit rare. Then he continued, let's set up the artificial intelligence. As long as these people don't do anything, there is no need to kill them. Suyan chuckled, I'm not a pervert. At this time, the voice seemed to be heard by Bai Yu in his arms. The drunken girl was already in a daze, when she overheard Suyan's words. Frowning, he muttered a few words, Suyan, you are a pervert. Suyan. Why did he become perverted? This pervert should not be that pervert, right? Bai Yu, who was drunk, had a completely different personality from her usual personality, like a positive and a negative. Silly. In a residential building hundreds of meters away from the outer wall. The group of survivors is still discussing intensely. It's just that what they don't know at all is, just now, they brushed shoulders with death. Only one word from Suyan can decide their life or death. And now, they are also very lucky to stay within the protection range of the light prism tower. At night, there was still that weird blood moon in the sky. Under the moonlight, the zombies are still evolving rapidly. With the blessing of the bloody moonlight, the evolution speed of the zombies is obviously much faster. As for the evolutionary among humans, the speed of evolution is obviously much slower than that of zombies. In the city. Roar! A huge giant zombie was making an angry sound, waving the street lamp that he didn't know where it came from. And on the wall not far from him, there is a hunter in scales crawling. Obviously, these two zombies are third-order zombies that have undergone 3 evolutions. Both zombies have a strong sense of territory, and now they meet, there is only one battle. Hiss hiss. The hunter's tongue has obviously undergone a deformity mutation, it has a tongue like a poisonous snake, and 2 sharp and slender fangs are clearly visible in the mouth. The giant zombie had a bad temper, and swung the street lamp in his hand directly towards it. Hunters are much more flexible, like geckos, they can walk freely on the fence. It easily escaped the attack of the giant zombie, as flexible as a slippery snake. Suddenly jumped down from the wall, like a bolt of lightning, and began to attack the giant zombie. The hunter's claws were extremely sharp, and easily cut through the solid steel armor of the giant zombie, leaving an extremely long claw mark. A large amount of pitch-black blood oozes. Roar! After being injured, the giant zombie was visibly irritable, and even started to smash the wall. But giant zombies are just brainless power zombies after all, far inferior to cunning hunters in terms of agility and intelligence. What's more, this hunter was deformed and mutated. Soon, the giant zombies fell behind. The hunted person found an opportunity and bit the giant zombie with one bite. The terrifying toxin instantly made the giant zombie immobile. The hunter slowly walked to the side of the giant zombie, and there seemed to be something tempting him in the dark. The hunter brought the ugly head close to the head of the giant zombie and sniffed it. There seems to be something attracting it. The next moment, the hunter raised his sharp claws, crushed the head of the giant zombie, and pulled out a light blue crystal from it. Instinct drove it to swallow this crystal. Chapter 66. After the hunter swallowed this crystal nucleus, a faint red light slowly emerged from his body. Roar! Not long after, the Tier 3 zombie let out a painful roar. He started to get mad, and kept hitting the wall with his body. The surrounding zombies were all knocked out. At the same time, the zombie's body has undergone tremendous changes. A blood-red eye popped out of the exposed brain. The bones of the body began to mutate, and the muscles also expanded. Originally, the hunter had slender limbs, except for a pair of strong and powerful claws, there was no explosive muscle tissue. But now, the muscles on this hunter's body are as strong as those of a giant zombie. At the same time, sharp bone spurs protruded from his body. The zombie let out a shrill roar, like a grieving ghost crawling out of hell. After a long time, the hunter fell silent. At this time it had completely changed its appearance. Not only has a streamlined and flexible body, but also has the explosive muscles of giant zombies. The body has also become larger. Devour, fuse. These zombies are able to devour and fuse? By devouring the crystal nuclei of other zombies to fuse to obtain their abilities. It's just, no one can see this horrible scene. The rocket pilots sent by Suyan to Pan for gold soon returned one after another. These soldiers searched almost all the places where gold might exist in the entire E-city. The whole trip was rewarding, and Suyan recovered 50,000 gold coins. It's not a problem to keep looking for gold like this. Suyan sighed. System, it's still your dog. I haven't left the mining factory until now, and the general host is probably cold. Suyan cursed in a low voice. Drop. The construction of the prism tower has been completed. Commander, please review. 20 light prism towers have been built. At this time, 20 tower-like buildings stood around the wall. Each tower is about 20 meters high, with a circular base at the bottom, densely packed with optical prism coils, and countless optical cables extending from below to connect to the ground. The other end of the fiber optic cable is connected to the power station. The body of the tower is slender, and there are countless clusters of light circles inside, exuding a light blue light. Surrounded by faint fluorescent lights on the top of the tower, it looks beautiful and coquettish, full of high-tech atmosphere. Is this the light prism tower? So tall. Looking at a large light prism tower in front of him, Suyan was shocked. When playing the Red Alert game before, I never felt how tall the light prism tower was. But after actually making him, you will find that this light prism tower is simply a super giant. Almost as tall as his own central base. The faint light emitted from the tower body is like a guiding light in the dark night. At the same time, Suyan was also very curious. The lethality of such a tall light prism tower shouldn't be low, right? After Suyan put on the rocket vehicle, he flew over the base. Directly obtained the control right of the light prism tower. Attack! Suyan pointed out a direction and issued an order to the light prism tower. In the next second, a powerful energy instantly gathered under the base of the light prism tower and rushed to the top of the light prism tower. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling light bombarded out. It's a laser. The laser appeared blue and blasted out instantly. It even directly blasted a deep gully on the ground in the distance. From this we can see how terrifying the energy contained in this ray of light is. Compared with the light prism tower, the laser gun of the third-level rocket pilot is like a toy gun. The prism tower is really more terrifying than in the game. It's no wonder that in the game, when a light prism goes down from the light prism tower, all soldiers have to stop eating. Facing such a terrifying light beam, 10 lives are not enough to die. If such a ray of light goes down, even the zombie elephant I saw before will probably stop eating. Not to mention zombie elephants, I'm afraid even the tanks are gone in one go. However, the light prism tower still has a huge flaw. That is, the prism tower is still only a single shot output. One shot can only emit one light prism, and the interval between each shot is 3 seconds. Facing the massive tide of corpses is definitely unstoppable. It must be whimsical to use the prism tower alone to block the corpses. But the light prism tower still has a very powerful advantage. Long range. Huge damage. And the accuracy is extremely high. The error range of a light prism attack will not exceed 1 mm. That's really where to hit. The prism tower can be used to clean up those advanced mutant zombies. It should be very effective. It seems, the machine gun bunker can still perform stably. In the survivor base near the base. This group of survivors can be seen clearly this time. You said, those people inside the wall don't come from aliens, someone tremblingly said. There are so many tall iron towers, they rise up in a flash, it's like a dream. Those iron towers can also emit lasers. A laser comes down, it's scary. Why don't we get out of here? It's building explosions and lasers. Woohoo, it's too scary. Someone was about to cry, apparently quite frightened. Don't go away, it's pretty good to survive here, except that you can't eat enough, don't wear warm clothes, and don't sleep well, everything is pretty good. Boom. Another intense laser. Suyan now finds these light prism towers quite interesting. A light prism tower can only emit one light beam. And these light prism towers can still be connected in series? The laser energy is superimposed and output. The energy level has directly doubled. The most important thing is that the light prisms emitted by the light prism towers after being connected in series have a diffusion effect, and are no longer just for one or a few zombies. The diffused light prism tower can cause a large area killing effect. Although the light prism tower is strong, it still has great limitations in dealing with large-scale zombies. Machine gun bunkers are better at blocking. System: build 100 machine gun bunkers and 50 flame bunkers. A machine gun bunker is still needed on the wall. The powerful suppression ability of the machine gun bunker against the zombie group is not comparable to that of the prism tower. Drop. The commander spent 40,000 gold coins to build 100 machine gun bunkers and 50 flame bunkers. The estimated construction completion time, 7 days. Seeing the 40,000 gold coins consumed again, Su Yan felt a little pained. But all these defenses are necessary. 7 days later, a new wave of corpses is about to usher in. When the time comes, it might be a tough fight. Chapter 67. Drop. All the Rhino tanks built by the commander have been built, please review. Accompanied by the sound of the system, Su Yan's expression also became excited. He has been waiting here for a long time at the chariot factory. Soon, the gate of the huge building of the chariot factory slowly rose. Boom! There was a sound of steel tracks hitting the ground. A large cloud of white steam rose from the steel factory. Afterwards, a huge monster broke out from the steam. The car is more than 10 meters long and nearly 4 meters wide. A long gun barrel exudes a suffocating sense of danger. It also carried a small caliber cannon and a machine gun. The whole tank is huge in size, just like his name, Rhinoceros. Like a giant steel beast lying on the ground. The whole body presents a crimson color, as red as blood. At the same time, the data of the entire tank appeared in front of Su Yan. Rhino tank, 12 meters in length, 3.8 meters in width, 50 tons in combat weight, weapons, one 125mm smoothbore gun, one 8.0mm coaxial machine gun, one 12.8mm anti-aircraft machine gun 70 km per hour at full speed. Of course, Su Yan at this time has no time to memorize this long list of tank data. Followed by a long line of tanks. A full 20 cars. 20 Rhino tanks. They lined up and stopped slowly at the edge of the wall. Su Yan stood beside the tank, looking at the huge monster in front of him. Suddenly, he seemed to be reminded of the plots in some zombie movies. A scene where a large group of zombies swarm up and overthrow a tank. Now it seems so ridiculous. This is a tank, not a toy. How can a 50-ton steel monster be shaken by zombies? Of course, if it's that kind of perverted super zombie, that's another matter. But now, the degree of evolution in the last days is far from the terrifying super zombies. Bai Yu, who was following Su Yan, was also shocked by the scene in front of him. So many tanks, all came out of that large building? Although the tank factory is large, it definitely cannot accommodate so many tanks. These tanks seem to come from a different dimension, and the tank factory is the portal. Although Bai Yu had many doubts in her heart, she chose to remain silent very wisely. After being with Su Yan, have you seen such bizarre things? A swarm of 20 Rhino tanks does look spectacular. It's like a moving steel fortress. This is just the Rhino tank, the most common tank in the Red Alert system. The most common tank has a weight close to 50 tons, so what if it is an apocalypse tank? Su Yan's heart inevitably became excited. Open the door and take a stroll outside the wall. At this time, Su Yan was as happy as a child who got a toy. Su Yan also wanted to see what would happen to the heavy tanks when they encountered zombies. Yes, Commander. The soldiers on the side received the order, and then began to command the tanks. Although the Rhino tank looks very cumbersome, it is surprisingly flexible when it moves. Boom! The track rolled over the ground, making a burst of noise. 20 tanks weighing 50 tons were moving on the ground. If it was an ordinary concrete ground, it would have been crushed long ago. But the ground at Su Yan's base is reinforced and can easily carry the weight of these tanks. The tanks lined up in a long row, and there were a large number of rocket pilots following in the sky. Catch! The huge stone gate on the wall was opened, and the tank group came out of the wall in a mighty manner. When Su Yan built the wall, it was naturally impossible to build that kind of completely sealed wall. Stone gates were built in 4 different directions on the fence. The stone gate is very tall, nearly 10 meters high and 15 meters wide. Even 3 rows of Rhino tanks running side by side are more than enough. After Su Yan wore a simplified rocket vehicle, he followed Tan Ya into the tank. After the rocket aircraft has been transformed by engineers, it has become very light and easy to carry. After entering the tank, Su Yan was a little shocked by the scene that caught his eye. The operating console is simply extremely luxurious, and it is completely different from the internal structure of the tanks he imagined. Suyan has also experienced those tanks in reality before, and they are basically iron bumps on the outside and iron bumps on the inside. But the Rhino tank completely subverted Suyan's perception of tanks. The consoles are all holographic projections, and they can also see the entire field of vision within a 360-degree range around them. There are 3 driving positions inside, one is responsible for movement and main gun attack, the other is a large-caliber machine gun, and the last one is an anti-aircraft machine gun. I'm going, are you sure this is the Rhino tank in the Red Police? This sense of technology is too strong? It's okay if the base is so outrageous, why are the tanks so fancy? Holographic projection. This level of technology. I'm afraid it has far surpassed Blue Star's technology, right? Suyan couldn't believe that there would be any country equipped with holographic projections in the tanks on Blue Star. Now we can confidently say that even the most stretched tank in the Red Alert system is at the top level in the entire world today. By the way, the system, if the tank equipment in the Red Alert system is lost and someone finds it, then will they reproduce the exact same equipment? Suyan asked with a frown. This question has been in his mind for a long time. Drop. Commanders, please rest assured that all the technology in the Red Alert system has an underlying self-protection mechanism. Once this mechanism is triggered, the system will immediately destroy the target. Does not leave any useful researchable tech behind. Programmed self-destruct includes all building blocks, all soldier blocks, all defense blocks, and all tank blocks. That's not bad. And the self-destruct procedure? After hearing the system's reply, Suyan nodded. There is a self-destruct program on the line. If we really encounter a terrifying number of zombies and Suyan needs to use troops to stop them, at least those lost weapons and equipment will not fall into the hands of others. After all, the weapons and equipment in the Red Alert system are too mysterious and powerful. Just one rocket pilot, it is estimated that there are not many countries in the world that can manufacture such sophisticated rocket aircraft. Not to mention the ultra-new technology of the tank light prism tower. Tanya, let's go. Target, downtown. A trace of excitement flashed in Suyan's eyes. He couldn't wait to crush those zombies with the wheels of the tank. Haha, my dear commander, I'm a little excited too. Tanya seemed to be crazier than Suyan, driving the tank and directly leading the dozen tanks behind him out of the fence. Chapter 68. FK. Tanks, look at, tanks. In the survivor base near the wall, someone exclaimed. Stop talking, we saw it. There are tanks in that base? How did these tanks come here? They don't come to destroy us, do they? Everyone, hide away, don't let them find us. Quick! Find a place to hide. I've confirmed it now. That base is definitely the base of an alien civilization. Everything is too weird. However, that's fine. Although the base is terrifying, it can also threaten zombies. We are relatively safe. Hey, they don't seem to notice us. These survivors hiding in the dark are secretly glad that they escaped. However, they don't know, their whereabouts have long been exposed. It's just that Suyan gave them the right to live. The tanks lined up in 2 rows and slowly drove onto the road. Drive side by side on the spacious road. Some scattered zombies on both sides of the road were immediately attracted by the loud noise of the tanks. Roar! The zombies rushed up like crazy. Facing these sporadic zombies, the machine gunners inside the tank bothered to shoot. Let those zombies jump on the tank. Soon those zombies were crushed under the tracks of the tank and turned into a puddle of flesh. Tanking a zombie is like crushing a grape. Burst of brains, large areas of blood stains everywhere. A dozen zombies had no resistance at all in front of the Rhino tank, and they could easily crush them. Even a small car parked on the road will not hinder the Rhino tank much. It was crushed directly, and it was directly crushed into a pile of scrap iron. Then it was repeatedly crushed by dozens of tanks behind, and finally became a discus. Even if it is a medium to large passenger car, the truck can only cause a little obstruction to it. But if the Rhino tank speeds up, even a large truck will be knocked away. At this time, Suyan really understood why the tank is known as the big killer on the battlefield. Because he is simply an unreasonable existence. Dozens of tons of weight press it up, what do you care about your defense? I'll have to stop. It really deserves to be a rhino tank, like a giant rhino made of steel, it can overturn everything. Wow! Commander, the tank is very exciting to drive. I feel like I can play drifting. Tanya became excited. The holographic projection is like naked eye 3D, and you can easily see the situation where the tank crushes the zombies under the wheels. Crush the zombies' body bit by bit. That kind of violent visual impact, the shock it brings to people is absolutely unparalleled. It's really cool. Suyan nodded. Dozens of hundreds of zombies pose no threat to the tank group at all. Not to mention the main gun barrel, even the machine gun with the lowest damage on the rhino tank did not launch an attack. That feeling of rampaging among zombies, really cool. Even Suyan himself wants to drive a car to have a good time. Commander, we are about to enter the urban area, do you want to change the tank arrangement into a row? No need. There's no need to change sides, the double platoon tanks walk directly on the road. Suyan thought for a while, then looked at the zombies constantly emerging around him, with a touch of fanaticism in his eyes. Tanya, let me drive, you are in charge of controlling the anti-aircraft machine gun. Haha, my dear commander, I knew you would not be able to bear it, come on, switch positions. Tanya laughed. Swap? Is it still possible to switch now? Suyan looked around suspiciously. Although the position is quite spacious, the current speed of the tank is close to 60 yards. However, the next second, Tanya stepped out directly, from her own cab to Suyan. He hugged Suyan directly. Before Suyan could react, he was already sitting in the cockpit. Bang! The tank hit a big tree on the side of the road. Then it knocked down 3 or 4 big trees in a devastating manner. If Suyan hadn't been at the helm in time, it is estimated that the buildings on the roadside would have suffered. TCH, what are you afraid of? Just go up and it's over. Don't underestimate the rhino tank. Tanya put her arms around her chest and said with a smile. Suyan. The handling of the rhino tank is completely different from the real tank. The rhino tank operates like a toy, it is very easy to use, and it is assisted by artificial intelligence. Roar! Suddenly, a zombie jumped down from the sky and jumped directly onto the tank driven by Suyan. Bang! Came a muffled sound. This zombie is extremely fast. Through the holographic projection, it can be seen that this is a zombie about 2 meters tall, but its appearance is completely different from ordinary zombies. It has a long and thin tail behind it, and has a lot of black hair on its body. Stand with your legs on top of the tank. This turned out to be a mutated monkey. Roar! The mutated monkey waved its claws and began to attack the tank under its feet, constantly pawing at the top of the tank with both hands. His mouth was chattering, and his face showed a fierce look. Gives a sense of robbers. Boom! A light flashed. The mutated monkey was instantly sent flying, and was torn to pieces in the air by tremendous force. It's the main gun of the rear tank. Instant kill. And the strength of the tank gun did not decrease at all, and it bombarded a building in the distance. Boom! One shot directly blasted a big hole out of the building. Mutated monkey. Suyan saw the monster just now. Clothed in pitch black hair, hunched over, with a long tail, and a ferocious and terrifying monkey face. That monkey must be a monkey that escaped from Mount Ime, right? It's not honest if it mutates. The monkeys at Mount Ime were once again backstabbed. Suyan complained, and then started to speed up. Because, we are about to enter the center of the city. Through the radar projection, he could clearly see a large number of zombies gathering in front of him. Countless red dots gathered together. Dense. Chapter 69. As soon as you enter the urban area, you can see a large number of corpses. The sea-like group of zombies are all jammed together, densely packed like a large patch of ants. Every red dot on the radar sensor map represents a zombie. And the radar sensor map has been completely red. However, Suyan has seen this kind of scene before when he drove a heavy truck to transport steel. Cities are places where zombie outbreaks are concentrated, and the density of zombies must be very high. Especially in places with a lot of traffic like schools, hospitals, and large supermarkets, there are areas where piles of zombies are stationed. Tanks change formation and change to a row of 3. Suyan took a look at the road ahead. It was very spacious. It was an avenue. It can easily accommodate 3 rhino tanks side by side. Soon, the tank group changed formation. Suyan's tank is in the first row of the middle row, and there are 2 rows on either side of him. After driving into the urban area, there were indeed a large number of zombies ahead. These zombies looked significantly more aggressive than when Suyan was driving a heavy truck before. After the enhancement of the blood moon brilliance, zombies of the first level of evolution have become very common. There are even a few sporadic second-order zombies in it. Only. At this time, these zombies were standing there blankly, as if they were basking in the sun. During the day, when no abnormalities were found, these zombies seldom moved. Only when night fell, would they absorb the brilliance of the blood moon and go crazy looking for prey. Suddenly. Boom! A cannonball fell from the sky and landed directly among the corpses. A large number of zombies were killed in an instant. The sound of the explosion attracted the attention of the corpse group. Roar! After the zombies heard the strange sound, they began to search for the source of the sound. In the end, they set their sights on the end of the intersection. There are several rows of steel giants. That's Suyan's army of rhino tanks. At this time, he was rushing towards the corpse group at full speed. Obviously there are only 20 tanks, but it seems that there are thousands of troops. Oh! The main gun of this rhino tank has a pretty long range. It can blow up zombies from such a distance. It's so cool. One shot will kill you immediately. Suyan looked at the shot that was fired with pride in his eyes. Roar! After seeing the tank group, the group of corpses immediately became excited. They didn't care whether these iron bumps could be eaten, they just rushed anyway. The roar of the corpse shook the sky. This scene also attracted the attention of the surrounding survivors. The top floor of the International Shopping Center. A group of survivors are living here. But it is obvious that these survivors are divided into classes. Some people live well, while others are skinny and their eyes are full of despair. This survivor gathering place and the nest of survivors near Suyan's base have a very different mentality towards the end of the world. 2 different results were also formed. Guns? I hear guns. A scrawny woman was sitting sluggishly by the window in the corner of the wall, but when she heard the sound of the cannon, the originally desperate eyes suddenly ignited a little fire. He straightened up with difficulty and looked down from the floor-to-ceiling windows. Then the pupils shrank suddenly. It's a tank. It's the army. The army is coming to rescue them. In an instant, tears flickered in her eyes. Tanks. It's tanks. The army is coming. We're going to be saved. The woman's voice caught the attention of the others. However, some other survivors in the room just glanced at her slightly, and then didn't move at all. Especially for some women, their eyes have been completely gloomy, and their desperation and depression have made them lose any need for life. Yes, living is boring. The originally excited woman's eyes also gradually dimmed, gradually turning into a pool of stagnant water. Numbness. Despair. Resentment. It is all negative emotions. It's only been less than a month since the end of the world, and human nature has been destroyed to such an extent. Of course, there are still a large number of survivors staring at the dozens of tanks in this area. The tank army that is about to collide with a large number of zombies. Their eyes are also full of hope, hoping to be rescued by the army. Get rid of the bitter sea of doomsday. Roar! Once the zombie group finds its prey, it moves extremely fast. That's a real wave of zombies. It can no longer be described as simply trampling, the corpse group is completely moving in a rolling form. After the zombies in front fell, the zombies in the back would not stop at all, they were still crowding desperately. Turned into a wave of zombies. This is the real corpse wave. There is no order at all, there is only endless desire to devour. Many mutated zombies mixed in among the corpses, and under the urging of the blood moon, various mutated zombies were born. There are even a few mutant lizards. Among the corpses, many mutated zombie mice can be seen running around. There are all kinds of zombies. It's really a hodgepodge of zombies. I met zombies and had a meeting. Suyan complained. Then he stepped on one foot suddenly, increasing the firepower of the tank to the maximum. Follow up, ready to charge. Come on. Tanya moved her wrists, and then began to operate the anti-aircraft machine gun on the driver's seat, and quickly loaded it. The order has been received. The remaining 19 tanks quickly responded. Let's speed up together. Slam into the crowd of zombies. In an instant, the rushing zombie was instantly knocked out, and then crushed under the tank. Dozens of tons of tanks instantly crushed all the zombies into a pulp. 3 rhino tanks lined up, occupying almost half of the road. Where the tank passed, large black and red plasma organs covered the ground. Like a brush covered in red paint, the road was painted blood red. The so-called corpse group? It's like a joke in front of the tank group at full speed. The scenes in those movies where the zombie hordes stop the tank will never appear. Tanks move on tracks. It also has a weight of dozens of tons, and its grip is unimaginable. The power of the tank is also terrifying. Zombies can't hinder it at all. Even if it's a sea of corpses. Chapter 70. Blood. Corpse. Zombies were hit and flew around. Even powerful mutated zombies like Tier 2 giant zombies stand in the middle of the road. It will only be crushed into blood mud by the tank. Haha. It's crazy. Tanya shouted excitedly. With an anti-aircraft machine gun in his hand, he fired wildly. She has an unparalleled understanding and ability to operate firearms. Even if it is an anti-aircraft machine gun, the hit rate is still terrifying. Those zombies standing in front of the tank were directly swept away by her. A red glow gradually appeared in Suyan's eyes. He lightly licked the corner of his lips, revealing the meaning of madness. Directly control the main gun of the rhino tank, aiming at the group of corpses in front is one shot. Opening at close range, the shell did not explode immediately. Instead, it rushed out. A long gap was made in the group of corpses before it exploded. The explosion exploded again. A large number of casualties. And after the first shell of the commander Suyan, the 19 tanks behind turned their guns and aimed them forward. Bang! 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 The shells are fired. The group of zombies that had gathered together were blown up directly. In front of the 125mm smoothbore cannon, the second-order mutant zombies can only be torn apart by the power of the cannonball. The group of corpses that were blown up lost any threat, and was directly crushed into bloody mud, becoming a member of the beautiful red carpet. When the 20 steel tanks drove out of the corpse group, the corpses and broken arms of the zombies were already hanging on the body. Now Suyan understands a little bit why the appearance of the rhino tank is painted red. Because the rhino tank was born to crush. The purpose of his creation is to crush and sweep away all enemies. This is especially true in the face of these zombie frenzy. What kind of first-order and second-order mutated zombies? In the face of the rhino tank weighing 50 tons, it is all paper. Suyan, who was sitting in the driver's cab, was short of breath at this time. There was a hint of blood red in his pupils. Obviously, the frenzied killing just now had caused him a lot of shock. I have to say, it's really cool to hit zombies with tanks. It's like crushing a grape. It's really stress-relieving. Suyan let out a long breath. So many zombies didn't cause much damage to their tank army at all. Wrong. The tanks in the back row didn't take much damage. But the first row of Suyan's assault tanks still suffered some wear and tear. Tank wear degree, 5%, reparable. When Suyan crushed the zombie group before, he also crushed several mutated zombies' corrupt tyrants. Corrupted tyrants can spew corrosive fluids. After crushing them, it naturally caused some wear and tear on the tank. But Suyan is not worried at all, because as long as the wear level of the tank is not higher than 70%, the engineer can repair it after returning to the base. The survivors around were stunned after seeing such a scene. There is a limit to people's imagination. In their view, no matter how powerful the tank is, it will only be stuck and unable to move when encountering such a massive group of zombies, and will be bit by the zombies in the end. But they didn't expect to show a one-sided battle situation. Dozens of tanks directly pushed the group of corpses in a destructive manner. This made them vaguely seem to see the hope of life. As long as seek help from the army, you should be able to get asylum, right? But the reality is, they can only watch the backs of the tank troops gradually leaving, and any shouts will have no effect. At the same time, in the library in the city center, Scarface and his subordinates were also discussing something secretly. The tank unit has appeared, should we go to the military area? Mutated zombies are getting more and more powerful. Without hot weapons, our situation is getting more and more dangerous. Brother Deo, with your strong strength, you can walk sideways in the apocalypse. After taking refuge in the military area, you must be able to get along well? Or, shall we still vote? The food's almost finished soon. Scarface, the leader, pondered for a long time, and said, "Okay. You guys have been paying attention to the movement of the military area recently. If I'm not wrong, in the suburbs of Dongcheng City, E-City, it should be the military area. I've heard a lot of gunshots coming from there many times. In 2 days, let's go to the military region. Hey, finally, I'm about to be able to have a full meal." Oh? There seems to be another group of small-scale zombies in the residential area ahead. There was a gleam in Suyan's eyes. On a road not far away, there are nearly 100 zombies wandering aimlessly on the road. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Suyan has already fallen in love with that feeling after experiencing the crushing tide of corpses just now. Now I'm going to kick the accelerator again, crushing those zombies into a pulp. However, what happened next made him feel very astonished. The zombies that were blocking the road slowly moved to both sides of the road. Nearly 100 zombies, all staggered away from the main road. It's as if these zombies are deliberately making way for him. This scene instantly made Suyan feel abnormal. At the same time, on the side of the residential building, a girl was lying on the bedside, secretly looking down through the gap in the curtains. Staring at the group of corpses below, his brows were furrowed, as if in pain, and sweat dripped from the corner of his forehead. After all the zombies on the main road had reached both sides of the road, he breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. The girl looks very clean, and seems to be out of tune with the end of the world. The interior decoration of the house is also very girly, but there is a wheelchair in the house. The girl half kneeled by the head of the bed, peeping at everything below. And the most incredible thing is, standing at the door of the bedroom is a burly, second-order zombie. This zombie looked very ferocious, but it stood there very quietly. Even if there was a delicate human girl in the bedroom a few meters away, he was completely unmoved. Just like a bodyguard, standing there blankly. What's going on? Why are these zombies so abnormal? Suyan stopped the tank unit, opened the cockpit, and followed Tanya into the sky. Huh? Is there a hospital? Have I been here once? Yes. I have indeed been here. In order to unlock the rocket pilots, I forcibly fed out the third-level soldiers. It seems that this hospital where I came here spawned zombies, right? Tanya, what's the matter? Why are these zombies so abnormal? Suyan wondered. Tanya nodded, Commander, there shouldn't be any advanced mutant zombies nearby, but there is an interesting little guy watching us secretly. Chapter 71. Funny little guy. After hearing Tanya's words, Suyan nodded silently. What Tanya could call a funny little guy? That must not be a zombie, it should be a human survivor. You mean, the abnormality of these zombies, is she doing it? Suyan was a little puzzled. She was the only survivor nearby. After listening to Tanya's words, Suyan turned on the holographic image and began to scan. Sure enough, in a residential building not far ahead, a girl was lying at the window and staring at them quietly. In her room, there was also a mutated Tier 2 giant zombie. The giant zombie didn't attack her, but stood there motionless like a bodyguard. reminiscent of the situation where the zombies gave way just now. Suyan immediately understood the reason. This human girl can manipulate zombies. Can humans control zombies? It's interesting. Suyan touched his chin and glanced at the residential building. Ah! After seeing Suyan and Tanya coming out of the tank, Yelian immediately covered her mouth, almost exclaiming. His eyes were full of shock. These two people, she is very familiar. The doomsday just came before, and I secretly hid at home, and the door was blocked by zombies. At that time, she accidentally made a noise, causing countless zombies to slam into the door. Just when the zombies were about to break in, the gunshots from the hospital downstairs attracted all the zombies away. She was able to escape with her life. And at that time, the man and the woman happened to be among those who shot downstairs. At that time, these people made a very deep impression on her. 7 or 8 people suppressed all the massive zombies in the hospital, especially the blonde woman among them, who had a pair of 770 guns that were terrifyingly strong. And at that time, those people were loyal to that man. It's equivalent to, these people saved her life in disguise. It's just that at that time, she was a burden because of her disabled legs, so she didn't dare to send out a distress signal. But later in the last days, by chance, she discovered that she had the ability to control zombies. It is also by virtue of such a special ability that she, a person with inconvenient legs, can survive the doomsday. At this moment, Yelian looked at Suyan and the others again with gratitude in his eyes. In the last days, a small number of people's emotions are so fragile, and inadvertent assistance from others will be magnified countless times in their eyes, thinking that they have a good impression of themselves. This kind of person, a typical extreme lack of love. And Yelian is obviously this type of person. Hey, he's looking over here. Seeing Suyan looking towards his house, Yelian shrank his head back immediately. Do you want to ask him to take me out of here? The girl became tangled in her heart. Now she shouldn't be a burden, right? She can control zombies. But he wouldn't agree, right? After all, he has so many strong people around him. He is also driving a tank. I'm afraid he is also a very high-ranking person in the military region. Even though she has abilities different from ordinary people, Yelian still feels inferior. Suyan glanced at him indifferently before preparing to leave. Although the ability to control zombies is very unique, it's not enough to stop me. Suyan's voice was indifferent. However, just when Suyan was about to re-enter the tank and leave, suddenly, a weak cry for help came from the residential building. Can you take me out of here? I am a supernatural being. Yelian finally summoned up his courage and shouted to Suyan. Oh! Suyan squinted at the window again. The girl opened the window and kept waving her hands towards Suyan. Commander, it looks like they don't want you to leave yet. Tan Yai glanced at the girl lying on the window, and said with a taste. Obviously, although Suyan said he was not interested in this person, how could he let go of a person who has the ability to control zombies? Let alone a girl. Tan Ya followed Suyan to fly the rocket vehicle to the top of the residential building, floated on the window, and looked at the girl in the bedroom. The girl was sitting on the head of the bed, wearing a blue and white pajamas. With a ponytail and a nervous expression on her pretty face, her figure looked smaller than Bayu's. It's just that the girl's clothes are very clean, which is out of tune with the last days. Suyan glanced at the wheelchair beside the bed, and said, Disability. Yelian lowered her head and silently nodded. Supernatural? Controlling zombies. The girl nodded again. How many zombies can you control now? Suyan's words made the girl frown. Spread your fingers apart and count. 10, 20, 40. I can probably control less than 50 ordinary zombies, but I can only control one like Dabeo. Yelian raised her head, summoned up the courage to meet Suyan's gaze. Because she knows, now she has to work hard to sell herself and show her abilities, otherwise, this man might really look down on her. The girl thought with such low self-esteem. Dabeo? What the hell is this? Suyan frowned. Da. Dabeo, it's that big zombie. The girl pointed at the second-order giant zombie in the living room. The second-order giant zombie is holding a basket in its hand, which contains various snacks, vegetables, and water sources. This second-order giant zombie has become the girl's buyer. Dabao. The corner of Suyan's mouth twitched. The ability to control zombies was actually used by her to collect food? Oh, you're lucky. Yelian nodded her head lightly. Suddenly, the sound of the system suddenly appeared. Drib. The commander found the psychic beacon fragment, please collect it. Suyan was a little shocked by the system's words. Psychic beacon fragment. Psychic beacon fragment, it is the psychic deployment device of Yuri's army. There are 5 pieces in total. After collecting all the shards of the psychic beacon, you can unlock the psychic deployment of Yuri's army. The mind deployment device can control zombies. Collect fragments? Are there really Yuri troops? Can control zombies. Suyan's interest came, the mind control device of Yuri's army can really control zombies. How to ingest mind fragments? The commander only needs to put his hand on the target's chest to extract the mind fragments directly. Oh, I can extract it by putting it on my chest, I thought I was going to kill the target. Suyan complained. Then Suyan looked at Yelian and muttered to himself, tisk tisk. I underestimate you with this scale. Although Suyan's voice was not loud, it was still heard by Yelian. The girl's cheeks were instantly flushed, and her head lowered even deeper. Drib. The system prompts that once the commander extracts the psychic beacon fragments from the target will immediately lose the ability to control the mind. It's about the same as I expected. Suyan nodded, and then stepped into the bedroom. When the girl saw Suyan, she shrank nervously towards the side of the bed. What Suyan said just now, made her a little scared. It feels like falling into a wolf's den. And Suyan's next step made her feel even more scared. I saw. Suyan stretched out a hand and placed it slowly on her chest. 5 fingers open. Looking at the girl in front of her who was already stunned by fright, the corner of Suyan's mouth twitched. Although it's just taking the fragments of the spiritual beacon from the air, but this appearance is simply indescribably wretched. Soon, the system's prompt sound will appear. Drib. Congratulations to the commander for successfully collecting the first psychic beacon fragment, current progress, 1/5. After hearing the system's voice, a smile appeared on the corner of Suyan's mouth, and then he withdrew his hand. Yelian was still staring at him blankly at this moment, not daring to make a sound. But the next second. Roar! After losing mind control, the second-order giant zombie at the door of the bedroom immediately rioted. Sensing the human breath, he directly waved the iron fist in his hand. The terrifying body with a height of 3 meters knocked the wall away. Ah! Yelian was immediately terrified. Dabao! Stop! Be quiet! Don't come! Be quiet! The girl shouted desperately, trying hard to use her body to calm down the rioting zombie in front of her again. But after losing the fragments of the spiritual beacon, she has become an ordinary person at all, how can she control the zombies again? Woo! The girl fell off the bed and tremblingly crawled towards Suyan's feet. Bang! There was a loud noise. The crazy second-order giant zombie broke through the wall and rushed in. In the next second, a figure flashed by Yunyan's side. The cold silver light flashed away. This second-order giant zombie was instantly beheaded. Then Tanya returned to Suyan's side, gently wiping the long knife in her hand. Kill the second-order giant zombies in one blow. Plop! The headless zombie fell heavily to the ground. Yelian was in a daze for a moment after seeing the giant zombie being killed. How long are you going to hold me? Suyan's voice was cold. The girl came back to her senses, only to realize that she was tightly hugging the thigh of the man in front of her. After a moment, she let go of her arms. There was some dodging and trembling in the eyes, and that expression almost made me cry. This is your ability? The ability to control zombies. Suyan raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth. He was in a very good mood after getting the shards of the spiritual beacon. He didn't expect to have unexpected gains when he came out. He started teasing the girl in a wicked way. Woo! After Suyan said this, Yelian couldn't hold back immediately, and began to cry softly. Explain while crying. I don't know why, the ability is invalid. I really didn't mean to lie to you. It was fine before, and I asked Dabeo to collect food. I really didn't expect the zombies to attack suddenly. Wu, don't kill me. Suyan. Seeing the miserable girl crying at her feet, Suyan almost couldn't help smiling. What's your name? Suyan asked. My name is Yelian. It's really pitiful. Suyan is telling the truth, the ability to control zombies can lead a very comfortable life in the apocalypse. As a result, I met myself. Not to mention that the ability was directly deprived, he was also very frightened. Suyan walked up to the girl and picked her up from the ground. Although he is indifferent on weekdays, he is not ruthless. After all, this girl is still disabled, so it is unreasonable to leave her here after taking other people's life-saving things. The most important thing is that this girl is fun. The character looks very playful. It should be the kind that can cry for a long time with one punch. Hi. After being picked up, Yelian wiped her eyes, obviously feeling like she couldn't believe her eyes. Why is this man hugging himself? She has never had such close contact with any opposite S**X. Could it be? What is this man going to do to himself? But, this man is really handsome, and he looks gentle and safe. Suyan didn't say a word, the girl had already made up the image of a perfect man in her mind. After Suyan and others entered the tank, the scene in the cockpit of the tank had an unparalleled impact on Yelian. Holographic projection, 360-degree omnidirectional viewing angle, full of sci-fi atmosphere. Originally, the girl was very shocked after seeing the rocket aircraft and other devices. At this time, I entered the inside of the tank and saw such a high-tech scene. For a while, I didn't know what to do. At the same time, the girl sneaked her eyes on Suyan. Many questions arose in my heart. Who is this man? Why is there such advanced technology? So many people are loyal to him? It should be a big shot at the top of the country. The little girl didn't dare to think too much, she buried her head in Suyan's arms, trying to behave as obediently as possible. Soon, the tank units will be on the move again. A platoon of tank troops set off mightily. Suddenly, Yelian, who had been quiet for a long time, tugged at Suyan's cuff and muttered softly. Thank you. Saved me. After hearing the words, Suyan smiled casually. He didn't speak, just nodded silently. Hehe, it's so naive. It's typical to help others count the money after being sold. Thank you, for saving me twice. Twice? Suyan was a little puzzled, it should be the first time he saw her? Where did he come from twice? Oh, maybe you forgot about 3.6, but you did save me once before. I'm really grateful. The little girl's tone was a little moved. Oh, Suyan didn't delve into it too much, maybe this chick has admitted the wrong person. Soon, the tank team encountered a large group of corpses again. The number of zombies is only a lot more than the previous wave of zombies. However, no matter how many these zombies are, they can only be reduced to blood mud under the crush of the rhino tank. The moment the tank rushed into the group of corpses, flesh and blood flew across it, and the blood of the Emperor's zombies sprayed out. The sound of bones being crushed can be heard through the iron walls of the tank. It's creepy. Especially the naked eye 3D perspective makes people feel immersive. The little girl Yelian was so frightened that her face turned pale. The violent visual impact made it difficult for her to accept it for a while. Suyan glanced at Yelian, who was pale. He opened his mouth slowly. What will you do? Say your value. I don't accept useless people here. Suyan said this on purpose. Of course, Yelian's value has already been reflected, and it is enough to provide him with a spiritual beacon fragment. He didn't mind raising such a harmless little girl in the base. It's just. Suyan wanted to tease her. Ugly man. After hearing Suyan's words, Yelian's expression was a little downcast. He looked at his legs and slapped them hard twice. With disabled legs, she is indeed a waste. However, the girl quickly adjusted her mentality. After thinking for a moment, it seems that Ping mustered up a lot of courage. He leaned close to Suyan's ear and whispered a few words. Then his cheeks turned red like blood, and his whole body felt as if he wanted to die, with shame and indignation unbearable. Suyan. Suyan glanced at Yelian thoughtfully, and nodded. That's a good reason. I'm sure. Chapter 72. In his spare time, Suyan began to study the so-called psychic beacon fragments he had just obtained. System, what can I get if I collect all the fragments of the spiritual beacon? Suyan asked the question in his heart. Drib. When the commander merges with the psychic beacon, he will have the power to deploy all the psychic weapons of the Yuri Legion. Oh? All psychic deployments? Suyan's eyes became excited. The psychic deployment device of Yuri Legion in the game is very troublesome. They can mind control your tank soldiers and such. Like Psychic Defense Tower, Yuri Clone, Yuri X, Psychic Assault Vehicle, these are all devices that can easily control the enemy. In the game, the number of targets that these mind control units can control is very low, at most 3 targets. But if it really appears in reality, it is estimated that there will be more than that. After all, the 3rd level rocket pilot can change the armor form after upgrading to the 3rd level. It seems no big deal for a Yuri clone to control hundreds of zombies, right? It has to be said that the emergence of mind deployment has aroused Suyan's interest. 5 fragments. System, are the psychic beacon fragments all in the bodies of other humans? Just like Yelian. Drib. Not necessarily, it may also be in the body of the zombies. After possessing the fragments of the spiritual beacon, humans will have the ability to control large groups of zombies and various creatures, and this ability will gradually increase. Zombies have the fragments of the spiritual beacon afterwards, the control of swarms and other creatures will be greatly improved. Tisk tisk. Both humans and zombies can gain the power to control zombies? No. These creatures should include all intelligent creatures, and maybe even mutant monsters can be controlled. Suyan quickly made a guess. Suddenly, Suyan remembered something and asked. Then I am not affected by the fragments of the spiritual beacon. Suyan must ensure that everything is safe, in case one day the ship capsizes. If he is manipulated by others with his own spiritual beacon fragments, wouldn't it be a disaster? The commander doesn't have to worry about this problem, the commander is immune to all mind control and zombie viruses. Oh 16, so I'm immune to mind control, wait. I'm also immune to zombie virus. Suyan felt as if he had beeped a dog. Those who were terrified before were afraid that they would be accidentally infected with the zombie virus, and then stop cooking. As a result, I am immune to the virus? Then why didn't you say it earlier? It made me panic. The commander didn't ask. Okay. Suyan felt a little helpless. The system panel is opened. Suyan's base attributes are directly visible at a glance. Commander, Suji. Base level, level 2. Gold coins, 110,000. Building modules, central base, power plant 1000, barracks 800, tank factory 5000, radar 1000. Soldier module, ordinary soldier 10, magnetic storm infantry 50, rocket pilot 80, terrorist 50, engineer 30, hound 20. Defense module, machine gun bunker 200, flame bunker 400, light prism tower 1000, anti-aircraft gun 200, wall 0.1. War vehicle module, Rhino tank 800, terror robot 200. Looking at his own red alert template, Suyan felt a little sad. There are still too few types of weapons that can be deployed. Not a single super weapon. None of the powerful tanks are unlocked. There is a long way to go. Suyan sighed softly. Nuclear bomb silos, weather control bureaus, iron curtain devices, mind control centers. There is no news about these most conventional super weapons. Boom. There was a loud noise ahead. The ground trembled twice. Commander, there is a situation ahead. Meng Ya's voice turned back to the genius doctor. Taking a closer look, there is actually a huge rhino standing on the road in front of you. It is 7 or 8 meters long and close to 3 meters high. There is a long rhino horn on the nose. The rhinoceros horn was extremely long, more than 3 meters in length, covered with blood. The rhinoceros hide is black and shiny, as if covered with an indestructible armor, and the limbs are extremely huge. Obviously, this is a mutated monster, a mutated rhinoceros. At this moment, the mutated monster was staring at Suyan's tank group, letting out low roars. They stomped their iron hoofs non-stop, and the huge rhinoceros horns faced the tank army, ready to charge at any time. After seeing so many giant tanks, the brainless mutant monster already regarded these tanks as enemies invading his territory. Moreover, these rhino tanks are bigger than him, which makes this giant mutant feel a huge sense of crisis. Rhino tank versus rhino. Suyan was speechless. The rhinoceros was roaring non-stop, and there seemed to be a provocative taste in it. Bombard it! All tanks aim their main guns at it together. Of course, Suyan couldn't use the rhino tank to head-to-head with this brainless mutant rhino. Although this mutated rhinoceros has no brains, its size should not be underestimated. It is almost as long as the body of a rhinoceros tank. Especially its super rhino horn. Does anyone know if any irreparable damage will be done to the rhino tank? Following Suyan's order, the main guns of the 20 tanks were simultaneously raised, turned, and aimed at the rhino. Hoo-hoo! The mutated rhino didn't feel that the crisis had come at all, it was still roaring, raised its iron hooves, and was about to charge straight up. But the next second... boom! Bang bang bang! A dozen shells flew out instantly, hitting the mutated rhinoceros not far away. A strong explosion sounded, setting off a large cloud of smoke and dust. The blood mist filled the air, and a large number of blood-stained corpses exploded everywhere, and the smoke and dust had been dyed red by the blood mist. The law of smoke without injury seems so pale at this time. The so-called smoke does not hurt. It's just that the harm is not enough. 20 rockets like this cover at the same time, even a mutant rhinoceros can't handle it at all. Sure enough, after the smoke cleared, the ground was already in a mess. The huge body of the mutated rhino was extremely fragile in the face of the concentrated fire and bombardment of the tanks. Only the broken skeleton remained. Haha! Times have changed. Looking at the corpse of the mutated rhinoceros, Suyan laughed out loud. Yelien stared blankly at the scene in front of him, and was shocked. How could such a huge mutant monster be so vulnerable in front of these cannons? Go back to the base. Suyan said. Yes. Commander. Night fell. Suyan's tank units returned to the base one after another. At this time, the outer wall is only guarded by the light prism tower, which seems a bit thin. The 20 light prism towers have a very wide strike range and can detect all enemies within a range of 500 meters. Although it has a wide range of strikes and has super high damage, it is a single launch line after all, and it must be powerless to encounter a large wave of corpses. At this time, the machine gun bunker and flame bunker on the outer wall are under construction. The defense on the wall was weak, so Suchi sent hundreds of soldiers to guard the wall. Mix and match. Rocket pilots plus magnetic storm infantry plus ordinary soldiers. Even Suyan built quite a few terrorists. Terrorists are a brand new class that Suyan acquired earlier. With countless explosives on his body. The power of the explosives is more than one notch higher than the explosives carried by the Yahé SEALs. Terrorist, the most fearless type of soldier who is not afraid of death. They know nothing about guns, but they have a soft spot for explosives. Don't let them get close to you. That's right. This is a suicide type of arms, rushing into the enemy camp and using explosives to explode. Suyan created dozens of terrorists and made them lurk outside the wall. If corpses really appear, high explosives are not vegetarians. Suyan once created a terrorist and let it explode. That kind of explosive power made him especially fond of memory. It can be said, so far, in terms of the most lethal weapon, it is none other than terrorists. Such a one-time consumption of arms is definitely the most powerful tool to defeat the tide of corpses. Suyan walked out of the tank with Yelien in his arms and entered the base king. Ever since she got off the tank, the girl's worldview has been constantly being refreshed. Why is there such a big wall here? Why are there so many fully armed soldiers here? Why does the technology here look so sci-fi? For a moment, the girl's heart was filled with 100,000 reasons. At this moment, Bai Yu walked over from the barracks training ground with a rifle on his shoulders. Bai Yu has now started practicing rifle shooting, ever since he followed Suyan to the base. After seeing all kinds of weapons and firearms, and seeing Tanya's incredible fighting power, she began to practice various firearms and weapons. Even Suyan probably forgot that this chick is actually an evolutionary. Bai Yu, who came over, glanced at Yelian in Suyan's arms, and opened her eyes slightly. After seeing Suyan brought back a beautiful girl, what appeared in her eyes was joy. It seems that some kind of pressure is shared. Bai Yu, find her a place to live, and tell her about the base's regulations by the way. Bai Yu nodded and walked to Yelian's side. Disability. Bai Yu understood something in an instant, and took the girl in Suyan's arms. Bai Yu was a little surprised. Why can a girl be so light? Bai Yu brought Yelian to the central base. From Bai Yu's point of view, this girl must have been Suyan cheated from somewhere. And, from the way this girl looks at Suyan, it is easy to see that this girl has probably completely fallen. So she wisely brought the girl to Suyan's house. The girl, who was usually a little dazed, showed a sly smile at this time. Why is this place so good? Yelian's eyes were slightly red. He was a useless person. Why did that man let himself live in such a good place? If it is said that I still have the superpower to control zombies, that is acceptable, but now I am just an ordinary person, and I have lost my superpower. That man is still so good to himself? For a moment, Yelian's heart began to be moved by himself. If I let her know that Suyan has lost her superpower, I don't know if she will be moved. What's your name? Bai Yu asked. Hi? My name is Yelian. Yelian raised his head, his eyes were slightly red. I just asked someone to help you make a set of fully automatic wheelchairs, and it will be ready soon. If you need it, please tell me when you are here. Bai Yu didn't ask too much about Yelian. But Suyan brought back such a girl, so she could relieve her a lot of pressure. Suyan is standing on the top floor of the base, overlooking the base below. There are 2 layers of walls, and the inner walls are densely packed with buildings and some defensive facilities. But the inside of the outer wall is very empty, only a large tank factory and a few rows of tanks. The outer wall is too wide. Can 100 machine gun bunkers and 50 fire-breathing bunkers hold it? Suyan was a little worried. This is equivalent to having a machine gun bunker every 30 meters on the fence. Fortunately, there are still 50 fire-breathing bunkers. The machine gun bunker is the same as the fire-breathing bunker, and it can only exert its greatest power by diving and shooting above the wall. Especially the fire-breathing bunker, although the 480 range is only 100 meters, but the additional large-scale table effect is absolutely very effective. Otherwise, the price of the fire-breathing bunker would not be twice as expensive as that of the machine gun bunker. There is no other way now, anyway. There will be a large wave of corpses in a few days. After the construction of these machine gun bunkers is completed, it will almost meet the wave of households. We still need violent soldiers. Suyan looked at the remaining gold coins in his system, and there were 100,000 gold coins left. Recently, the daily income of the gold mining teams set up by Suyan has gradually slowed down. From the original tens of thousands of gold coins per day, now only a few thousand gold coins can be brought back every time. System. You are still, really not a man. If you don't leave the mining base, I think you will be out of business. There are only 3 types of coins that the system can recycle into gold coins: gold, silver and diamonds. Precious metals such as gold and silver are not easy to find, but diamonds can be synthesized artificially. Suyan also asked before whether synthetic diamonds could be recycled by the system. The system gave a very clear answer. Cannot. But Suyan has a feeling that when this large wave of corpses passes, there will definitely be mining factories. Otherwise, just relying on the gold coins given by the system, the difficulty of the game can be directly pulled to the hell level. Okay? System, rebuild 200 magnetic storm infantry, 100 rocket pilots, 10 anti-aircraft guns, 20 tanks, and 50 terrorist robots. Suyan directly paid for it. In an instant, the number of his gold coins was cut in half. Although it is a bit distressing, but these are all must-have. Now there is a serious shortage of automated fortifications in the walled area. In order to prevent accidents, we can only hire more soldiers to prevent them. 200 more terrorists. Suyan ordered all the soldiers he could order. Especially the terrorists, he ordered 200 of them in one breath with extra care. After doing everything, Suyan got off the balcony, ready to go back to the bedroom to sleep. However, after entering the bedroom, a scream came out. That's right, Miss Yelian is changing clothes. Suyan. Yelian huddled under the blanket, only showing his head to look at Suyan, his whole cheeks were blushing. Suyan folded his hands on his chest, looking at the girl under the blanket without changing his face. Bai brought you here, right? Suyan asked helplessly, rubbing his forehead. Yes, yes. Yelian nodded. It's really worrying. Then Suyan glanced at Yelian lightly, and said coldly. Remember what you said that day. Suyan said every word. After hearing this, the girl's eyes widened and her cheeks became red again, just short of her head being able to smoke. I remember. Yelian stammered. Chapter 73. The next day. As soon as Suyan woke up, he heard good news. Drib. The treasure chest from heaven has appeared, please go and pick it up, Commander. There are all kinds of powerful weapons and equipment inside. Note, the treasure chest will disappear automatically if it is not picked up within 7 days. Treasure chest. After hearing the treasure chest, Suyan's mood immediately brightened. I remember when I went to get the treasure chest for the first time, I was awarded 10,000 gold coins and unlocked the anti-aircraft gun. That time was at the very beginning. When I picked up the treasure chest, I got the anti-aircraft gun. Who knows what else is hidden in the treasure chest this time? The unknown feeling of opening the blind box aroused Suyan's curiosity. Where is the treasure chest? Suyan questioned. Drib. The location of the treasure chest has been shared with the commander, please pay attention to it. In the next second, a holographic projection appeared in front of Suyan, which was the map where the treasure chest was located. In the neighboring city. Suyan was a little surprised. The treasure chest fell into another city? The location of this treasure chest is not in City E. The straight line distance from the treasure chest to the base is nearly 90 kilometers. You know, the detection range of the radar is within a radius of 100 kilometers. It's almost at the edge of the radar detector. However, fortunately there are rocket vehicles, wouldn't it be enough to go directly into the air? When Suyan was about to get up, he felt his arm being grabbed by someone. Yelian hugged his arm tightly like a kitten, murmuring something in his mouth. It looks pathetic. Suyan sighed softly, then withdrew his arm and left here. Just after Suji left, Bai secretly ran into the house and lay down beside Yelian's bed. Seeing the little girl's broken appearance, she felt an indescribable twist in her heart. Smelly man. After a while, Bai Yu choked out a word. After Suyan left the central base, he immediately started to act. The wave of corpses is coming soon, he must prepare as soon as possible, and try to get as much strength as possible. After all, in this large-scale tide of corpses, no one can know if there will be any sudden changes or the like. It is best to find something useful in the box. Tanya, take 10 third-level rocket pilots and go with me to get the treasure chest. Suyan didn't bring those seals with him. Now the base has become bigger and bigger, and it is still quite difficult to manage. In case something happened, those ordinary low-level soldiers might not be able to make the most accurate judgment. Leaving those 5 seals behind was different. Once an emergency happens, they can quickly make the most effective solution. After all, the third-level seals are really all-around arms. Soon, Suyan and his group drove the rocket vehicle out of the base. At this time, Suyan felt more and more that this rocket vehicle is simply extremely convenient. Whether it is traveling to do missions or killing zombies, the rocket aircraft is condescending, and it is safe and fast to move in the air. For example, the distance from the base to the treasure chest is 90 kilometers. If Suyan walks, I don't know how long it will take. But the rocket vehicle only needs 10 or 20 minutes. Just navigate, all the way to full speed. The speed of the aircraft of the third-level rocket pilots is as high as 200 kilometers per hour. Everything below disappeared in a flash, including the densely packed zombies on the ground. The city that borders E is City H, and City H is a big city, both in terms of population and area, far exceeding City E. So naturally, the number of zombies here is also terrifying. This is just the outskirts, and you can see dense groups of zombies piled together. That's a lot. Even Suyan couldn't help sighing. Suyan even felt that there were no living people in City H anymore. The density of zombies is so high, it is almost impossible for ordinary human beings to survive in such harsh conditions. And, so many zombies, it's like raising goo. Who knows if a monster will be raised? Suyan even guessed that the fourth-order zombies may have appeared in City H. However, these are no longer what he needs to worry about. Suyan's task at this moment is, to get the treasure chest and enter it. No matter how dangerous City H is, it has nothing to do with him. There are still 5 kilometers ahead, which is where the treasure chest is. According to the holographic projection, the treasure chest seems to be in a school. Tanya reports to Suyanhui. However, before Tanya's voice fell, she suddenly spoke again. Commander, descend altitude. There is a situation. Tanya directly picked up Suyan and dived straight to the ground. And the third-level rocket pilots also responded and quickly lowered their altitude. I saw the radar detection image. A huge red dot is rushing towards them at high speed. Like a dark brown lightning. Flashed by. Huge shadows cover the sky and the sun, and endless gusts of wind are rolled up. Sombra is extremely large. One of the third-level rocket pilots couldn't dodge and was cut in half by the black shadow in the air. Even the steel armor of the rocket 3-stage rocket vehicle could not protect him. Was cut hard. Only Suyan and the others could see the appearance of this big guy at this moment. It turned out to be a mutant giant eagle. After the giant eagle has undergone mutation, its body is extremely large, with its wings spread at least 15 meters. In the sky like a family of fighter jets. A pair of wings are as sharp as knives, the ones that cut off the rocket pilot just now are the wings of the mutated giant eagle. The giant eagle croaked and rushed towards Suyan again, flapping its wings. The flying speed of this mutated giant eagle is really too fast, definitely far beyond the rocket vehicle of Suyan and others. After Suyan calmed down, he looked at the giant eagle flying towards him, and raised the laser gun in his hand without saying a word. It's a shot at the giant monster in front of you. Although Suyan's marksmanship was poor, the giant eagle was too big, even if he didn't need to aim, he could hit it by feeling. Suyan blasted a big hole out of its hard wings with one shot. The other third-level rocket pilots also raised their laser guns at the same time and began to attack. Dozens of intense lasers pierced the giant eagle's body with many blood holes. The laser gun's attack speed was so fast that the giant eagle was hit hard before it could even react. There was a whine in the air, but, it is still not dead? Struggling to escape. Having undergone a high degree of evolutionary mutation, it is no longer as bloodthirsty as ordinary mutated behemoths. It has been able to understand what crisis awareness is. And at this moment, the creatures in front of him are definitely not something it can provoke. It's just. How could Suyan let this monster go? Want to go? Can you go? Suyan sneered. Then he raised the power of the laser gun in his hand to the maximum. Facing the back of the giant eagle going away, a cannon shot out. Afterwards, Union fired his gun. The laser rays instantly cut the mutated giant eagle's body horizontally. The laser gun focuses all the energy, and the destructive power of the laser produced by a single shot almost catches up with the power of the light prism tower. The temperature of nearly tens of millions of laser beams is like the sharpest knife in time, and it is simply not something a giant eagle can bear. Looking at the fallen body of the giant eagle, a trace of doubt arose in Suyan's heart. System, does this loyal eagle have a rank? Suyan did not expect that when he first entered City H, he would run into such an overlord in the air. It is indeed the overlord of the air. With the size of this giant mutant eagle, it is estimated that it can fight ordinary small aircraft. Drib. Dear Commander, judging from the crystal nucleus of this giant eagle, this is a mutant eagle with a 4th level evolution. Crystal nucleus. Suyan caught the point directly. What is a crystal nucleus? Why doesn't he know? Drib. The crystal nucleus is a crystalline object commonly found in zombies and mutant beasts. The crystal nucleus can reflect the evolution level of a zombie or mutant beast. And it can be recycled and exchanged for gold coins. The higher the level of the crystal nucleus, the more gold coins will be exchanged. Oh? Is there such a good thing? Suyan became excited. Killing mutant zombies and mutant beasts can also get crystal nuclei? Can crystal nuclei be exchanged for gold coins? This is great. Why didn't you tell the system earlier? If I said earlier, I would have gone to collect crystal nuclei. Drib. Commander, you didn't ask about this. Suyan didn't bother to argue with the system anymore. Go down and dig out the crystal nucleus of that giant eagle. Suyan sent a few rocket pilots down to dig out crystal nuclei. Of course, he couldn't do such dirty work. Soon, the giant eagle's body was cut into many pieces. Then the crystal nucleus was dug out. Several rocket pilots brought the crystal nucleus in front of Suyan. The crystal nucleus of this 4th-order mutated behemoth is not that big, only the size of a fist. It presents a kind of light blue, neolese, exuding bursts of fluorescence. It's pretty nice. Crystal nuclei should also be good for humans and zombies, right? Suyan asked. That's right. After a mutant zombie eats the crystal nucleus of other mutant zombies, he will gain his abilities. After the mutant monster eats the crystal nucleus of other mutant monsters, his body and intelligence will be further strengthened. Humans will become mutants after eating the crystal nucleus of mutant zombies, and will become evolutionaries after eating the crystal nucleus of mutant monsters. Mutants. Mutants are a powerful existence between zombies and humans. They have the thinking ability of humans, but feed on humans. Suyan nodded silently. It's been almost a month since he was bound to the red alert system before he figured out one thing. If you don't understand anything, just ask the system. Anyway, the system will not take the initiative to disclose some information. How many gold coins can this thing be exchanged for? Anyway, Suyan doesn't need to use a crystal nucleus to become an evolutionary. His current physical strength can completely crush ordinary evolutionaries. 4th tier alien beast nucleus, 3,000 gold coins. 3,000 gold coins? Although it's a bit small, but no matter how small a mosquito's legs are, it's still meat. After all, there are so many zombies in Doomsday, and with the passage of time, the number of zombies will definitely increase again. Recycle it. Drib. The commander recovered the 4th-order alien crystal nucleus and got 3,000 gold coins. Chapter 74. After killing the mutant giant eagle, Suyan and others came to the place where the treasure chest was. A school with a large number of zombies. Apparently, there are no humans around here at all. Tanya, clear the room. Suyan stood in the air, looking indifferently at the group of corpses below. Roar. The zombies seemed to notice the scent of humans, and became irritable one after another. A swarm of swarms rushed to the bottom of Suyan and the others, crowding desperately. After receiving the order, Tanya immediately lowered the flight altitude. Raising the gun in his hand, he fired a burst of fire at the bottom. Although it was a strafing shot, Tanya's hit rate was still extremely terrifying. Every bullet will accurately hit a zombie's head. Tanya's ability to suppress the horror of the corpses was fully demonstrated at this time. Other rocket pilots are also responsible for clearing the field. Soon, all the zombies in this school were wiped out. Suyan looked at the empty playground. There is a very huge treasure chest on the playground. Cube, the specification is very large. Almost like a giant container on a dock. Hiss, so big? What's going to come out of here? Suyan complained. When Suyan opened the box last time, the size of the box was not so big. System, open the treasure chest now. Suyan looked a little excited. Every time he opened the treasure box, he felt like opening a blind box. Drib. The commander opened the treasure chest and got rewards, a fully automatic gold mining vehicle, 100,000 gold coins, and an oil well map. After hearing the system's reward, Suyan's eyes froze in shock. Fully automatic gold mining vehicle? Although Suyan doesn't know what it is yet, it is definitely something that can mine and produce gold coins. At the same time, a huge treasure chest on the playground was opened. Revealed what was inside. A huge and weird-looking car. The front end of the car is formed by a giant drill bit, and the whole presents a streamlined body. Full automatic gold mining vehicle, a black tech vehicle that can dig gold deep underground. It can mine at depths up to 2,000 meters underground. It will automatically scan for gold mines with a lot of gold, and deploy a small gold mine near it. Mining base, mining. Note, once the deployment is completed, the commander will receive different amounts of gold coins at regular intervals every day, and the amount of gold coins obtained depends on the size of the gold mine. Oh, it really is a machine for digging gold. Suyan nodded. Now he has understood what this so-called mining machine is. Just like the base car, drive him near a gold mine, and let the mining base go underground for mining. Although it is different from the mining vehicle that Suyan imagined, it has to be said that this mining base directly converts gold into gold coins, which is much more convenient. The most important thing is that this thing can dig thousands of meters underground, so you don't have to worry about being noticed by others. Very reassuring. Okay, automatic mining vehicle, you go to find the gold mine. After receiving Suyan's command, the automatic mining vehicle immediately started to move. The mechanical hub turned and the car began to roll. Soon, the giant borehole in front of the car began to dig below the ground. The runners are spinning rapidly, and the body is like a BGCJ, ground drilling machine, and quickly disappears on the ground. Only a huge pothole remained, and the pothole was so deep that the mining truck quickly disappeared from sight. It may take some time for the mining truck to find the gold mine, but it must be 2 days. By then, there will be no need to go around looking for gold. By the way, there is also a map of oil wells. Suyan remembered that the treasure chest not only contained a fully automatic gold mining vehicle, but also 100,000 gold coins and an oil well map. Oh, 100,000 gold coins? The system is also rare and generous. Oil well map. There are 5 oil wells marked on the oil well map. The commander needs to send someone to occupy the oil well. For each oil well occupied, the commander will have a daily income of 2,000 gold coins. Good guy. Another way to get coins? System, you have finally become a human. Suyan couldn't hide the joy on his face. As long as you occupy 1 oil well, you can get 2,000 gold coins a day, and 5 oil wells can get 10,000 gold coins a day. Plus income from gold mining machines. You don't have to do anything in a day, and you can earn tens of thousands of gold coins. Isn't that too comfortable? However, when Suyan opened the oil well map, I was a little dumbfounded. The first oil well, Erdo's oil well, 1,500 kilometers away from the base. The second oil well, Gishan oil well, 1,300 kilometers away from the base. The third oil well, Anbay oil well, 980 kilometers away from the base. The fourth oil well, United oil well, 1,700 kilometers away from the base. The fifth oil well, Macy oil well, 3,100 kilometers from the base. Suyan. Nimas, the oil wells closest to the base are 980 kilometers away, and the farthest oil wells are all Nimas abroad, right? Sure enough, the system couldn't listen. But no matter how far the distance is, these oil wells still have to be taken down. After all, this is all the money needed for future development. After receiving these rewards, Suyan is in a great mood. Although the location of the oil well made him a little troubled, there are still mining vehicles after all. There is definitely no shortage of gold coins in a short period of time. Just when several people were preparing to return to the base, suddenly, there seems to be a riot in the center of City H. Roar. Vaguely, Siping could hear roars. Although the sound was very soft, Suyan had used genetic enhancement medicine after all, so his senses were very sensitive, and he could still catch the roar even if it was tens of kilometers away. At the same time, the zombies on the ground seemed to become restless. Roar. The group of corpses roared twice from time to time, which seemed to be a kind of trembling from the heart. Oh! It seems that there is a lot of movement in City H. Suyan looked in the direction of the source of the sound, as if thinking about something. It seems that there are zombies fighting. And it's definitely not that low. As for the level of zombies, I don't know. Forget it, let's go back. The place where the treasure chest appears is already the limit area that the radar can explore. If it goes deeper than a few kilometers, it will not be detected by radar. Without radar, it is equivalent to missing an eye. This reminds Suyan of a sentence. Please explore the area ahead. At this time, H downtown. On top of an extremely tall skyscraper. Roar. A roar that shook the sky and the earth came out. There is a huge zombie under the skyscraper, waving an iron pole in his hand, and his body is extremely muscular. A full 5 meters high. The face is ferocious and terrifying, like a Hulk magnified in a circle. The muscles of the body are occasionally like stones. At this time, the giant zombie kept roaring, raising its head and roaring towards the top of the skyscraper. Beside it, there are quite a few mutated losers staring at it. In the sky, there is also an oversized giant mutated eagle hovering. This mutated giant eagle is much larger than the one Suyan bombarded. On a tall building next to the building, a mutant monster is climbing on the wall. The body is like a lizard, like a hunter, but the body is even bigger than the hunter. The scales on the body are blood red, and there is only one huge one-eyed. The long tail actually spawned a poisonous hook? Like a scorpion. Obviously, this monster is a variant of the hunter. It may have devoured the crystal nuclei of other zombies, and possessed various strange abilities. This hunter is also eyeing the apex of the skyscraper. There are all kinds of strange and mutated zombies beside him, but the targets of these zombies at this time are very obvious. That's the top of the building. There seems to be a layer of fog on the roof of the building under the night. The fog shrouded the entire area as if there was a layer of haze. Creak creak. The sound of steady footsteps came out, and every step would crush the nearby bone remains. In the darkness, a figure gradually appeared. It is similar in size to a human being, but its whole body is shrouded in pure darkness. Every line of its body is so perfect and elegant, yet full of deadly danger. Although it is not clear what kind of terrifying realm this zombie's strength has reached, the nearby zombies are as if they have encountered a nemesis, and they all back away in fright. Some low-level zombies began to tremble, which was only caused by instinctive suppression. Only giant zombies, super hunters, and those other zombies are able to keep themselves unaffected. It walked to the edge of the wall and stopped, and the mutated zombies below instinctively took a few steps back. The zombie, whose whole body was dark and absorbed all the light, slowly raised his head. What kind of eyes are those? Cruel, tyrannical, full of desire for flesh and crystal nuclei. The crazy desire that erupted in its eyes was stronger than any zombie. It is more eager to evolve. But even more shocking is another quality that all other monsters do not possess. Restraint. That's right, restraint. Although its desire is stronger than all monsters, this zombie is able to restrain its desire. Obviously every cell in the body is yearning for the crystal nucleus and human flesh and blood that can evolve, but it can endure it abruptly. This is definitely a history that other bereaved monsters cannot match. It's hard to imagine that such a terrifying monster has evolved in less than a month in the last days. This is a real corpse king. 1 in a million zombie king. Chapter 75. The high-level mutated zombies near the building seemed unable to bear the pressure brought by the corpse king. Started to roar crazily. The mutated giant eagle hovering in the sky was the first to bear the brunt and directly attacked the corpse king. Dived down from the sky. The giant eagle's flying speed was extremely fast, like a black lightning bolt. The sharp wings spread out, carrying a sharp edge that can cut almost everything. The mutated giant eagle swooped down from the sky, stretched out 2 pairs of giant claws, and grabbed the Corpse King below. A pair of giant claws are blowing wind. It is estimated that they can tear apart the tanks of ordinary tanks. Facing the attack of the giant eagle, the black corpse Wang moved. The Corpse King with perfect lines erupted with terrifying power in an instant, and the extremely powerful muscle fiber tissue was hidden under the pure dark skin, and the perfect movement was completed in an instant, and it was impossible to see how it moved. Next moment, there was a loud bang on the roof of the entire skyscraper. A huge hole instantly opened under the Corpse King's feet. The whole body soars into the sky, jumped directly onto the body of the mutated giant eagle, and blasted out with a punch. Boom! A terrifying dull sound sounded, and the mutated giant eagle wailed directly. Although the Corpse King is small in size, he is no more than 2 meters long. But the power contained in the body is indeed terrifying. With one punch, a big hole was directly blasted in the body of the mutated giant eagle. Blood spurted out. The mutated giant eagle flapped its wings in pain. Waving his giant claws, he desperately wanted to get rid of the Corpse King on his body. But the Black Corpse King is like a maggot attached to the bone, unable to break free at all. And punch after punch. Every punch of the Corpse King is almost enough to kill. Soon, the Black Corpse King grabbed the 2 wings of the giant eagle and tore them apart. Losing its proud wings, the mutated giant eagle fell straight down. And the Zombie King also exerted force with his feet in the air. With the help of the giant eagle corpse as a focus, it rushed towards the giant zombie with the loudest roar on the ground like a cannonball. Roar! The giant zombie was even more angry when he saw the corpse dynasty swooping in. Immediately swung his iron fist, and punched the oncoming black figure. The 5-meter-tall giant zombie is estimated to have the power to force a bus to stop. The fist speed broke through the sonic boom in an instant. And the Black Corpse King who swooped down from high altitude didn't hesitate at all, and also punched him up. Boom! The 2 extremely strong forces collided, directly setting off a strong air current, and all the surrounding objects were blown away. The giant zombie was shaken back more than a dozen steps, and a piece of its huge fist was deeply dented. The whole bone was shattered. Extremely scary. And the Corpse King on the other side was also thrown away by the huge reaction force of the collision. Boom! The Corpse King directly smashed into a tall building nearby. The huge force actually smashed through the building directly. Countless smoke and dust floated up. The Corpse King slowly walked out of it. At this time, the law of smoke without injury finally came into effect. Compared with the giant zombies, the state of the Corpse King is obviously much better. Except for a little damage to the scale armor on his chest, there were not many scars on his body at all. The Corpse King's blood-red eyes were extremely indifferent. In the next instant, its body left the spot directly. The ground was shaken out of a large crater by the huge reaction force, and cracks appeared like spider webs. The Corpse King rushed towards the giant zombie in the blink of an eye as if teleporting. Roar! The giant zombie instinctively felt a sense of crisis. Roar out loud! At the same time, the rest of the high-level mutant zombies also moved. The super hunter who had been lying on the wall of the building rushed down, the crimson scales on his body were like flowing blood. Towards the Corpse King. Stretched out sharp claws, intending to sneak attack from behind the Corpse King. It did succeed, too. The sharp claws slammed on the Corpse King's back. But the Corpse King's defensive scale armor is really terrifying, even the sharp claws of the super hunter can only leave a layer of faint scratches on it. The red glow in the Corpse King's eyes was fleeting, and he swung his arm and swept across. Boom! The hunter couldn't dodge in time, was hit directly, and flew out backwards. A high-level hunter, in front of the Corpse King, couldn't last a single move. The other mutated zombies swarmed up. A monster zombie with green slime appeared. The speed was also very fast, spraying a mouthful of green sticky mist directly at the Corpse King. The green sticky fog spreads over a wide area. When the green sticky mist touched the body of the Corpse King, it made a creepy sound. Zzz. It's like pouring a pot of hot oil on the cold ice. Roar! In front of this super corrosive slime, even the Corpse King can't help screaming in pain. The scales are corroding. The scales fell off, revealing the fuzzy flesh and blood inside. Enduring the intense pain, the Corpse King rushed directly to the green Vice-Zero. He rushed towards the slime zombie, spraying out the sticky mist. He raised his arm and blasted out a punch full of anger. This punch was stronger than all the attacks just now. Just one punch? Just penetrate the swollen body of the slime zombie. The Corpse King is still a zombie after all, and his IQ is not very high. After he blasted the slime zombie to death with one punch, the shattered body of the slime zombie exploded instantly. All the source of the poisonous mist inside burst out. Roar! The Corpse King was the first to bear the brunt. He directly suffered the frontal damage. The scales all over the body were corroded and fell off, and the scream was shrill. It's just that the Corpse King seems to have a strong self-healing ability, and the corroded flesh and blood on his body continue to endure corrosion while healing. Several other mutated zombies were also affected. The giant zombie was directly drenched in corrosive slime. The strong corrosiveness of the venom instantly corroded his skin and muscle tissue. After the zombies have evolved to a certain level, they have evolved pain-sensing tissues, and they are no longer the brainless zombies at the beginning of the end. After being corroded at this time, the giant zombies also began to howl. But the giant zombie does not have the terrifying self-healing ability of the Corpse King. Soon, all the muscle tissue on its body was corroded, and even the bones were dissolved under the terrifying corrosive force. The 5-meter-high giant zombie dissolved into a puddle of blood in less than a minute, leaving only a light red crystal nucleus. The same is true for the super hunter. Although he is quite far away, the poisonous mist that erupted at the moment the slime zombie exploded spreads very quickly. It was not spared either, and soon turned into a pile of blood in the painful wailing. The green poisonous mist is still pervasive. At this time, within a few hundred meters, only the Corpse King was struggling in pain. Although it possesses a terrifying self-healing ability, it also suffers from intense pain. His scales were quickly corroded completely, and the muscle tissue inside was completely exposed. Ask for flowers. While being corroded by force, the muscle tissue is crazily healing itself. It's like the two heavens of ice and fire. This kind of poisonous mist is extremely corrosive, and even the nearby buildings were quickly turned into beds after being affected. What about zombies? After a long time, the poisonous mist dissipated slowly. The ground has almost been corroded by venom. Those mutated zombies all disappeared, leaving only crystal nuclei one after another. These crystal nuclei, without exception, all showed a light pink color. In the center of the explosion, a bloody skeleton lay on the ground. Most of the bone and flesh on the skeleton had disappeared. But, the Corpse King seems to be still alive. Some muscle tissue on the body seems to be slowly wriggling, slowly healing itself. However, at this time, a footstep appeared suddenly. Bare feet. Creak creak. After the ground is corroded by strong acid, it is as fragile as foam. It can make a burst of sound with a light step. Soon, this figure stood beside the Corpse King. The Corpse King, who was seriously injured and paralyzed, instinctively sensed a hint of danger, and moved a finger. Seems to want to get up. However, in the next second, Arai's withered and pale arm pierced through the Corpse King's chest. The Corpse King wanted to break free, but just now, in order to resist the corrosion of the poisonous mist, he constantly healed and consumed a lot of its energy. At this time, it can only be slaughtered here. Soon, another withered arm held down the Corpse King's head that had just recovered. A hand was inserted hard into the Corpse King's brain, as if he was touching something. Finally, a blazing red crystal nucleus was pulled out. After the Corpse King lost his crystal nucleus, he died completely. After taking out the crystal nucleus of the Corpse King, this strange figure slowly walked to the other scattered high-level crystal nucleus on the ground. Pick them up one by one. Walking on the desolate ground with bare feet, he crushed the crystal nuclei he picked up one by one and swallowed them into his stomach. On the other side, Su Yan and others have returned to the base. After returning to the base, Su Yan was thinking about how to occupy the oil well. But the problem is, now these oil wells are located very far from the base. Is it possible to use rockets to fly soldiers and transport engineers over a distance of thousands of kilometers? Obviously unrealistic. Especially Suyan dispelled such an idea after seeing a monster of the sky dominant level like the mutant giant eagle. The altitude is no longer safe. At the same time, Suyan has also realized a problem. A city with a larger population is more likely to produce powerful zombies or mutant monsters. The evolution level of the zombies in the E-city where I live is actually not very high. Because he is here. The rocket pilots in the Red Police system fly to the city center every now and then to gain experience and the like. Zombies are basically suppressed, and it is difficult to have that kind of powerful zombies born. Even if it is born, it will be detected by radar at the first time, and then it will be wiped out. But other cities are different. It's like raising goo. Hey, let's talk about when the Air Force Command is unlocked. Anyway, there will be no shortage of gold coins in a short time. Drib. Congratulations, Commander, your fully automatic mining vehicle has successfully collected 100 kilograms of gold, equivalent to 10,000 gold coins. Oh who? Isn't this coming? Thousands? Chapter 76. With the automatic mining locomotive, the oil well can be put aside first. It seems that more anti-aircraft guns need to be built. After returning from City H, Suyan already understood that the sky is not safe anymore. The end of the world has only come less than a month, and there are terrifying monsters like mutant giant eagles. Who knows if there will be any more powerful air overlords in the future. Build 50 anti-aircraft guns. Suyan added 50 space guns at once. The power of the anti-aircraft gun is not weak, it should be enough to deal with the mutant giant eagle at this stage. Judging from Suyan's current base, those ordinary zombies don't pose much threat to him at all. The only ones that could really pose a threat to him, I'm afraid, are the powerful mutant zombies and mutant monsters. 20 light prism towers should be able to clean up mutant zombies. Suyan was a little uncertain, because he was not very confident about the light prism tower. If the mutated zombies are hit head-on by the light prism tower, they will definitely die. The light prism tower emits high-energy laser rays, with a core temperature of tens of millions of ultra-high temperatures. Suyan didn't believe that there were any mutated zombies that could withstand such a terrifying high temperature. But what Suyan is worried about is, if there are too many mutant zombies, the machine gun bunker cannot suppress the 470, and the light prism tower fires slowly, it will be a bit uncomfortable. When the machine gun bunker and the flame bunker are completed, there should be a day or two before the tide of corpses arrives. Let's build some light prism towers then. Because the machine gun bunker and flame bunker are under construction. Occupied the queue of defense module. At the current stage of the secondary base, a module can only be allowed to manufacture two kinds at the same time. For example, now Suyan has built 100 machine gun bunkers and 50 flame bunkers at the same time, which directly occupy two positions, and if he wants to build a light prism tower later, he will have to queue up. The same is true for creating arms, at most 2 different arms can be built at one time. Only 2 buildings can be constructed at the same time. Huh? What smell? Suyan narrowed his eyes slightly and sniffed lightly. He seems to smell the aroma of vegetables. Suyan feels incredible. The fragrance of this dish is very strong, and Suyan has not smelled this kind of smell for a long time. In the base, there is a smell of food. For a month, Suyan ate only the stored food. After all, before the doomsday, Lianjun spent a lot of effort to hoard a large amount of food and other items. Except for Suyan and the 2 girls he took care of in the entire base, all the other soldiers do not need to take in any energy from the outside world, nor do they need to sleep. The consumption of food is naturally very slow. Naturally, Suyan eats instant food. At this time, I smelled the aroma of food. I was naturally very surprised. Suyan walked into the central base. Is there really a kitchen? Only then did Suyan realize that the upgraded base actually has a kitchen. Suyan had never thought about cooking before, nor could he know how to cook, so naturally he would not pay attention to the problems in the kitchen. But at this moment, Bai Yu and Yelian are actually cooking in the kitchen. Although Yelian is physically disabled and can only sit in a wheelchair, she can cook with ease. Bai Yu was studying beside her, nodding her head from time to time. Sister Bai Yu, the sweet and sour pork ribs should be fried with rock sugar first, then the ribs. Sister Bai Yu, the reason why you failed is because. Yelian and Bai Yu kept talking. He didn't notice that Suyan was already standing at the kitchen door. Suyan. Soon, Bai Yu, who was an evolutionary, sensed the presence of someone and turned to look. Ah! Brother Suyan. The little girl Yelian also stopped what she was doing, and turned her head to look at Suyan at the door. After seeing Suyan, Yelian's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she lowered her head. It's okay, you continue. Suyan said lightly, and then left here. Bai Yu and Yelian looked at Suyan's leaving back, and then looked at each other, both a little embarrassed. It was discovered by him. Yelian lowered his head, seeming a little frustrated. That's right, I was discovered. Bai Ming nodded. We are cooking in the base. Will it make Brother Suyan unhappy? I don't know. Bai Yu shook her head. Noon. After Suyan returned to the base, he saw a table of steaming meals on the table. Bai Yu and Yelian were sitting at the dining table. It looks pretty good. Suyan sat on the seat, propped his head with one hand, and looked at the food on the table. To be honest, since he traveled to this world, he hasn't eaten hot food a few times. Well, it smells good. Naturally, Suyan was not polite. I have to say that Yelian's craftsmanship is really good. Amidst the apocalypse, it seems pretty good to have such a chef here. Yelian looked at Suyan secretly, as if he was watching Suyan's attitude. After losing her superpowers, she instinctively felt a sense of uneasiness. She is very clear that in such a large base, everyone performs their duties. If a person is useless, it is difficult to gain a foothold. Brother Suyan, is it delicious? Yelian asked in a low voice. Well, not bad. Suyan glanced at the girl lightly. The little girl couldn't hide any scheming in her eyes at all, and the look of trying to please was all shown on her face. Like a stray kitten who just got home, well, with a broken leg. After receiving Suyan's words of affirmation, the worry on Yelian's face dissipated a bit, and a smile filled his face. You'll be in charge of cooking from now on. The food cooked by this little girl Yelian is very suitable for his appetite. Suyan directly made her his queen chef. After Yelian heard Suyan's words, she nodded her head vigorously, almost crying with excitement. Then Suyan began to look at Yelian's legs again, frowning slightly. Yelian's legs are slender, the proportions are close to perfect, and the skin is delicate and fair. He is simply a model of the legs. But, he couldn't walk and act, and the skin on his legs looked sickly pale after long periods of inactivity. Your legs are a problem after all. Suyan's words made Yelian feel inferior again. However, I can ask the engineer to make you a vehicle for transportation, and the problem shouldn't be too big. Suyan glanced at Yelian. This little girl is her own after all, she still needs to take care of her. Transportation, aircraft. Yelian's eyes were a little confused. I have heard of crutches and wheelchairs for transportation, but I have not heard of aircraft for transportation. Not long after eating, Yelian received a modified version of the aircraft sent by the engineer. The rocket vehicle can be regarded as a trick played by the group of third-level engineers in the engineering department. Compared with that group of guys who have nothing to do all day long, they will ponder and transform some messy things. The rocket vehicle that Yelian received was very small. 2 small leg rings are buckled on the thigh, and there is a belt-like thing behind it. Such an extremely simple device can actually make Yelian float in the air. And it can change the direction of movement freely. It is simply a scooter in the air. After installing the aircraft, Yelian's eyes were full of shock, but more joy. It turns out, this is the aircraft instead of transportation? It's simply black technology. Brother Suyan, thank you. Yelian looked at Suyan with shy eyes mixed with gratitude. Hey, I forgot, there should be an open space in the base for food production. Suyan looked at the empty ground near the outer wall and sighed. In the apocalypse, food will be eaten sooner or later. Although the soldiers in the red alert system do not need to eat, they consume very little food. But fresh ingredients are still needed. When the area of the base becomes larger and larger in the future, it should consider the cultivation of food. The upgrade speed of the base is still quite slow, the progress should be accelerated. For some reason, Yin Bai has been a little anxious recently. Especially after entering H City, he found a large number of terrifying high-level mutant zombies and mutant monsters inside, which made him feel a sense of crisis. It would be nice to be able to unlock other defensive armies. A few days ago, I ran into Yelian and obtained the fragments of mind washing. As long as you collect 5.5 pieces of psychic beacons, you can unlock Yuri's psychic deployment army. As for the whereabouts of the remaining 4 spiritual beacon fragments, it should be quite easy to find. Especially the debris that fell into the human body. In the last days, those who have the ability to control zombies will surely be successful. Big trees attract the wind, this sentence is not just talk. In the military region of Province A, a group of people are having a meeting. There are more and more mutated zombies. A large number of third-order zombies have appeared in the urban area near us, and there are also some fourth-order zombies. The evolutionary humans among us are already far behind these mutated zombies. That's right. The evolution speed of these zombies is really too fast, it's been less than a month. Just as people were discussing, a middle-aged man clapped his hands and signaled everyone to stop. This person is Lu Zhou, Commander-in-Chief of Province A. You don't have to worry so much. After a lot of research, the group of people in our Institute of Biology has mastered a new evolutionary path, which can allow evolutionists to evolve faster. Lu Zhou's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. While talking, the middle-aged man took out a light red crystal-like object and placed it on the table. Chapter 77. The middle-aged man put the light red crystal nucleus in his hand on the table. The crystal nucleus shone beautifully under the light. This thing, everyone knows what it is, right? After hearing the words of the middle-aged man, the people below began to think. And the middle-aged man didn't give a damn. Crystal nucleus. We paid a lot of money to kill a powerful mutant zombie, which was stripped from the zombie's body. According to the research of the group of people in the Biological Research Department, such crystal nuclei generally exist in the bodies of various mutant zombies and mutant monsters, and are the source of their mutant energy. The people around listened in a cloud of fog, as if they didn't know what they were talking about. Speaking. Lu Zhou took out another light blue crystal nucleus and put it on the table. This is obtained by killing high-level mutant monsters. As we all know, mutant monsters are not contagious, but zombies are contagious. So we have developed a brand new evolution plan. If the evolutionary eats the evolutionary nucleus of the mutated monster, it will evolve substantially, but if it eats the evolutionary nucleus of the mutated zombie, it will become a terrifying monster. As he spoke, the man put away the light red mutated zombie crystal nucleus on the table. So, mutated beasts are the gospel of our human evolution. If we can get enough mutant giant beast crystal nuclei, the evolutionists among us will be able to keep up with the pace of zombie mutations, and then cooperate with the powerful heat of our base. The weapon is absolutely capable of suppressing these zombies. Lu Zhou became more and more excited as he spoke, holding the light blue crystal nucleus tightly in his hand. It seems to be full of longing for the future. After a long time, Lu Zhou sat back on his seat. And we successfully got in touch with the capital headquarters, which decided to send Dr. Mo to assist us in completing the research on the zombie virus. Everyone was deeply surprised by the middle-aged man's words. Dr. Mo? Is it that one? That's a madman. The capital has dispatched a large number of planes to escort them throughout the journey. We must make preparations. It is said that Dr. Mo has made a breakthrough in the capital's research institute. Our Province A base is quite far from the capital city, separated by more than a dozen cities, passing through H City, E City, W City, these big cities. The sky is not very safe now, and it is easy to go wrong. Look at it. Yes. On the other hand, 20 tanks built by Suyan were also successfully manufactured. 40 Rhino tanks were parked inside the wall one after another. Such a large number of tank groups looks majestic. This is a torrent of steel. Let's go. Drive these tanks and push all the large zombie gathering points in City E before the zombie tide comes. The reason why Suyan makes so many tanks is here. The tide of corpses is coming, it is best to wipe out all these zombies in E City. Otherwise, it is easy to form a corpse tide. According to Suyan's guess, the number of zombies in the next wave of large-scale zombies will definitely exceed 1 million. These zombies in the certificate city are obviously not qualified. After the end of the world, City E has been suppressed and wiped out by his core, and it is very difficult for that kind of high-level mutant zombies to appear. Therefore, it is very likely that there will be large-scale migration of zombie groups from foreign cities. In order to prevent accidents, Suchi decided to wipe out all the lost households in the city first. Of course, there are other reasons too. Mutated zombies can produce crystal nuclei, and the crystal nuclei can be exchanged for gold coins. Why not do this kind of behavior that kills two birds with one stone? The power of 40 rhino tanks is enough to wipe out a small country. Not to mention those zombies. Tanya, start working. Suyan called Tanya and the SEALs, brought hundreds of rocket pilots, and 40 tanks to dispatch together. Boom! A strong voice sounded. A huge door on one side of the outer wall was opened. The tank armor drove out slowly. The sense of deterrence of 40 tanks is too strong. Just forming a square array is almost the size of a football field. The loud noise from the tank's departure immediately alarmed the nearby survivors again. It's just that these survivors are obviously used to it now. It was just a brief shock, and then the love of each industry went. Isn't it a tank? No wonder. Now these nearly 100 survivors have built a small base near here. Although it is a base, it is actually just a few residential buildings. Build a low wall around the outside. These survivors have figured out a rule: as long as they are not too close to the tall wall, they will not be harmed. What's more, recently, they discovered that the base was actually protecting them. Those towers that can emit strong lasers will only attack invading zombies, not them. This is equivalent to protecting them in disguise. People have a sense of dependence, and after receiving the protection of the light prism tower, they don't have to worry about being attacked by corpses all day long. These people have degenerated one after another, returned to the primitive farming society, and started growing vegetables and farming land one by one. After Suyan's tank army drove out of the base, it went straight to the city center. All the tanks line up in 5 rows. There are 8 tanks in each row. The terrain of City E is almost all flat land without any rivers or hills. Even 8 tanks lined up in a row can drive. Encountering a building? If the infrared detection device does not detect the existence of human beings, the tank will directly fire the rocket and blow it down. Then push and crush the ruins. Of course, it is rare to meet survivors. It has been so long since the end of the world, and various tyrannical mutant zombies have appeared. It is difficult for one person to survive outside. Most of the survivors are dozens or hundreds of people forming a survivor base to resist the zombies together. Boom! Suyan's tank is in the first row. Directly blasted at the buildings in the distance. Other tanks also fired a cannon at the building one after another. A 6-story unit building was reduced to ruins after more than a dozen rockets passed by. Roar! The scattered zombies around heard the sound. There are also many mutant zombies among them. But obviously, these zombies can't cause any damage to the tank group at all. Even the tide of corpses entering the sea can't do anything to the rhino tank, let alone these lonely zombies. Suyan's tank troops are like a press machine. Wherever they pass, buildings collapse, and zombies are crushed into blood mud. And the rocket pilots in the sky also flew down from the sky. The zombie crystal nucleus was found among the corpses. The tank troops slowly crushed the zombies in front, while the soldiers in the rear were picking up crystal nuclei. The speed of crystal nucleus recovery is terrifying. In the group of zombies, a first-order mutated zombie can be born out of dozens of zombies, and a second-order zombie can be born out of hundreds of zombies. Hey, it would be great if there was a car that can automatically recover crystal nuclei. Suyan looked at the pilots who kept picking up crystal nuclei behind him, and sighed softly. Drib. The commander encountered a temporary mission, Liberate City E. Mission Liberate City E, difficulty, destroy 80% of the zombies in City E and prevent them from forming a wave of zombies. Mission reward, unlock a new building, Air Force Command. Unlock a new type of radiation infantry, get unknown soldiers *1. Temporary duty. Suyan now likes to hear the system take the initiative to speak the most. Because whenever the system takes the initiative to speak, it is either a reward or a task, or the building is completed. Anyway, as long as the system opens its mouth, it will definitely be heavy. Defeating 80% of the zombies in City E, isn't that difficult? Suyan frowned slightly. Although City E is not one of the best cities, it still covers a large area. There are millions of zombies. Wanting to wipe out 80% of the zombies in a few days is tantamount to wishful thinking. The distribution of zombies is too scattered. 390. If these zombies appeared in the form of corpse waves, it could still be completed. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in Suyan's mind. He seemed to be reminded of a scene from a certain movie. Perhaps something with a loud volume can be used to attract all the zombies together and destroy them. Come to a wave of kite tactics. Is this possible? Suji stroked his chin. Forget it, don't worry about it, let the rocket pilots in the base come out first, all with giant speakers, to attract the zombies together and destroy them collectively. When the time comes to recover the crystal nucleus, it won't be so troublesome. As soon as Suyan thought about it, he did it. Suyan circled 5 places scattered in 5 different directions in E-City on the satellite monitoring. Directly remotely controlled the actions of the rocket pilots in the base. Bringing enhanced audio, let these rocket pilots attract all the zombies in City E to the target location. At that time, it will be convenient to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Oh, by the way, create another 200 terrorists and let them ambush in the 5 target locations in advance. That's right. Suyan is going to use the powerful self-destructibility of the terrorists to ruthlessly kill the corpses. There are still stars for this temporary mission? Is it 2-star difficulty? The most important thing is mission rewards. Air Command. With the Air Force Command, you should be able to manufacture fighter jets or armed helicopters. At that time, it will be more certain to occupy the oil well. And after unlocking the Air Force Command, some other arms should be unlocked. Radiation infantry? Can this thing be unlocked? In Suyan's impression, radiation infantry is similar to magnetic storm infantry, both of which carry special weapons. It's just that the radiation guns of the radiation infantry are more terrifying. It can emit terrifying radiation. Although he does not know how much damage it will do to zombies, it can kill other soldiers directly in the game anyway. As for the last reward, unknown soldier? Still unknown? Do you want a sense of mystery? Chapter 78. Suyan drove the tank troops into the city center, and the rocket pilots who followed him to pick up the crystal cores were all dismissed by him to do other tasks. As for the remaining crystal nuclei after being crushed by tanks, he didn't intend to ask for it either. What are you kidding? If one's own plan can be carried out, the zombies can be gathered together and it can be done in one pot. At that time, the number of crystal nuclei obtained will be massive. How many crystal nuclei are there now? He really doesn't like it. Soon, the rocket pilots in Suyan's base all came out, just like bees from a hive. These rocket pilots performed their duties, like a huge net, slowly covering the entire E-City. Holding a huge stereo, flying slowly at low altitude. Wherever the pilots went, the violent noise made by impression startled all the zombies below. Roar! Be it zombies or mutated monsters, they were all attracted by these noises and started chasing them. And these rocket pilots are also very patient, like seasoned hunters. Little by little to lure these zombies. How many rocket pilots are there in the Suyan base? So far, there are nearly 1,000 people. Nearly 1,000 rocket pilots. These rocket pilots only need to fly at low altitude, attract zombies through noise, and then bring these zombies to their destination. Of course, this is a very slow process. I am afraid that only Suyan's Red Police Base has this ability, attracting zombies at low altitude. Concentrate on destroying. Of course, this must be an extremely slow process. The number of zombies in the city is very large, and it is almost impossible to gather all the zombies here without more than half a day. It really works. After looking at the holographic projector in the city, Suyan showed a smile. The countless red dots above are gathering at an extremely slow speed. Liberate City E? It seems that I have done a great deed. It's just. I guess I'm going to have another headache next time. Once City E is liberated and all the terrifying mutated zombies are killed, the survivors in the city will naturally be aware of the existence of their own base. Hey, I hope they will be smarter by then. Suyan stroked his forehead and sighed lightly. It was exactly as Suyan thought. This large-scale action by Suyan shocked the entire E-city. Almost all the survivors in City E saw the rocket pilots flying across the sky. One by one, they were wearing mechas and flying in the sky, holding strong voices in their hands. Moreover, he held crystal nuclei of different colors tightly in his hand. Obviously, these soldiers flying in the sky are all for attracting zombies. Attract all the zombies in the city. After seeing the surrounding zombies being attracted away a little bit, many people in the survivor base began to cheer. Each one's eyes were full of excitement. It's been a month. After more than a month, they finally met the people in the army. The country finally came to their rescue. That's right. In the eyes of these survivors, Suyan and these rocket pilots are definitely the country's army. After all, in their cognition, only the country has this kind of black technology. It really is a country. In an unfinished building, a man with a scar on his face lowered his eyes, looking at the rocket pilots flying by in the distance. This person is the knife brother in the previous library. It's just that there are only a few younger brothers following Scarface at this time, and the survivors who followed them have all disappeared. Does it appear that the country is preparing to occupy the city? Use the city as a stronghold. Besides Scarface, a younger brother asked. It's possible. These soldiers flying in the sky are obviously trying to attract these zombies away and then concentrate on killing them. Hey, the power of science and technology is still strong. Compared with thermal weapons, what is an evolutionary? Scarface sighed, looking at the back of the rocket pilot leaving. There seemed to be some kind of desire in his eyes. In the future, only staying in the safe zone in the country is more promising. Safety is more guaranteed. I have decided to enter the nearby military area. Scarface's words made the eyes of the other younger brothers brighten. Hey, with Deo brothers' strength, you will definitely be able to thrive in the military area. After Suyan commanded the tank to come to the city center, it stopped. Now, the zombies in the entire E-city are slowly migrating. Migrate toward the cemetery of death. And the more than 200 terrorists have already been lurking in the explosion site. Suyan led the zombie groups in City E to 5 places. These 5 places have ambushed a large number of terrorists. This is a suicide attack. Although terrorists are also a type of arms, they were created to self-destruct. Typical one-time consumable items, because there is no pressure in the heart when using them. Just wait like this. When the time comes, directly reap the fruits of victory. In the city, the rocket pilots used sound in the air to continuously attract zombies. At this time, the superiority in the air is very obvious, because no matter how these zombies stack up the human ladder, it is impossible to touch the rocket pilots flying in the air. And some of the large mutated birds in City E have already been killed by Suyan's rocket flight core. Roar! The rocket pilot's movement speed is not fast, even ordinary zombies can keep up, and you can also see a lot of first and second tier zombies. And there are a steady stream of zombies around to join in, just like a snowball, more and more. Suyan still underestimated the efficiency of the rocket pilots. It also underestimated the zombies' pursuit of the flesh and blood crystal nucleus. Suyan knew that the zombies must have an almost crazy pursuit of crystal nuclei. Because zombies can also rely on devouring the crystal nuclei of other zombies to complete their evolution. Therefore, the crystal nucleus should also have a huge attraction to zombies. Therefore, he let the rocket pilots fly at low altitude with crystal cores to attract zombies. I didn't expect crystal nuclei and noise are so attractive to zombies. The zombies chased like crazy. Soon, a large number of zombies gathered at the target location one after another. Those rocket pilots also gathered together one after another. And the corpses behind them were also successfully brought. It's like a large-scale training scene. Even if the solace of the zombies' running feet are worn out, they still run. The perseverance is really touching. The number of zombies in each target location is huge. Hundreds of thousands of zombies. A large group of black and white, like countless ants. A rocket pilot can draw thousands of zombies, but how about dozens of them? That would be a scary number. Su Yan, in the heart of the city, sits in a tank. Looking at the holographic projector in his hand, it can be clearly seen that there are 5 huge red dot areas. These red dots are densely packed, and each red dot represents a zombie. And the above target area has been completely covered by red dots. All red. This is enough to prove how terrifying the number of zombies here is. Although there are zombies in other areas of the city, they are only sporadic. Most of the zombies in E-City have been led to the blast area. In each area, a large number of first-order zombies and second-order zombies can be seen. As for Tier 3 zombies, some can be seen, but very few. Explode. Su Yan's mouth curved into a wicked smile. He directly projected a bird's-eye view of the 5 explosion sites through the system's radar monitoring device. Can clearly see the dark crowd of zombies. Go, my daredevils! Chapter 79. Accompanied by Su Yan's order, the terrorists hiding in the building near the target point rushed out instantly. Although terrorists are just ordinary soldiers, they move very fast. And he laughed out loud as he ran. Ha ha! The wild laughter of the terrorists caught the attention of the zombie group. They smell the breath of fresh human flesh and blood. Corpses swooped away. Facing the army of zombies, these terrorists didn't have any look of fear on their faces. I have completely lost sight of life and death. They rushed into the zombie crowd from all directions. Su Yan's arrangement is very clever. Because he knew that after these zombies gathered, if he wanted to wipe them all out in one fell swoop, he had to disperse these terrorists evenly among the corpses. That's how the explosion effect can be full. And at this time, these terrorists who suddenly appeared are about to complete their duties. The terrorists detonated the bombs without any hesitation. Countless flames shot up into the sky. There are many bombs in Su Yan's red alert system. For example, Tanya, the seals are equipped with explosives on their bodies. But those explosives are the most basic kind, and their lethality is very limited. But terrorists are different. The explosives they carried were high explosives, the kind that could blow down tall buildings. Almost all of these terrorists blew themselves up in the middle of the zombie crowd. Energy was generated in an instant to tear apart the bodies of the surrounding zombies in an instant. Countless zombies were blown away by the powerful shock wave. This is just the power brought by an explosive. Just enough to shake the ground. And 747 at this time, within the explosion range, there are dozens of such high explosives exploding at the same time. The destructive power produced is simply shocking. Several mushroom clouds rose directly above the sky. Even those mutated zombies were torn to pieces in an instant. Not to mention these first-order zombies or second-order zombies, I am afraid that even a few higher-level zombies will not be able to carry them. The spread of the explosives reached hundreds of meters above the sky. Roar! The zombie was rolled up into the sky amidst howls, its body was torn to shreds. The strong shock wave generated by the explosion shattered all the glass within 1 kilometer nearby. Dozens of terrorists exploded together, and the power produced was almost equivalent to a small nuclear bomb. There are a total of 5 such explosion sites. And it exploded at the same time. For a moment, the entire city of E was shaken. It's like the end of the world. Even Su Yan, who was far away in the city center, could feel the violent tremors on the ground. Haha, it's convenient to gather the zombies together and eliminate them. Su Yan felt as if he had discovered a new world. Terrorists' explosion damage is simply too strong. Effective against the tide of corpses. For example, at this moment, the completion progress of Su Yan's task has reached 60%. The task given to Suyan by the system is to eliminate 80% of the zombies in City E. Suyan's bombing directly killed a large number of zombies. The efficiency is simply terrible. You must know that there are still many zombies left alone when they follow the rocket pilots to their destination. Let's do another wave. If there is another wave, I think we can complete the task. Suyan let those rocket pilots do the same to attract zombies. Fortunately, there are no high-level intelligent zombies in City E, otherwise, there is a high probability that my plan will not be able to be implemented. Suyan muttered to himself. He has seen low-level big-headed zombies before, and big-headed zombies have wisdom that ordinary zombies do not have. If there really are third-level or fourth-level intelligent zombies, they will definitely not let these zombies die. After seeing the zombies in City H, Suyan already understood that City was suppressed too much by him, so it was difficult to produce high-level zombies. At this time, the other survivors in City E had heard the terrifying explosion just now, and they were all like frightened birds, not knowing what happened. Is it an earthquake just now? Why do I feel that the ground is shaking? Is it the sound of explosions from the army? What the hell is going on? It's so frightening. Could it be that they blew up the zombies together after they lured them away? For a while, the survivors had different opinions. After the zombies were attracted away, the survivors became more courageous. They all walked out of their original safe zone. Obviously, in their view, the army is going to liberate here. It took so much trouble to trap and kill these zombies. It must be to establish a base here. At the same time, they also quietly followed the direction of the flying soldiers in the sky. It has to be said that after nearly half of the zombies in City E were massacred by Suyan, the city became much safer. At least the zombies won't form a wave of corpses. It didn't take long for Suyan to lead the zombie group to the place where the explosion happened again. Here just experienced the first strong explosion that blasted the ground into a crater tens of meters deep. The ground was scorched black, full of corpses of zombies. After all the zombies were concentrated, Suyan lit the cannon fire again. It's just that this time the crowd of corpses is obviously much less than the first time. Accompanied by another earth-shattering sound. Drib. The commander successfully completed the temporary mission, Liberate City E. Mission completion, 87%. Drib. The commander currently unlocks the Air Force Command, unlocks the new soldier, BGDF, type of radiation infantry, and gets an unknown soldier *1. Air Force Command. After the commander builds the Air Force Command, the deployment of the Air Force will be unlocked. At that time, fighter bombers can be manufactured in the tank factory. Note, an Air Force Command is limited to 8 fighters. Required gold coins, 5,000. Build directly. Well, let's build 4 Air Force headquarters. Is there any need to hesitate? Suyan directly spent 20,000 gold coins to build 4 Air Force headquarters. One Air Command is capable of building 8 fighters. Then 4 Air Force Commands can see 32 fighters. Once there are fighter jets, land and air are no longer a problem. Compared with fighter bombers, the rocket pilot's flying device is like a toy. Fighter bombers can easily fly faster than the speed of sound. Drib. Commander consumes 20,000 gold coins to build 4 Air Force headquarters. Estimated construction completion time, 4 days. Suyan had seen a 4th-order mutated giant eagle before. Although it was very fast, its attack power was also very high. But there is still a big gap compared with fighter jets. In the current doomsday, fighter jets still have an unparalleled record of supremacy in the air. Radiation infantry. It can emit super radiation rays to quickly destroy the opponent's body tissues and cells, so as to achieve the purpose of death, and the radiation infantry will explode instantly when it dies, forming within a radius of 100 meters x 100 meters. A super radiation area. All life forms will be attacked by a huge amount of radiation when entering the radiation area, and the radiation area lasts for a day. Required gold coins, 100. Radiation infantry? If you don't use this thing carefully, you will injure 1,000 enemies and 800. Suyan said a little speechlessly. If any radiation infantry accidentally died in the base, wouldn't that be a huge loss? As for the last unknown soldier? After seeing the introduction of this soldier, Suyan was shocked instantly. It turned out to be him? Haha, this can be used as a secret weapon. Suyan was obviously very happy, and this wave directly harvested Fengsha. Not only unlocked the Air Force Command, but also obtained a secret weapon. Blood earns money. By the way, there are so many crystal nuclei, don't waste them. Suyan directly ordered the soldiers to go to the explosion sites to pick up crystal nuclei. With so many crystal nuclei, if all of them are recycled, then a huge fortune can be made. It's time to call it a day, Suyan said in a slightly bored manner. But at this moment, suddenly the sound of the system sounded again. Radar has detected an unknown aircraft. Radar has detected an unknown aircraft. Radar has detected an unknown aircraft. The system issued a red warning. Unknown aircraft. Suyan frowned slightly. Could it be someone from the country? Have you found your own base? But this is also unlikely, he has a super radar. It is anti-sky and anti-radar. Impossible to be targeted. There can only be one explanation, that is, the plane passed by unintentionally. Suyan turned on the radar monitoring device. Sure enough, a plane sailed from H City into the radar area. It's a small airliner. The plane has many scratches and even the wings are damaged. Sure enough, there were several mutated giant birds chasing behind the plane. Not only the giant mutated birds, but also a large number of black flocks. The flocks of birds are so numerous that it makes one's scalp tingle. A passenger plane dares to fly in the apocalypse? Without the cover of armed fighter jets or armed helicopters, isn't the passenger plane a living target? How dare it come out? Doubts arose in Suyan's heart. For such a large airliner, the most feared thing during the flight is the flock of birds. Obviously this small airliner has been entangled by zombie birds. Chapter 80. Among the planes. At this moment, the people inside are in a mess. Damn it, why are there so many zombie birds here? Damn it, the armed helicopters in charge of the escort were all destroyed by those giant birds. Those zombie birds have followed for hundreds of kilometers. Why are they still following? We don't have armed forces at all now, it's impossible to compete with these birds. The two pilots in the cockpit of the plane looked sad. Are we going to make an emergency landing here? But if we make an emergency landing here, we will be hundreds of kilometers away from the military region of Province A. The higher authorities require us to send Dr. Mo to the military region of Province A. It's disgusting, there is really no other way. Let's make an emergency landing when we enter the suburbs of City E. And at this moment in the plane, a grizzled old man was sorting a large box. The eyes seem very plain, but if you look carefully, you can see the madness hidden in them. He didn't seem to have any concerns about the critical situation the plane was in. Still doing his own thing. Oh? Is that plane about to make an emergency landing? It made an emergency landing in City E? What a coincidence! Suyan looked at the picture on the radar monitor without any surprise in his eyes. At the same time, he began to think in his mind that the person who can make this kind of passenger plane in the last days is definitely not a normal person, probably an important person in the country's high-level construction. But now he actually does not intend to have any contact with the country. Suyan looked at the video on the monitor. The aircraft was disturbed by the flock of birds and began to descend. It soon entered the range of City E. Prepare to make an enforced landing. Huh? The plane changed its landing location? Ready to go in the direction of my base. Suyan frowned slightly. Such a base should be easily visible from 1,000 meters above the sky. After all, his base now occupies a large area. As long as the plane passes through E-City, basically looking down from a high altitude, such a large base can be easily seen. What are they planning to do? I don't provoke them, but they provoke me. Suyan's long and narrow phoenix eyes flashed a dangerous breath. Although he knew that these people came to ask for help, it was obvious that he didn't want to have too many negotiations with people from this group of countries. Great, there's a large base down there. The pilot on the co-pilot's seat on the plane exclaimed. When did such a large base be built here? It's simply unbelievable. The main driver was also very surprised. I haven't heard that there are people from the military region here. Could it be a base established by the people spontaneously? Forget it, let's park the plane below first. We have also lost contact with the headquarters now. Soon the plane slowly descended to the ground. It stopped in an area about 1 kilometer away from the base. The plane's engine had obviously lost control, and the fuselage dragged several hundred meters on the ground before it stopped. Not long after, a few people got off the plane, and they were all poorly dressed. There are more or less injuries on the body. A few soldiers armed with rifles came down from the cabin, ready for battle. Then an old man was escorted down. The old man has 2 stacks of grey and messy hair, carrying a huge box in his hand. Dr. Mo, please follow us, this place is very dangerous. The leading soldier loaded the bullet, and the other 5 or 6 soldiers surrounded it. The old man called Dr. Mo looked around indifferently. It seems that he is not worried about his situation at all. Dr. Mo, there is a large survivors base not far ahead, we can go there to take shelter, and then contact the military region of Province A and ask them to send someone to pick us up. Then hurry up, I heard that the military district of Province A has captured an interesting experimental subject, and there is no time to delay. The old man called Dr. Mo said in a cold tone. Good. But since they got off the plane, the situation they encountered exceeded their expectations. There aren't many zombies around here. Some were just a few sporadic ones, and they were easily wiped out. As for the terrifying mutated zombies, there is no such thing. This is very unreasonable. According to their previous knowledge, as long as there is such a large base in the last days, there will be many zombies wandering around. But it's different here. The zombies didn't gather together? Is it that base? The group walked slowly towards the base. Not long after, a huge wall came into their sight. They couldn't believe their eyes. On the plane before, they just felt that this base was very weird. It was not a military base, but it had the ability to build a wall. But now it seems that this is more than capable, it is simply a miracle. The fence that is more than 10 meters high looks very solid. They even thought that the city wall might be taller and bigger than that of the military area. Roar! Suddenly, several zombies rushed out of the apartment building beside them and rushed towards them. With a big mouth full of blood, there is even a liquor in it. The attack speed is extremely fast. Defense, defense! Protect the doctor! Da-da-da! The gunshot sounded instantly. The soldiers raised their guns and attacked the zombies. It's just that the liquor has obviously undergone more than one evolution, and is a second-level zombie. Black scale armor has evolved on his body, which has a certain resistance to firearms. But the rifle still left scars on his body. The second-order zombies have evolved a sense of pain, and the lickers who felt the pain instantly became irritable. Straight away, he rushed up, and cut open a soldier's throat with his hands raised. Quick retreat, quick retreat! This is a tier 2 zombie, it's not something we can't resist. Take Dr. Mo away quickly. In the blink of an eye, the licker had already killed 2 soldiers. He opened his mouth and sprayed, and 2 streams of venom were shot out, directly corroding the 2 soldiers. The rest of the soldiers escorted Dr. Mo to leave here. Oh? Is it a liquor fused with the ability of a corrupt tyrant? Dr. Mo did not forget to analyze the liquor even when he was escaping. Hiss! The liquor made a roar. Immediately planned to continue to rush up. Those soldiers were basically desperate. Who would have thought that they could run into a second-order mutant zombie here? Seeking flowers. 0. However, just as the second-order lickers were about to rush up, they suddenly felt a dazzling light. In their line of sight, a straight light pierced through the body of the licker. It's like a spear thrown by God to crucify the ugly enemy. It is the laser beam emitted by the light prism tower. Coincidentally, these people just brought the licker into the attack range of the light prism tower. The powerful laser light of the prism tower is not something a tier 2 zombie can resist. Dead silence. There was a dead silence in the space. These soldiers stared blankly at the corpse of the licker on the ground. Then they all looked towards the direction of the source of the light prism at the same time. It's that base. To be precise, This light came from a tall and magnificent tower above the base. Just a ray of light instantly killed a second-order mutant zombie. Its power can suffocate them. Laser weapon. The doctor narrowed his eyes slightly, with excitement shining in his eyes. 0. Obviously he has realized that this is absolutely impossible to be a military area. Because no matter how powerful the military region is, it is impossible to be equipped with this kind of laser weapon. The energy consumption of laser weapons is too great, and the power supply is very scarce in general bases. Naturally, it is impossible to use the excess energy to study laser weapons. Dr. Mo licked the chapped corner of his mouth. It seems that it won't be boring in the future. Do you want to continue walking? The soldier asked in a low voice. Walk. The closer you get to this base, the more you can feel the splendor and horror of this base. Not only is the wall built tall and solid, but there are also many fortifications. On the wall, you can clearly see that there are many soldiers patrolling. This is definitely not an ordinary base. At this moment, they saw a large group of people appearing outside the wall. Judging from the clothes of those people, these people seemed to be survivors who had come to flee the disaster. A large crowd, at least starting out in the hundreds. Dr. Mo, let's wait and see here first, the soldier in the lead said. Outside the fence, many people stood outside. Shouted to the inside of the wall. We are survivors, let's get in the bottle. Why is this army still killing people? We are not infected, and there are many evolutionaries among us. You all killed all the zombies in the city, isn't it just to build a base? Building a base must require people, why don't you let us in? In front of this group of survivors, more than a dozen people have been shot dead by machine gun bunkers. It's just that they are still imagining that they can enter this base. And this scene happened to be seen by the nest of survivors next to the base. These survivors looked at the group of people below with mockery and sympathy in their eyes. They have experienced it a long time ago, and naturally know that it is impossible for this base to accept outsiders. No matter how loud you shout or how many people die, they won't care about you. These people are just doing useless things. Wan these people PD off the man in the base in a short while, and many people may die. Chapter 81. A large group of people surrounded Suyan's base. Their purpose is obvious, that is, they want to enter the base. Although Suyan's prism tower will not attack them, once they step into the range of the machine gun bunker, they will still be shot and killed mercilessly. Although there are a large number of patrolling soldiers on the wall of the base, none of them pay attention to these survivors, and they are all performing their duties. Hello? Can you say a word? Is there no one in charge? Let us in. Some people have become anxious. These people come in groups of 3 or 4, and many of them are evolutionaries. In the last days, they deeply felt the benefits brought to them by being evolutionaries. After all, in the apocalypse, those who evolve represent the strong. The principle that the weak prey on the strong is vividly reflected in the apocalypse. Among the crowd, a man with scars tattooed on his face lowered his head, not as a young bird like those people. He also didn't put on a superior posture because he was an evolutionary. He is very clear that the evolutionary in the last days is nothing in front of those 017 hot weapons. It is impossible for a mortal body to be compared with a cannon. Although the identity of an evolutionary can make you superior to ordinary people, but if you want to put on a superior posture in the army, then forget it as soon as possible. When the time comes, I don't know how to die. Brother Deo, why don't we say a few words? The man beside Deo Scar's face asked. He a group of idiots. I really don't know how they survived until now, they can't even tell the difference in strength between the enemy and us. The man with the scar sneered. There are so many soldiers standing on the fence, with so many boats and guns installed on it, so aggressive, isn't that courting death? The other side. Suyan sat in the tank, leading the tank troops to prepare to return to the base. There was a smile on his face. The crystal nuclei of the 5 blasting sites have all been recovered. Sure enough, it is easier to kill the zombies together, and the crystal nuclei are easier to collect. Within a few hours, he had recovered all the crystal nuclei. Instantly get rich. Now his gold coins are enough for him to spend extravagantly. The problem of the shortage of gold coins has disappeared by this time. Fully automatic mining vehicles contribute nearly 10,000 square gold coins every day. Coupled with the huge amount of gold coins recovered from the zombies, Suyan even looked down on the 5 oil wells. Even if 5 oil wells are added together, it will only cost 10,000 gold coins per day. Drizzle only. Oh! There are still people who are not afraid of death. Through the satellite monitoring device, Suyan could clearly see that a large group of people had gathered outside the wall of his base. After Suyan killed the corpses in the city, he has been recycling crystal nuclei. After the liberation of E-City, the number of zombies dropped sharply, and these survivors who had only dared to hide in the safe zone all came out one after another. Attempt to seek the protection of a stronger base. Tanya, you said that I liberated this city, why do those survivors still think about things that don't belong to them? Tanya thought for a while. Then he said, in a crisis situation, it should be normal for the weak to seek the protection of the strong. Suyan shook his head, obviously he looks like a weak person, but he speaks so confidently. What gave them confidence? Is it just because of that ridiculous evolutionary? I thought I got a little strength and started to swell. After listening to Suyan's words, Tanya remained silent. Base perimeter. These survivors seem to be unable to wait, and many of them are evolutionaries. In the apocalypse, after awakening and becoming an evolutionary, many of them think that they are the protagonists of that destiny and can do something in the apocalypse. Naturally have their own pride. Even in their view, it is an honor for the military region to enter the military region as a master like himself. Doors should be opened to welcome them, not turned away. I'm a power explosive evolutionary, but I was turned away from the door? I can kill a first-order giant zombie with my bare hands, and I don't hesitate even in the face of second-order zombies. I came to the military area to find an official. Half-timers, how could you treat me like this? In the crowd, a strong man with a height of more than 2 meters said angrily. What are you, an evolutionary? I'm still a supernatural being. My supernatural power is petrification. Stranger? Everyone looked at the man who spoke with an incredible look. Evolvers have seen a lot, and supernatural beings haven't seen it yet. However, just when everyone was surprised, suddenly there was a roar in the distance, and the ground seemed to be trembling. Boom! Boom! Everyone subconsciously turned their gazes to the direction of the source of the sound. The smoke and dust filled the air, the torrent of loss. A blood-red shell. It was row after row of huge tanks. Dozens of tanks are lined up in several rows, and the visual impact is too shocking. In front of this kind of tank armor, those self-righteous evolutionists were dumbfounded at this time. Of course, after seeing these tanks, Dr. Mo and his group were the most shocked. Especially those soldiers, they couldn't believe their eyes. They have been in the army all year round, and they have an understanding of various types of tanks. Even some of them were originally tank soldiers. But the large rows of tanks coming across at this time, they have never seen this type of tanks before. Of course, what shocked them the most was, why are there so many tanks here? Shouldn't all the tanks belong to the country? Like so many tanks, it is only possible to appear in the military area. Immediately, this base became more mysterious in their eyes, and at the same time, they were even more apprehensive. Does the country know about the existence of this base? Or they dare not think about it. Soon the tanks were here. Along with them are the large rocket pilots in the sky. After seeing the rocket pilots, this group of soldiers completely believed it. This base should just be a privately constructed high-tech base. After the tank stopped, the door of the leading tank opened, and Suyan drove the rocket vehicle and flew out slowly, followed by Tanya. Suyan slowly flew in front of everyone. Tilting his head and looking at the survivors below, he didn't speak. After seeing Suyan, those people who were clamoring all fell silent. They instinctively felt a sense of deterrence. So many people are blocking my door, what are you planning to do? After Suyan spoke, the people on the ground wanted to say something, but after seeing the large group of soldiers behind Suyan, they all fell silent again. Why didn't you say it? Wasn't it quite possible to say it just now? Although I wasn't there just now, I heard what you said. Suyan spoke again. Evolutionary? Supernatural person. What's your value? After listening to Suyan's words, these survivors seemed to understand something, and they scrambled to show their value. 0.4. They all spoke. I'm an agile evolutionary. I once ran for my life from the giant zombies of the 3rd level. Even the lickers of the 2nd level couldn't run away from me. I can act as a scout in the army, which is absolutely reliable. Suyan glanced at the man who claimed to be an agile evolutionary. Slowly opened the mouth and said, Scouts? Sorry, my base has radar, so I don't need scouts. Suyan's words froze that person's face. And the other short man had a disdainful smile on his face. Shouting, it's just an evolutionary. And I'm a superhuman. The man stepped forward, took a stride, and yelled loudly. His shirt exploded instantly. The solid muscles inside were exposed. Immediately afterwards, the muscles on his body turned into stones at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the degree of petrification covered his entire upper body. My name is Yang Wei, and my ability is hardening. I can make myself as hard as a rock. Chapter 82. Stranger? Other people around looked at Yang Wei with shock in their eyes. There really are supernatural beings. It's just that this ability makes them feel very weird. Hardening? A man named Yang Wei unexpectedly awakened the hardening ability. It makes people feel a little ridiculous. Stranger? A trace of surprise flashed in Suyan's eyes. In the last days, we have seen a lot of evolutionaries, but I haven't heard of people with supernatural powers yet. Apart from Yelian before, this guy is not the first supernatural person he has seen. System, where did this supernatural person come from? After getting along with the system these days, Suyan has understood that the system will not take the initiative to provide him with information, and he must ask the system if he has any questions. Drib. In the apocalypse, human beings will give birth to 3 kinds of awakened people: evolutionary ones, mutants, and supernatural beings. The evolutionary relies on natural evolution and devours the mutated behemoth crystal nucleus to purify. A mutant is an ordinary human who devoured the crystal nucleus of a mutant zombie, was polluted, and turned into a half-human, half-corpse monster. People with supernatural powers are genetically improved and mutated in the apocalypse to have some weird abilities. Such people account for a very small proportion of awakened people. After listening to the system's words, Suyan nodded thoughtfully. Immediately, there was a trace of teasing in Yang Wei's gaze. Are you tough? Do you think you can hold the lasers from that tower? Suyan pointed to the light prism tower inside the wall. Yang Wei fell silent after hearing Suyan's words. Naturally, they had seen the power of the tall tower before. One laser shot could kill a whole bunch of zombies, which was unimaginably powerful. 16 Even if his ability is petrochemical, he can't handle that level of laser light at all. The abilities you are so proud of are worthless to me. Why do you think I will take you in? Suyan's tone was slightly indifferent. Naturally, it is impossible for him to take in these messy people. Suyan's words stunned those who were more confident. Are they rejected? Why? They are all evolutionaries. Some powerful evolutionaries are used to the feeling of superiority in the last days. Naturally, they feel uncomfortable when they are belittled like this. Although they were very unconvinced in their hearts, what the man said was correct. Although they were some evolutionaries, they were still not enough compared to the machine gun tanks in the base. But you almost wiped out all the zombies in the whole city, isn't it just to save us? Since you saved us, why don't you let us enter the base? That's right, that's right. This base doesn't look too small, and it shouldn't be a problem to accommodate hundreds of us, right? At this time, an old man in his 50s came out from the crowd. He spoke slowly to Suyan. Young man, save the Buddha to the end, send people to the west, let us go in. Suyan. He glanced at the little old man thoughtfully. Send someone to the west? I've never heard of anyone making such a request. The performance of these survivors is always the same, and he is almost tired of watching them. Hey, it's been almost a month since the end of the world, Haven't you guys understood the reality? I really don't know how you've survived till now. Suyan immediately prepared to return to the base with the tank army. Boom! The huge stone gate in the wall was opened. Through the gate of the megalith, some high-tech buildings can be vaguely seen inside. Although far apart, those buildings are still very eye-catching. There are still a large number of soldiers guarding it. Suyan prepares to enter the base. And these other survivors also dared to be angry but did not dare to speak out, after all the deterrence brought by the tanks and those light prism towers was too great. In front of ordinary people, their status as evolutionaries may make them superior to others. But in front of this base, they dare not make mistakes. Just when Suyan was about to leave, suddenly there was a shout at the end of the crowd. I have value. The voice was a little old. Everyone looked at the reputation. It turned out to be an old man with grey temples. Wearing a pair of reading glasses, carrying a huge box in his hand, with messy hair, he looks like a beggar who scavenges. It's just that beside this old man, there are several soldiers guarding him with guns. Obviously this old man is not an ordinary person. Dr. Mo, you are. The leading soldier next to the old man looked puzzled. The old man obviously didn't intend to explain anything. Just carry the box and walk forward. I should still have some value. When he said this, Dr. Mo's eyes were flat. Oh? You're worth. Suyan turned around and looked at the old man. He had noticed this guy before. This old guy was the group who made an emergency landing in a foreign plane crash. Judging from the degree of protection those soldiers gave him, it should be possible to judge that this is a relatively important person. That's right. I'm a biological virus researcher. After the end of the world, I started to study zombie viruses. My research has gradually taken shape. I can help you understand zombie viruses better. I can even help you analyze the secrets of evolution. The old man's words immediately shocked everyone around him. Subconsciously, they thought the old man was bragging. Analyze the secrets of the evolutionary? Understand the zombie virus? How is this possible? Hi! The old man's words made Suyan look sideways. Biological virus researcher? Suyan took a closer look at this old man named Dr. Mo. Combined with the degree of protection of Dr. Mo by those soldiers, there is a high probability that what the old man said is true. There may be exaggerations, but this doctor is an expert in virus research, so he must have escaped. Suyan began to think in his heart, if what this guy said was true, he could really analyze the secret of the evolutionary, and maybe he would be able to upgrade all the soldiers in his entire Red Police Army to evolutionary. Although this probability is almost impossible, Suyan is still willing to give it a try. It's just that Suyan is not sure whether this Dr. Mo is very important in the high level of the country. If the country finds out that Dr. Mo has disappeared and sends troops to look for it, then its own base will definitely be exposed. What are you afraid of? So what if it's exposed? It's the apocalypse and you can still take a nuclear bomb to blow me up. Suyan said with certainty that when the country discovered its own base, what it thought of was definitely not destruction, but friendship. After all, in the last days, having one more friend means one more guarantee of survival. Okay, I'll take you in. As soon as Suyan's words came out of his mouth, other people's arguments were immediately aroused. Why can this old man enter the base? I want to go in too. I'm also an expert in virus research. I'm an expert in architecture and a good hand at moving bricks. Why don't you let me in? I protest. Suyan completely ignored the protests of these people. At the same time, he dropped a word with indifferent eyes. You can also leave here and go to other cities to take a look, but I want to remind you that the tide of corpses is coming soon, it's best not to run around, hee. Then Suyan let the tanks drive into the base. Dr. Mo, who was following behind, was also a little excited. Although he is a person who studies viruses, his research will be subject to many restrictions in the original capital base. All human experiments and the like could not be completed, which greatly delayed the progress of his research on viruses, and many theories could not be put into practice. And he is a person who has an almost perverted obsession with his own research. In other words, he has endured the group of people in the military base for a long time. He is an ambitious man who wants an unfettered research environment. And in Suyan's base, he saw hope. There are a large number of laser weapons in a base, and there are many soldiers. This is definitely a base with very complete facilities. Boom! The tall wall was slowly closed. All those survivors were blocked outside. After seeing Suyan leave completely, these people began to curse. Humph! This base doesn't accept us? Would you rather bring an old man in than 967 us? Before that guy left, he told us that there was a tide of corpses. What kind of tide could there be? The zombies in the whole city were almost killed by him. Where did the tide of corpses come from? The regiment also started talking about the soldiers who were originally protecting Dr. Mo. Dr. Mo has entered, so what should we do? Our mission is to escort Dr. Mo to the military region of Province A. Now, is our mission a failure? Shouldn't it be considered a failure? We can get in touch with the military region of Province A first, and then let the military region come to pick up Dr. Mo. But the problem is that our communication with the headquarters has been cut off now. After entering the base, the old man had opened his eyes. Before the end of the world, he was a state-level biological researcher. What kind of high technology had he not seen? But after entering this base, there is a feeling of Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden. First, he trotted to the foot of the light prism pagoda, touched and looked at it. Isn't the structure of this laser weapon too ingenious? What is the scientific principle used? It seems to be different from traditional laser weapons. After a while, he ran to the barracks again. Hey clones! Are these soldiers cloned? Or are these all robots? After seeing the soldiers in the barracks, he could instantly tell that those soldiers were not normal humans. He thinks it's either a clone or a robot. That's an electromagnetic gun. That blue glowing building, could it be a power station? How could there be a power station with this structure? The old man felt that his brain was almost exhausted. At the same time, he also felt that his approach was more sensible. Seeing the excited look of the old man, Suyan laughed in his heart. At the same time, the sound of the system also sounded. Drib. The manager module has awakened. Current subordinate, Mo Laoju, loyalty 40. Current dependence, Baiyu, 95, Yelian, 90, Tan Yat, 100. Chapter 83. Manager module. Suyan opened the system, and as expected, a brand new module appeared on it. It's kind of convenient, and you can see the loyalty. Bai Ming's loyalty is 95. Yelian's loyalty is 90. Tanya's loyalty is 100. Suyan was not very surprised by the loyalty of Bai Yu and the others. Loyalty below 30 means loathing. A loyalty of 30 to 50 is average. A loyalty score of 50 to 70 means a good impression. A loyalty of 70-90 means that the attitude is very good and he is a trustworthy subordinate. And a loyalty of over 90 means that you will never betray. As for the loyalty of 100, only soldiers in the system can have it. Take Tanya, for example. Mo Laoju's loyalty is only 40, which is neither good nor bad. At this time, the old man was standing near the barracks, pulling two ordinary soldiers to observe and observe repeatedly. There was unstoppable amazement in his eyes. No, this doesn't look like a robot. The skin material is so realistic, and the temperature is there. Could it be that this is really a human clone? But if it is really a clone, how can the cost of making so many clones be able to bear it? The old man reached out and touched the faces of these soldiers, then pinched their arms. That is to say, these soldiers don't have much emotion anymore. Otherwise the old man would have been beaten to death long ago. You said you could help me decipher the secret of the evolutionary. Suyan's voice suddenly sounded behind him. All of a sudden, the old man was awakened from his self-world. Hey, of course, I have been studying zombie viruses since the outbreak of the Doomsday, and I found that evolution and zombie viruses are inextricably linked. Look, this is my mutated zombie in vivo. The virus stock solution extracted from the crystal nucleus, did you know? The DNA sequence in Lat Hong is actually reparable. After meeting Suyan, the old man seemed to have met a bosom friend. In his opinion, those who can build such a large high-tech base must be like him. I couldn't wait to open my password box and took out several glass bottles, which contained liquids of various colors. It's like a child desperately showing off his toys. Oh! By the way, my dear friend, can you tell me what kind of cloning method you use to produce these soldiers? The old man asked excitedly. Clone? After listening to the old man's words, Suyan pondered for a moment. This old man really has two brushes, and he can actually see that the soldiers in the system are not real natural persons. Suyan also asked the system, how are the soldiers in the barracks made? The answer given by the system is simple, clone. Facing the old man's doubts, Suyan's eyes were cold. Don't ask if you shouldn't. I didn't bring you in to ask you questions. Hey, the old man scratched his head in embarrassment. Drib. Mo Laoju's loyalty increased by 10%, and the current loyalty is 50%. He could tell that the old man was a little seriously ill. Mentally it's probably not normal. There is a building in the outer base, where you can complete experimental research. I need to see substantial results. I want you to crack the secret of the evolutionary, and let all my soldiers become evolutionaries. Then can I use humans for live experiments? The old man said, a little crazy. Live experiment? Suyan looked at the old man with some surprise. Are current biological researchers so crazy? Do live experiments at every turn? Yes. But report to me. What Suyan lacks most is people. Whether it's survivors outside or soldiers in the base, he can have as many as he wants. Especially those disobedient survivors. I rejected those survivors just now, and some of them are still clamoring outside the wall. Alas, people like me would have died countless times in the past. It seems that I am still a lot more gentle. Suyan said as if talking to himself. Oh! By the way, how many subjects do you need? Suyan asked that question abruptly. Hi! Mo Laoju was very surprised. 1. Mo Laoju asked as if trying, and stretched out a finger. Are you sure you want one? Suyan's words seemed to give the old man courage. 10. Suyan shook his head after seeing this, and then looked through the radar monitoring device to the dozens of survivors who were still clamoring outside the wall. The other survivors have almost left, but there are still dozens of survivors wandering there, still cursing in their mouths. Can Suyan get used to them? Tanya, open the door to receive guests. Not long after, the dozens of survivors outside the wall were invited in. These survivors are all tied up. Let us go, you devil! I am an evolutionary, why do you treat me like this? Let me go, please, I don't dare to scold you again. Neighbor Mala, you BD dare to tie you up, Grandpa Niu. These originally aloof survivors have all become prisoners at this time. Suyan looked at these survivors indifferently. Sigh, it's been a month since the end of the world, and you haven't learned how to survive yet. Then Suyan looked at Mo Laoju again. These people belong to you. If you need any experimental equipment, just report to the group of people in the engineering department. Then Suyan left. Mo Laoju looked at Suyan's back in disbelief, and at the survivors in front of him. Drib. Mo Laoju's loyalty increased by 30%, and the current loyalty is 80%. Inside the wall base. Master. Today I learned a new dish, squirrel mandarin fish, come and taste it. Yelian came out of the kitchen with a plate of steaming food. With the rocket walker, the little girl's mobility is much more convenient. In order to show my own value, I spend every day in the kitchen, trying to make various new dishes. There are also various names for Suyan. Suyan, Brother Suji, the master, and even more outrageous ones. Since having a relationship with Suyan, this girl seems to have awakened some special attributes. I can't wait to stick to Suyan's body all day long. Suyan naturally knew about Yelian's state. In the final analysis, it still stems from the girl's inferiority complex. While longing for love, he is also afraid of being abandoned, so he wants to decorate himself to make himself look more attractive. Bai Yu is different from Yelian. She learns marksmanship from Meng Ya every day. The current idea can be described as perfect. The most important thing is that Yu is still an evolutionary. Evolvers are constantly getting stronger. I'm afraid even Suyan doesn't know what kind of strength Bai Yu has reached now. When Yelian put down the plate in his hand, Suyan stretched out his hand and touched the girl's head, as if it was a reward. The girl showed a smile. Where's Sister Bai Yu? Yelian asked with her head tilted. As soon as the girl's words came out of her mouth, Bai Yu's figure appeared. Sister Bai Yu, come and taste my squirrel mandarin fish. After seeing Yelian and Suyan, Bai Yu's originally calm eyes suddenly showed a faint smile. Master, is it delicious? Yelian's eyes were full of hope, as if he wanted to get Suyan's affirmation. Suyan put a piece of meat in his mouth and nodded. It is not easy to feel this kind of warmth in the last days. Sister Bai Yu, how about you? $70. Okay, let me tell you something serious. Suyan spoke seriously. Seeing that Suyan was so serious, the two girls also became serious. Suyan took out a light blue crystal nucleus from his pocket and placed it on the table. This is a crystal nucleus, which can make ordinary people become evolutionaries, and it can also make evolutionaries stronger, but I don't know if there is any risk, and I have never seen anyone else use it. Would you like to try it? After hearing Suyan's words, the two women both realized something in their hearts. I would love to try. Bai Yu and Yelian said almost in unison. For Suyan's words, they almost have a kind of blind trust. Bai Ming himself is an evolutionary, so he naturally desires to kill with greater strength. And Yelian was a supernatural person before, but now he has become an ordinary person, so he will naturally have a very low self-esteem in his heart, and his desire for strength is no worse than Bai Yu's. Kin. Suyan looked at Bai Yu and Yelian, it was almost as he expected. Okay, I will give you the evolution crystal nucleus in a while, you can use it. Suyan took out two light blue crystal cores from his pocket and handed them to the two women. Crush the crystal nucleus and swallow the virus stock solution inside. Suyan himself is naturally not very interested in the evolution of crystal nuclei. He relies on systemic genetic medicine to improve his own strength. The genetic medicine of the system is much simpler and rougher than the evolution of the crystal nucleus. Chapter 84. After Bai Yu and Yelian got the mutated crystal core, they planned to go to the second floor to use it together. Sister Bai Yu, do you know? Actually, I was also a supernatural person before, but after meeting Brother Suyan, my ability disappeared for some reason. Actually, I also really want to be an evolutionary like you, a person who can help Brother Suyan. Yelian confessed her feelings to Bai Yu. After Bai Yu saw this girl who was even smaller than herself say such words, she couldn't help but overflow with maternal love. He reached out and touched Yelian's head. No, how could you be useless? The food you cook is delicious. No. I want to be a woman like you who can help Brother Suyan. Yelian waved his hand. After hearing Yelian's words, Bai Yu also showed a wry smile. There are so many strong people around him who follow him, and their origins are mysterious and powerful. The reason why I practice so hard to improve myself is to prevent myself from becoming a vase. In fact, you are similar to me. You can do it. Fan, isn't there a saying, if you want to catch a man, you must first catch his stomach? After hearing Bai Yu's words, Yelian opened her eyes slightly. Sister Bai Yu, it's really inconceivable that such words came out of your mouth. In Yelian's perception, Bai Yu has always been a relatively quiet and steady girl, unsmiling. Never mind. Sister Bai Yu, I am going to become an evolutionary. 413 Yelian's eyes were shining with excitement. Then he took out the mutated crystal nucleus that Suyan gave her just now. Wow, so beautiful. The color of King He is very beautiful, exuding a light blue light, and can smell a burst of fragrance. It's hard to imagine that this kind of gem-like beauty is actually extracted from the dirty heads of zombies or mutant monsters. Brother Suyan just said, do you need to crush the mutated crystal nucleus before taking it? The little girl crushed the light blue crystal nucleus with all her strength. The moment the crystal nucleus shattered, a light blue liquid flowed out of it. Immediately, a very attractive aroma emanated out. It tasted extremely sweet and greasy, like wine made from berries. Wow, it smells so good, I can't take it anymore. Yelian stretched out her small tongue and lightly licked the center of her palm. Oh? Why is it tasteless? Yelian licked up the blue liquid in his palm again. Sister Baiyu, is this tasteless? Yelian licked the corner of his lips. After seeing Yelian use the evolutionary crystal core, Baiyu crushed the mutated crystal core in his hand and drank it. After Baiyu drank the medicinal solution of the evolution crystal nucleus. Close your eyes and begin to feel the changes in your body. She was originally an evolutionary, and now after taking the evolutionary crystal nucleus, she could feel a huge force instantly filling her limbs and bones. She could feel her strength soaring crazily. Is this the BGED, evolutionary crystal nucleus? It can really improve my strength. Baiyu's eyes flashed with surprise. However, Yelian, who was beside Baiyu, suddenly screamed. The whole person curled up instantly, like a wounded little hedgehog. Yelian's voice instantly pulled Baiyu back to Shen'er. What's wrong? It's hot. Baiyu looked at Yelian. At this time, Yelian had a painful expression on his face. When he touched her body, he could feel a scorching heat. Hold on, I'll go find Suyan. Just when Baiyu was about to get up to look for Suyan, a voice came from behind. Don't worry about her, it's normal. Suyan's figure walked in from the door. Now that Bai saw Suyan, he immediately felt a lot more at ease. After hearing Suyan's words, he let out a sigh of relief. Since Suyan said it was fine, it must be nothing serious. Suyan walked in and looked down at Yelian, who was curled up on the floor. The system says that ordinary people who use the evolutionary crystal nucleus for the first time will experience this kind of thing. Soon the girl on the floor stopped struggling, and her body wasn't as hot as before. After a while, the girl woke up. He looked up and looked around, and found that he was lying on the bed, while Baiyu and Suyan were sitting by the head of the bed. Brother Suji, this is... Before Yelian could finish speaking, Rhyming said, Don't worry, you're fine. After hearing Baiyu's words, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Suyan is causing trouble. Yelian's tone seemed a little depressed. How is it? Do you feel any changes? Have you become an evolutionary? Baiyu asked from the side. Change. Yelian muttered a few words. It seems not. But suddenly, she seemed to feel something, and her eyes opened slightly in an instant. I seem to be different. In the meantime, Yelian gently raised her arm, and spread her 5 fingers apart. Facing a teacup on the bedside table, he suddenly exerted force. In the next second, the teacup floated slowly. That's right. This teacup was suspended out of thin air. Come on. Suyan and Baiyu, who were on the side, were shocked. Stranger? This word appeared in the minds of the two of them instantly. Yelian became awakened and became a supernatural being? Is there anything more outrageous than this? Come out of the system to explain. Drib. Dear Commander, because this human girl originally had a supernatural power in her body, but her original supernatural power was covered up by the additional skills brought by the fragments of the spiritual beacon. After obtaining the evolutionary crystal nucleus, it became a fuse, which led to her awakening the ability that originally belonged to him. Sure enough, as I expected, after this gene evolution crystal nucleus is absorbed by you, it will awaken you to new abilities. Suyan stood with his hands behind his back, his tone full of confidence, as if he had expected it a long time ago. Without changing his face, he pretended to be aggressive. Drib. Yelian's loyalty increased by 5%, and the current loyalty is 95%. The two women present looked at Suyan with almost worshipful eyes. Actually, you were originally a supernatural power user, but your original ability to control zombies was swallowed by another more powerful supernatural power, and the evolutionary crystal nucleus I gave you can just act as a supernatural power. The medium allows you to awaken another hidden powerful ability. Suyan bragged without changing his expression. For Suyan's words, Beitu and Lian are very convinced. Suddenly, Yelian, who was lying on the head of the bed, suddenly sat up, threw herself into Suyan's arms, and kissed Suyan on the face. With tears in his eyes, he was obviously very excited. Innocent girl, all the credit goes to Suyan. On. Suyan tapped the girl's forehead with her fingers. You have to know that people with supernatural powers are not absolutely fishy. At the same time, Suyan looked at Bai Ming again. After an evolutionary has evolved to a certain level, it may not be worse than a superhuman. He of course, no matter what kind of ability users are in front of machine gun missiles, they are not worth mentioning. Suyan's words filled Bai Yu and Yelian with confidence. If there is nothing wrong, you can obtain evolutionary crystal cores by killing high-level mutant monsters. Remember that only the light blue crystal cores of mutant giant beasts can be absorbed by you. Red crystal nuclei like zombies cannot be absorbed. After speaking, Suyan got up and left. After Suyan left, Yelian and Bai Yu began to discuss. After becoming a supernatural being again, Yelian's mood obviously improved a lot. The previous sense of inferiority also dissipated a little. Sister Bai Yu, brother Suyan is really nice. He is simply the most perfect person in the world. He is so gentle. Bai Yu's mouth twitched slightly at Yelian's words. Have you forgotten what happened to you the day before yesterday? Suchiji is gentle. Bai Yu remembered that morning when she secretly went to find Yelian, that scene almost shocked her. Yelian's cheeks flushed slightly after hearing Bai Yu's words. Well, except for that kind of thing, he is still a very gentle person. Bai Yu glanced at Yelian helplessly, she already understood. This little girl has completely fallen. You are hopeless. Big sister Bai Yu, I'll tell you something secretly. Yelian suddenly changed the topic. What's the matter? Bai Yu asked suspiciously. So, Yelian moved closer to Bai Yu's ear, and whispered a few words. Immediately, Bai Yu's cheeks turned red. You are shameless. Chapter 85. A few days have passed, and the arrival of the corpse wave is getting closer and closer. Drib. The Air Force Command has completed construction, please check with the commander. The sound of the system sounds. When Suyan, who was eating, heard this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Boom! In the outer base, the roar of the Sun Road sounded. Immediately afterwards, several tall buildings rose from the ground. The 4 Air Force headquarters have all been built. Master, what happened? Yelian's expression was very shocked. Not long after she arrived, she was very puzzled by this sudden situation. It's okay, just get used to it. Bai Yu at the side said soothingly. Although Su didn't go out to see these 4 Air Force headquarters. However, new arms have been awakened in its system panel. Falcon Fighter Bomber, it is a bomber that moves very fast in the air. It moves very sensitively and quickly. It can only be parked in the Air Force Command. Note, each Falcon Fighter Bomber is limited to 8 bombs, and can last for 800 kilometers. Energy and ammunition replenishment needs to be automatically loaded in the Air Force Command. The Falcon Fighter has a maximum speed of 2000 km per hour. Required gold coins, 2000. Moon landing flying soldiers, it is a brand new flying soldier of Yuri's army. It is a hidden unit and an upgraded version of the rocket flying soldier. It has also increased a lot, and ordinary lunar landing pilots can also be equipped with laser cannons. It's a pity, although they are called the moon landing soldiers, they never landed on the moon. Note, there can only be 1/3 level lunar landing pilot. Required gold coins, 1,500. After the completion of the Air Force Command, 2 new arms were added. The Falcon Bomber belongs to the tank factory and costs 2,000 gold coins each. Luna Troopers are part of the soldier module. Go out and have a look. Suyan left the inner base and went to the outer base. Then I saw 4 Air Force headquarters that had been built. Each Air Force headquarters is very large, with a height of 6 floors. There are a total of 8 parking bays on the upper and lower floors, 4 above and 4 below. System footprint for Air Command. 50 × 50. The Air Force headquarters occupies an area not much smaller than a tank factory. And such an Air Force Command, just built 4 of them. The outer base, which originally looked quite empty, shrank in an instant. Mo Laoju, who was conducting experiments at the outer base, was also shocked at this time. Look at the 4 tall buildings rising nearby with an incredible vision. That look seemed to be watching a miracle. Even with his knowledge, he couldn't see how this came about. But this sudden building just shocked him for a while, and then the old man went about his own business. Compared with this kind of thing, his experiment is obviously more attractive to him. Yelian, who followed Suyan, was shocked. When she came in before, there were no these 4 huge buildings. But now it suddenly appeared. Compared with Yelian, Bai Yu is much calmer. After all, he has lived with Suyan for so long, and he can accept the strange things in this base. After seeing the Air Force Command, Suyan really understood what black technology is. Generally speaking, the parking area for fighter jets is very large, at least within a few hundred meters. The fighter jets in the Air Force Command are different. The Falcon bomber does not take the traditional accelerated lift-off method. Therefore, the required area is not very large. Build Falcon bombers, build them in batches. Build all 32. After Suyan seized the crystal nucleus, he became rich day and night. He waved his hand directly. It cost 64,000 gold to build 32 Falcon bombers. Drib. Congratulations to the commander who spent 64,000 gold coins and built 32 Falcon bombers. The estimated construction time is 32 hours. It's just a drizzle of tens of thousands of gold coins. Suyan can be said to be rich and powerful now. The tide of corpses is coming soon. The bombers are in charge of suppressing it. It should be very effective. Moon landing soldiers. Suyan felt a little unbelievable after seeing the newly awakened troops. Good guy, moon landing soldier, the price of a soldier is only 1,500 gold coins, it feels like stealing money. A rocket pilot is only 80 gold coins, and the price of a moon landing pilot is close to 20 times that of a rocket pilot. Ordinary lunar pilots are equipped with laser cannons? And the 3rd-level lunar pilots can only have one? Rot. Suyan thought about the 3rd-level rocket pilots. The 3rd-level rocket pilots are so strong, and all kinds of steel armor cover the whole body. So wouldn't the 3rd-level moon landing pilot directly become Iron Man? The more Suyan thought about it, the more it seemed possible. After all, the 3rd-level rocket pilots can manufacture many, but the 3rd-level lunar landing pilots can only build one. According to the nature of the system, the 3rd-level lunar landing pilots may be very outrageous. System, create a moon landing pilot and take a look. Drib. Congratulations to the commander for spending 15,000 gold coins to create 10 lunar landing pilots. The estimated time to complete the employment is 10 minutes. 10 minutes, so fast. There was some surprise in Suyan's eyes. It didn't take long for the moon landing pilots to fly out of the barracks one after another. When Suyan saw the moon landing soldiers, suddenly understood something. Good guy, aren't ordinary lunar landing pilots similar to 3rd-level pilots? Then in turn, isn't the advancement of the lunar landing pilots equivalent to continuing to break through the 3rd-level pilots? Conditions for the breakthrough of the lunar flyers. The breakthrough of the lunar flyers needs to absorb a large number of zombie crystal nuclei or mutated behemoth crystal nuclei. Ordinary killing of dead households can no longer gain experience. Swallow crystal nucleus breakthrough. Suyan was slightly surprised. It seems that the demand for crystal nuclei will still be very high in the future. Crystal nuclei are required in all aspects. What kind of concept is the 3rd-level lunar landing pilot? Suyan doesn't know, but it must be a powerful black technology. Hey, I still have to kill the zombies. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have fed so many zombie crystal cores to the system to exchange for gold coins, and I should have left some for field to upgrade. But it doesn't matter, the tide of corpses is coming soon, and a large wave of crystal nuclei will definitely be collected by then. Just when Suyan said this, suddenly the sound of the system also sounded. Did-a-die. Radar has detected a large number of zombie waves moving in the direction of the base. Did-a-die. Radar has detected a large number of zombie waves moving in the direction of the base. Did-a-die. Radar has detected a large number of zombie waves moving in the direction of the base. Chapter 86. A lot of zombies. After hearing the system's prompt, Suyan turned on the satellite monitoring device. In the next moment, the holographic projection image presented by the satellite appeared in front of Suyan. A large number of small red dots appeared on the edge of the circular monitoring range. These small red dots tend to surround, completely surrounding the circular area monitored by the satellite. After zooming in, these little red dots are all densely packed zombies. Like a tide, it is surrounded from all directions. The goal of these zombies is very clear, it is E-City. Of course, the number of zombies cannot be so many, and the number of zombies coming from other directions is very limited. The most important thing is the large number of zombies coming from H-City. A large number of zombies poured out of City H, and because of Suyan's satellite monitoring, only the area where City H and City E bordered could be monitored. Suyan couldn't see how many 640 zombies there were. It's like playing the portal in the game Endless Lost Households are passed out from the portal. The purpose of these zombies running out of City H is obviously for the next wave of large zombie waves. These zombies have obviously achieved the climate. It's not comparable to the group of losses in E-City. It was a wave of corpses like a sea, and it was estimated that there were at least 1 million of them. Just the momentum is enough to make people feel terrified. Mutated zombies of the first and second ranks can be seen everywhere, even the mutant zombies of the first rank can be seen. After seeing such a scene, Suyan was silent for a while. Tier 3 zombies will merge into the tide of corpses. These days, Suyan has also seen some high-level zombies. Mutated zombies like the third-order zombies already have a lot of wisdom. They also have a sense of territory. Near the territory of the third-order zombies, it is difficult to see other low-level zombies. But at this time, these third-tier zombies were able to blend into the tide of corpses so quietly. Then there can only be one explanation: among this group of zombies, there must be a highly evolved zombie king. And this zombie king is the leader who launched this zombie wave. There are so many zombies, probably in the millions. Suyan frowned slightly. This wave of corpses is obviously much more dangerous than the previous wave of the market. It would be fine if they were all just ordinary zombies, but it's different now. There are a lot of mutated zombies in Ningqiao. Greatly increased the difficulty of defense. Seeing the mighty army of zombies, Suyan was at a loss for the first time. Can one's own base really hold on to such a tide of corpses? You know, the construction of the machine gun bunker on the outer wall of his base has not yet been completed. Only the 20 light prism towers and the hundreds of soldiers on the wall are guarding them. Drib. The 100 machine gun bunkers and 50 flame bunkers built by the commander have been successfully completed, please check. Coincidentally, just as Suji thought of the machine gun bunker, the machine gun bunker had already been made. Catch ACHA. Hundreds of machine gun fortresses were instantly erected on the outer wall. Dozens of flame bunkers are interspersed among them. What a coincidence! Suyan didn't say much, and directly used the rocket flying device to fly into the sky, overlooking the defensive layout on the wall below. The distribution is indeed very even. The perimeter wall of the base has a length of more than 3,000 meters, and 150 machine gun fortifications are evenly distributed on it, which is equivalent to a machine gun defense every 20 meters. Among them, the flame bunker and the machine gun bunker are interspersed, and 2 machine gun bunkers are equipped with a flame bunker. The density of this defense is already very strong, but Suyan still feels something is wrong. What he has to do is not to barely defend against the attack of the corpse tide, but to wipe out all the corpses. The kind that kills as many as you come. Let's try the power of the flame bunker first. Suyan gave an order to go directly to the flame bunker above the wall and start attacking without a target. Next second, the flaming bunker on the wall spewed out flames in an instant. Immediately afterwards, these flames stretched for hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, like a fire dragon. These fire dragons desperately burned the earth. The terrifying high temperature distorted the light in the space. It's hard to imagine, if this high temperature burns on the body of a creature, what kind of effect will it produce? System, what is the approximate temperature of the flame bunker? Suyan asked the system. He must now know the parameters of these weapons' lethality in order to make an effective assessment. For a large-scale corpse wave of this level, it is absolutely impossible to rely solely on machine gun bunkers, and more powerful lethal weapons are necessary. Machine gun bunkers are really effective against some ordinary zombies, but like high-level zombies have evolved defensive scales, machine gun bunkers may not be able to cause effective damage to them. Dear Commander, the killing effect of the flame bunker is as follows: the temperature of the fire column is as high as 402,000 degrees C, and the closer the target is to the flame bunker, the stronger the killing effect 1. It can be said that this temperature has far exceeded the killing temperature of military flamethrowers. With this level of flame temperature, I'm afraid even a third-order mutated zombie can't handle it. Machine gun bunker and flame bunker, a physical attack, a magic attack. Together, it should be able to effectively block the zombie group. Moreover, there are 20 light prism towers in the Suyan base. The ultra-high lethality of the light prism towers can basically kill 100% of the zombies in seconds. As long as it hits, in the face of the ultra-high temperature of millions of degrees, any zombie king will give up. The construction of the machine gun bunker and the flame bunker is all completed, and the defense module is in a vacant state. Let's build another 20 light prism towers. Suyan felt a little unsafe, and spent another 20,000 gold coins to build 20 light prism towers. Judging from the satellite monitoring projection, it would take at least 2 days for the corpse tide to reach the base. Make 300 terrorists. Make 40 more moon landing pilots. Finally make 100 more radiation infantry. Suyan had a vicious tactic in mind. Have you ever seen a human bomb? Since Suyan was in the mission of liberating E-City, he has a soft spot for terrorists' lethality. 0.9 drip. The commander spent a lot of gold coins and built. Now Suyan doesn't worry about money at all. He didn't even pay attention to the fully automatic mining vehicle he just obtained some time ago. As for that oil well map, it's just a few thousand gold coins drizzle, only love whoever wants to go. No way, money is willful. By the way, the system. Is there any reward for this mission of defending against the tide of corpses? Suyan asked what was on his mind. Drib. The name of this mission is, Survive in the Sea of Corpses. You have been targeted by a powerful corpse king in the neighboring city, and the corpse king will launch a fierce attack on you. Please stay. Task reward, a defense level upgrade card, unlocked, War Fortress. Chapter 87. Suyan looked at these task rewards. Defense level up card? Suyan was a little surprised, after all, he had never heard of this thing before. But the system was very considerate and explained. Drib. The defense level upgrade card is to allow the commander to upgrade any of the weapons of the defense module. For example, the commander's current level of the machine gun bunker is level 0. After using the defense level upgrade card, it can be changed to 1 level. The upgraded machine gun bunker will be greatly improved in terms of caliber lethality and attack range. 1. Can these things in the defense module be upgraded? Suyan was taken aback. If that's the case, wouldn't the fortifications such as the light prism tower and the anti-aircraft gun be upgraded? And according to the system, this upgrade is a permanent upgrade. In the future, if this kind of defense deployment is established, it will be after the upgrade. There's something. Suyan narrowed his eyes slightly. I don't have a lot of defense modules now. Walls, anti-aircraft guns, light prism towers, flame bunkers, machine gun bunkers. Walls and anti-aircraft guns are obviously out of consideration. In fact, Suyan is also struggling, whether to upgrade the light prism tower or the machine gun bunker. The single body lethality of the light prism tower is very strong, and the ability of the machine gun 16 bunker to suppress the group is also very strong. It's hard to choose. Forget it, I don't want to think about it so much, let's talk about it after this wave of corpses is over. In the military region of Province A. At this time, some high-level officials in the military region were having a meeting again. The end of the world is coming, after the military region of Province A built a survivor base. It's basically a meeting every other day to discuss something. Dr. Mo is missing. The leading middle-aged man looked serious. According to the last positioning location of the plane, they entered the junction of City E and City H. After hearing the words of the middle-aged man, someone said, "Is this unlikely?" According to those people in the capital, the plane escorting Dr. Mo is accompanied by 4 armed fighters. It should be impossible for anything to happen. Where is the Sky Eye? Can't the Sky Eye see it? Someone asked doubtfully. Through the eyes of the sky, we saw that Dr. Mo's plane encountered a large group of zombie birds in City H, and all 4 escorting armed planes crashed, and Dr. Mo's plane also disappeared after entering City E. It is very likely that it is a dead body. Lu Zhou said sadly. What happens after entering City E? Can't the Sky Eye see it? Within the Dragon Kingdom, every plant and tree is under the surveillance of the Sky Eye. The middle-aged man Lu Zhou sneered after hearing this. Hehe. It would be nice if we could really see it, but the problem now is that we can't detect City E. Even if we look at it with the eyes of the sky, it's just a cloud of fog, not just City E. The other cities close to City E cannot be observed, as if there is a cloud of fog shrouded in it. Lu Zhou's words made some other people feel chills in their hearts. Can't even see it? This kind of thing almost never happens. Could it be that other countries invaded our country's satellite system? Otherwise, how could there be vacant areas? Immediately someone raised a question. It's unlikely. It shouldn't be possible that someone hacked into our country's satellite system. The people in the technology department saw that our country's satellite deployment was intact. Lu Zhou responded. Is there a natural magnetic field formed there that can distort space? Lu Zhou shook his head, then changed the topic. Although the Sky Eyes can't observe City E, City H can be observed. City H has formed a wave of terrifying zombies. We predict that a high-level zombie king may be born in City H. Generally speaking, only zombies a king has such a high ability to rule. The zombie king appeared again? Should we use missiles to destroy it again? We must not let the zombie king form a climate. Obviously, this group of people has already seen the existence of the zombie king. According to the results observed by Sky Eye, there are at least 1 million zombies in City H, and these zombies are all migrating, and they are migrating to City E. Then Lu Zhou spoke again in a trembling voice. It's a place that our Sky Eyes can't see. Lu Zhou's words made everyone present feel cold. They seem to feel that there is an invisible big hand manipulating everything. After City E escaped from the monitoring range of the Sky Eye, a horrible corpse king was born in the nearby City H, and this corpse king is leading his army of zombies to move to a place where the Sky Eye can't see. It was all too coincidental that they had to be suspicious. Army chief, what should we do? Someone asked anxiously. Do you want to send troops to City E to have a look? I feel that we must monitor the whereabouts of this zombie king at all times, and we must not let it form a climate. Remember the zombie king we encountered a while ago? It's as cunning as a fox. If it wasn't for the cover bombing, I really might not be able to take him down. For a time, there were different opinions. The leader, Lu Zhou, pondered for a long time, and then spoke. Send a few large armed helicopters over there. It is not required to kill the zombie king, just to collect some information. The most important thing is to see if Dr. Mo is still alive. After all, his importance in the last days is really high. Dr. Mo is the only person with brain evolution that we have discovered so far in Dragon Kingdom. His IQ will become higher and higher. In addition, he was originally a scientific research madman. The value he can create is absolutely terrifying. After hearing Lu Zhou's words, no one else had any opinions. But the army leader, what should we do with the super mutant crystal nucleus we collected from killing the zombie king last time? It was originally planned to use 213 for Drive Mo's research, but the doctor's life and death are unknown. Let's keep this kind of thing, it will always be used. On the other side, Su Yan arranged everything. Incidentally, he kindly reminded the nearby survivors. The survivors were told with a loudspeaker. The wave of corpses is coming soon, if you want to run, run quickly, if you want to slip, run quickly, otherwise you will be waiting to die here. However, in the face of Suyan's warning. A large percentage of the survivors didn't listen at all. Especially those survivors who rushed over from downtown E. They already had resentment towards Suyan in their hearts. How could they believe Suyan's words at this time? Bah! I think he's just lying to us. He just said he didn't want us to enter the base, and even beat around the bush to scare us. We'll just stay here and never leave. I think what he can do with us. The tide of corpses? Where did the tide of corpses come from? The zombies in the entire E-city have been killed, how could there be a tide of corpses? You can't make up lies. I'm still here to take a look, when will the tide of corpses come? Facing Suyan's warning, they couldn't listen to a word. But what they don't know is that a mighty army of zombies dozens of kilometers away is attacking. Chapter 88. I'm such a nice person. At the dinner table, Suyan said to himself. Brother Suyan is a good person. The little girl Yelian took 2 mouthfuls of rice, her eyebrows and eyes curved, showing a smile. Bai Yu glanced at Suyan indifferently, and then at Yelian. I was speechless for a while. The little girl Yelian has now completely become Suyan's little fangirl. If you saw the scene where Suyan bombarded a group of survivors with a laser gun, you might not think so. It's really interesting. I told the group of people that they are coming soon, but they didn't run away? What a fool! This time Suyan did a rare act of kindness, and informed this group of people in advance that the tide of corpses was coming. However, isn't this what I expected? Suyan licked his lips lightly. In the end of the world, he has already seen human nature very thoroughly, and the group of people who want to enter the base should hate him now. How could it be possible to listen to him? So, what kind of expression will they have when they really see the tide of corpses coming? Of course not all survivors are deaf to Suyan's words. There are still some survivors who choose to leave here. The survivors of the litter of white mice who were originally raised by Suyan near the base chose to relocate collectively. Leaving here temporarily, since E-city is so big anyway, wouldn't it be alright to find another place to live and come back after this wave of corpses is over? This brood of survivors was protected by Suyan. Although they did not enter the base, they were very convinced by Suyan's words. They even regard Suyan as a godlike existence. Of course, these are things that Suyan doesn't know. Suyan, is there another wave of corpses? Bai Yu looked at Suyan solemnly. Well, yes, it is estimated that it will come in the next 2 days. Suyan spoke indifferently, as if he didn't pay attention to the tide of corpses at all. Corpse tide? Yelian suddenly raised his head. There was some excitement in his eyes. Master Suyan. Speak well. Suyan glanced at the little girl lightly. I know these crooked names all day long. Will there be a lot of zombies in the zombie wave? Suyan looked at Yelian in confusion. He couldn't understand why this little girl was so excited after hearing the tide of corpses. Shouldn't other people's first reaction when they hear the tide of corpses be fear? But Suyan soon understood why. Yelian estimated that she didn't have any idea about large zombie waves, or that the girl didn't have much fear of zombies. After the apocalypse broke out, she stayed at home. After that, he was lucky enough to obtain his own spiritual beacon fragments, and awakened the ability to control zombies. She even used this ability to make a second-tier zombie act as a buyer for her. Then he met him again and was taken to the base by him. I have to say that this little girl's luck is quite good. In her eyes, the corpse wave is probably the scene where hundreds of zombies chase together. You'll see. Suyan smiled lightly. Suyan wanted to see what kind of expression Yelian would have when he saw millions of zombies attacking him. You have to know even a person with a plain personality like Bai. The first time I saw a group of corpses besieging the base, I was a little apprehensive. Not to mention Yelian. After Suyan finished his meal, he left the central base. Sent troops directly to the city to slaughter the remaining zombies and harvest crystal nuclei. Suyan can't wait to raise a lunar pilot to the 3rd level. In fact, there is still a big difference between ordinary lunar landing pilots and 3rd level rocket troops. The top speed of the 3rd level rocket troops is only 200 km per hour, and they can only move in the air below 2000 meters. The lunar landing pilots are different. Although the ordinary lunar landing pilots only have a speed of 150 km per hour, they can fly at a speed of less than 4,000 meters. Suyan can already imagine that the king-level boarding flying car is definitely a bug-like existence. Otherwise, it is impossible for the system to limit the production of only one. Isn't it just feeding crystal nuclei? After killing zombies with ordinary soldiers, experience can be improved, and the collected crystal nuclei can also be used to upgrade the moon landing pilots. This is simply killing two birds with one stone. Soon, a large number of soldiers marched towards the city. Suyan didn't let the rocket pilots go out this time. Instead, let a large number of magnetic storm infantry and ordinary soldiers go to gain experience. After all, the magnetic storm rifles of the magnetic storm infantry will definitely come in handy in the next wave of corpse attacks. Stand directly on the wall and output. Ah, don't come here, you devil! Suddenly, a mournful howl came into Suji's ears. Please, don't kill me! Suyan raised his eyes and saw that the sound came from a building in the corner of the wall. What the hell is that old guy doing in there? Suyan complained. That's where Mo Laoju was placed. Suyan's curiosity was aroused, and he immediately walked into it. Under the transformation of engineers, this building has become a simple laboratory. The laboratory was cleaned up spotlessly, all kinds of bottles and jars were placed very neatly, and all kinds of labels were pasted on them. There are many transparent petri dishes placed in the central area of the laboratory. There were many strangely shaped corpses soaked in it. All human corpses. Some human corpses have been so decomposed that it is difficult to see their original appearance. There are also some samples in the petri dish that have grown various sharp bone spurs, and the skin on their bodies has fallen off, and they have obviously turned into zombies. Where the voice came from, a man was trapped on the operating table, his eyes were full of horror, and his mouth kept pleading. In front of him, an old man was preparing something. Qiandes muttered to himself, not knowing what he was talking about. The words, expressions, and actions are like a complete lunatic. His in vivo experiments? What a lunatic! Even Suyan felt his scalp tingling when he saw this scene. These survivors were in bad luck. Meet such a lunatic. Old man, is there any progress? Suyan said. Mo Laoju, who was originally immersed in his own world, was instinctively angry when he heard someone calling him. But after seeing Suyan, his expression immediately became flattering. He knew very well that the main reason why he was able to obtain so many living bodies for experiments was due to the man in front of him. Hey, of course there is progress. Although the equipment is not very complete, the in vivo experiment is better than all the equipment. I have already achieved preliminary results. There was madness in the old man's eyes. Chapter 89. Mo Laoju introduced his achievements to Suyan with excited eyes. He took out a needle tube from the test bench, and there was a spiral-shaped light green liquid in the needle tube. It is impossible for humans to evolve at a speed comparable to zombies. The evolution of zombies has completely opened up another evolutionary path. It can be said that they are rapidly evolving in an unknown direction, regardless of the cost. The most important thing is that their evolution will not face destruction. Their genes have a very strong self-repairability, just like water bears. The old man muttered to himself. Although I really don't want to admit it, the zombie's gene is indeed the most perfect gene I have ever seen. So I plan to use gene editing technology to perfectly combine the zombie virus with human genes. When referring to his own research results, the old man's eyes flashed with extreme madness. Like a crazy believer. The old man took the needle in his hand and walked up to the experimental bench. Under the terrified gaze of the man on the stage, he slowly inserted the syringe into his body. The light green liquid was slowly pushed into it. No. Soon, there were bursts of wailing from the man. Immediately afterwards, his body began to tremble violently. The eyeballs turned grey in an instant, obviously turning into a zombie. But soon the zombie began to mutate strongly, and countless bone spurs protruded from his body. Roar! Gradually, black scales appeared on the zombie's skin, the nails became extremely long, and the eyes were blood red. Looks like a liquor. Now he has been infected into a zombie, but I have made a preliminary fusion of the zombie virus and human genes, and he will immediately show a human side." The old man's words seemed to be full of confidence. As expected. Soon, this experimental subject that had turned into a zombie had a trace of humanity in its scarlet eyes. "Die." The guy who had already turned into a zombie now spit out words. Struggling crazily, wanting to explode, tear the two humans in front of them apart. Obviously, the zombie virus brought him great pain. The feeling of wandering between life and death is absolutely painful. Although the experimental subject in front of him has a tinge of humanity, his behavior is still no different from that of a zombie. "My lord, please give me some time, I will definitely be able to perfectly integrate the zombie virus into the human body." The old man's eyes were full of piety. "Su Yan. This Mo Laoju still has something, he can make zombies spit out human words?" Sure enough, those who engage in scientific research are a bunch of lunatics. Maybe this old man can really bring him a little surprise. It didn't take long for the army of corpses to approach the city. Obviously, the tide of corpses is still a long way from the base. But it can give people a very great sense of depression. Even the sky darkened, and there was a chilling atmosphere in the air. What kind of concept is an army of millions of zombies? Even if one zombie occupies only 1 square meter, these millions of zombies can form a matrix with a side length of several kilometers. What's more, there are many huge mutant zombies in this wave of corpses. The sound of footsteps on the ground can be heard from more than 10 kilometers away. And near the base of Su Yan, the survivors noticed something was wrong. What's with this faint growl? Tens of kilometers apart, the low roars of the zombies can also be heard here. The survivors who escaped from the city center had no choice to go back after being rejected by Su Yan. "I chose to live in the suburbs. First of all, these people still have a fluke mentality, what if they let themselves in that day? Secondly, all the real objects that can be found in the city have been found, and the resources in the suburbs and the city center are actually not much different. What's going on? I seem to hear the roar of zombies." In a nearby residential building, a man wearing glasses said nervously. "No, haven't the zombies in the city been cleaned up? Where did the roar of so many corpses come from?" Having lived in the apocalypse, for nearly a month, they knew exactly what that continuous low growl was. Corpses. Only a large number of zombies can make this kind of sound. "Look over there." Suddenly, a young man in the crowd pointed out the window and said tremblingly. For a moment, so many people in the room all looked out the window. The residential building where they are located is not very high, but the height of a 5-star building. But it can also clearly see the scene several kilometers away. A black line appeared at the junction of the sky and the earth, and it seemed to stir up endless dust. The moment they saw the black line again, these people were stunned. "What is that? A sandstorm? No. City E is located in an inland area, and there is no desert nearby. How could there be a sandstorm?" Suddenly someone screamed. "It's zombies! Those are all zombies!" The screaming man was holding a telescope tremblingly in his hand. His words instantly made everyone feel cold. "Zombies? How many zombies are needed to form such a black line connecting the sky and the earth? I don't know how many miles it stretches. Give me the binoculars." Suddenly, a man with a scar on his face grabbed the binoculars. Then he looked towards the sky. After seeing everything clearly, Scarface's legs began to tremble. After experiencing the end of the world, what kind of big scene can you say you haven't seen? What kind of horror scene has not been experienced? But after seeing the endless tide of corpses, he's about to freak out too. "Run!" Scarface reacted instantly, in front of the tide of corpses of this magnitude. Humans are simply not strong enough to resist. Even escaping is almost becoming a luxury. After all, if a tsunami strikes, no matter how much a person can run, it will be useless. He didn't lie to us. There is really a wave of corpses. These people were almost unable to speak steadily, and the zombies were getting closer and closer to them. Even if you start to escape now, where can you escape to? If it was a day or two earlier, maybe I could escape to other places. But now it is simply impossible. The tide of corpses will overwhelm them like a violent tsunami. Why? Why didn't I believe his words? If I had known that the corpse tide would really appear, I would have run away. If it's over, I won't be able to run away. Are you waiting to die? Why are there so many zombies suddenly? Where did they come from? How about we go and pray to the people in that base and let them let us in? Base? Can you stop being ridiculous? There are so many zombies, do you think that base can be defended? There are millions of zombies. Just rushing up, I am afraid that the base will be destroyed directly. Even if we go, we will only live for a while at most. Let me say that we are not jumping towards the center of the city. Such a large-scale market has plunged everyone into endless panic. All of them are like ants on a hot pan, not knowing where to go. Chapter 90. E-City Boundary. Several large armed helicopters appeared. City E is ahead, do you need to raise the flight altitude? Try to avoid the tide of corpses, the main purpose of our visit this time is for the doctor. After a few armed helicopters rectified, they began to act separately. These armed helicopters were sent by the military region of Province A. This area is indeed the same as mentioned above. The radar is completely invalid here. Everyone must be vigilant and must not relax. After they entered City E, all electronic monitoring devices failed. It can only be observed with the naked eye, which is almost equivalent to missing one eye for air navigation. On the other side, Yanyan Bei and Yelian went to the top floor of the base. After an upgrade, the base is already very high. It is easy to see the scene outside the base. The tide of corpses is coming again. Whenever Suyan's base encounters a wave of corpses, he especially likes to stand on a high place, overlooking the group of zombies that are constantly being strangled by the base below. That feeling is like playing other than tower defense games. It's just that this immersive feeling is more real than any tower defense game. Brother Suyan, what is that? Yelian looked towards the horizon with a trembling voice. There is a black border line on the horizon. Bai Yu also looked there, with some horror in her eyes, as if she had already guessed what it was. Zombie. Suyan said lightly. After Yelian heard Suyan's words, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Are those all zombies? Could it be that all the dense waves rushing over are zombies? Are you scared? Suyan smiled lightly and patted Yelian's head. Not afraid. Yelian shook her little head. Brother Suyan. What should we do with so many zombies? Yelian said sadly. At this time, Bai Yu couldn't help but look at Suyan, and there was some worry in her eyes. Although she has seen the base resist a wave of corpses before. But the tide of corpses that time was obviously not comparable to this time. It's just a wave of corpses, and it's actually not a big deal. Then Suyan got up and stood on the rooftop looking at the mighty tide of corpses in the distance. Suyan directly controls the soldiers in the base through the system. He is not a person who just sits and waits to be killed, so many zombies are coming here, so he can't sneak attack once. In the last Corpse Wave War, he used rocket flying soldiers without talking about martial arts, and launched a sneak attack. Send 100 rocket pilots and take 100 terrorists to the direction where the corpse tide is, and give them a taste first. Yes, Suyan still intends to launch an air strike. Use the air superiority of rocket pilots to carry terrorists and throw objects directly at high altitude. Yes, Commander. After receiving the order, these rocket pilots immediately started to act. It's time for the Falcon bombers to move. There are 4 Air Force headquarters in the Suyan base, which means that there are 32 Falcon fighter bombers in his base. Oh? I'll go. Falcon fighter bomber, I can actually control it. Suyan was very surprised. The fighter bombers in the Air Force headquarters are like remote control toys, which can be controlled by him. Interesting. Suyan suddenly became interested, and it was okay to control the bomber to blow up the corpses. As soon as Suyan raised his hand, a huge screen of light appeared in front of them. Before the 2 women were startled, there was a roar in the base. Boom! All the fighter bombers in the 4 Air Force headquarters flew out, and 32 fighter jets circled over the base. It's hard to imagine how this fighter bomber flies. Both Yelian and Bai Yu were dumbfounded. Fighter? When will there be fighter jets in the base? Originally, they thought that after seeing the tank, they already felt that it was outrageous enough. Who would have thought that there were so many fighter jets? Is this moving a military region over? At the same time, the huge screen in front of Suyan was also divided into 32 pieces. Each of these screens is a projection of the field of view of a fighter jet. Suyan controls these dozens of fighter jets with an excited face. Following Suyan's order, these fighter jets flew towards the place where the tide of corpses was like arrows leaving the string. How fast do fighter bombers fly? Supersonic. The distance of less than 10 kilometers was reached in the blink of an eye. Through the vision of the fighter bomber, Suyan clearly saw the scene of the tide of corpses below. Even if he had been prepared in his heart, he was really shocked at this time. Too much. There are too many zombies. And there are a lot of mutated zombies inside. Suyan didn't say anything, and directly dispersed the fighter group and flew towards different places. Disperse the range of bombing. Soon the fighter jets fired bombs at the corpses below. Boom! The bombs thrown by dozens of fighter jets instantly turned the bottom into a sea of flames. At the same time, it also caused quite a commotion in the corpse tide. But the number of zombies is really too much, and the mighty stretches are endless, and there is no end in sight. Ask for flowers. Dozens of bombs went down, like water droplets falling into the mouth of a well. It didn't make any waves. Not to mention that the tide of corpses hurt his muscles and bones. However, a Falcon bomber can carry 8 rockets, although the damage is not enough, but it can be used to fill. I don't believe you won't be blown away. Suyan licked the corner of his mouth lightly. Boom! 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 For a time, the sound of shell bombardment spread tens of kilometers away. The survivors who were fleeing all turned their eyes to this side. They couldn't see what happened, but they instinctively felt a sense of fear. Dozens of fighter bombers, loaded with 8 rockets, were all bombed down. Indeed, the original group of corpses was greatly disturbed. Suddenly, among the corpses below, a huge zombie caught Suyan's attention. 0. This zombie is like a fat meatball, almost moving in a rolling manner. The meatball is estimated to be close to 10 meters high. The body is covered with rotten fat and lumps, and many zombie heads and remains can be seen on the surface of the skin. Roar! Suddenly, a huge arm protruded from the round body of this meatball monster, directly pinched the other zombies around it, and threw it directly towards the sky. These unlucky zombies flew straight towards the fighter jets in the sky like shells. FK, what the hell is this? Suyan steered the fighter bomber to dodge, and those thrown up almost hit the fighter bomber. If it is really hit by these zombies, it is estimated that the fighter jet will be scrapped. Come back! Suyan recalled the bombers. Not only because this is a giant sarcoma corpse that can only throw zombies to attack the sky. Most importantly, come back! A large number of zombie birds appeared behind the tide of corpses, among them were many mutated giant birds of unknown species. In order to cause unnecessary losses, Suyan decisively withdrew all fighter groups. Obviously, there is a zombie leader with a very high IQ in this zombie wave. He can make dangerous judgments. It wasn't long before his fighter jet bombed, and he reacted. Called a large number of zombie birds and mutant birds. In this way, the plan to use the rocket pilots to throw the terrorists into the corpse wave also went bankrupt. Just when Suyan was about to think about the next step, a system voice suddenly appeared. Attention Commander, there are unknown planes within your airspace, please pay attention. Unknown plane? Suyan frowned slightly at B. Chapter 91. Drib. Dear Commander, an unknown aircraft has appeared within your airspace. Suyan was slightly surprised. Then the monitoring screen was switched to another scene. In the air 2 kilometers away from the base. Several large armed helicopters were parked at high altitude, not daring to make another move. Obviously they heard the sound of fighter jets bombing just now. No. Not only did they hear it, they even saw it. The dozens of black dots in the sky were circling and flying non-stop. A helicopter in the army? It seems that Mo Laoju is quite important to the army. In the last days, besides him, the only ones who can own armed helicopters are those in the military region. To be honest, he doesn't want to conflict with those people in the military area now. Although it will be a matter of time before one's base is discovered by people in the country, but if this time period can be postponed, then 7 to 70 is naturally better. After all, in the last days, everyone is in danger, and it is very normal for a chain of suspicion to arise between two groups. After this period of time, Suyan also figured it out. When you don't have self-protection weapons, it's better not to waste. And now he must have been discovered. It is absolutely impossible to silence them all. After all these people are dead, the follow-up army will definitely send people over. But it's actually quite easy to solve. Suyan smiled, he still has a secret weapon. Come out. In the next second, a strange soldier flew out from the barracks master. There is a huge suspended platform under his feet, he is wearing a strange costume, he has a shiny bald head, and there is a strange iron coil on his head. Yuri X, it is a superhero unit of Yuri Legion, possessing absolute mind control ability and the ability to fly in the sky. Yuri X has a superpower, Mind Shock. It can cause devastating damage to the enemies around it. Hint, Yuri X can forcibly control an enemy regardless of the level of spirit. But it can control up to 10 targets at the same time. As long as Yuri X is within 500 meters of the target, you can exercise mind control on it. Yuri X will not die, his will be immortal. Whenever Yuri X dies, he will return to the bioreactor for rebirth. That's right. Yuri X. Super mind control. Can control 10 targets. The most outrageous thing is that he can forcibly control a target. No matter how strong that person's spiritual level is, he can be controlled. But there is only one quota for this kind of forced control, and the remaining 9 quotas cannot ignore the spiritual level. As for the spiritual level, Suyan didn't know. But if Yuri X wants to control those ordinary soldiers, it must be very simple. Go, control all the soldiers in those armed helicopters. If you control the soldiers in those armed helicopters through mind control, you can completely deceive the sky with one hand. That's right, it's time for those stupid people to feel the full power of Yuri's faith. After receiving Suyan's order, Yuri X folded his hands on his chest, with a serious face, but he said the words of the most middle-aged man. Then he stepped on the floating stone platform and flew away. Suyan, who was that bald head just now? Why did you speak like a second child? Yelian asked suspiciously. It's just a superhuman. For Yuri X, Yelian and the two are not very interested, especially now that the tide of corpses is approaching. Both of them had a lot of pressure in their hearts. Look, the birds are coming. Suyan pointed to the sky. After the zombie group was bombed by Suyan's bomber, the zombie king in the corpse group quickly organized a group of zombie birds. A counterattack was launched against Suyan's base. The flock of birds was as black as locusts. There were still many mutated monsters inside, and Suyan even saw a huge dragonfly. The dragonfly is close to 3 meters long and flies extremely fast like a small fighter jet. Boom! The anti-aircraft artillery launched the first attack. Suyan's inner and outer bases together have at least 10 anti-aircraft guns. At this time, these anti-aircraft guns launched an attack together. In an instant, the mutated dragonfly in the sky was directly torn to pieces. In the face of the high-density covering strike of the anti-aircraft gun, no matter how fast the mutated dragonfly flies, it will not help. The anti-aircraft guns in the red alert system can even intercept fighter jets flying at low altitudes, the power can be imagined. Zombie birds are gradually approaching the base. Bang! 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 The entire base was like fireworks, and the sound of anti-aircraft artillery bombarded one after another. The anti-aircraft gun in the red alert system has a splash effect, just like a shotgun. After the shell hits the target, it will cause a large-scale killing effect. The anti-aircraft gun was a devastating blow to the group of zombie birds in the sky. Those zombie birds were blasted to pieces before they even had time to approach the base. System, can you see the location of the corpse king through the monitoring device? If the zombie king can be found and killed in advance, then this group of zombies will be leaderless and turn into a mess. The existence of the zombie king means that the attack of the zombie wave will be strategic, and it will no longer be as blind as the last attack of the zombie wave. Drib. Dear Commander, the number and types of zombies are too large, and it is temporarily impossible to find the trace of the zombie king. It seems that we can only take the initiative to wait for the zombie king to show up. Suyan stroked his forehead and sighed softly. It might be a little tricky if the zombie king doesn't show up. But if the zombie king shows up, he has plenty of ways to kill him. Not long after, the army of zombies is almost approaching the city. Mighty, the suburbs of the entire city are densely packed with zombies. Boom! Boom! An army of millions of zombies, just the sound of footsteps is enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Brother Suyan, can this really be resisted? When Yelian saw the dense tide of corpses outside, he felt a tingling sensation in his scalp, which seemed to be a trembling that originated from his bones. The army of zombies stopped 1 kilometer away from Suyan's base. This time the tide of corpses obviously went through the 2.6 of the arrangement of troops. Among the mighty group of corpses, every 200 or 300 meters there is an extremely huge flesh corpse minister. Suyan has seen the ability of sarcoma corpses. This kind of zombies are infinitely powerful. Can throw other zombies as shells. There are also many big-headed zombies, giant zombies, lickers, and hunters, and there are countless of them. After the tide of corpses started, it stretched for more than 10 kilometers. It was really as far as the eye could see, they were all zombies. There are also a large number of unknown types of zombies that Suyan has never seen. There was a chilling feeling in the air. Don't be so nervous, just relax. Suyan smiled lightly. Looking at Yelian and Bai Ming, who were already scared to death. Drib. Congratulations, Commander, 20 light prism towers have been built, please check. After hearing the system's voice, Suyan's eyes added a bit of confidence. Chapter 92. Boom. Inside the outer wall, 20 tall light prism towers rose instantly. Drib. 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 Power warning. Commander is still 200 power away from power overload, please pay attention. The system kindly gave a reminder. A prism tower consumes 50 electricity, while a power station can provide 500 electricity. This also means that Suyan has now built 4 power stations, only for the power output of 40 prism towers. Once the amount exceeds the power load, all light prism towers in the entire base will be paralyzed. It's just that Suyan obviously predicted this long ago. After Bai Yu and Yelian saw the huge electric tower rising suddenly, they were numb. Suyan stood up and looked around the base. At this time, all defense measures in the base are ready. Soldiers were already standing on the wall. Suyan upgraded the outer base wall again not long ago. The height of the wall remained the same, but its thickness increased by 2 meters. Now the height of the fence is 15 meters and the thickness is 5 meters. If the wall is thick enough, the number of soldiers that can be deployed on the upper 16 sides will increase. During this period of time, Suyan raised dozens of third-level magnetic storm infantrymen and dozens of first-level rocket flight doctors. At this time, these third-level soldiers were all stationed on the wall. Thousands of fully armed soldiers, 100 machine gun bunkers and 50 flame bunkers, 40 light prism towers. All guarded on the outer wall. Such a force is terrifying. The rest of the soldiers were stationed on the inner wall, almost arming the base like an iron barrel. 32 Falcon fighter bombers are still replenishing ammunition in the Air Force headquarters, ready to attack at any time. Facing a large-scale enemy like a flock of zombie birds in the air, fighter jets have obvious weaknesses. Those zombie birds didn't want to die at all, and directly launched a suicide impact. Covering fighters without anti-aircraft guns are likely to suffer very heavy losses. Where is this zombie king hiding? Suyan rubbed his chin in doubt. He's watching the zombie horde. Attempt to find another kind of zombies. Huh? This kind of zombie looks quite tall. Suyan discovered a unique zombie in the huge tide of corpses through satellite monitoring. The number of such zombies is very small, only 2 or 3, and their body is about the size of a normal human being. The whole body is covered by black scales, and the almost streamlined perfect muscles look very explosive. The most important thing is that around this kind of zombie, the other zombies are far away from him. Could it be that this is the Corpse King? Although Suyan wasn't sure, he kept an eye on it. There are a lot of high-level zombies in the zombie tide. For example, the giant zombie, the largest giant zombie Su has seen is a third-order giant zombie with a height of more than 1 meter. But in the tide of corpses, there was a giant zombie with a height of 5 meters, standing out from the crowd of corpses. Obviously, this zombie is at least level 4. Roar! Suddenly, there was a roar from the corpse tide. Immediately afterwards, the corpse group rioted. The first to attack was the sarcoma corpse. An incomparably huge hand protruded from the huge body of each sarcoma corpse minister. These giant hands grabbed the group of corpses on the side, and the huge palms directly grabbed a dozen or 20 zombies. It was suddenly thrown in the direction of Suyan's base. These poor low-level zombies instantly turned into shells and flew towards the base at an incredible speed. It's hard to imagine how powerful this ugly zombie is. He was able to throw dozens of zombies nearly 1,000 meters away with his bare hands. It seems that the intelligence level of this Corpse King is not low. Suyan looked at the cannon fodder zombies flying towards the base, and muttered to himself. This zombie king also knew to launch a long-range strike first. It's fun, it's so much fun. A little bit of excitement flashed in Suyan's eyes. Bang! 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 Those cannon fodder zombies that were smashed over were directly stopped by the anti-aircraft guns. The anti-aircraft guns shot very accurately, directly intercepting most of the zombies. But there are also a small number of zombies smashing over. Some zombies hit the wall directly, turning into a puddle of flesh and sticking to the wall. Some zombies also crossed the wall and fell into the outer base. It was also a bloody mess from the fall, and it was impossible to launch an effective attack at all. Obviously, the purpose of the Zombie King doing this was purely to disgust him. Hehe, to disgust me. Suyan smiled disdainfully. Boom! There was a loud noise inside the Suyan base. Immediately afterwards, a faint radiance appeared. It's a bioreactor. The bioreactor sensed that there were zombie corpses that could be recovered near the base, so it began to operate. A faint red light appears. The zombie corpses on the ground and the corpses on the wall all disappeared. It was as if it had been decomposed by an invisible microorganism. Boom! The bioreactor began to run rapidly. Suyan poured himself a glass of red wine and took a sip. There is a powerful cleaning tool like a bioreactor. Are you afraid that you will disgust me? And the other side. The Zombie King obviously realized that such an attack was ineffective. Immediately changed the strategy. The army of zombies began to rush up. Millions of corpses. Pressed directly up, densely packed. When the zombies ran, it was like an earthquake. Roar! Ugh! Ah! Looking at the tide of corpses rushing down below, Suyan shook his head. Can't you bear it? The Zombie King is really just a zombie, and has not evolved into such a high IQ as a human being. Soon the army of zombies in the front row rushed to the attack range of the light prism tower. Shua! 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 The light prism tower instantly launched an attack. Gathered powerful prismatic rays and blasted directly into the corpses. The target of the light prism tower is very clear, it is to catch the mutated 543 zombies. Artificial intelligence will automatically determine the zombies with a higher risk factor, and the prism tower will take the lead in killing the zombies with a higher risk factor. For that kind of ordinary zombies, the light prism tower will not even attack them. The distance of a few hundred meters quickly narrowed. The machine gun bunker is also activated. OM. As soon as the machine gun bunker was activated, it instantly exerted a great suppression ability on the rushing corpses. Sure enough, in terms of actual combat effect, the suppression ability of the light prism tower is far inferior to that of the machine gun bunker. Tisk the version may be updated, but the machine gun bunker is still strong. Suyan sighed, the machine gun bunker may not be the strongest one, but it is definitely the one with high quality and low price. Soon, a large number of zombies fell to the ground. The corpses gradually piled up together, providing a natural shelter for the zombies behind. The recovery capacity of the bioreactor is once every 10 minutes. There are many mutated zombies in the corpse group. Mutated zombies are very strong both in terms of movement speed and defense. Despite the suppression of the light prism tower, the number of mutated zombies is too much. All kinds of giant zombies, lickers, and hunters emerge endlessly. Hard scales give them high defense. Machine gun bunkers are lethal to ordinary zombies, but for these mutated zombies, many guns are needed to kill them. Soon, these zombies rushed to the bottom of the wall against countless corpses. Came within the range of the flame bunker. Chapter 93. The ability of the machine gun bunker to suppress zombies is obviously not as strong as last time. Looking at the group of corpses that were about to rush to the bottom of the wall, Suyan sighed softly. As for the specific reason, he certainly understands. Zombies have evolved armor, and their defense against firearms is significantly higher. The zombies have become fleshy, and the number of corpses has also increased. The damage of the machine gun bunker is still standing still. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, other defense facilities will be unlocked in the future. Roar! The tide of corpses was like a sea, and the zombies in the rear desperately crowded the zombies in the front row. Also like the rushing tide. Boom! The flame bunker instantly gathered energy. Spit out a large piece of flame. Overlooking the attack from a height of tens of meters, the range of flames showed a fan shape. Dozens of flame bunkers sprayed flames at the same time, forming a high-temperature fire wall on the outside of the wall in an instant. Even on the outermost side of the fire-breathing bunker, the temperature of the flames is 400 degrees, and the highest temperature of the flames is close to 2 degrees. But zombies are a species that is not afraid of life and death. Especially those low-level zombies. They all rushed into the sea of flames like moths to a flame. In an instant, it was covered by the fire snakes from the fire-breathing bunker, and the zombies were all set on fire one by one. Become human. Crackling. The fire-breathing bunker comes with a magic attack, even if it is a mutated zombie. It's not good to be in the face of this high temperature. His body was roasted until he was sizzling with oil. On the roof of the central base, Yelian and Baiyu watched the scene outside the wall in the distance and remained silent. Especially the scene where the zombies were burned by the fire, it gave them enough shock. The most outrageous thing is, the air is filled with the aroma of barbecue. Yelian sniffed her nose, and her stomach began to growl sweetly. Oh! The girl's cheeks turned red instantly. Suyan glanced at Yelian lightly. The girl glanced at Suyan guilty, and the next second her stomach growled again. Suyan brother, I want to eat barbecue. As soon as Yelian said this, she covered her mouth with her hand. I felt that my words were inappropriate. Zombies were burning outside the wall below, but I was thinking about eating barbecue. That's just too inconsistent. But what Suyan said surprised him a little. It's okay, go bake if you want to eat, remember to bring a bottle of red wine. Hi! The girl was surprised for a short time, and then a look of joy appeared in her eyes. Hastily prepared. www. The number of millions of zombies is still terrifying. It was like a moth to a flame, a large area died. But these losses are nothing to the entire group of corpses. Not even enough to make it hurt. Soon the first wave of zombie offensive came to an end. The ground was littered with charred corpses of zombies. And those zombies didn't even get within 50 meters of the wall. But soon the next wave of zombie attacks followed. This time the zombies changed the strategy. The previous things were surrounded, and the base was besieged from all directions. Doing that would greatly spread out your forces. And the zombie king hiding in the tide of corpses is obviously aware of such a flaw. Immediately gathered all the zombies together. Prepare to attack a point. Oh! Got a strategy. Suyan looked at the group of corpses that were getting closer together outside the wall, with a faint smile in his eyes. For this kind of situation, he naturally predicted it long ago. The corpse king who can lead an army of millions of zombies is definitely not just a fool who keeps rushing. It's better to be together. Looking at the group of zombies gathered below, Suyan showed a wicked smile. Rocket pilots plus terrorists equals justice from heaven. Suyan is waiting for these zombies to gather together and attack intensively. All of a sudden, a large number of zombies rushed up. All the zombies seem to be twisted into one rope at this moment. Roar! Dozens of giant zombies rushed forward against the piles of corpses. It has to be said that this strategy is indeed very effective. When the zombies gathered all their forces together, almost all of Suyan's defensive attacks in other directions lost their effect. The effective range of the prism tower is 500 meters. The effective range of the machine gun bunker is 200 meters. The effective range of the flame bunker is as low as 100 meters. When these massive zombies gather together, the number of defensive weapons that can effectively attack these zombies is very limited. Of the 40 light prism towers, only a dozen can attack the crowd of corpses. Of the 100 machine gun bunkers, there are only more than 20 that can attack zombies. Even if there is a combination of light prism towers, flame bunkers, and machine gun bunkers, it can't stop the development of this Sea Emperor at all. Like a broken bamboo, he rushed to the bottom of the wall. All of a sudden, all the rocket pilots and high-level magnetic storm infantry in the Suyan base gathered on the high wall. Crazy output to the zombies rushing below. Flame. Bullet. Laser. Magnetic storm rays. All kinds of weapons all attacked the group of corpses under the wall in one go. That kind of scene is like a meat grinder. All kinds of physical attacks, magic attacks, and more with burns. It means that this group of zombies are brainless, but if they have a little sense of fear, they will not come up so recklessly. Boom! Behind the group of corpses, a few huge giant zombies suddenly sprang out. He hit the wall directly and fiercely, trying to use his strong body to break the wall away. But Suyan's wall is 5 meters thick, and it's impossible to share it. There are too many mutated zombies, especially at this time when the zombies are gathered together. The light prism tower can't react at all. Slowly, these zombies began to step on the height of the corpses of the zombies below and climb up little by little. And those sarcoma zombies in the main force of the zombie wave in the rear also started to move. They grabbed some weird zombies around them. Those weird zombies are very ugly, their stomachs are swollen like balls, and the skin on their bodies is highly rotten. The sarcoma cadaver just threw them out. Some are high-altitude throws, and some are low-altitude throws. The targets are all Suyan's bases. Bang! 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 The anti-aircraft artillery immediately started to intercept. These green sarcomas are blasted high in the air. But these green meatball zombies are obviously different from ordinary zombies. After being blasted by the anti-aircraft artillery, it instantly turned into countless green poisonous mist. Ah! No! On the wall, some soldiers were directly corroded by this green poisonous mist, howling. This poisonous, mist is extremely corrosive. Once it is contaminated by it, it will instantly turn into blood. Bang! Many of these corrosive zombies were thrown directly on the wall. Each one is like a corrosion bomb. Hitting on the wall can actually corrode the originally extremely hard wall into holes. Moreover, this kind of corrosion does not distinguish between enemy and friend, and even many mutant zombies in the zombie group have suffered. Corrosion zombies. Suyan narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the scene outside the wall. The sarcoma corpse minister would throw this explosive and corrosive zombie as a poisonous gas bomb? Then he looked at the tragic look on the wall again. It is estimated that the third-level magnetic storm infantry lost a lot, and the wall was corroded with more than a dozen large holes. It is estimated that several of the machine gun bunkers were scrapped. Thanks also to Suyan, who strengthened the wall to 5 meters in advance. If it is only 2 or 3 meters, it may not be able to withstand this level of corrosion. Suyan lowered his head and sneered twice. There was a hint of murderous intent in the laughter. Drib. The Falcon bomber is fully loaded. Chapter 94. Drib. The Falcon fighter bombers have all been reloaded. Suyan laughed even more after hearing the system's words. Let me suffer such a big loss? I can't beat you to death? The anti-aircraft guns cover the rocket pilots, and the rocket pilots carry terrorists. Blow him up. The anti-aircraft guns cover the fighter bombers, suppress the zombie birds in the corpse group, and all the fighter jets focus on attacking the sarcoma corpses in the corpse wave. All of a sudden, the rocket pilots in the base began to act. A large number of rocket pilots flew in the sky, densely packed. Each rocket pilot was carrying a terrorist. At the same time, the roar of fighter jets also appeared. 32 Falcon fighter jets rise from Air Command. Bayou stared blankly at the rocket pilots who flew up from the base. It's like poking a hornet's nest. These rocket pilots carried terrorists and flew towards the direction of the corpse tide with the flames of revenge. OM! A sharp cry erupted in the tide of corpses, and then the zombie birds flew up. Apparently, it was the zombie king who discovered the rising air forces in the Suyan base. Instinctively felt the crisis. The zombie birds flew towards the base desperately. The anti-aircraft artillery was also activated at this time. Boom! For a while, there was chaos on the ground 503 and in the sky. The zombies on the ground frantically wanted to climb to the wall, under the scorching fire and the bombardment of electromagnetic light. The dry bones and dark remains on the wall have already been padded 7 or 8 meters high. Although the offensive of the defensive soldiers was very fierce, when the zombies concentrated in one place to attack, the energy that erupted was simply horrifying. Those zombies were like moths to a flame, constantly using their bodies as stepping stones for the zombies behind. They are about to climb over the wall through the ladder, and these zombies are very excited. But the next second, sudden, there was a sound in Suyan's base. Bioreactor started. Instantly recover the corpses of zombies that have lost their vitality near the base. The zombies on the wall originally climbed up by stepping on thousands of zombie corpses. Seeing that the defense of the wall was about to be broken through, the bioreactor recovered those corpses in an instant. These zombies fell directly to the ground, looking at everything around them in bewilderment. Like a snail, it took a lot of effort to climb to the top of the tree. But suddenly you cut down the big tree, and you are very speechless. Roar! These zombies roared impotently and swarmed up again. And the other side. The rocket pilots carrying terrorists, gag, have also arrived over the tide of corpses. With the protection of anti-aircraft guns, the losses of these rocket pilots are not very heavy. Coupled with these rocket pilots and terrorists, they are charging desperately. Same as those zombie birds. It's just that their mission is to explode. Bayou, do you want to watch the fireworks? Suyan patted Bayou's head and said with a smile. Fireworks? Bayou asked in confusion. Huh? Fireworks? Yelian's doubtful voice also appeared. Yelian was holding a barbecue grill in his hand at this time, and there were some pots and pans floating beside him. Since the little girl awakened her mind-like ability, this ability has become her auxiliary skill for cooking. Are there still fireworks to watch? Yelian's eyes were full of hope. That's natural. The corner of Suyan's mouth curled up with a smirk. Next second, the rocket pilots hovering over the tide of corpses threw the terrorists down one after another. The corpse tide gathers together. Then these dozens of terrorists also gathered together. Boom! The mountains shook for a while. Dozens of terrorists explode instantly. The powerful explosive force and impact almost formed a mushroom cloud. In the face of such a terrifying explosive power, any zombie is nonsense. Especially those zombies at the center of the explosion, they were directly crushed into mustard powder by the ultra-high temperature and shock waves generated by the explosion. The explosion was like throwing a boulder into the mouth of a well. In an instant, the original zombie army was smashed into a mess. Yelian was startled by the powerful explosion. The rocket aircraft accidentally lost control, and the girl fell directly to the ground. No way, that kind of strong explosion is simply too scary. There are even strong shock waves and heat waves. It's not just Yelian, even Bayou's face is pale. Tisk tisk, art is an explosion. Suyan got up and hugged Yelian. On the other side, the strong explosion also attracted the attention of many parties. For example, those armed fighter jets that have been hovering high above E-City. Captain Zhao, what exploded? Is it a missile? The pilot of a plane exclaimed. When was there a base in that direction? Why didn't we know? There are even so many fighter jets. And such a tall wall was built. Is this the hidden secret of City E? So many zombies came here from City H, is it just to destroy this base? For a while, the soldiers who came from the military area were full of doubts. The leader was a middle-aged man with a dignified expression. Things have gone beyond our cognition, now let's go back first, and report what happened here to the high-level military region. This is not something we can make a decision on. Faced with this unknown situation, even these experienced soldiers hesitated for a while. They have witnessed the horrors of that base firsthand. Obviously the base area is small, but it has the defense power like an iron barrel. There were more than 30 fighter jets. This sense of unknown made them feel a bit hesitant, and the army of millions of zombies made them feel a bone-chilling cold. They already understood that what happened here was absolutely beyond their control. However, just when they were preparing to drive fighter jets back to the military area, suddenly someone exclaimed, "Ahead, look ahead! There is a person floating in the air, approaching us." They all saw the scene ahead in an instant. Sure enough, there is a person. Stepping on the strange stone platform, it is suspended in the sky. But when seeing such a figure, everyone felt a kind of incredible. This is a place 1,000 meters above the sky. How could there be a figure? Captain Zhao, do you want to attack him?" A helicopter issued a request signal. But what responded to him was a bazooka. Captain Zhao's armed helicopter aimed the bazooka directly at his helicopter, and it was a direct shot. Zhao, boom! Before he could say a word, the entire plane was engulfed in flames, turning into a ball of fire and falling down. In the armed helicopter Captain Zhao was in, the eyes of the pilot and other soldiers in the cabin were full of madness. There are words in the mouth. Yuri is our master. Salute to the great Yuri faith. Clearly these people have been mind-controlled. Before the soldiers in the other armed helicopters had time to struggle, they were all mentally controlled. Some of the uncontrolled helicopters were also destroyed by sneak attacks by other helicopters. Because Yuri X can only control 10 people, and the number of those soldiers obviously exceeds 10 people. Soon there were only 3 planes left in the sky. The people in these 3 planes have all been controlled by Yuri's mind. Go back, you will never see what happened here, everything here is as usual. Soon under Yuri's control, all these soldiers returned to the military area. Chapter 95. Accompanied by a terrifying explosion. The survivors who escaped were also shocked. Looking at the tall mushroom cloud a few kilometers away with a shocked expression. They don't even know what's going on. Isn't it a nuclear bomb explosion? Impossible. The explosive power of a nuclear bomb cannot be so small. If it was really a nuclear bomb explosion, none of us would be able to survive here. It should be some kind of powerful high explosive that exploded, or a small incendiary bomb. Or missiles or something. Then shall we continue running? Aren't you talking nonsense? I feel that there is a great possibility that the base and the corpse tide will die together. Perish together. That's right. In the face of so many zombies, that base will definitely not be able to defend. Ignite the bomb and kill the zombies together is their last resort. It's a good thing we didn't go, and I thank them for not taking us in, otherwise we wouldn't be able to run away even if we wanted to. www. Here at the base. After the explosion, the group of corpses had been blown apart. The zombie king hiding in the dark has obviously never seen such a scene. He can't imagine, how could his army of zombies be blown up in such a short period of time? Roar! Amidst the tide of corpses, a sharp roar came out. Accompanied by this sharp roar, the tide of corpses that were originally chaotic like a pile of loose sand gathered together again. Start attacking again! The Sarcoma Corpse Minister rioted and began to frantically throw zombies in the direction of the base. Some high-level zombies also rushed towards the base desperately. Hey, I caught you! Su Yan, who was in the base, had a smile as if he had succeeded in plotting at the corner of his mouth. Through the satellite monitoring screen, he clearly captured the screaming zombie just now. To Su Yan's surprise, the zombie that made the sound was not one of the black armored corpse kings. It's a very ordinary looking zombie. Unlike other mutated zombies, this zombie king is very small. And the direction of mutation is completely different from those zombies. In the apocalypse, the mutations of zombies usually have huge changes in appearance. Either it is covered with mutated bone spurs, or its body size swells, merging with the special abilities of some creatures. Zombies like giant zombie lickers, hunters, etc. have undergone special mutations. Basically, the body shape will undergo drastic changes. But this zombie king is different. The body is very thin. The appearance is almost the same as that of a human being, just like a little human girl, who looks only 7 or 8 years old. The skin on the body is extremely pale, it is a sickly white. Exquisite like a porcelain doll. Walking on the ground with bare feet. The eyes are like rubies, seeming to despise everything. It's not obvious from the outside, this is a zombie king who can command corpses. The little girl looks just like a human being. Except for those scarlet eyes, there is nothing like a zombie. And it doesn't look too aggressive. Looks like this is the corpse king. Suyan was a little silent, he didn't despise this corpse king just because it looked like a human being. He is very clear that generally, the less aggressive something like this looks, the more deadly it is. Interesting, Suyan didn't attack the zombie king immediately. Instead, he began to observe. Now that the zombie king has been found, everything will be easier to do next. Yelian, don't you want to eat barbecue? Why don't you go? Suyan touched Yelian's head. After smelling the smell of barbecue for so long, he was also a little hungry. Okay. Yelian gave Suyan an okay gesture. Immediately, they began to set up the barbecue grill, which was very skillful. Suyan watched Yelian go to barbecue without heart, and he already understood in his heart. There are so many zombies below, aren't you afraid? Suyan asked lightly. Yelian raised her head slightly, and looked at Suyan, she was scared. But no matter how scared you are, you still have to miss food. Suyan. At this moment, a figure slowly descended from the sky. Standing on a stone seat, put your arms around your chest. A proud look. Master, those soldiers have all accepted the baptism of Yuri's faith. Ahem. Suyan coughed dryly after hearing Yuri's address to him. Host? Suyan glanced at Yelian, who also looked at him with an innocent look. Seeking flowers 0. In private, this little girl likes to use the evil title of master most. He looked at the petite and lovely Yelian, and then at Yuri's shiny bald head. The contrast was instant. Okay, okay. From now on, you should call me commander like Tanya and the others. Don't call me master anymore. Yes. Suyan already understood that Yuri had already controlled all those armed Japanese soldiers. Suyan still has great confidence in Yuri X's ability. The ability to control it casually within a range of 500 meters is not weak. In a while, go and control the zombie king in the group of corpses below. Suyan gave orders to Yuri X. As for this zombie king, Yin Yan didn't intend to kill it. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill such an interesting corpse king for the first time? Suyan believes that as long as Yuri X is close to the zombie king, he can be controlled by forceful mind control within 500 meters. Haha, it seems that we have another devout believer. Yuri X's eyes were full of confidence, and he slowly floated up. The siege of Corpse Tide is still going on. At this time, the zombie king was clearly at the end of his rope, and released all the high-level zombies in one go. Including the 5-meter-high giant zombie, and the 4 to 5 meter long super hunter. Moo, a dull cow cry. In the middle of the tide of corpses, a huge mutant yak suddenly rushed out. A pair of horns are terrifyingly large, and its size can even be compared with Suyan's rhino tank. All the way against the zombies in front of them, they rushed towards the wall. Roar! All the high-level mutated zombies rushed up at this time. This time, they were obviously all elite troops, the lowest being second-order mutant zombies and mutant monsters. The power of machine gun bunkers was greatly weakened at this time, including fire-breathing bunkers. Shua! The mutated giant yak that rushed to the front directly encountered a ray from the light prism tower. The powerful laser from the prism tower instantly pierced through it, leaving a huge hole like a bucket on its body surface. Just a face-to-face meeting instantly killed the mutated giant bull rushing to the front. Prism Tower horrors so powerful. Chapter 96. In the face of high-level mutated zombies, the current machine gun bunker is useless. The 7mm caliber machine gun bunker can only kill zombies of the second rank or below at most. Facing the third-order mutated zombies, it's not painful at all. Moo. After being hit by the light prism tower, the super mutant bull let out a howl, and then fell down. The laser light from the prism tower pierced through its side neck. A fatal wound as thick as a bucket was made. Although the mutated giant cow is dead, the zombies behind are still very fierce. Not the slightest flinch. Especially the 5-meter-high super giant zombie, who directly picked up half of the telegraph pole that he didn't know where to get and threw it over. It hit the wall. Immediately began to accelerate. Bang! Bang! The giant zombies run very fast at 873. Accelerate! All of a sudden, my feet kicked hard. The huge reaction shook the ground out of a huge pit, cracking like a spider web. And the giant zombies also took off as a whole. Just a run-up jump, I jumped nearly 20 meters high. Nearly 6 stories high. This height is fully higher than the height of Suyan's wall. It is simply a weakened version of the Hulk. Roar! The giant zombie roared in the air, hammering its chest with both fists. It seems to be venting the anger in his heart. For a while, even Suyan was shocked by the explosive power of this super giant zombie. Is this guy a grasshopper? Can he jump like that? Suyan couldn't help complaining. The giant zombies move extremely fast, and they can cover a distance of 400 to 500 meters with just a few jumps. Boom! The giant zombie exerted its strength again, and the whole person jumped into the air. Apparently planning to jump over that wall directly with this jump. However, all the prism towers in Suyan's base light up at the same time. A total of 40 light prism towers are charged at the same time, gathering energy to the top of the tower. Immediately afterwards, all the light prism towers emitted laser rays at the same time. All the laser rays hit the top of the leading light prism tower. In an instant, a bright light burst out. For a moment, other lights in the entire base dimmed. After gathering the energy of 40 light prism towers, this terrifying light was emitted. The light prism shoots to the sky. Out! It directly hit the giant zombie in the air. In an instant, the giant zombie turned into fly ash in the air. Not even the crystal nucleus was left. It is impossible to survive being hit by such a terrifying laser. I'm afraid that no living organism can face it head-on. The tens of millions of temperatures are beyond the resistance of carbon-based organisms. Destroy it completely at the molecular level. The death of the giant zombies still couldn't stop the pace of these zombies. They are still crazy. But with the light prism pagoda, these high-level zombies can't make any waves at all. The attack method of the light prism tower is, attack the zombies with higher risk factor first. Such as super hunters, giant zombies, corrupt tyrants, and sarcoma corpses are the focus of the light prism tower. But even so, when these mutated zombies gathered together to attack, the pressure on the wall was very high. The third-order zombies and fourth-order zombies became the main targets of the light prism tower. Then, some second-order lickers took the opportunity to climb onto the wall. Each one is like a gecko. Lickers not only move fast, but also have unique abilities on the fence. However, the fortifications such as the light prism tower and the machine gun bunker cannot hit the target clinging to the wall. Walls. The dead end of these fortifications. These lickers can only be attacked by soldiers on the wall. Although the number of zombies in the tide of corpses has decreased, it is still like a sea. Suyan frowned slightly. Yuri, go and control that zombie king. At this time, Suyan didn't want to cause extra problems. He really underestimated the power of this wave of corpses. Millions of zombies are indeed terrifying, and it is obviously unrealistic to kill them with only machine gun powder. Only by using that kind of powerful missiles and explosives can the group of corpses be effectively killed. But for missiles, he is not very worried. After all, there are many types of missiles in Red Alert. Take your time, it will always be unlocked. Suyan, brother, the barbecue is ready. Yelien was wearing an apron, and was holding a dinner plate in his hand, which was full of grilled steaks. Yelien's cooking skills are really good. No matter what kind of ingredients fall into her hands, they can become very delicious. Both Huxia and Western food can be easily controlled. Suyan looked at Yelien. This girl was like a kitten clinging to its owner. Suyan took the plate and tasted a piece. Well, very good. After getting Suyan's affirmation, Yelien's eyes flashed with excitement. Sister Bai Yu, try my handicraft. Yelien is like a child, constantly showing off his success. It's really like a child. Suyan smiled helplessly. Well, it's delicious. Yelien also tasted his cooking skills, narrowing his eyes slightly. 2. Give yourself a thumbs up. It is hard to imagine that outside the wall, millions of zombies are attacking the wall, and countless mutated zombies are staring at the base. But in the base, Suyan and the others were enjoying the delicious barbecue. And while eating food, he was admiring the scene of the zombie army attacking the wall. Suyan seemed to be completely unconcerned about everything below. 3.3. Or, everything is under his control. The center of the tide of corpses on the other side. There are still countless zombie army here. Thick and dense, it seems that there is no end to the level. Among the many ordinary zombies, there is a very petite figure. The white skirt was soaked in blood, and the feet were bare. Submerged in the crowd of corpses, it is almost difficult to see its figure. But she is so special, incompatible with other zombies. It looks very clean. The other mutated zombies are all evolving away from humans, and their appearance has become deformed, and they are becoming less and less human anyway. And, this little girl is different, she is always the same. Chapter 97. Roar. Dangerous light flashed in the girl's red eyes, and she let out 2 low growls uneasily. The surrounding zombies were suppressed instinctively. The little girl was wearing a white dress, hiding beside a sarcoma corpse. There are densely packed zombies all around. If you don't observe carefully, you won't find that there is such a small zombie here. And tens of meters away from the little zombie girl, there are 3 black zombies. These zombies are covered with thin armor. They are exactly the Black Corpse King that Suyan saw before. It presents a triangular way to guard the little zombie girl in it. The 3 Black Corpse Kings were almost carved out of the same mold. With blood-red eyes all in one color, the muscles on his body are streamlined, and he looks extremely explosive. It seems that every cell exudes a dangerous atmosphere. A thin layer of black armor covers the surface of their skin. It is obviously just a layer of very thin scales, but it has incredible defensive power. 3 Black Corpse Kings guarded the little zombie girl like the most loyal bodyguards. A terrifying existence like this black armored Corpse King, who is 1 in a million, will surrender to a very ordinary-looking little zombie girl? Simply puzzling. Well. Suddenly, the little zombie girl growled several times into the sky. She felt a sense of uneasiness again. But she couldn't find the source. Suddenly, a huge meatball in the distance suddenly rioted 16 times. On the edge of the tide of corpses, a sarcoma corpse suddenly became angry for some reason. He even started to fight the other zombies around him. At the beginning, it didn't attract the attention of the zombie king. After all, the sarcoma corpse ministers are violent by nature, and it is common for them to abuse the low-level zombies around them. But this zombie seemed to be crazy. It kept grabbing other zombies and throwing them towards the center of the tide. More than a dozen zombie corpses fell from the sky, and even a few zombie corpses almost hit the little zombie girl. How can a little girl who is the leader endure such a thing? Although she didn't know why the sarcoma corpse suddenly became disobedient. But, in her subconscious, those who are disobedient should be eliminated directly. The sarcoma corpse became more and more excessive, directly rolled its huge body, and started dancing on the spot. The other mutated zombies located near the sarcoma corpse minister hid far away at this time, for fear that they would be affected by this big fool. The sarcoma cadaver growled. But soon, a black shadow appeared. Like lightning, the black shadow struck towards the huge body of the sarcoma corpse minister. It is the Black Armored Corpse King. The Black Armored Corpse King punched the sarcoma corpse king, and there was a sound of piercing through the air, and even directly blasted a big hole out of the sarcoma corpse minister's huge body. On the other side, Suyan smiled through the satellite projection. Then he remotely controlled Yuri X to complete the forced control of the black armored corpse king. Drib. Yuri X forcibly mind controls the fifth order zombie, the black armored corpse king. That's right, Suyan intends to use Yuri X's super mind control ability. Come directly to steal the tower. Although the main army of zombies is attacking the wall, the number of zombies staying beside the little girl is still astronomical. The little zombie girl was surrounded by groups of guards. There are a large number of high-level zombies around, and there is even the existence of the black armored corpse king. It is obviously unrealistic to use Yuri X to break through the tide of corpses and directly control the little zombie girl. Although Yuri X has a powerful ability Mind Shock, it can almost instantly kill all zombies within 50 meters nearby. But the CD period is also very long. We can only fly a wave of kites first to see if we can catch a black armor corpse king. The black armored corpse king's ability to suppress corpses is still very strong. Where there is the black armored corpse king, a very wide vacuum area will be formed. Fifth order zombie? Black armored corpse king? Suyan raised his eyebrows lightly. Good guy, even the fifth order zombies have come out? So isn't this little zombie girl who can control the fifth order zombies, the sixth order zombie king? Suyan suddenly had a feeling of sitting in a well and watching the sky. He has been staying in City E all the time, so naturally he doesn't know what the situation is like outside. Didn't expect the evolution of the zombies outside to be so high? Suyan felt a sense of crisis in his heart. After the black armored corpse king was forcibly mind-controlled by Yuri X. The originally irritable black armored corpse king calmed down instantly, and his eyes also changed from scarlet to light blue. Sure enough, for this fifth order corpse king, an ordinary mind can't do it at all, and it can only be controlled by force. However, if we establish a mind beacon in the future, maybe we can increase the strength of mind control. Suyan muttered to himself. Next, Suyan asked the black armored corpse king to lead the way, while Yuri X followed behind. With the coercion of the black armored corpse king, even if there is a human breath in the corpse group, those zombies did not dare to attack forward, and even vacated a vacuum area. Soon, the corpse king and Yuri X walked to the central area of the corpse tide. Roar! Suddenly, the little zombie girl let out a sharp cry. Immediately afterwards, the corpse group began to riot. One of the two remaining black armored corpse kings guarding the little girl moved. He rushed directly to the distance, like a cannonball. The distance of a few hundred meters was fleeting, and the other zombies along the way were directly thrown out. The target direction of this black armor corpse king is the direction of Yuri X. On the other side, the mind-controlled black armored corpse king is leading Yuri X to the center of the tide of corpses that he is about to smuggle into. Roar! The black armored corpse king, who was controlled by his mind, suddenly stopped. Instinctively bowed his head. Suddenly, a lightning-like black shadow sprang out from the group of corpses in front. Carrying a chilling aura. The black armored corpse king under control also moved at this time. Bang! There was a loud noise. The two black armored corpse kings punched each other. A large number of air waves were directly set off. The strength of these two black armored corpse kings is obviously terrifying to the extreme. In the fight between the fifth order zombies, any aftermath can kill the surrounding ordinary zombies. The gods fight, and the imps suffer. Is this the fifth order zombie? It's really scary. Watching the battle between these two corpse kings, Suyan sighed. The explosive power and defensive power of this kind of zombie are so powerful that they can definitely be called the king of corpses. Although its size is relatively small, almost the same as that of a human being, it can throw out a large monster that is about 10 meters in size, like a sarcoma corpse, like throwing garbage. Yuri X can't intervene in the battle between the two corpse kings. He could only forcefully control one. Yuri X glanced at these two corpse kings who were fighting in full swing. Silently stepped on the stone seat and flew away. Taking advantage of the chaos, he sneaked towards the location of the little zombie girl. Constantly approaching the little zombie girl. At the same time, a large number of zombies also found Yuri X. The little zombie girl instigated a large number of zombies to attack the intruder. The last black armored corpse king also left the little zombie girl 897's side, ready to rip that monstrous human on the stone platform to shreds. All of a sudden, a large number of zombies rushed over. The corpse king's speed was unbelievably fast, and the tyranny could not be concealed in a pair of blood eyes. However, in the next second, he immediately turned his back on the battle. Yuri X directly interrupted the spiritual link with the previous black armored corpse king, and regained control of the black armored corpse king in front of him. At this time, the periphery of the corpse tide. Two black armored corpse kings were fighting in full swing, and one of the black armored corpse kings was suddenly interrupted in their spiritual connection. He looked at everything nearby in a daze. What happened? However, the only response to him was a heavy punch. When he was stunned, he was directly blown away by the black armored corpse king opposite him. Roar! He was punched for no reason. How could this work? The dignity of the corpse king cannot be challenged. After being bombarded, he couldn't control so much anymore. The arrow is on the string and has to be fired. Hit! After Yuri X mind controlled the black armored corpse king, there was no factor that could threaten him. And the little zombie girl also felt very angry. She lost the spiritual connection with the black armor corpse king. Some mutant zombies rushed towards Yuri X. However, Yuri X not only has powerful mind control, but also possesses supernatural powers. In an instant, an invisible airwave spread out from his body. In an instant, all the zombies within a radius of 50 meters were shaken into nothingness. At the same time Yuri accelerated and flew towards the little girl. Instinctively, she felt a sense of fear. Just about to run, but in the next second, Yuri X used mind control to control him. Drib. Yuri X controlled the fifth order zombie controller through his mind. Chapter 98. Drib. Yuri X has controlled the fifth order zombie controller. After hearing the system's prompt, Suyan showed a slight smile. The fifth order zombie, the controller. Suyan was a little puzzled. Why can a fifth level zombie control so many zombies of the same level as her? Those three black armored corpse kings are so powerful, it shouldn't be possible for them all to be manipulated. This fifth order controller has very strong control ability. By the way, system, after I control this controller now, can I use her to control other zombie groups? Suyan asked the question in his heart. If this ability of mind control can be inherited, it will be comfortable. Yuri is absolutely loyal to himself. Yuri then controlled the controller zombie through mind control. Then the controller zombies control a large number of big-headed zombies with command ability. The big-headed zombies then controlled the group of corpses. Unlimited nesting dolls. Doesn't that mean you have an army of zombies? Of course not. The system directly gave Suyan a painful blow. All mind control abilities do not include inherited effects. When the commander controls a zombie with the ability of command, the zombie loses the ability to control other zombies. Suyan. As expected. After Yuri X controls the controller, Nyoda's corpse wave instantly collapsed. The army of millions of zombies is like headless chickens. Especially the group of corpses that were about to attack the wall lost their cohesion in an instant. Without the leader, the zombies all attacked instinctively. Originally, those zombies concentrated their firepower to attack a wall. But now, these zombies are all scattered. After the tide of corpses dispersed, the pressure on the wall suddenly dropped. Hehe, it really is a brainless zombie. Once there is no leader, it will be a mess. Suyan supported his head with one hand, looked at the ant-like zombies outside the wall, and said disdainfully. Even the corpse king was captured by him. How much threat can these remaining zombie armies pose? At this time, riots began to appear in the group of corpses outside the wall. Those high-level mutated zombies were originally incompatible. Without the control of the controller at this time, they were like boiling oil on fire, and they exploded in an instant. High-level zombies fought each other. And Yuri X took advantage of the chaos and took the controller out of the corpse tide. Not long after, Yuri X came flying in his stone seat. And beside his huge stone seat, there is still a little girl in white clothes. The little girl's eyes were dull, but her body exuded a faint anger. Yuri took the little girl over the wall and onto the rooftop of the base. "Commander, the target has been brought to W." Suyan looked at the fifth-order zombie standing in front of him. It is only when you look closely that you can see that this zombie looks very delicate, just like a doll. Even about 6 or 7 years old, wearing a blood-stained skirt. There are still blood stains on the corner of the mouth. Suyan thinks, even if it's a doll, it must be the kind of doll from a dark fairy tale. The kind that can break your neck. Drib. The commander found the missing item, Psychic Beacon Fragment, Part 2. The sound of the system suddenly sounded. Suyan's eyes changed instantly. Psychic Beacon Fragment. There are fragments of spiritual beacons in the body of this fifth-order mutant zombie? Suyan was stunned. Such a coincidence. Great collection of spirit beacon fragments. After all, the whole world is so big, and there are only 5 fragments of his spiritual beacon. If you want to find it, it is definitely as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. But, how could I have imagined? Less than a week has passed since the first fragment was collected from Yelian's body last time. Is this efficiency too fast? Extract. Suyan got up, walked to the side of the little zombie Loli, and looked down at this exquisite zombie like a porcelain doll. She looked very thin and didn't seem to have much aggression. After Suyan came in front of her, she raised her head and tilted her head to look at Suyan. There was no expression in his dull eyes. Wow, what a cute little sister. Yelian came to the little girl and looked down at such a cute little girl. There was a golden light in his eyes. Brother Suyan, where did this little sister come from? Not only Yelian, even Baibo was very puzzled. Why did that bald head go out for a walk, and bring a little girl with him when he came back? Suyan didn't explain anything. Put one hand in front of the little girl. Drib. Congratulations to the commander for successfully recovering the psychic beacon fragments, the current progress is 2/5. After hearing the notification sound from the system, Yin Yan relaxed slightly. Then he turned and spoke to the 2 women. You 2 usually don't piss off this little guy, she is a 5th-order zombie. Suyan's words are amazing. A 5th-order zombie. Yelian and Bai Yu looked at the little girl with a hint of fear in their eyes. But you don't have to worry. Although this is a 5th-order zombie, it doesn't pose much threat, as long as you don't make her angry. Suji touched the little girl's head. After getting the fragments of the spiritual beacon, he was in a good mood. I played a game before, and there was also a little zombie girl in it. She was just as stupid as you, and her name was Kikai. From now on, you will also be called Kikai. Suyan didn't care if the little zombie girl could understand what he said, so she just named her. Then Suyan stood on the rooftop, overlooking the group of corpses below. After the group of corpses has no leader, it is only a matter of time before these corpses are defeated. Naturally, Suyan didn't care about it anymore. It's been a long time. The tide of corpses is finally over. The corpses of zombies outside piled up into mountains, and stumped limbs and broken arms can be seen everywhere, Duangzhao. Although there are still many zombies wandering around the suburbs, they can no longer gather into a wave of corpses. Nothing to worry about. Boom. The bioreactor started. Instantly absorbed the corpses of all the zombies. Only a large piece of zombie crystal nucleus was left on the ground. I'm going. Post it. Suyan looked at the zombie crystal nuclei all over the place outside the wall, his eyes straightened. Unexpectedly, the bioreactor is really just a corpse team that absorbs zombies. The most precious crystal nucleus was left behind. It is really to take the dross and keep the essence. I'm so touched. It also saves him from spending a lot of manpower and material resources to collect zombie crystal nuclei. It's really about picking up money. My soldiers. Mobilize. Go down and collect money. Suyan gave an order, and the gate of the fence was opened. Hundreds of soldiers rushed out, each with a sack. It really happened this time. Please make sure to have more corpses like this in the future. Chapter 99. Commander, Suyan. Base level, level 2. Strength, level 2. Remaining gold coins, 570,000. Building modules, Air Force Command, Tank Factory. Defense module, Prism Tower, Flame Fortress. Soldier module, Radiation Infantry, Lunar Airman. Chariot module, Terrorist Robot, Falcon Fighter Bomber. Suyan's gold coins are more than 500,000. After recovering a large wave of crystal nuclei last time, he immediately became rich. But this time, the number of crystal nuclei he obtained is definitely an astronomical figure. Soon, those soldiers recovered all the crystal nuclei near the base wall one after another. There are hundreds of soldiers, and each soldier has gained a lot. The method of transporting the crystal nucleus turned out to be a truck. Pulled the crystal nucleus of a whole car. The truck pulled all these crystal nuclei to the vicinity of the central base. Suyan also came down from the rooftop. Looking at the crystal nucleus of the entire truck in front of him, he was greatly shocked. There are probably tens of thousands of these crystal nuclei. These crystal nuclei are red and blue, not only have zombie crystal nuclei, but also many mutant beast crystal nuclei. Suji took one casually, put it in his hand and looked at 350. The crystal nucleus exudes a dark red light, and there is a faint liquid flowing inside. Second-order mutated zombie crystal nucleus. System, can you count the number and grade of these crystal nuclei? Drib. Of course, scanning, in detection. Drib. The test was successful. There are a total of 23,000 first-order crystal nuclei, 2,000 second-order crystal nuclei, 327 third-order crystal nuclei, 42 fourth-order crystal nuclei, and 2 fifth-order crystal nuclei. The value is being tested, can be converted into gold coins, 3.27 million. Tisk tisk tisk. It's really a hair. Suyan then threw the second-order crystal nucleus in his hand into the crystal nucleus pile. The person who came here divided these crystal nuclei into piles, from the first-order crystal nucleus to the fifth-order crystal nucleus, and separated them all out. Naturally, it was impossible for Suyan to directly recycle all these crystal nuclei into gold coins this time. At this stage, the number of Suyan gold coins has overflowed. Although gold coins are hard currency, the usable range of crystal nuclei is obviously wider. Not only can it be exchanged into gold coins in the system, but it also has high research value, which can make the evolutionary stronger. The most important point is, the crystal core can upgrade the equipment. Rare units like the moon landing pilots need crystal nuclei to upgrade. How many crystal nuclei are needed to upgrade the lunar flight soldiers to the third level? Suyan directly pulled over a lunar landing pilot and asked. Drib. The crystal nuclei required for the lunar airman to advance to the third level, 500 first level crystal nuclei, 100 second level crystal nuclei, and 50 third level crystal nuclei. Good guy, it's just stealing money. Suyan complained. Although he hated the system for stealing money, Suyan still chose to upgrade. After all, it is to satisfy my curiosity. Suyan also wants to know, what will happen after upgrading the lunar pilots to the third level. Drib. The commander successfully consumed a large number of crystal cores to upgrade a pilot on the moon in all directions. Upgrade time, 24 hours. Upgrade process, the commander needs to send 10 third-level engineers to the tank factory. Yo, it's quite formal. Such a lot of trouble aroused Suyan's curiosity about the third-level lunar landing pilots. Shouldn't really make a Iron Man armor? Countless reveries flashed in Suyan's mind. Drib. Congratulations to the commander for successfully completing the mission Survival in the Sea of Corpses. Mission reward, a defense upgrade card, unlocked, War Fortress. War Fortress. Suyan narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was remembering something. This thing is a big guy in his memory. War Fortress, a very large, mobile strategic weapon, with a super large size of 40 meters x 40 meters, and a weight of 1,500 tons. It can place up to 50 soldiers in it, whether it is for air or for combat. Lu Du has an absolute advantage, and the defense coefficient is extremely high. It is a well-deserved city-destroying machine. Note, the all-round attributes of the War Fortress are determined according to the attributes of the soldiers placed. The more soldiers, the higher the level of the soldiers, the stronger the lethality of the war fortress. But it has a fatal flaw: the movement speed is extremely slow. Required gold coins, 10,000, the current system level is limited to 5 seats. This is really a big guy. After seeing the introduction of War Fortress, I was shocked by the words 40m x 40m body shape? It weighs 1,500 tons. What concept? This thing is built. Isn't that an aircraft carrier that moves on land? If the production quantity can be limited by the system, it must be a big killer. Only 5 can be made. System, create 5 war fortresses. Suyan has no shortage of gold coins at all now. Even if a war fortress has 10,000 gold coins, Suyan will not take it seriously at all. Drib. The commander successfully spent 50,000 gold coins to create 5 war fortresses, and the manufacturing time, 5 days. 5 war fortresses. The war fortress is so big, it is definitely impossible to put it in the base. After arming, it can be placed outside the wall. System, upgrade the fence and build the gate to be 50 meters wide. Drip, 5,000 gold coins are required for modification. Suyan. What a vampire! I have money and you come to suck me? Suyan cursed inwardly. The wall must be remodeled. After all, the war fortress is so big. It is absolutely impossible to pass through normally with the original base gate width. So it has to be modified. The next thing is the defense upgrade card. To be honest, until now, Suyan still doesn't know what defensive building this upgrade card will be used for. Machine gun bunker, or light prism tower. Both defensive weapons have distinct advantages and disadvantages. The machine gun bunker has a fast rate of fire and low cost, and can effectively block the crowd of corpses, but its disadvantages are also obvious, and the damage is not enough. It is a bit stretched to face high-level zombies. The light prism tower has a slow rate of fire and is aimed at a single target, but it has a super high lethality that is close to killing with one blow. Hey system, can you tell me the upgraded attributes of the prism tower and machine gun bunkers? Suyan asked the system to weigh the upgraded attributes before making a judgment. Can. The system's answer is crisp and clear. Chapter 100. Oh? Tell me, what are the differences between the upgraded machine gun bunker and the light prism tower? Suyan was a little surprised. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect it to actually work. Level 2 machine gun bunker. It is an upgraded machine gun bunker. The rate of fire, clip size, bullet caliber, lethality, and attack range have all been significantly improved. After the upgrade, the magazine of the machine gun bunker changed from 800 rounds to 1,200 rounds, the bullet caliber changed from 7 mm to 14 mm, the reload CD period remained the same, the required gold coins remained the same, and the attack range was upgraded from the previous 200 meters to 400 m. Level 2 Light Prism Tower. The rate of fire and power of the Level 2 Light Prism Tower have been significantly improved, and the splash effect has been increased. After upgrading, the fire rate of the Light Prism Tower changed from 3 seconds to 2 seconds, and a light prism can designate up to 3 targets. The splash effect means, after the light prism hits the ground, it will form a small area. The ray splash area deals high area of effect damage to the rest of the targets on the ground. Attack range changed from 500 meters to -1,000 meters. This is a bit difficult. After seeing the 2 weapons after the upgrade, Suyan felt a little melancholy. Although it seems, the Prism Tower definitely has the advantage. However, the suppression ability of the machine gun bunker is also very important. System, upgrade the Prism Tower to level 2. Suyan has never been an indecisive person. After a simple weighing, he made his own choice. The super lethality of the light prism tower is difficult to be replaced, but the machine gun bunker is not sure. There are too many defensive weapons in red alert. What anti-aircraft machine guns, gate machine guns, magnetic storm coils. These yet to be seen weapons will certainly do more damage than machine gun bunkers. Let's make do with it now. Drib. Congratulations Commander, I used the defense level up card to upgrade the prism tower to level 2. Boom. Just after the system sound ended, Suyan's base shook. All the light prism towers guarding near the wall changed at the same time. Click! Countless black tech mechs dug out from the ground and combined with the original light prism tower. The body of the light prism pagoda is much taller in an instant, and it looks even more cool. The original light prism tower was only over 20 meters high, but after the upgrade, the height of the light prism tower has increased by more than half. 30 meters in height. It is close to 10 stories high, and at this height, it can be easily hit far away. Each light prism tower is like a giant standing inside the wall to guard the base. Shua! These light prism towers have just been promoted to the second level, and they immediately started working. Although the tide of corpses receded, there were still many zombies wandering around. After the light prism tower was upgraded, the attack range was directly doubled. Those wandering zombies were directly classified within the attack range of the light prism tower. The emitted light prism has a color. It presents a faint red color, and after the straight light beam penetrates the air, it can still leave a faint pink trace in the air. It looks very beautiful. However, behind this beauty is full of murderous intent. ZZ. After the light prism tower emitted the laser rays, the generated light prism rays were actually divided into 3 parts in the air. Boom towards 3 different targets. After the laser hits the target, the powerful temperature annihilates it instantly. Immediately afterwards, after the light prism concentrated on the ground, it did not disappear immediately. Instead, it began to spread along the surface, spreading into countless small arcs of light. Arcs of light swim in the ground. These light arcs are densely packed like spider webs. Hit among the zombies, and that zombie instantly turned into coke. The arc of light spread for a full 20 or 30 meters before dissipating. In front of the light prism pagoda, even 4th order zombies have no resistance at all. It was directly blasted into fly ash. It's really strong. Suyan sighed softly. It seems that it was indeed a very wise decision for him to upgrade the prism tower. The splash effect of the prism tower makes up for his lack of lethality against groups. Suyan, the tide of corpses, is this over? Bai Ming looked towards the outer wall. There was no longer a single zombie outside the wall, and even the piles of zombies that had piled up on the ground disappeared. Both Bai Yu and Yelian were shocked by Suyan. This method is like a ghost. Brother Su. Suyan, are you an alien? Yelian opened his big round eyes full of curiosity. She has never heard of such outrageous high-tech weapons. It can only be described as an alien civilization. Asking for flowers. In fact, she has been holding back this question for several days. Huh? An alien? Suyan reached out and touched Yelian's head, with an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. Suyan immediately raised his finger and pointed to the surrounding bases with proud eyes. I want to build a kingdom of steel in the last days. Suyan's words made both Bai Yu and Yelian stunned. After a while, Yelian muttered in a low voice, Brother Suji, you are a good second grader. Suyan. Forget it, I won't bother with you anymore. What can a little girl know? In the future, our base will grow bigger and bigger. There will be apocalypse tanks. There will be nuke silos. There will be mind control devices. There will be weather controllers capable of controlling lightning storms. There will even be devices capable of space teleportation. These will all be realized. At this moment, a figure floated in the sky, his body was covered with blood. He holds 2 double knives in his hand. The blades of the double knives have long been blunted, and the tops have been stained red with blood. It was Tanya who had disappeared for a long time. Commander. Tanya's eyes were full of excitement after seeing Suyan. Thanks for your hard work. Suyan turned his head to look at Tanya. The task Suyan gave Tanya was very simple, that is to command the troops on the wall to fight, and not to get confused. Tanya played a big role in this battle. Especially when the sarcoma corpses threw rotten zombies, a large number of soldiers died. If it weren't for the effective command of Tanya and the SEALs, I'm afraid it would be really easy to have some problems. It's just that after the situation was reversed, Tanya didn't know where she went. With the character of this crazy woman, it is estimated that she rushed to kill the zombies. Hehe, It's quite strange for such words to come out of the commander's mouth. Tan Yi retracted the two knives into the scabbard. Then he groped around in the clothes, and finally pulled out a crimson crystal nucleus. Throw it to Su Yan. Su Yan took it with one hand. Crystal nuclei? Su Yan looked at the crystal nucleus in his hand with some surprise. It was as red as blood and the size of a fist. The liquid inside was extremely viscous, like flowing mercury. Fifth Order Zombie Crystal Nucleus, it is the crystal nucleus of the Black Armor Corps King. Knife.